Hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, showroom, Bracy in the wildest. Wake up morning, show salute, big dog, shout out to the lurk. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are we doing? Hopefully everybody's having a beautiful Monday. Hopefully your state is not in a state of emergency like our governor just declared. It's time for that New Year, New Me speech. Let's get it together. And you know how we like to start our day. When I say good day to you, make sure you say it back so I can feel that great productive energy. Hey, girl, you better. Good day to you. And happy belated birthday. Just in case, I believe I did say, but just in case, happy belated birthday. It's good to see my people. Love to see my people. Make sure you hit that like and that share button. Thank y'all. And I just, I've been away for a couple of days. I've been chilling, minding my business. Wanted to know how everything was going with y'all. How has these YouTube streets been going? Has it been going well? Has it been going fine? Have y'all been getting all the information that you wanted? Because you know what they tell me, young. Sharon, we tired of these conversations. Sharon, why don't we? Sharon, I'm tired. And every time. And then, all you gotta do. Yes, from my favorite Sagittarius. Absolutely. All you gotta do is look around the internet, and I think people just be, man. I think they just confused about what they really want and what they really want to talk about. Shout out to Young. Also, happy belated birthday to you as well, my brother. And I think what is going on is that a lot of people have this main character syndrome, and they all believe that they are living in some kind of conspiracy theory that is happening to them and that the whole government is plotting against them. Like over the weekend, I seen there was a group in New York City, Queens, New York, on Jamaica Avenue. It was a group of young black men protested in front of the family court. I thought that was interesting because they want some kind of man's. I don't even like. They didn't even really describe what was the issue, but they know they have an issue, and they know the courts is the reason for their issue. Good day, Voice of Venus. And it's just weird to see how many people have this idea that there is some conspiracy against them. And this is a weird thing. And in today's data culture, it often feels like everyone is living inside their own personal conspiracy theory. Instead of seeing relationships as complex, emotional, human experience, maybe people, especially men, frame them as battles against invisible forces. They talk about government policies, feminism, family court, divorce laws, gold diggers, and OnlyFans. As if these are some coordinated system designed to sabotage their love lives. Like somebody is forcing you in Atlanta and Miami to be on OnlyFans. And so I also want to say this, because a couple of times the stat was brought up on my panel, on my channel, that OnlyFans, the number one and number two city is Atlanta and Miami. So what the real meaning to that is, the main people that is the contributors, the main people that are supporting financially to OnlyFans is Atlanta and Miami in America. And in America is leading the world on supporting OnlyFans financially. So this idea that when they was bringing this information, they made it seem as majority of the people, because they was trying to make it seem, and the reason why they said Atlanta, right? This is how they was attempting to frame this conspiracy theory that black women are the main ones showing a cuda on OnlyFans, because in Atlanta is the #1 market for OnlyFans. But what they did not tell the truth about, and this is where the conspiracy lies, that Atlanta is the #1 financial supporter of OnlyFans. So it is not the majority of our beautiful black and brown sisters out there on OnlyFans making the money. However, it's a worldview shaped by fear, these whole conspiracy theories, right? Frustration and the desire to make sense of a rapidly changing social landscape. For some men, the narrative goes like this: marriage is a trap. And it's strange to hear men say marriage is a trap. Well, we know all the statistics, everything shows. Everything. Lay, Byron Turn, this is beyond crazy. Lay, everything shows that men are the beneficiaries of marriage. Everything shows it that way. However, somehow, some way, it is some conspiracy theory and to trap a man in marriage. And divorce courts are rigged. And feminism ruined relationships. Women only want money. Modern day it is broken. These ideas spread quickly online, right? And they reinforced by echo chambers where every heartbreak becomes political. I'm just saying. Like these, my brothers, we just gotta really be like just honest about what's really going on. It ain't going down. Like we cannot keep comparing the top 1% celebrities of the world and compare that and bring that down to our own relationship. It's just not a truthful thing. You cannot go around like that. Somebody just sent me. I should play the video right now. How these men just get caught. You know what? In the middle of everything, let me go ahead and let me go find that video. It was a hilarious video on how men, especially our black brothers, they believe that they are the ones that are somehow they see black women as some goddamn conspiracy. Somebody just sent me this video. I'll have to find it. Hold on. Shout out to the beautiful Genesis. She just sent me this video. I gotta play it because it plays right into this conversation. And it's just weird to see it happen for real. We are definitely, I be, I don't know, conversation. MJ, I don't know. I think they love it. They love it.
They've been your what?
My enemy.
What do you mean your enemy? How old are you?
28. I was interested in marrying her.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a musician and an Uber driver.
What?
I know.
Are you serious? Are you trolling me? Ninja,
no,
what?
I'm not.
Ninja, what? Your enemy is your pocketbook.
I know.
Don't come here and talk about black women. I mean, are you being serious, bro?
I am, but the finances is definitely something.
No. Oh, hell no. You actually came in here to tell me that you dated a black woman who's pursuing 2 dual
Damn.
doctorates.
I'm a PhD.
And you're a goddamn
Yeah.
Uber driver and you're a musician. That's not a problem, except you frame black women as your enemy. And your enemy is your inability to be productive on a serious level. See, you have in relationships are justified by calling black women your enemy instead of looking in the mirror and saying, where am I at? You said you were looking at her to be a wife, possibly. What makes you a husband?
Not yet, no.
Then you and this woman married and you couldn't even provide for a family. Your problem isn't the women, man.
Black women have been my enemy my entire life.
And we see that this is a real thing. This is real. This is a real thing. This is going on globally. I know people want to just ignore these things, but we can't because it's real. This man feel this way, and there's plethora of other men that feel this way. Like I said, just recently, MJ, and on Jamaica Avenue, Queens, New York, it was a group of 10 young black men protesting out family court on Jamaica Avenue. And they believe that is the court system is the reason why they can't see their children. No, it ain't. It's you. And people are just living in this relationship conspiracy theory. It's weird. Everywhere we go, that's what you see. It don't matter what group it is, what gender, what color, what race, creed, class. They all feel like somebody's out to get them. Their heartbreak becomes little. And every personal disappointment becomes evidence of a larger plot. Like instead of acknowledging emotional wounds or communication issues, the blame shifts outward to institutions, movements, and trends. But the truth is more complicated. Yes, the economy is harder. Yes, dating apps changed the landscape. Yes, gender roles have evolved. But none of these shifts amount to a coordinated attack on relationships. They're reflections of a society in transition. Women gaining independence isn't a conspiracy, it's progress. That's what that is. And men struggling to adapt isn't failure. It's growing pains. And while family court can be not a universal villain, it's a system trying imperfectly to manage a complex family dynamics. You feel what I'm saying, MJ? It should be crazy. Who's the king of the manosphere? Black and proud. Who's that? Thank you, man, for the cup. Who's the king, black and proud? And so it is a complex family dynamics, right? And the rise of OnlyFans and online sex workers is often used as some kind of proof that women are becoming more materialistic or less committed. But these platforms are simply new forms of labor in a digital economy. And I don't understand that we living in a digital economy now. Make sure y'all hitting that likes and the share button, please. And that these women, they don't represent all women, nor do they define these modern relationships. The biggest stereotype we have that too is exaggerate. Is rooted more in fear than reality. Which part, Shadow? Hold on, let me celebrate the first. Yeah, I appreciate that great input energy, my friend.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Hold on. There we go. Shout out to the Shadow, the Titan Wasp with the 10 eyes. How is that not affect family though? Which part is not affected? That video I just played? That ain't affected nothing but that person. What part you mean is not affecting the family though? And this is what I'm saying. Let's see if he break it down. You can I don't see how gold digger stereotypes, OnlyFans, and all those things is affecting my family at all. Just basic things. Thanks so much. What up, baby? What's up, Corinne? Good day to you. It definitely. I agree 100%. We have it. Do we have a bunch of apps open or something? I know. Yeah. And so we get it. So what y'all talk? So send it to me. Y'all always tell me I really don't understand. All right, if y'all say I need to do TikTok, I don't know, then send it to me. Don't tell me what I need to do without send it to me. You find it. The fuck? What y'all think this is? I could barely get y'all to hit the goddamn like and share button. Talking about right, Davey. Okay. Right. So shout out to Robin. Good day, beautiful. How you doing? All right, so let me get this straight. And this is where the conspiracy theory shit starts. And it's weird for me, to be honest. So Shicey Bum said the manosphere talkers points and get bored. I'm not having a manosphere conversation, but I guess you can relate it to them. I get it. Even though I've seen a whole bunch of black men on Jamaica Avenue protesting about family court and how they can't see their sons and daughters because it's family court's fault. What on TikTok are they talking about that you want me to speak on? No, you're not. They always say that. I'm tired of. So what is it that you? I don't understand. I'm not gender warring. And this is what I mean by we are living in some kind of conspiracy theory. Like everybody has this conspiracy theory about how everything is about what they see. Because when I go on TikTok, I see people talking about their relationships as well. Ooh, look at that beauty. Like, you want me to talk about somebody dancing? So are they not talking about dating on TikTok? Are they not talking about the relationships on TikTok? What is it that they talking about on TikTok? I want to know. Nobody told me anything yet. Can somebody please, whether it's Robin or Sugarbum, find a TikTok video for me to address that actually makes sense? Send it to me. I would like for Robin or Shiesty Bum or Davey, send me a TikTok video that you want me to communicate about. Please send it to me so I know what is it that y'all are talking about. I'll wait. You can send it to my Instagram. I do have a TikTok. I don't know the name of it. I think it's like a number. I think it's like a number. I'm waiting. I want to see. Because I believe right now I'm getting gaslit. Right now, I believe I'm getting gaslit. I believe I'm getting gaslit.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
I was like, shout out to Conversations with Emily with 10 eyes. They want it all. They want to smash women with accountability or responsibility that they don't really want. They hold the ones they do want hostage in a marriage with no way out if it's dangerous. Woo. Mm. Hmm. This is absolutely what we see and hear people communicate on a day-to-day basis. This is why everything is a relationships conspiracy theory. Absolutely. And I'm still waiting for these hot topics. What you want me to talk about? Gossip? I ain't never talked about gossip in my life. Now all of a sudden it's quiet.
They're looking.
Because a hot topic right now is what? Hey! Say it. What? Hey. That makes me feel. I'm so happy to see your name and face in the chat. Shout out to Sensational Red. Hey, Sharon. Hey there, Sensational Red. How are you doing today? You are missed. God damn it. With your crazy ass. I miss hearing that bell. Ding, ding, ding. And that crazy laugh. Shout out to you. I would like to know, do you want Sharon to talk about what? Gossip? Because I'm definitely not talking about no goddamn Blueface and Krishan Rock. Davey, what is it I'm supposed to be talking about that's on TikTok? About the new dance moves? Am I supposed to talk about Trump all day? I mean, we got him for the next 3 years. All right, there you say he getting it. I'm holding. I'm a hold on. I want to say. What's TT? Oh, okay. That's what. Okay, I got you. Okay. All right, Sensation. So, Sensation Red, you tell me what's over there on TT. Because I don't know what's over there on TT. I'm pretty sure I have not went over it. Sensational Red. I'm pretty sure. However, they ain't send me nothing yet. I'm patiently waiting. Because they say, Sharon, we tired of these topics, but everywhere, if I was just, even though I was gone for a couple of days, I looked around, see what people was talking about, and the majority of the things that people was talking about was each other. That got me effed up. The majority of the people were talking about each other. Awesome. Oh, yeah, that's another one. Sensation Red. They are talking about the jet passport, bro. That's goddamn long lie. His whole life, he been a criminal. His whole life, he been a criminal. This man that just is a degenerate. Good day, Angel. And like, so I don't understand it. But again, I think they just want to attack me for some strength. But that's because we all living in this goddamn conspiracy theory. Every last one of us. We living in a conspiracy theory. I'm convinced now, 100%. When I started the show, and I was just talking about relationship conspiracy theories. I was just talking about how you get divorced. They live in this conspiracy theory that only women want to take them for their money, even though they leave with nothing. They came into the relationship with nothing. They leave the relationship with nothing. All of these goddamn fathers talking about they getting alienated by their goddamn baby mothers. No, you just a goddamn deadbeat. And you're trying to blame somebody else about the reason why you don't see your damn kid. The court does not give women 100% of custody. So these men protesting in front of a goddamn courthouse on Jamaica Avenue just didn't make no damn sense to me whatsoever. It ain't because we hear from this. It doesn't matter where we go. It doesn't matter if it's goddamn Candace Owens. It doesn't matter if it's goddamn Shannon Sharp, Ocho Cinco, goddamn Blueface, Wale, Kanye West, Ham, J. Crew. Who else? The Dodge Twins. Myron Gaines, DJ Academics. I don't know who you. I don't know. Like, I'm not somebody that talks about gossip. I'm not somebody that talks about gossip. I can't. I'm not that person that's just gonna just make up stories about things that I don't know nothing about. Hey, Natasha. How you doing, beautiful? I'm going to get you your sweater very shortly. It's crazy to me. Where was I? It's because nobody sent me this TikTok of everybody else in the world is talking about something else. I'm the only one that's the same thing. You look at I do not talk about the same thing everybody else talk about. Everybody else talk about, first of all, they get their ideas and thoughts from my goddamn show. Tired of that shit. Everybody trying to, they get their show from my show because I'm building off of my real life experience or my real thoughts, and that's how I'm moving. Majority of these goddamn shows you see when they started after me is very close to what I'm talking about. It ain't just him. He just bolted up to take my exact topic. Yeah, Robin. He just bolted up to take my exact topic as nobody else understood that, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody else, they at least try to mask it and try to act like it's like, you know. Okay, that's fine that you barely on YouTube, and I appreciate you. I appreciate that you rocking with me. I really appreciate you every time. You always challenge me to do better. So I'm not trying. I'm saying I want you to. You said you want to talk about hot topics. What hot topics can I talk about? That what you want me to talk about? The Iranian war. Iran declared war on U.S. for the umpteenth time. I wonder why. But I know most people cannot have that conversation. So again, I'm not saying I'm not up for suggestions. So I'm saying, Robin, give me a suggestion of what you think this show should be talking about moving forward. That's all I'm asking. Just saying TikTok, reviewing TikTok, I don't know what that means. I'm waiting. Shout out to my people. The only person that's bold enough to say, hey, I took a topic from Sharon because it inspired me. Shout out to Izzy. He's the only one bold enough to actually take a full topic and say, yep, I stole the topic. So what? Because everybody, they actually are afraid to show that they took the topic. And everybody just act like they don't even see it.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to the beautiful happiness. Sister Restaurant, you have charisma, can hold on audience and talk your ish. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Degenerate males hate being called out by men. You were never a follower. Thank you. And I thank you so much. And you're welcome. Happy holidays, y'all. SPG. Let's go. Oh, thank you so much, Sister Red. I appreciate you, beautiful. Shout out to Shadow the Time Watch with 80% of custody goes to the mother. And that is because 80% of the fathers are not fighting for custody of their goddamn child. They only want 50-50. The problem is we just not honest in conversations in today's. I don't understand why everybody believes that it's some goddamn conspiracy about them. Like this whole weekend, I've seen people just having yelling matches and yelling at nothing about talking about absolutely nothing, talking about each other. What did Fatty call him? He called him DJ Nurse. DJ Nurse and Fatty, they having an argument about nothing. It's crazy. And majority of these guys about the court, children, court situations, feminism, and all this BS. It's a big ass. The whole point of this conversation that I was trying to have today, it's all a conspiracy, and it's rooted more in fear than reality. Good day to you, Fantasy. How you doing? I'm gonna be and most people, regardless of gender, what stability, respect, and emotional connection. What's really happened is that many men feel disoriented. Traditional expectations told them they would be providers and leaders and unquestionably heads of households, but the world changed. Women work, they earn, and choose differently. Relationships now require emotional intelligence. That's what it requires. Shout out to my girl.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Tasha Vincent with $10 Canadian, $19.99. Thank you so much. SBG cropped hoodie layaway plan. Here's my first installment. Thank you so much. Holding me accountable. I got you, baby girl. Right? And so now relationships, they just require emotional intelligence. It's just what it is. Sorry, fellas. You're going to have to get a little better. Communication and partnership, skills that weren't always taught or encouraged. Instead of confronting this shift, some men retreat into conspiracy theories that make them feel like victims of a system rather than participate in a changing culture. That's what's really going on. They will act as if, like, you know, if they in that puppy situation, they try to act as if that girl wanted to get her ass kicked in the goddamn hotel room and sneak out the goddamn house. Now, granted, hey, she did get like $35 million for that ass whooping. I get it. That's what man want to really talk about. Is the money part, the conspiracy part. I get it. Because if you let Izzy say it, Izzy would take his ass getting whooped for $35 million. Izzy don't mind getting slipping around on some goddamn baby for 35. He's like, hey. Izzy would be slipping and sliding that mother, falling all over the goddamn place trying to fight for his life for 35 M's. But people like that, they would act like it was some conspiracy to bring down, you know, people like Puff Daddy. They would try to use the Mann Act and act as if that Puff Daddy was similar to Jack Johnson, where the Mann Act was created. They act like it's some conspiracy because the hip hop police was following Puffy all around for all these goddamn years. No, he's been a degenerate for a very long time, but he's able to get around it. No matter how many, he was able to pay people off. He was able to get people deleted. He was able to get Sean to take the rap. He was able to figure out ways to be completely degenerate. And I'm sorry, my brothers, y'all do not. The conspiracies is not about you. It's not. The real challenge isn't feminism. The real challenge isn't the government or online. It's not online platforms. It's not. It's meant to navigate relationships in a world where both partners have agency, choices, and expectations. Blaming external forces may feel comforting. Maybe they do. I'm just not that. I'm not that type of that feel comfortable blaming other people. And the real issue is that it prevents growth. And the healthiest relationships comes from understanding, not suspicion. They come from vulnerability, not fear. From partnership and not paranoia. And you see online time and time again that these men are paranoid of women. And that's the issue. And the biggest conspiracy is that we is the ones that we create when we refuse to look inward. This computer is killing me right now. I don't know why it's moving slow, but it is. It's making me do something I don't want to press because it's moving so slow. The hell he talking about? This shit is killing me right now. Okay. Real Spill Mills with the $9.99. The F. How do I always make it into your weird scenarios? Ain't nobody stealing lingo tactics, Otis. Okay. Here's the truth of the matter. It's okay that we inspire each other. Nothing wrong with that. It's something wrong when we try to act like what we're seeing is just not what we're seeing. That's when things get a little weird. I might have to restart this fucking computer because I don't know what the fuck is going on. We act like this is what it is. Oh. That's when we have a problem about it. When people act as if we don't understand what we're seeing. I mean, this is a part of the whole conspiracy. This is a part of the gaslighting when you could just act as if, and it's all right. Sometimes I get inspired by y'all as well. I know exactly what not to do. Y'all inspire me about what not to do on a day-to-day basis. Because I get it. I get it. I understand for a lot of people, I'm the goddamn standard. And so people see me as in the pact on a lot of things. However, I get so much fucking pushback, it's not even funny. It's crazy to me. Even my audience push back and say, Sharon, these are bars. If you don't sit down and watch the goddamn show. Shadow, the Italian Wilds, define emotional intelligence and its qualities. And it's okay just to be honest. It's all right. You heard something, I made a hotline, you like, okay. It's all right. It's just that when it's called out and the brothers be all acting like they don't know what happened, it's crazy. I'm absolutely 100% the standard. And it's okay for us just to be honest about that. I don't know why it's such a big deal. I don't know. Some men are attempting to be in competition with me when they just can't compete. It's no competition there. I'm original. I'm not a copy. I don't fake the things that I'm saying. And this is a play that a lot of people, you know what? I'll drop the link if anybody want to come and explain them, anybody want to come up, y'all let me know. I'll drop the link. I ain't afraid of no problems. We got disagreements. We know how we do in disagreements. It's fine. Disagreements is welcome. Agreements is welcome. And this is a part of the whole conspiracy thing, because now they would say that I'm attempting to do something to them when we could clearly see I'm delusional about seeing what's the truth in front of me. It doesn't matter because somebody have a bigger platform, are they able to pay more for their platform? They're able to get more people from places that nobody knows who they are. We see what happens. Because when I open up the pen, I have a conversation about my topic, majority of the men especially, sorry about my goddamn janky internet. Windy over here. We have a storm going on. We got a state of emergency over here. Let me see where we at with the goddamn. Let me pin it to the top so we don't have no confusion. We need more likes than that. Like, come on. And then every single day they try to act like it's something that you did. And this is what gaslighting is. The definition of gaslight, Lovejoy, is to questioning my purview, my life exit, what I actually seen and what is going on in my life. They try to question it as what I'm seeing is not real. Well, we know 100% is real. I don't know what's going on with the fucking, it's New York. I don't, it is what it is. We have some kind of crazy ass storm over here. And
It's raining. It's raining.
why you saying so? Why?
It's going right now. We just walked
So I don't know. It's been the internet been acting weird all day. I don't know if I was too. I don't know. Let me see if I could clear some other things up. I don't know. All right, gets dropped. So hey, we see. We see if anybody could stick to the topic of these dating conspiracies and how all these men feel like divorce, marriage, and the court system, and how they don't need emotional intelligence, like all these things. As we are progressing as we are progressing as a society, we see that men are the ones that's typically fallen by women or movement. It's just what it is. The women seeming like they are more ambitious. They seem a little bit more intelligent. I dropped the link. Did y'all not? It's pinned at the top, by the way. And we see, and eventually we need to stop allowing people to take from the original people. It's like it's far too long. It's so many goddamn $5 Indians on the goddamn internet. It ain't even funny. It's not even funny. So many of them. They do. Let me see.
Yo,
Yes, sir.
can you hear
Good day
me?
to you.
Yo, can you hear me? My mic. Hold on real quick.
I can hear you.
Oh, you can
I
hear me
can
now?
hear you.
Okay. What's going on, man?
Yes.
Hey, shout
Good
out
day
to
to you, sir. How you doing? What is your thoughts on this whole conspiracy theories?
Nah, I don't want to talk about no D. I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about your delusions of grandeur and the shots that you were taking. That's what I would like to talk about. I don't want to talk about what you call it. But shout out to you, shout out to your audience. Y'all, I'm praying that y'all are well in that storm up there, man. Be well in the storm. But yeah, I don't want to talk about I want to talk about your delusion of grandeur. That's what I would like to talk about.
Me?
No, you. Yo, it's I
Let's
don't
see.
know. Is it
Let's see how this.
Nah, I can't substantiate your delusion. Is it my computer or is your computer lagging? Like it's really lagging behind that. I say I got a big fan. I say I got a big fan in the audience. Shout out to you. I'll sign your autograph later, Prism. Shout out to you. Big fans. I don't know. It's a lot of delay going on, bro. I don't know. Is that on your end or my end? It's a
Yeah,
lot
it
of
is.
delay.
I don't know. Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the audience can hear it. I can hear it. It is a little bit of a delay. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. My internet says it's okay, but clearly we going through we got some situations on this side of the world. So
Yeah,
it's
but
what it is.
just for the record, anytime I
But
use
again, try to talk, see if it's still that.
anytime I use a topic that has anything to do with something that you talked about, I give you credit. I say your name in the description, and I give a tag where people could tag back to you. So you know what I'm saying? But most of the time, I don't even get a chance to watch your show, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? Every once in a while, I can. And sometimes you talk about some dope stuff. And if I can't get on here to talk about it, I'll talk about it on my show. But nobody bases their show or their life off of you or what you're talking about. You need to stop. You need to stop that. Don't make sense.
So the problem is that majority. Hopefully, you can hear me well. The issue is that majority of people, they will always act as if they never seen the show. This is why they scared to hop out the clouds. This is why they scared to communicate. This is why they scared to hit the button and all those other things. However, when you look at their shows, you can see clearly where they getting these topics from and where they getting their ideas from. All I'm saying is this: it is very interesting. I was gone for what 3-4 days, and the main topics was just people arguing with themselves. I don't know. Maybe that's a conspiracy theory. I don't know.
I can't speak
what
to
it
what
is.
nobody else is. But I can't speak to what nobody else is doing. But my
That's
topic
fair.
wasn't. My topic wasn't about that. My topic wasn't about no arguing. My topic was about, you know what I'm saying, some very interesting things about Ebo Noah, you know what I mean? And his thing, you know what I mean? I had a very dope show that had nothing to do obviously with you because you wasn't even there. Obviously, Real Prism, you do care.
Right,
That's
fine.
the interesting.
And clear. And I agree that I'm not inspiring every topic, but what I do understand that I do inspire a lot of topics.
Not on my
And a lot
show.
of people act as if like giving me some kind of credit is some kind of it is some kind of way. Even when they agree with me, they're like, "Oh, I can't believe I agree with Sharon." When majority of the time they agree with me. Majority of
That's
men
not
agree with me.
true. Stop it. That's
They just
not
don't
true.
want to because of it is 100% true.
I can't listen. I agree with you sometimes.
It's
I don't agree.
100% true that majority of the things that I talk about, the men agree.
I agree with you sometimes. I don't agree with you all the time. It's a delay, and I apologize, bro. I agree with you sometimes. I don't agree with you all the time. I don't agree with you most of the time. I agree with you sometimes. Yo, Sharon.
What's going? Let me see if I could diagnose what the hell. You know, let me try this. It's over here. It is tripping right now. I'm gonna try to restart it on my side. Y'all continue to talk while I restart my side. See what happens.
All right. Yo,
What the fuck is
put a
this?
one in the chat if y'all can hear me. Put a one in the chat if y'all can hear me. We trying to keep Sharon's show going until he come back. Yo, put a one in the chat if y'all can hear me. Put a one in the chat if y'all can hear me. All right, put a one. All right, shout out to Miss J. Hey, Miss J.
What
Miss
up,
J.
Vince?
Shout out to Reese. What's up, Justice? Y'all can hear? Okay. Yeah, we're just trying to keep the show going. Shout out to you. We're trying to keep the show going.
I think we better now. It seems like I could hear y'all much clearer. I don't hear the choppiness anymore. Can you hear me very quickly and direct now?
Yeah, I hear you direct. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe
You're clear.
Okay.
Very clear.
All right. So we got. So what I'm saying is to you is like I understand that there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there, right? And for the problem that I'm having is that majority of the men in our spaces, especially the ones that's deep rooted in our spaces, and we know it's not too far out there. Even the big channels, they try to act as if they're not stealing from us, and we know who is creating original content and who is not creating original content.
Right, but
And then so even when it happens on a smaller scale for yours as the most recent one, right? The one that it got inspired from my show, right? Because it's not necessarily stealing, right? It's more than inspired. You heard a spark of a conversation, maybe even 10 minutes of the conversation. That's all it needs for a content creator to actually hear.
right.
We don't need to hear a whole show.
Right. What's up, Lord?
Right. So, but the problem is that
April?
majority of the time, people they get the power to say, I don't watch your show. I only did it one time. And that is the issue. We never get an opportunity to give the person that is the rightful originator of the spark of the conversation, where the person got the idea from, and say, hey, give that person that's a smaller content or whatever, give him that props, whether if I like him, dislike him, whether if I agree with him 90% of the time, or I'm going to act like I don't.
Right. But that's why I do what I do. That's why I give credit in the description or in the title of the video. If there's room, I give credit to say, okay, this was inspired by this. I got this from here, whatever the case may be. But I think part of the problem is people take that and make it seem like everything that a person does is because of another person, or most things that a person does is because of another person. And I've lived a lot of life, bro. I could talk for years, you know what I'm saying, about the stuff. There's a lot of stuff I can't talk about, but I could talk about the stuff for years that I've lived and been through. You know what I'm saying? So it's not that I need anybody else to create content. Like, it's certain conversations that are dope. And if they are, you know what I'm saying, interesting, I'll branch off of those and have a conversation, converse about it. But, I don't know. I understand what you're saying, because people have stole from me too. But it's like, yo, at the end of the day, they don't give credit, right? You have taken my topics and taken my sayings and said stuff that I said and then said it later, and then give me no credit either. So I get it.
And I want to say I don't believe that is true. Whenever I have an inspiration of you, I make sure it's known that it's from you. I would have jokes. I would tease you. I would say your name. I don't mind tagging you or Angry Man or anybody else that I have inspiration from, because I don't believe me getting inspiration from somebody's topic for 10 minutes that I do get a chance to watch, that has taken away from how I envision the rest of my conversation, right? So I don't see it as taken away. I love to give love. This is why people dislike me as well. People are like, why do you go over there? Because you go over there and they jump you and they beat you up. But for me, really, I do enjoy the back and forth, the mental combativeness. I enjoy that. I enjoy whooping y'all ass. You know what I'm saying? It's fun for me.
Delusional. And like
Right.
I said, delusional. What's up, April Carter? What's up, Lord ADS? Delusional.
No, serious, I enjoy whooping
What's up,
y'all ass
Brandon?
because y'all really don't, sometimes y'all just don't want to give the proper respect where it's due. Even unless I'm 100% agreeing with one of you, then you say, oh yeah, he was correct. But majority of the time, y'all don't disagree. What y'all disagree with me as a position, as a human being, and y'all disagree with who agrees with me, because y'all don't like
That's not
the
even
chat.
true, bro.
Because
That's not
most of
even
the time,
true.
people cannot point out the words that I say that they say, hey, I disagree with you with, right? Like even the show that you was doing, we was in 100% agreement. It's more shows of me coming to your show and we are in 100% agreement, and you'll do your best to find something like, oh, I'm gonna take this one thing. You said women, or whatever the case is. I'm just exaggerating with that one word. However, I'm saying you'll find something to pull out of it, because your audience do not, it seems as if your audience do not enjoy agreeing with me.
Well, the thing is this. So I agree with you sometimes, and when I agree with you, I have no problem saying I agree with you. I disagree with you a lot of times because you're very hyperbolic. You are very extreme, and you take extreme positions. And you should know by now, most of my positions are not extreme. Most of my positions are balanced positions. So that's why fundamentally we disagree a lot of times, not because it's you saying it, but because you always have to take it a little step further and put some sauce on it. And listen, that's what makes you you. That's what makes your channel what it is. And it's all good. I understand it. But like, please don't make it seem like I agree with you, but I'm disagreeing with you for some sort of audience participation. No, not at all. Because they don't agree with you at all. I agree with you sometimes. They don't agree with you at all.
So perfect.
That's on them. But just like you got
that.
people in your audience that don't agree with me. Like, it is what it is. They don't have to.
Right, and I appreciate that. And majority of the people that's in your audience or in your chat that said that they disagree with me, they are lying. They 100% agree with me.
What type
and
of stuff is that?
And the reason why I know that they 100% agree with me, because they want the lifestyle that I'm living in the first place. That's the one that they promote the most. Right. So for them to say that they disagree with me, but also agree with my lifestyle, makes zero sense whatsoever. But they just want to disagree with me because I have enough intelligence to not push women down to build myself up, because they want somebody to beat down on women. And so that's what they don't like about me, that I don't use my skill set of whatever they see me as to beat up on women. That's the real problem, especially the men that's the red pill inside the men for those no good suckers. That's the real problem. What's up, Nightish?
Shout out to Shadow the Titan. He's been here for a minute. I'm gonna digress for a second because
you have to, because you.
I don't have. Well, okay, see, there you go. I'm trying to be. I don't agree. I'm trying to be polite, but let me since
hey Ben, no, take a little further. Don't worry, I'm gonna go after him too. Because he just said,
look, just because I like
oranges,
we want to make sure he is safe and hold on tight. We got it.
Just because I like oranges doesn't mean I have to like orange juice.
No doubt. But okay, so let me fit. So you're absolutely incorrect, bro. And this is the thing. I don't understand why you keep doing this. Like, yo, fam, I'm happy that you're happy. I'm happy that you got a good situation that you enjoy. But best believe 9 times out of 10, most people do not want to live the Sharon Bracey lifestyle. Most people have their own dreams, their own aspirations, and how they want to live their life, right? At the end of the day, and if you're happy with your life, that's great. There's nothing wrong with that. That's wonderful. But the fact that you try to project whatever you got going on other people as if we or they aspire to be like you is absolutely insane. It doesn't make any sense, bro. We do not like tight. We do not like tight blouses. We do not like Malik Yoba lips with ashy lips. We do not like ashy white boy hats with SBG on them. We don't want to live your lifestyle, son. Relax.
Perfect. I'm glad that you said all that. So now when we break it down, like you try to break it down to my clothes, which is fine. Right. So that's fine. So however, when we hear men, they want to be providers. Is that correct?
Men are providers.
They are not.
They are.
We hear it time and time again that they are not.
Men are providers. The ones that you're talking about are providers.
When we talking about majority of men are not providers.
Good.
Right? We could statistically prove that, correct?
The men that you're speaking about specifically are providers, though. You speak about men in this space like Angry Man or like myself. We're providers. So try again. Go ahead.
No, we was talking about your chat. We wasn't talking about you and the Angry Man, right? I was literally talking about your chat when you said no, that my chat do not want to be like you. This is what
okay. I got a lot of successful people in my chat, so you'd have to call out people specifically, and I'm sure you don't want to do that.
So
but
now this is where it turns into a gaslight, and we try to.
I got a lot of successful men in my chat. I just do. Why are you mad about that?
Okay, I'm not. And this is when we got to understand that. This is when the gaslighting starts. Do men want to be providers, right? And then we could clearly see what the statistics show, that majority of men cannot be providers. We know that. 100%, me and you both know majority of men cannot
Black
provide.
Man Unfiltered is a provider. Shout out, he is the standard. Black Man Unfiltered is the standard, and you're mad because Black Man Unfiltered is the standard and you are not. Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered. BMU
Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered, but
the
also the issue is he might be the standard of taking care of his woman 100%, but he ain't the standard when it comes to health. And we could look at that man and say that he's not healthy. Can you look at that man? Can you agree and say Black Man Unfiltered need to get his health in order?
Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered.
Let me see if you're going to be honest with your brother. And see, this is the real reason why men don't like me, because I'm 100% honest. Are you going to be honest with your brother's health, that he needs to get on standard of his health?
He said that he can improve on that.
I'm asking you as a big brother, because you're a couple of years older. You ain't old enough to hold my hand across the street, but you're old enough to be big brother. So big brother, is the Black Man Unfiltered the health standard for Black men? Yes or no?
No.
There we go. And that's the shit that we got to. So he is not the standard.
He is the standard overall.
No, he's not overall, because we know for a fact that men his size do not make it into they twilight years and to see their grandkids that run around in the street with them. And we want him to do all those things. But until we as men start to say, hey, I'm glad that you got these things in order, but you still didn't get your life in order, my brother.
But listen, he takes care of his children. He provides for his wife. He is that provider that you're talking about. He's been married for over 20 years. He's prioritized marriage and doesn't have lust at the top of his priority system. But he takes care of his wife, and all his children are by his wife. He is the standard. His wife doesn't have to work.
And I applaud that provider part, and I agree 100%. But he's not the standard, because he misses on other things, and that's fine. And there's a good possibility that I miss on other things. And the beauty of missing on other things is that you have room to improvement, because you are the reason why you are in your situation. So therefore, you are also the person that's going to get yourself up out that situation as well, right? Because none of us is perfect, but we should be striving to improve every single year, not just on the superficial looks of everything. And superficially providing, he says it, and so we believe him. Do we know for a fact? Absolutely not. but we're gonna believe it
Well,
anyway.
Sharon, can you define providing?
We all know what, when we are having a conversation about a man provided 100% for his family, we know what it means.
Pretend I don't.
And
There's a reason why.
it is not. You could just have your conversation.
Well, I think there's different standards of providing.
Yeah, I would like to hear. What's the different standards of providing? What's up, Uda? But you know, me and Iz don't really probably agree on that neither, right? We know what provide means. It ain't no you could provide 70-30 talking about your provider. It is what it is.
Right. Now we
You
do
know?
agree on that. Provision means you're taking care of your family 100%. You're taking care of them. Now, you know, maybe your wife or your significant other, maybe she has different things that she adds to the situation, but overall, you're taking care of the situation. That's what provision means.
That's what it is. And then it's okay. And not all women want that as well, right? So there's also, we could throw that in the mix as well. Not all women want that.
Nah, that's true. That's true.
So
too.
and that is and is nothing wrong with it. So and this is where the conspiracy shit happens, and the relationship conspiracy theories be happening, right? When a man could say, "Hey, I'm 100% provider on this," and then he's missing on the other 8 things, and then he don't want to talk about those 8 things. That's the issue. We could talk about how that man is he has the ability to be 100% provider, but he chose a woman that is 100% don't want that lifestyle. That's what he chose. That's what he loved. It's okay. That's fine as well too. We also understand that is kind of a myth that two incomes is better than one. That's also possibly a myth.
What do you mean by that?
Because we see that it's not shaping out to be fruitful for most people. Most people that have this 2-income household are not living better than the person under 1-income households.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I mean, listen, like
because we know when they go outside of work right now a lot of the house is being neglected. So now what you're going to do? Now most of your money is going to provide that neglect.
But okay, so now is most of your audience or most of the women in your audience, are they okay? Because from what I've seen, most of the women in your audience are not okay with being at-home women. They want to be, they're professional women. They're business women. They're women that prioritize their career and their money. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of the women in your particular audience don't necessarily want to be home or homemakers, right? And what about that?
I think majority of the women are just being realistic and understand that they are not going to be able to be with a man that is 100% provider, and also he got emotional intelligence and he's not going to be abusive. What we see way too often is from the past women that trusted these men. They got too many horror stories, and regardless if the women of today experienced it or not, it's way too many of them for women to trust a man 100%, and men that are capable and willing to do the 100% provision, they're not willing to get that trust from their woman because they think it's some kind of conspiracy to take advantage of them if the woman stay at home. So both sides got the conspiracy about it.
I think that yeah, I mean the thing about it is this, right? So it is a matter of trust. It is a matter of us getting back to trust each other. You know what I mean? Women and men, Black women and men to be specific. Us communicating with each other, right? And getting along, and then getting to love each other, and then building back community. And it's going to take trust. It's going to take time. It's going to take us wanting to understand each other, us wanting to build with each other and grow with each other. You know what I'm saying? So that is going to have to happen. And I think, unfortunately, with the way that the world is going, it's going to happen sooner than later because it's going to be forced. You know what I'm saying?
What's the last part? It's going to be what?
It's going to be forced because we need each other, right? It's going to be forced.
And so, and they got another part of conspiracy, right? That I don't agree with neither.
Okay.
I don't think this relations conspiracy that the government is going to force people to, or the economy is going to force people to be together and create marriages. It's just not a thing. I agree with the first part of what you're saying. I think we are in a accord that part. It's just the second part. The conspiracy part is what I'm starting to have issues with as of recently. Is that the government is going to force us to get together, the economy is going to force us to get together, and we are going to eventually sing kumbaya. The real issue is that men are going to start to understand how much these other attributes actually mean to society now. We're not living in a time where you could just take advantage and nobody knows. It moves way too fast in today's time. You do something stupid, the world is going to know about it.
Right, but that's that. But this is there. You kind of moving the goalposts a little bit. Shout out to ADS. The thing about it is, Sharon, yo, at the end of the day, right? We've seen it with not with the events that happened in New York back in the days, right? When and it brought people together. We seen it during the event that happened about 5 years ago that everybody went through. That with you know what I mean. We seen that, and so what happens is tragic situations and economic collapse do bring people together and do make people have to rely on each other. There were more babies born the last 5 years, you know what I mean, during that 5 year, 5 years ago than in a long time. And that was because people were having to be together in the house. Now, granted, when the world opened back up, most of them people stopped being together, you know what I'm saying? but
And so, but
but
so
in the
like even when we
meantime,
go
in
with that, when we
between
go with
this
that,
stuff
I
was
think
hard.
what I think even when we go with that scenario, I think the main thing that the women took from that, right, is that DV went up as well. And I think that's the part that most women are going to pay attention to rather than the part that you are paying attention to. And I think once men start to realize the things that women are worried about, we need to address those things so we could gain some trust and stop trying to dismiss their feelings about whatever their situation is, whether it's real, whether it's gaslight, whatever it is. Until we start addressing what the women are concerned with, we are going to continuously to have these relationship conversations where men are not understanding women. We keep missing the mark, and men need to understand for us to hit the mark of building successful families again.
Why is it so one-sided? I think that we need to understand each other. Like it's not just men need to understand women, and it's not just women need to understand men. Like I said, we need to communicate. Women and men need to communicate with each other and lead with understanding of each other to build back. Like I don't understand. Like women, yo, there's never. Let me tell y'all again. For every 3 women that don't like a man, there's 10 other women that love that man and love that man's funky draws. So like at the end of the day, I don't know what y'all thinking that this is. Hold on real quick. Someone got heavy feedback. But I don't know what y'all thinking that this is, but there are women like you know what I'm saying? You'd be surprised. What one woman won't do, 10 other women will be more than willing and more than happy to do. Trust and believe that. There's no women shortage out here. Dudes is having their way. Dudes is getting the woman that they want. It's not a problem. So at the end of the day, we need to try to understand each other. We need to try to get along with each other and build back so that we could build our communities back. It's not about, oh, well, these men need women and they can't get any women. Yeah, right. Women are everywhere.
And I think that mentality majority men have, and that's why we having an issue with building families. Well, if we was to take that ideology and we was to put it inside of a relationship, one man, one woman, and then he was to say, and we say, hey, you need to listen to your woman. He said, no, I don't need to listen to her. We need to listen to each other. And because if she don't want to listen, if she don't want to listen to both of us, there's plenty of women that's out there that is going to be able to willing to have this communication, and they will love my funky draws. It's going to present a provide for that a division for that woman to leave. It's not going to give her any trust or security that this man actually wants to listen to me. And that's the issue with, in my mind, that mentality that we have, that a lot of men do have that same idea that you have, that is, if you don't want to do it, another woman will. And as long as we keep having that mentality, men are always looking for the next woman to jump into her bedroom.
No, but that's not a jump
but
into the
Sharon,
bed.
okay. Yeah.
That's not
I
a
was
jump
just,
into the bedroom scenario. Real quick, I apologize. I'm gonna be quiet. That's not a jump into the bedroom scenario. That's a listen. If you're not compatible, like the crazy thing is, it seems as if you're trying to get men or shame men into being with non-compliant, non-compatible women, and that doesn't make sense. Like a woman should find a man who she could trust, who she could depend on, who is a good man for her. And a man should find a woman that he could trust, that he's compatible with, and that's gonna be a good woman for him. Like at the end of the day, this whole idea of trying to make square pegs fit in circular holes, every woman is not for me. So I'm not gonna try to force myself to be with a woman that's not for me when I know that there's 100 women that are for me. Like that doesn't even make sense. I would get with a woman who's compatible with me, who believes in me, who is going to be real with me and honest with me, and who's going to work with me. And the same thing, she should only be with me if I'm going to be real with her, if I'm going to be faithful to her, loyal to her, and I'm going to provide for her. Like at the end of the day, it should be that people get together that work together well, that are compatible with each other. You
Okay, and
shouldn't try to force nothing that don't work.
right. And so the issue is that we're not in disagreement with what you said. However, the issue that I'm having with our conversation is that always having an option to leave her is the main option for her to be with you, and that means that you are choosing her out of love, but it's not. When we use it in that, if I'm always talking to my wife and say, "Hey, listen, if you don't do X, Y, and Z, is 100 other women that could do it." That is not setting up our marriage for faithfulness and trust. That
Yeah, you
is
should never.
that is
That's what I'm saying. No, but
that's
what I'm saying, I apologize. What I'm saying is, you're not gonna get to marriage if your wife wasn't the type of woman that cared about you and that cared about making sure that you're good, making sure that she does the things that you need her to do. And if you didn't care about her, y'all would have never got married. So what I'm saying is that I'm talking about leading up to that. I'm not saying once you get married, once you choose somebody, of course, because y'all chose each other for a reason. But once getting up to that, there's no way that you should be making all these compromises like of yourself and of your standard to add a woman that doesn't even really want to be a part of what you got going on. So I'm saying once you're married, of course, you're not gonna, of course, you should never do that.
all right. And so what I'm talking to is that leading up to the part, right? And my issue with the leading up to the part, if you go into the situation that your opinion means more than hers is the issue. And when you don't want to listen to your woman and say, "Hey, what is your concerns?" and then actually look at those concerns and build a relationship off of her concerns and make sure she understands that those concerns is your concerns as well, it's gonna breed into a situation where it's a man-centered relationship. And I usually in this day and age, it's just not working out for relationships and building families. It needs to be a mutual building, a mutual center. The relationship should be into center of these families. Because if we used to put a mentality on men that, hey, anything that you do to your woman, it gotta go through the relationship first. So if you talking ish and being mean towards your woman, it's gonna hurt the relationship before it hurts her.
Right, but why would you think that I'm saying what part of what I said makes you think that I advocate for you teased me because when hold on real quick, you teased me with my woman because I was being soft and I was being gentle with her. You teased me for that. So
Mhm.
what part of my presentation makes you think that I think that you should be mean or cruel to a woman that you decided to be with? That doesn't even make sense.
Because it sounded duality, right? So when you say, "Hey, when I say the buck stops with me, and when I say goes, and it doesn't matter what her life is, it doesn't matter what
I
career
didn't
she
say none
chooses,"
of that.
I'm just saying so I could build up the argument of how men take what you're saying. Because majority of the time, uh, men that have fruitful, great relationships, it is a duality. Both parties respect each other 100%. That's what usually happens, and me and you will agree on that. However, what majority of these people are representing in these social media platforms and in communication is the complete opposite. They make it seem that only men are supposed to have the final this and final this, and is women are delusional. They don't understand the dangers that a man, all these BS talking points. And once men start to understand the concerns of their woman, and then that woman is going to have a concern for her man. And then therefore now we have the relationship in the middle of both of us. And as long as we represent, we don't want to hurt the relationship, then therefore we'll never try to go over the relationship to hurt our woman.
But I asked you what talking points do I use, right? So I didn't say any of those things today at all. I said you was delusional. I don't say any of those talking points. So it's crazy. Do I think that the man should have the final say? Yes, absolutely. I do think the man should have the final say.
Hold on. Let me jump into the talking point that what I was saying, where me and you disconnect right here. So this way we can understand the argument for both of us. Is that when I say that the man should pay attention to the women's trials, tribulations, and traumas, and then you say, no, we need to listen to each other. That's my issue.
Well, okay, so you don't think that a woman should wait, I'm confused. So real quick, let me just clarify my point, and then I'm gonna pass the mic real fast. I think that a man should choose a woman who is a good woman for him. Whatever that means for that particular man. So if that man chooses a woman that's a good woman for him, then that means that she's a worthy and worthwhile woman. She's no less than that man, and they are building together. I think a woman should choose a man who she respects, who she can rely on, depend on, who is going to be there for her and be a rock in her life, right? And so, therefore, there's going to be times where y'all are not going to agree. And no matter what, you're just not going to agree. And so if she chose a solid man to be the head of her household, then she should be able to depend on that man, that if he says XYZ, then that should be what it is. Now, sometimes, and there may be a lot of times, you will be talking with your woman, conversing with your woman, and your woman is going to say something that's you're going to be like, you know what? I didn't think about that. And that is the best recourse. Let's do that. Let's do what she said, because she had a better plan. So I'm not saying it's always going to be the man's way. What I'm saying is the woman has say so. Absolutely. At the same time, at the end of the day, as the leader, the man should have the final say so. And if you don't have a man that you feel is qualified to do that, then you shouldn't be with that man as a woman. And if you don't have a woman, gentlemen, that is willing to trust you, depend on you, and rely on you, you shouldn't be with that woman. It's just that simple. Find you somebody that you could trust. Find you someone that you could work with. Find you somebody that you could build with. It's that simple.
And so, and before BMU jump in there, and we open it up, but I just like thank y'all for holding your patience. I really appreciate it. To everybody else that's on the panel, thank you. I think it's an important conversation to get these full thoughts out. Sometimes me and Izzy, we could go along with it, but it is what it is. It's good for conversation. And so what I'm saying is that no man should ever make a decision about his household that's going to damage the family. And so this is why it should not be the man has a final say so. It should always be the relationship, the family has a final say so. It should not be that he could overpower her decision. And that's where the issue lies in. I think
it's not even biblical.
It's not at all.
I'm not having a biblical conversation with you right now.
Wait. So you don't believe? So wait. So let me ask you this. So why you don't believe in God? You don't believe in the Lord? You don't believe in the biblical principle of marriage?
Yes, that's fine. I could agree with that.
Okay, so if you believe in the biblical principle of marriage and believe in structure and order, then God says that's the way it's supposed to be.
Right, and not the man. So yeah, but the man didn't say it. God will have the final say, so not the man. And so,
what?
What? Hold on. So God will have the final say, so not the man. And she would be able to hold her husband to the gospel, right? Not just his own thought. And that's the issue that we have when we say that the man has a complete override over the woman. That's where we lie into the issue, because most men look at that as they are the gods of their house, because most men are not as religious or well versed in the Bible as you or BMU or Shadow the Titan was.
But they're split.
Okay, but the scripture.
the majority
But
of
Before we get to these deep dives, can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, give
and
me
majority of relationships don't have anything to do with the Bible whatsoever.
But this is the thing.
When we have these conversations, we got to also remember that we're talking to the majority and not put our own information into the conversation with the majority of people that are not following solid doctrine. They are not following.
But this is the thing. First of all, you swore to God on the Bible and made vows to God on the Bible. Wait, hold on.
When you got married, bingo.
Most people, hold on real quick. Most people in America, when they get married on a Bible. They get married and they swear to God and they make a vow before God on the Bible that they're gonna do XYZ to sickness and health, to richer or poor, to death do you part. They make a vow on the Bible. Most people. So it's interesting that you're saying what most people don't do, but unless you are a Muslim and get married in a masjid, or unless you are, of the other faith, little hat faith, and get married in the synagogue or whatever the case may be, you are getting married on the Bible. Even if you go to the justice of the peace, you're getting married on the Bible and on the Bible principle. Yes, you are. That's 100% factual. What you mean?
Okay. So the issue is that, let's go with it's 100% factual. So this way, it's not a nuanced argument. So Izzy's 100% right. You get married on the Bible. The issue is that the people that get married on the Bible, they do not follow the Bible. And that's where my separation is. And that's why I'm going to talk to. Most people are not following the actual sound doctrine. And so when they are not following the sound doctrine, when they hear what you say, they believe that they just have complete domain over their wife, where the scripture.
They do. The scripture says that.
It's Genesis 3:16.
It says it. Genesis 3. There it is.
Hold on. So again, you are a biblical man. You are not talking about you personally. We are talking about in general. In general, majority of people will go with what you said without have any sound doctrine to back up what they are saying. So it says.
So we're talking about a hypocrite.
It says, right. It's talking about God, man, woman, child. And for some reason, majority of men want to put the man and forget that it's God before the man. And once a man have this mentality and he's not a righteous man, he doesn't follow any kind of sound doctrine, he would take this idea that he is the head of household and use it in a negative way. And this is the concern of most women. This is the concern of most women. We are trying to build up healthy families, because we know healthy families is what actually creates healthy communities. Then we need to pay attention to that and listen to this struggle that women are having with this doctrine that men keep trying to push on women.
Real quick, if I may. I agree with Izzy. I don't agree with the fact that I think in a household, it shouldn't be a forced thing. I think that a man should choose his woman and choose his woman wisely. And if we go to what Izzy and I believe in, it says, he who finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor. So when you find that woman, like I have and so many other women, men have found their women, then they were raised in that way. And so it's not a disrespectful thing for you to lead or to make decisions. Because, even trying to tell this to my sister and her husband, and she said, well, my opinion, I'm going to say my opinion. And I just told her, I said, well, opinions are the willingness between knowledge and ignorance, and you have to be willing to listen to your man. And if you're not working and you're a stay-at-home mom and he's the financial source and the being of that household, like so many of us are, then you have the final say. Now, can she come in and say, hey, babe, I was thinking that you want to do it this way or do something this way. And I take that opinion and I can work with that opinion. I work with what she said. Absolutely. But at the end of the day, men have to be men. There can't be a familiarity between the woman and the man. There has to be some type of authority. Biblically, it says the man has authority over his wife, over her body, over her as a woman. That's what that's so. If that's what we believe in, we can't criticize the faith that we believe in, Izzy and I, and whoever else. I don't know whoever else, but that's what it says biblically.
And so, and
Hey, Sharon, can I get it next? Because we're not even getting
the issue is,
and
I got
this
you,
is the
ADS.
problem.
I got you, and I think me and ADS probably going to say the same thing. The issue is that you believe because he is bringing in finances and she taking in the house, that means that he has more say so over her.
No, the Bible says I have more say so over her. He says I have authority over her, her body. I have authority over my wife. It says when I get married to my wife, her body no longer belongs to her, but belongs to me. My body no longer belongs to me, but belongs to her. I have authority over her.
Pause there. See, the problem is the first time you said that, you left that key component.
No, that's my first time saying that part.
No, it's not. This is your second time saying it. You actually repeated it. You just added more context to it. And
y'all read the comments right now? Men and women are on two separate sides, living out of fear. Right? This ain't bringing us closer together. You know what I'm saying? Right? Let's get to the point where we can talk about marriage. Can we get to the dating point? Can we see exactly how we could actually get to that point first before we get to the deep dive of what marriage entails?
Well, you got to go in order to do that. ADS, hold on, real quick. In order to do that, you got to go to the root of what marriage comes from.
BMU, hold on. And this is the problem. Hold on. The problem that men like you are having is that y'all do not want to pay attention to what the women are afraid of. Y'all want to just say, yeah, you're afraid of that, but don't worry, a man is going to take care of that. No. If she says she's afraid of this doctrine that you keep on preaching because it was used to harm women, and for some reason you just want to overlook that because you believe in your mind that men are over women, and that is the issue. Just because he is financially providing doesn't mean that he has more say so in the house because she is at home. And this is the mentality that we need to change, because once that mentality changes and you respect your wife as a human being, this idea that my finances outweighs everything else that you do. This is why majority of women look at marriage as labor, because men only present it as labor. And he present himself as, hey, I'm bringing in money, as he only provides that one thing. Everything else he does not provide. He does not provide the emotional stability in the house because he ain't there. He ain't providing safety in the house because he's not there. He is not communicating with her because he is not there. All these things that women have concerns with, y'all men want to ignore it because you want to put yourself as you are God. You are not that. You are not this whole idea of authority over a woman, over your wife. You forget the part that she has authority over you as well. So
she does not. She does not. That's not biblical. That's not biblical.
The reason why she does, the reason why she does, if you want to have sex with her and she doesn't want to have sex with you, what should happen?
Leave her.
Right, and there go the problem. Right there, you men are y'all are unsufferable.
Wait, whoa, are you not?
Sharon, dominion
you don't understand.
Dominion means something.
You don't understand how you sound. You really don't, because instead, what you should do as a concerned husband, what's going on with my woman that she's not in the mood? Because we all understand that a woman's mood is tied to her stress level.
Izzy, hold on, Sharon, hold on. Let me say this, because I gotta go back to work. I'm gonna say this.
All right. Hold on. If I have authority over her, she has authority over me. I'm not gonna do something to my body that my body don't want, right? Because we're supposed to be one. So if I want to cut myself and my other self says don't cut it, I'm not gonna cut it. It's okay. I'm not gonna. If you put the relationship before your woman, right, you are not going to go through your relationship to hurt your woman. You're just not, because it's going to hurt the relationship regardless. And if men keep on with the mentality that you have, we are going to be stuck in this position where men are not going to be able to understand women. And this is why we need men to understand what are women's fears and take them seriously, so we can get men and women back into an understanding situation. Because even if you have all the right attributes, it doesn't mean that you are compatible.
Sharon, that's why hold on. Right, it doesn't. Because let me say this, because basically you're telling us to take our faith and throw it in the trash is what I'm hearing. Second thing is it does say that biblically, it says, wives, do not deprive your husband of sexual intimacy unless you both agree. That's what it says. That's what we
Pause. She can deny you sex. She can
Yeah,
say no,
but
I'm not. She can say no, I'm not in the mood today.
and that's not biblical.
That's not, yes, it is, because that's not denying you just because one day she wasn't in the mood. And this is what you men do not understand. Y'all don't understand what you are actually promoting. I don't know.
You're counteracting the word deny.
Hold
You
on.
literally just said deny
Hold
is a
on.
deny.
Hold on.
Right, exactly.
I don't understand if it's a comprehension problem or what. So again,
I bet. What does deny mean?
If you read say what it says deny what?
It says, wives, do not deny your husband of his sexual desires unless
Pause
you
there.
and him both agree.
Pause there. Perfect. Desires. So that's not just one time of having sex.
What?
And so
If she
therefore,
did-
hold on.
if you're-
Therefore, this is when I understand that men are just listening to just put themselves above a woman, and that is a problem. When it says you cannot deny his desires, right? His desires could be a bunch of things. It doesn't mean that she cannot say no one time. No, because I'm on my period, sir. It's disgusting. That's not her.
The Bible even says don't have sex on your period.
Right. The Bible says don't have sex during your period.
Hold on.
You're not well versed in the word, bro.
Hold on. Y'all gotta have some comprehension skills. Because she said no because she's on her period doesn't mean that she is denying you of your
Sharon, the Bible says that she cannot have sex during her period. I'm trying to teach you something you're not well versed in, bro.
Hold on, relax. So I'll give you examples, right? So we could give another. I'm not in the mood today because I had a rough day. I did X, Y, and Z, and I'm not in the mood today. So this way we could get off of it being so fucking literal, right? So again, a woman saying
you don't like
no
being wrong, bro.
A woman saying no tonight does not mean that she is denying you of your sexual desire.
Yes, by literal definition. By literal definition of the word deny.
Hold on. If that is the case, then you men do not have comprehension skills whatsoever. And therefore, this is why women are always going to have this problem with men that have the same ideology as you type of men, right? And it is what it is.
Then correct me. What does deny mean? Then correct me. What does deny mean? Teach us
have that problem.
Hold on.
So,
It's a whole complete sentence. Deny sexual desires. It didn't say
Tell
deny.
me what that means to you.
It did not say ever say no. Okay, so you got to be able to have comprehension skills, right?
Okay, so comprehension tells me.
Hold on. It says deny sexual desires. So whatever his desire is, she doesn't whatever that is. If he desires her to wear a certain kind of outfit for them to do whatever, and she says no, that will be
that
denying
is not.
Sharon, hold on.
It ain't
Sharon, I apologize. No, Sharon, I want to apologize. Sharon, I want to apologize to you for a second. I want to apologize. Let me tell you why I want to apologize. Because you broke me off in the middle of that scripture. I know Izzy's going to get on my butt about it, so I'm going to pause, but I'm going to make sure I finish it. It says, wives, do not deprive your husband of sexual intimacy unless you both agree. And if you do agree, come back quickly and do it again with your husband so he will not be tempted by temptation. So basically, give your husband what he needs so he won't be tempted by something on the outside of that. I can give you scripture.
Okay, so pause there. Great, pause there. So that doesn't mean that she denies you one time that all of a sudden that means that you are so horny that you cannot. Again,
even God says a man will be tempted, bro. Come on now.
Hold on. If you, and this is what y'all got to understand when y'all are communicating to women. If women feel as if they have to have sex with a man one time he says no, that he might start thinking of put his peen in other women, that is not a good situation for women.
Now you're missing the rest of the scripture.
No,
you literally just skipped.
Hold on. I'm trying to get you to have comprehension skills to understand what you are communicating to other individuals.
You're not comprehending what's being said.
If you are willing to keep yourself so centered that everything got to be that you cannot get a no, and everything got to be you make the final decision on every single thing, you are setting up women to stay single. If you don't understand that, then you don't understand.
No one's saying that though, Sharon.
No
one's
fine.
saying that.
Hold on, bro. Wait, hold on. Please let me attack this. So get this. in the Bible,
Have a good show,
it even
guys. I gotta
starts
go.
talking. All
Yeah,
right,
be
all right, bro. Have a good day. So think about this, because you talk a lot about the intimacies, emotional intimacy, sexual intimacy, etc. Now we're talking about something very specific, sexual desire, and the rejection of denying it, right? Because that's literally what the Bible says on its face. You're trying to add context that's not there. It literally says, "One wife, do not deny your husband." And the reason it says do not deny, and it also orders you to come back quickly. It didn't say when, it said quickly, though. That's a subjective term. In order to prevent adultery, which is one of the sins. Like, you're skipping everything else to try to make a point. It's a women-centric point, but you're ignoring what the Bible says. The Bible
praise
literally
to the
talks
Most
about the
High and
same
the
thing.
highest. Praise to the Almighty. But at the end of the day, this ain't helping this circumstance, gentlemen. You got the women on one side and the men on the other side, and this ain't meshing it.
And
You know
here's
what
the
I'm
thing,
saying?
but why
It's for
a lot of
ABS, for some reason they don't understand. And if we could just get men to understand that this rhetoric does not help bring women together, and this way you could change your ideologies and your philosophies so you could get women to trust you. Ain't no woman gonna trust a man that says, "Hey, you cannot deny me of sex for any reason because God says so."
that is not what the Bible says.
But this is what
Again,
you
you kept
okay.
taking
Hold
the
on, hold
10-3.
on,
I didn't even say that.
hold on. I need you to understand what you are communicating, and stop trying to use the Bible as an excuse to communicate bullshit.
Again,
Majority of people are not following the good book. That's number one.
Okay.
Number two,
But you're missing my
majority
point.
of women, when you are saying something like that, they look at it as they gives their husband excuses to take it from them. And if you don't understand that, for the life of me, this is why you are not going to be able to get men and women together, because y'all keep on promoting degenerate behavior.
Wait, hold on. Let me say, hold on, real quick.
Okay.
Shadow, hold on, real quick. Let me absolutely say that I absolutely am not advocating for taking anything from women. I'm absolutely not okay with that. I haven't been a part of that conversation. I've been quiet the whole time. I do not advocate for anybody taking anything from anybody. I think that it should be given willingly, and if it's not, then it's not meant for you to have it. So let's just be clear on that. I just want to be clear on that.
And I'm gonna specify, because clearly this is gonna be one of those, let's throw the football and move the goalpost. So no, what it's literally saying right now is, hey, you should be willing to satisfy your husband's desires in order to prevent.
These people aren't married people. That's the thing.
Right,
you got people sitting on the wall.
And this is the part that they keep missing. ADS, I don't know if it's on purpose or what. Shadow, what if I told you I had a person on my panel that the Bible was one of his excuses where he didn't understand that he was taking it from his wife? What would you say to that?
So here's what I would explain, because I would also explain that if the Bible is telling him that he believes he should take it, if he goes a little farther forward, it'll actually explain why he should respect his wife. Because again, you're conflating respect with, I guess, SA, which isn't cool. Like, those two things are not the same thing.
Again, I need you to be very clear about what you're saying, because right now you're not. If a man
by taking the Bible and
if a man used that same verse and say that's why he forced himself upon his woman, what would you say to that?
I would say he's conflating the Bible and its meaning, because that's not what the Bible says.
Now, all right, perfect. So now what I'm trying to get you to understand, majority of men confuse that statement, what you're using, to take it from their wives. And this is the part that men need to understand.
But Corinthians literally clarifies the same thing. It explains why love.
Again. So this way you can understand. The men that do not know what Corinthians is,
right?
They're using that one verse that they heard you and BMU say. That's all they want to hear. They're not even going to read it for themselves. They're going to hear what you said. They're going to hear what you said and run with it.
Okay, then allow me to clarify.
Now that you understand that majority of men are not reading the good book.
Okay.
And so when they hear you say that, they are running with it, and then they force themselves upon their woman. What
Okay,
do you?
bet.
So now I need you to understand that is the danger of.
I
what
understand
you're
your
saying.
premise. Yes, I understand your premise, and I can clarify now. Then, fair. All right, bet. So here's the thing: sex and in marriage is premised on one thing: love. Love, by definition, is the willingness and desire to put one before self. That is the husband and the wife. In short, that means that if you then force yourself on your wife, you are not acting in love because you are doing something against them.
Pause there. Thank you. So now we could get out this ideology that men have last say. So when you push and you promote men have last say,
Nah,
you create
let's don't
this
do
pride.
that.
Incorrect.
No, you can't
Hold on.
conflate the two.
Again,
You can't do
conflating
that.
two different
You cannot.
situations.
You
You're
cannot do that.
reaching. You are reaching. You're
I'm not
reaching.
Reaching real
You're
bad,
reaching.
real bad, real bad.
Everybody get a chance. The problem why is not reaching because
You're
men
reaching
do
like
it.
a mother effer, man.
That's
Stop.
fine that you feel like I'm reaching.
No,
but
I'm not
trying to
feeling
get-
nothing. I'm telling you what it
No,
is.
you reaching real bad, Sharon. Real
Reaching.
bad.
Look,
That's a hell of a reach. That's
what I'm
Stretch
trying-
Armstrong, Mr. Fantastic.
I understand you believe that I am reaching. What I'm trying to get you to understand, this is how women feel about what y'all are saying.
But
So
the
regardless of the reach or not, you still cannot negate this is what women are feeling when they hear this kind of communication. And so
Now,
once we try to act as if that understanding of whatever that person is receiving from what you're saying is not real, that is a problem. This is when men need to understand what women are going through when we are saying certain things so we could get people together. Because if men will understand that this is making women fearful of men, then maybe they could start changing their ideology.
No, but
so
hold on.
here's the problem. Okay,
Hold on real
the
quick.
problem. Sorry, go for it. Go.
No, I'm sorry, Shadow. Give me 1 quick second. 1 second.
Gotcha.
Sharon. Yo, you are absolutely conflating. You are absolutely twisting the words up, right? While I do not advocate at all for taking anything from any woman at any time that she does not want to give you. I do not advocate for that at all whatsoever. I don't believe in it.
Same. I agree.
Advocate for it. I'm not okay with it, right? That is not the same thing as the husband having authority over his household and being the head of his household. So, because we say the man has the final say, that is not a hyperbolic statement to say on every single thing he's gonna say it's his way or no way. No. What it's saying is that, listen, a lot of times most men are okay with whatever their wife wants. Most men are okay with their wife getting the curtains that she wants, getting this that she wants, getting that she wants, getting the car. Most men want their wives to be happy and want their wives to be good. So they are going to be like, cool, it's cool. Yeah, baby, go ahead. It's cool, right? Or they're going to get it for her. Now, there's going to be sometimes where he sees it one way, she sees it another way, and they don't agree. There has to be some structure and order, and I'm sure you know this, on how the household is run. So while you're saying what you're saying, you're setting these women up for failure and you're setting them up for a very unhappy life if they are not okay with having some sort of structure, some sort of order, some sort of a method to how they handle conflict and how they handle things. Because guess what? The man should be the one that is facing the responsibility and holding the brunt of whatever accountability happens as a result of it working or as a result of it not working. His woman should never have to feel that.
Okay.
Okay.
And so,
I need to add to
Welcome
that.
to divorce.
issue-
Ron, read the comments.
Hold
Ron,
on.
read the comments.
So the issue is
Welcome
that
to divorce.
Hold on. The issue is that what you're saying, it doesn't translate in real life. You're right. Let me read some of it because they're getting piled up. Shout out to Tom Link. LOL. He got it down. Shout out to Red Sensational with it to us. God provides. Who's greater than God? Great question. Conversation with MJ. With Faraz. Is woman not a child of God as well? Great question. She doesn't get control over herself. Great question. Y'all will be cool with your daughters being forced against her will? I don't understand it. Deacon Dave with the $2. Specify what kind of woman you referring to, Sharon Bracy. Okay, no problem. Also, conversation with MJ. You literally said women are responsible for their husband's deviant behaviors. She faces abandonment, and betrayal from your lustful ways, and you think this reads love? Love only for thyself. And so, and that is what I think most men are not understanding what they are communicating. And no matter how you try to spin it and try to make it righteous, it doesn't sound righteous, not even a little bit. And so,
may I respond to MJ?
And once you understand that you are not sounding righteous, I think men need to have an understanding like, hey, I'm miscommunicating what I'm actually saying. And I keep on trying to say the same thing to, if I say it louder, if I say it over and over, that might change the people that's receiving the information, and it doesn't. And this is why women are moving further and further away from relationships, because men are too stubborn and hard-headed to understand what women are feeling when men say certain things.
So I have a question then. If somebody doesn't believe something, even though it's true, does that make it untrue?
Yes.
No.
What?
What the hell just happened?
He's fluid. He's gender fluid.
Okay, we could put that into.
That's crazy, boy.
It's not crazy. So how do people get arrested and locked up for years, and then we come to find out that it wasn't true and the person was telling the truth the whole time?
Again.
Right? Okay, so in life,
the truth.
So
no.
I'm confused. I'm confused like a motherfucker.
Consequences,
right?
Nope.
All of a sudden you're confused. Hold on. Let me
No.
finish saying what I'm saying.
Okay.
Plenty of time, right? Somebody could get locked up and arrested for something they did not commit, and they can have a bunch of evidence to say otherwise, and they go to jail. And so therefore the truth of the matter, he did not do X, Y, and Z, but he still went to jail for life. And then 10 years, 20 years later, it comes out with some DNA situation. And guess what? He's set free because now the truth is actually undeniable. So yes, what you are asking, it matters to the person that is receiving it.
So let's go ahead and reset that,
so
because you used two extremely different scenarios.
So if the person, right, feels that what you are saying is hurtful, it doesn't matter how truthful you think your intentions are. You are hurting the person.
Nope, that is not what I asked you. And I knew you were going to say here's exactly what I asked you. If something is true and someone does not believe it, I don't mean subjectively true, I mean objectively true. You just named it a subjective truth, a court case. And subjectively, people found him guilty, which isn't based on truth, it's based on fact, which is opinionated. They're opinionated facts, which is what court cases are. Again, you cannot use these same two scenarios because they're not the same. Again,
not necessarily.
Hold on. The reason why I can, because everybody don't believe in the Bible the way how you do.
Okay, that's fine.
So
that's
that's your truth. So this is why I use the court.
Okay.
Right?
So here's why I'm saying
to somebody else that don't. What I'm saying to somebody else that don't believe is subjective to them.
Okay. So here's the thing. So if two people don't believe in love in the same way, they are not compatible. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, build what I don't understand that.
Okay. So if two people, like me and Don, we have a conversation. We had this very conversation yesterday. That's why I'm kind of into it right now. We talked about our love styles, how we produce love to each other. I'm very big on purchasing things and quality time. She loves words of affirmation. She loves the way I speak to her. I don't like the way I talk to people most of the time, but I do it for her because I love her and put her feelings first. Because of that, our love may be different, but what we're doing is we're still loving each other first. We're loving each other in the way that we need it. A lot of people are having issues in relationships, not because they're miscommunicating, but because they're being selfish in the relationship. You cannot be both selfish.
So hold on. Let's build on what you're saying. So did you change the way how you show her love, and you started loving her the way how she wants to?
Absolutely.
Okay,
but hold on.
Hold on. No.
So did she.
No. Let's build off of that. So therefore, you doing exactly what I'm suggesting men should do. It doesn't matter what your truth is, how much you love her. She needs to be shown love a certain way for her to have this feeling that you love her.
But now you missed up what I said. She still knew I loved her.
So now when we put that in the generalities of conversations, women need to understand that you understand how they need to be loved, not the way how you want to love them. And the problem is majority of men think that they know better than women. So even when they go with your scriptures, whether the women agree with scriptures or not, y'all want to force the scripture and say, no, this is good. When the women say, no, it sounds like you're going to take advantage of me.
It's because feminism focuses on individuality.
You feel like this scripture is taking advantage of you. How and why? And then she tells you how and why. Instead of gaslighting and say, no, you should not feel that way. You should take it in and say, I understand. And actually understand, though. Don't just say
Sharon. Okay, have you ever asked?
Understand why they feel this way instead of trying to argue with the woman and say, no, what you are feeling is wrong.
Have you ever asked women why they believe the Bible?
I need to understand what I just said.
Can I introduce some prevalent information, please? Just really quick.
Understand what I said first before we move forward.
I do understand, which is why my point was what it was. But somebody goes just going to say something.
Y'all appreciate you, man. I'ma holla at you. Y'all be easy, man. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to you, Sharon. Yeah, we got nowhere. Peace.
No, I think we did get somewhere.
While women traditionally attended church more than men, recent U.S. data from 2025 shows a significant shift. About 36% of women report to attending church regularly compared to 42% of men. So for a lot of these women, we got to figure out a way to mesh the reef, man. You know what I'm saying? It's about trying to figure out how we can get this thing together, right? Versus, saying somebody automatically screaming that they're in control. Before before any of that stuff, right?
Go into deeper detail. What do you mean?
Yeah, I like where we're going. So the problem is also ADS that understanding of women going to church. Women that are going to majority of the stuff that they are preaching at these churches is not, hey, you got no choice. The man is your. No, that's not what they're preaching. You understand that? Yes, women are the main ones. That's, you know what I'm saying? They're the main ones going to church, but they are not preaching women shut the hell up. You have no purpose in church.
No, because you're taking it to an extreme. That's not what the church is preaching, and that's not what the message is even saying. But hold on, ADS question. So let me ask you this. Do you believe that you can be both independent and in a relationship at the same time? Or
yes.
Wait, correction. Focused on independence and focused on the relationship.
Well, believe it or not, if we're talking biblically based here, no relationship is sound before the eyes of God besides marriage. So everything between that is being independent in a relationship, right? Because you have no accountability, true accountability to that person until, you put a ring on your finger. You know what I'm saying? Until they put those rings on, until you have that conversation, right?
Right.
And to be fair, when I speak relationships, I'm strictly speaking marriage. Because to me, other relationships don't qualify either. Those aren't really relationships to me. They're not marriage. Marriage is the only relationship that actually carries weight.
That's false. Because you have to establish a relationship being not a marriage, but a friendship. That's how it starts.
In the form of an intimate relationship, a friendship should not be an intimate relationship.
And why is that, sir?
All right, so the problem is that we have too many relationship conspiracy theories, right? And it's leading right into it is weird how I just need men to understand that they have to learn how to understand and listen to women if we want to get women back into the position of trusted men. And at this moment, first of all, men teach their daughters not to trust men. And then these online
women teach their daughters not to trust men, not men.
Men also teach their daughters not to trust men. One of the first things we teach our daughters that men only want one thing from you, sweetheart. They don't want nothing else. So from the jump, men
most women learn how to discern men through their father, though. I don't understand. So how do you have both fear and discernment at the same time?
Right. The problem is most men try to act as if they don't understand, right? Even though you understand what I just said, and it's the truth that majority of men tell their daughters to stay away from men. But you try to act like that's just not a true statement.
It's because most children are raised by their mother. That math doesn't even make any sense, bro.
Right. I hear what you're saying, but are you saying that majority of men do not tell their female relatives to stay away from boys?
You act as if a single mother cannot produce in the same light as a single father would. That is the most ridiculous statement I have ever heard in my entire life. And over the 7 years I've heard the same ridiculous bullshit, I am this close to saying we're done. We are cooked as not only as a family, but as a community. If you cannot submit, as not all, but most single mothers had to carry a load because of combative, disappointing, absentee men who can't even get their shit together, it's obviously you don't have a fucking clue of what you are talking about.
Wait, who's disagreeing with you?
There's a fuck, bruh. I know you think you're smarter than most people, but you're not. So listen, listen to the man that's been married for damn near 20 years. You know nothing. You know nothing. You know nothing. You know nothing. Right. And this is the reason why divorces are at a high rate. This is the reason why women don't even pay attention to you, my nigga. That's the reason.
Then say the fucking reason then. That
I just told you
doesn't work for me.
You know what the reason? I'll tell you the reason. You don't listen. You don't listen and you don't pay attention to what most women are fucking telling you. And this is why they're going, bye-bye. Why don't you sit down? Why don't you sit down with your woman and ask her how she really feels about you? Not you particularly, because I already know you're married. But I'm talking about men in particular who do not have a relationship with a woman.
Married men. I'm the only single guy on the panel for married men. Okay. Can I at least say my piece, and then from there you married men can fight about why folks are still single?
No problem.
It's the same fucking argument. So why even bother? It's the same goddamn argument.
Hold on, let's see. Because the reason why we keep having the same argument because nobody want to listen, so we can move forward. Go ahead, ADS.
Well, Sharon, honestly, honestly. Have you listened to your woman speak?
Wow.
Have you had that conversation with your woman before?
You just overtalk my whole thing, just to get your point in. But go ahead. It's so important that nobody else can talk but you. Go ahead.
But it ain't no different from you not listening to a woman. It ain't no different from you not listening to a woman speak.
We unlock. Let them get a chance to get it out so we can have an understanding. It might be some new information that we could piece together. Go ahead, ADS.
The toxicity is on both sides of the fence. Let's just keep it real. Both sides have it's a person thing. It's not a gender thing at this point. It's an individual person thing. Some people are like this, some people are not, right? It's just that simple for me in my head. What I'm seeing is so many, though, especially nowadays in Atlanta, so many single, beautiful Black women who just live out of fear and survival mode, man. I can only speak from a man's position. Now, the men are the same way. Now, let's not leave these niggas out. But how do we get the good people with the good people? Because right now, we're giving them all the negative things that go on in relationships versus, they're saying some of the more positive things, right? Tell me what you appreciate about your wife the most. All the men on the panel. I just want to hear it.
We did that regardless. Hold on. We did that about 2 weeks ago. ADS. That same thing came up.
But as I said even 2 weeks ago, my wife's my best friend.
Then it should be well rehearsed. It should be well rehearsed.
Hold on. I want to explain something. The reason why that doesn't help because even when men describe it, we still describe it as the things that she does for us. We still describe it as labor. And men.
Well, it could be a smile, it could be a laugh, it could be saying the way she communicates, it could be saying all those things, right? It don't actually have to be her doing something for you. It could just be her.
Right. It could be. However, the way how men describe how they women love them is usually a labor situation. That's how women.
I don't believe.
Right. You don't have to believe it, but that's how women interpret it. And the issue is
interpretation and what's said is it the same?
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
Have you cried in front of your woman before?
So when we get men to start thinking about how the woman is going to take the information of what is said, and then we could probably get to a better understanding. The problem is that men believe that they don't owe women any kind of understanding, and they believe that anything that they think as a man is the righteous thing to think. And that is the issue that men are having and women are having.
I don't even think that's the issue. I think the issue is that men are saying one thing and women are saying another. And because men aren't saying what women want to hear, women aren't listening. The issue still comes into communication.
Okay, so let me reiterate what I said again. Men do not want to listen to women. A man would say something, and then he would say, well, that's not what I said. Instead of changing the way how he communicates so she could understand exactly what he meant. That is the issue. Men are being too stubborn and hard-headed to say, hey, I need to change my speech because the woman that I'm trying to be with and communicate is not understanding my intentions.
And that's not what I said. I said she doesn't like what is being said, not that she doesn't understand it.
Okay,
I'm saying again, one thing that she doesn't
I will
like.
reiterate it again.
So you want me? That's just changing the statement.
Don't certain words lead into understanding?
I will reiterate it again because for some reason it's hard for my brothers to understand. If I'm communicating something to you and you do not understand it in the way how I meant it, I need to change the way how I communicate to you so you can understand exactly how I meant it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if I slap somebody and I punch somebody, the response is still I hit them. It doesn't change what I'm saying if what I'm saying negative in their eyes. Like
So,
that doesn't make.
Now you're going a little too extreme.
Okay, so he want to change it. So again, so I could say what
It's
up.
not that I'm trying to change it.
I'm trying to get you to understand communication skills, right? I could say what up in a way where you understand I'm just saying hello, how you doing? And I could say what up, like are you ready to fight? Do we agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so therefore the same thing when we're having this communication with women, even on something as simple as a verse in the Bible, men are not understanding that they are expressing it in a fighting what up way instead of saying what up in a way where it sounds like you just saying hello. And until men can understand those different nuances, we are going to keep having this miscommunication with women.
Okay, Sharon, that is not what I said. What I said is they are communicating.
Crazy. That's not possible. This is not possible that I explained.
Hold on. No, I understand what you said. I'm concession. I understand that. What I'm saying is even if the message is not different, just because I say the words different without changing the message, then it changes what the meaning of the message is. That's what the issue is right now. How so?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
So if I'm telling my wife, hey, I didn't like the fact that my son uses allowance money to buy me something for Christmas. This is a real conversation. And she said, well, he did it for him. I disagreed with it because I don't feel like he should have used his money that way. I still gave her the right to do whatever they wanted to do. Our disagreement isn't going to change by me saying, I really don't like the fact that he did that. No, I'm saying the same goddamn thing. I'm saying,
When
hey,
it's
I didn't
under
want him to
your
do
authority.
Yeah. Hold on, let me read this Cash App real quick. Communication is such an important thing. Layla, the Lele, women are tired. Thanks.
I told you.
That's what the Cash App says. Women are tired. Thanks.
So how do we fix that exhaustion?
And so
I told you.
And so,
I told you.
And so what we need men to understand is what do that mean? Just because she's tired, it doesn't take the fact that, like for example, with the tired situation, let's say tired into a physical tiredness. If I come home from work and I'm tired, I don't say nothing about being tired. I just come home. And then my wife, she's sitting there and I look at her like, hey babe, what's the matter? You okay? And she's no, I'm tired.
That means she's tired mentally, not
so
just
how do you
physical.
resolve tiredness? How do you
And
resolve
so
tiredness?
majority of the time, what we hear men say, I don't understand what she's tired for. I'm the one that gotta go out and work. She at home all day. They try to belittle everything that she do and have her understand that she should not be more tired than him. So she should not be complaining about being tired. What he should do is not bring up his tiredness and say, I'm tired too, I was working on. No, that is not the moment to bring up your tiredness. That is the moment to understand what your wife needs and take away whatever she needs that's making her tired. If you have the ability to take your kids outside, take your kids to a park, take your kids to do this, say, hey, go lay down. I'm gonna try to keep the kids from out going in the room, even though that's a very difficult task, because no matter what you do, the children's gonna run to mama somehow, somewhere they're gonna find where she at. But it's so many things that you could do to help her within that moment to show that you are there with her 100%. And it has nothing to do with you at all. And majority of men do not understand that women need their time as well. And it has nothing to do with you providing or protection and your provision at that moment. She's just tired. And she has every right to be tired. And it's not up for you to say, damn, I'll do all those things and my wife's still saying she's tired. It don't have nothing to do with for her being tired.
Sean, why does it feel like communication is only one-sided when it comes to you? Like everything has to be female-centric instead of both. We talk about the relationship, but you always talk about what to do to make the woman's life easier. I understand that should be a prerogative, but it's the only step you take. You're not telling men what to do to make their steps easier.
Because
it's not about.
It's an easy answer because I'm a man. I don't date men. So I cannot tell you what a woman needs to do to make. I don't understand that. I don't understand that. I cannot be in a woman's mind to say, hey, this is what she needs to do, and this is what she needs. That is not my mentality. I do not have a woman-centric mind. I'm telling what men could do to make their relationship better because I'm a man within a successful relationship. So I can tell them exactly the emotions that I go through, and I have to check them sometimes for myself. If I come home tired from doing whatever I had to do to bring in money, and my wife would say she's tired, I have to check. Damn, my baby's tired. What happened? What's going on? And understand that my tiredness has nothing to do with her. And that my tiredness is not more important than her tiredness, and try to make it a competition, which most men are attempting to make it a competition with their woman. And men need to learn how to emotionally regulate, have emotional intelligence to understand you have to read the room and say, oh, shit, my wife is having a rough day today.
So I'm a debunk.
This is my time to step up in the household and see what my wife needs from me today.
This is
so
crazy.
Debunking this conspiracy theory.
But no, hold
Sharon,
on.
you don't just speak about.
Hold on. I need you to understand. So now, do you understand why I speak from a male perspective?
Yes.
Because I do not date men.
Men, yes. So Sharon, valid point there. You made a whole point about conspiracy theories. That was the scope of today's relationship conspiracy theories. One was the fact that you have a very female-centric mind state. In reality, you're just explaining to men what they should do.
How is that a female subjective mind state?
That's not what I just said. I said
just because you want to send a woman on, just because you want to, let's say, for example, if my woman is tired, I would say, well, go out with your girlfriends. And she goes out with her girlfriends. Let her be free for that moment. Why is that?
Right.
Why is that woman-centric?
No, that's not a woman-centric argument. That's what my point was.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you in a second.
Well, that's not what I said. What I said is one of the things that's said about Gracie often on this show is that he has a very woman-centric mentality. But what he just said wasn't that. The conspiracy theory that would be debunked is he's not arguing for women. He's arguing for men to do things for women to make the relationship easier. That's a conspiracy theory debunked. That's what I was saying.
But ain't that called a simp?
That's not what it said.
I didn't mean it when you know what I meant.
Right. But let me get Mr. Lyman is losing patience. He said he's run out of patience because his words mean more than anything that we are saying. Go ahead, Mr. Lyman.
Man, can y'all hear me, man?
Yes.
Y'all can hear me?
Yes.
No, I'm not saying that my words mean more than nobody's. I'm nobody. You saying we all up here giving our opinions, but I mean, once the conversation become desultory, y'all arguing. I don't even know what y'all arguing at this point. Josh feel this way, feel this way, you feel this way. What the hell?
Damn,
I think he's breaking up.
they probably got a phone call.
I mean,
And
man, right now it's looking for dismal out here, brother. You think 2025 is bad? 2026 could be worse, man, because this stuff is starting to set in. You know, it's getting dangerous, bro. You know what I'm saying? And the single life stuff, it's getting dangerous because you could be single for life nowadays, and that's a
right,
real fact. So, you know what I'm saying? Let's see about getting some folks off the market, right? Let's mesh that divide and see what we can do next. Ain't that what solution based gang about?
right. I'm
Well,
attempting.
how do you link good people with good people?
First of all, we need the good people to understand that they are regurgitating negative rhetoric, because the majority of the good people don't even realize that they are regurgitating negative rhetoric towards women.
Or they can find a woman that believes what they're saying.
And long as we got men that's willing to say that, we are going to continuously have a problem with the dating market. Instead of changing, you're just going to find somebody that just willing to conform to the negative commentary. Because we know there's a woman out there that she was on my panel and said women should not have the right to vote and women should not be talking on panels while she was on my panel talking. You can't make this shit up.
Damn.
You can't make it up.
Hey, Sharon, I got a better one for you. How many men here today on your channel will vote for Jasmine Crockett for U.S. Senate?
Right. Great point. That is a great point. Oh, man. And the reason why they wouldn't vote for would be absolutely ridiculous, and it's going to all be the same actual ideology, right? It's going to be the same philosophy why they wouldn't vote for it, even though they
don't make no freaking sense. If they can get orders from their bosses at work, what's the freaking difference?
Right.
That don't make no sense.
It don't, but they would they'll look at us and say that we are female centric, even though I don't talk about females at all. Shout out to Corey LaBerna with the $10. He says, Sharon, you are asking selfish men to understand a selfish, sacrificial love for a wife, and they would never understand it, bro. They lost. You just lost one. What a crazy.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Thank you so much, Corey, for all that you do. I appreciate everybody. Make sure we're hitting that like and that share button. Thank you so much, because that really helps the channel out a lot. And if we could just get men to have one accord to understand, like, hey, it's a problem out there. And the main problem is that men are not understanding this communication barrier, and that they are communicating to women that they should stay away from that same man. They don't even realize that the things and this whole ideology that is just the internet is just not true by far. It is outside in the real world. We got rappers talking about it as well. We got politicians talking about it as well. We got people in the construction world talking about it as well. They have that same mentality. Even though they never spoke to each other or seen an Andrew Tate, they have the same mentality as that, because it's been regurgitated throughout the lines. So somehow it gets to the real world.
What do you think casual sex ruined relationships? Do you think casual sex ruined relationships?
No, I think philosophies and ideas ruin relationships more.
More or as well?
More.
I agree with Shabron. I think that overthinking it is just as bad as underthinking it, right? I think a lot of people overthink relationships. I think they really do.
ADS, if I were to put a young man in front of you and say, give him some advice on how to form and keep a good relationship, what would you tell him?
Have fun.
Be friendly. Be polite. Be a damn gentleman. Get those doors. Pay for
Have
meals.
fun.
You know what I'm saying? That too. You know, right? Just cordial advice. You know what I'm saying? Just some of the basic stuff I think a lot of people didn't learn early on in life, like how to be polite. You know what I'm saying? How to be a gentleman, right? And not overstep your bounds. You know what I'm saying? Watch your emotional, meter, right? Never too high, never too low. Stuff like that, right? Keep things in check. You know what I'm saying? Keep your head in check, right? You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Just little stuff. It goes a long way.
You should, you know what, brother? You should be mayor.
I should
You
be
should
married. I should be
mayor,
married. Yes,
mayor,
I should.
mayor, mayor.
What? Rap City?
No,
But the issue is that like he's also, man, we got to get people on understanding what the ideologies are and philosophies are that we use to ruin our own relationships. Because once we start recognizing those things, it's easier to find somebody, right? And say, hey, this person got 8 out of the 10 things I'm looking for. Majority of the time in the dating world, I say for the past 10 years, majority of people was just letting it go and see what happens. That was really the relationship advice that most people followed. They got with somebody, they started hanging out, going on dates, then they started having sex, and then from sex they wanted like, hey, I guess we're in a relationship. They went from I guess we're in a relationship to I guess we should move in, and then I guess we should move into eventually marriage or a child. That was the past 10 years of what's happening. And what we need is more men to stop with even though it's been happening, stop with the game stuff and understand what they're actually looking for, and then make that decision and deal with that decision you made. And if it does go bad, just deal with it as it goes bad and say, hey, I made a mistake with this woman or whatever happened. Own up to your accountability for whatever your involvement is in that side of the relationship and move on. And you cannot base your new relationship or your idea of woman based on this one woman that did you foul. He is not.
I think. I think communication and more communication is acceptable, and especially in times like this. If you're not communicating your feelings as well as she's communicating her feelings, then, and you're just communicating about sex, then that relationship is going to be so short. Communicate how you truly feel about her, and vice versa. She'll do the same for you. And to make things a little bit sweeter, to sweeten the pot, why don't you take her roller skating? Take her to the park. Give her some roses every once in a great while. I'm not saying just to be super simpish. I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah. I should have brought you flowers. Should have held
Well,
your
you said
hand.
well, you said you've been married for 20 years, yeah?
Damn near 20 years. I said damn near 20 years.
Roughly. And you still regularly go on dates with your wife, yeah?
When we have the time to, yes.
But you do try to prioritize your wife's whatever, etc. needs, wants.
Man, I had to prioritize shit. She knows what I want, and I know what she wants. I ain't got to prioritize shit. I've been knowing that woman for quite a fucking long time. All the other shit, it doesn't even matter to her. We go out to eat. We go to the grocery store. We do what normal people do on a daily basis. I ain't got to worry about this old overlord shit. We do what we do on a daily basis, and we love each other equal. We love our kids. We love our kids. This is the same way we love us. It's just nonsense. It's simple. It's just as simple as simple math.
So
you are aware that's exactly right.
Shadow, where was you going with these questions? What was the point?
Where I was going is a lot of people would date or get married and then stop dating their wife. They'll stop doing things like, which is why I was asking somebody who's been married for so long, hey, are you still taking your wife out on dates? because you explained how successful your marriage was, then your advice in that scenario would probably be one of the best, would it not be?
So I think the problem is, I think the question and the way how you question it is why he answered the way how he answered. Life can be simple because majority of the time when you build a strong foundation with your wife and you don't have the children around, y'all could just sit in the house and do nothing, and that's a lovely time. You don't
Ding, 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 ding.
You don't need to leave your house to go on a date. However, what we can't, the main problem that I'm seeing with this whole conspiracy theories of that most of the men are complaining about, like I was trying to explain earlier with the whole family court situation, where men act like they need to go and advocate for men's rights to get their children. Well, we know that majority of the court cases, they get 50-50 custody. I don't know what you want more than that. We know majority
80% women get it, and only 23% of 80% of custody cases, women get primary custody.
What's
primary?
What's considered primary? What percentage?
Which is like, I guess every other weekend or every weekend dads, less than 50-50. It's not shared custody.
Majority of them
custody is one. Sorry.
So, yeah. So the problem is that with 50-50 custody, it doesn't make sense for the child to be 3 days at one house and 3 days at the other, right? We could all agree with that, right? That's not stable, correct? Right, so we understand that. So the child have to have a primary household that they go to school from, right? Unless both parties is planning on to live within a 5 to 10 block radius. Most people are not. Once they break up, they want to move away from each other as far as they can possibly, so they won't accidentally see each other. So we understand that. So for us to act like we don't understand that, majority of men do not want 100% custody of their children. It's just what it is. Men want to go out and work. This whole idea that we need paternity tests at birth, like that's going to affect women more than men. We know that's not true. Majority of women are not doing no goddamn paternity fraud because they actually believe that man's possibly the goddamn father of the child. She might not know, but she know that you bust a nut in her around the same time you got pregnant. That's what she not know.
Who else should have been having sex?
I'm talking about. I'm even going as far as the woman that is being a degenerate. This way, y'all can stop with the bullshit, right? Even if we go as far as a degenerate woman, when she said that you are the daddy, she know for a fact that you bust a nut in her. And you know you busted nut in her as well. So it was a possibility that you was actually the daddy. So it's not paternity fraud. But the men would use that and say, hey, see, these women, no, and I don't got shit to do with nothing. So we just need men to just stop lying and gaslighting and having all these goddamn conspiracy theories going around and act like this world is against men. It is not.
I mean, I think the point of the paternity test at birth is to make sure that that's not possible.
No, okay, so you're missing the conspiracy theory. The conspiracy theory is that men are saying women are committing paternity fraud. And what I'm trying to say, just because a woman is promiscuous and she let a bunch of different dudes bust a nut in her, doesn't mean that it's fraud. She would have to purposely know that he had a condom on, he didn't bust a nut in me, and I'm trying to put this baby on him. And that is not the majority of cases. Majority of cases, that man busted a nut in her, and the dude that was labeled food, he busted a nut in her, and so on and so forth. They all bust a nut, and that's why they all going to take this goddamn test on Maury.
So you say it's not fraud only because she doesn't necessarily know. Correct. She has to know that he's not the father in order for it to be fraud. That's a fair definition. That's a fair definition. Legally, that's a fair definition.
And so men need to stop with these goddamn conspiracy theories. That's all I'm saying. Like the world's not out there to go against you. You bust a nut in her, so shut up.
Would not a paternity test at birth fix that problem of, hey, I could be taking care of a baby that's not mine?
Wow.
No, I think what it will do is make men more. It's going to put more men under child support because
I agree.
majority of women do not send their baby daddies to child support, as we looked at the statistics that showed.
Yeah, that's actually true. It's a majority, like 67 or 68% of women don't even seek child support. They just want the separation.
Right. And so therefore, again, that goes with the whole conspiracy theory that these stupid ass men going in front of these goddamn courthouses trying to protest something that doesn't affect majority of men. Again, this is just a conspiracy. People just believe in this remedial rhetoric day in and day out, when women are not even attempting to take these men to court the way how they make it seem like.
No,
Hey, Sharon.
most women just want their kids.
Hey, Sharon. And men, don't take this the wrong way. If it don't apply, let it fly. I just think certain men who think this way are really starting to be like, if we're going to go back to the scriptures in the Bible, they're starting to become Romans. Don't you think, Sharon? I mean, in Romans, there's a reason why women weren't around men, if you know what I mean. There's a certain reason why men weren't around women. I mean, they were strong, they were arrogant, they were fast, they were the army, right? But when it came to settling down, there's a reason why women weren't around them. Just read the book of Romans and you'll see what I mean.
And so what I'm
just
saying,
read the book.
So what I'm saying is that this right here. So this is what people actually believe, that DNA tests at birth won't happen, right? This is the conspiracy. This is why it won't happen. It won't happen because because it doesn't benefit the woman. This is the conspiracy theories that they believe. But in reality, just like racist white folks thought DNA was going to put more black people in jail, the DNA testing at birth is going to put more men on child support. That's what's going to actually happen.
To be fair, that whole
bottom
mentality
line,
comes from France.
No, bottom line, claim your kid.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead, shout out.
I think that whole mentality of DNA test at birth gonna affect women more came from France, because some random political person was like, yeah, it's gonna destroy the French family if we start doing DNA tests, which doesn't apply to most of the world.
Right, because most men that needs a DNA test, he already has suspicions anyway that this woman was a foul person. Right, and that's where we're gonna get this study from. That we talking about the people that are looking for preservative is usually because they are not with a trustworthy woman in the first place. Like we
trust your wife.
Ain't that what you call ain't shit niggas? Ain't that what you call ain't shit?
What I'm saying is that if it was mandatory that America do DNA testing at birth, it's going to affect men more than it affect women, because now she is going to be able to pinpoint without a shadow of a doubt at birth that you are the pappy, and now your ass is going to court right away. It's that simple.
Which, in my humble opinion, no one should be able to go to court unless you're willing and able to talk it out as adults at first. But if he or she decides that they don't want to work it out that way, then of course you're not going to have a choice, and you're going to end up paying the price afterwards. But I would say work it out first. Work it out first at home. Don't let the government decide your fate. That's all I'm saying.
I think they should reinstate shotgun marriages. Shit, you know what I'm saying? If you knock somebody up, especially like that, that baby needs both parents at that point, right? Force them to get married.
forgive me if I don't know what's a shotgun marriage.
It's
Shotgun
whenever.
marriage,
Oh,
the father brings the father of the child to the altar, and the woman shows up, and they yeah, you got, if you shared your bodies, then you know what I'm saying, you need to go ahead and just make this all the way complete, right? Because you ain't supposed to be sharing bodies before marriage. So you know what I'm saying,
typically by shotgun.
yeah. So if it does happen that way, you know what I'm saying, it's time to get some realignment here, right? Get some people to straighten up. You know what I'm saying? And maybe that's the only way to do it.
Yeah, I can rock with that. I
The
can rock
problem
with
is,
that.
so it's a two-tier solution. If you get somebody pregnant, you need to be ready to marry them. But if you're gonna marry them, you need to be able to commit to them.
Right. Right. So regardless of all those things, is that this whole divorce thing, this whole family court thing, this whole conspiracy that's supposedly against men is just not a true statement. And men need to get over themselves and understand that, hey, your decisions is your decisions. If you're dealing with a woman and you are not doing the correct things, you're trying to go over the relationship to harm your woman, and you think that that is not going to affect your relationship, then you just a dumbass man. And you got dumbass advice. If you hurt your woman, it's going to hurt your relationship. You cannot do nothing to the woman without hurting your relationship. The relationship is always in between y'all two. So whatever you do to your partner is going to affect the relationship. And once men get out the mentality, I got final say, whatever I say goes type of bullshit, remedial rhetoric, and then maybe we can have more fruitful relationships that women want to be a part of.
Why do you keep calling that remedial rhetoric?
Because it's not smart for men to keep doing the same thing that is not producing relationships.
But if you have a man and a woman who are both believing in the Bible to the same capacity, calling that a remedial relationship is disrespectful to them.
No, because I'm not talking about two people that believe in the Bible. I'm talking about regular, everyday people that do not, that follow sound doctrine. They do not follow the Bible or the Quran or any other religious situation. So I don't know why we act as if that's what the majority of people are doing.
I mean, a majority of people in America, which is the country we're assuming we're talking to, believe in some form of religion.
Right, that's what you want to believe.
Right.
That's what you want to believe.
No. This is based on numbers. Like percentage-wise, less now than before, but still a majority of this country believes in some kind of God.
Yes, but that's not belief. Okay. I don't understand where's the confusion.
Understand, because some God,
right? Because you believe that some people are casual Christians. That's the same thing as believing in the Bible.
As a casual Christian and a Christian as a whole, no, those are not the same thing.
Okay, so we know majority of Americans is what? Casual Christians. Like, so I don't know why we trying to act like we don't understand it. Majority of people never read the Bible. We know that. So why are we acting confused? Okay, so now that
well, there's reading and then there's understanding.
Right. So right, but regardless, they did not. Majority of people have not read the Bible. We know that. So I don't know why it's confusion here.
Or some form of biblical text.
Most people do not know that they cannot even name all the different books that's in the Bible. They'll stop at Genesis. What's the books? They'll say Genesis.
Genesis, Deuteronomy, Exodus, Kings 1, Kings 2. I did mention Exodus.
Right.
What's my favorite?
So we understand.
Are we also talking about the hypocrisy?
So we understand that most people are influenced, right? Somebody just said they're influenced by they're influenced by talking points of the Bible. We understand that, but majority of people do not actually believe or read the good book. And it is okay for us to just understand where people's mental at. And this is why so many things get confused. And y'all cannot have it both ways, that this is a majority Christian place, but Atlanta and Miami spend the most money on OnlyFans. When we know Georgia is a heavy Bible state.
I mean, Atlanta and Miami, you can't How you going to take two cities out of the almost 2,000 we have in America? Like that
Right.
doesn't even make sense.
Right. What makes sense is that regardless of what you say, America is the #1 financial contributor to OnlyFans, the whole country, out of the whole globe.
Fact. No, that's true.
Okay, so therefore, stop trying to act as if this place is so holy and thou. It is not. And it is okay for us to be honest. And once we start getting to honesty, if men can start just being honest about what's going on around them, and then we could move the needle forward or what's really happening.
Being a Christian and being a good Christian are not the same thing.
I don't give a
That
fuck
still
about
doesn't
none of that.
believe.
What I'm trying to get you to understand is that we need people we need to meet them where they at. They are not where you are at. They are not where BMU is at. It's just not a possibility that they are there.
Where?
So let's stop acting as if they are.
Then
Please.
where are they? Then where are they?
They are in a they are in a go ahead, ADS.
I find it encouraging that most people do work out the principles of the Bible, right? It just tells me that they're looking for more, grounding and foundation. They just don't have it all applied or understand what it all is, right? Because like you said, they haven't read the Bible for whatever reason. So with those type of people, you can teach those people. You know what I'm saying? Those type of people are looking to be taught, right? They just don't know, just they don't know who to go to get the lessons that they need, in that circumstance. So I just want to say I find that very encouraging, right? That people do have moral compasses. They just don't have all the the biblical fervor there, right? So that's all I want to say.
I'll say this, and I gotta get the hell out of here. Pray that Jasmine Crockett gets protection, and she goes into that seat. Telling you, she gonna get it. She gonna get that seat. Sharon, you better vote for her.
I got you.
All right.
And I think it's just
Sharon, I'm
it's
out
just
too,
okay
brother.
for us to
Thanks
be
for having me on.
honest about this. Say that again. Shout out to you. I think it's just okay for us to just be honest about these things, and if we be more honest, and then we will be able to have more fruitful communications with people that's attempting to be with other human beings.
I agree with that. My thing is, so here's what I want in totality, right? I want people, like people of the older generations, people who are married, people who have been through this life, to be able to explain to people who are not on how to get to the point that they're trying to reach. And we've said it before, not everybody's trying to get married. That's fine, whatever. But if we're talking about relationships, if we're talking about families, I think families should be put in the context of a marriage, But that's my opinion.
Right, and it's a good opinion, and that's fine. However, if the person, you got to meet people where they at. I'm not a Bible thumper, and my household is not Bible thumping either, right? And I still have a very fruitful relationship with my wife that I am, and I'm legally married, right? I'm not just a spiritual married person. So
you got married to the church.
So me personally, right? I did not need a good book to make me do the right thing.
But question, are you married
now
to the church?
when we try to make it seem like the only way you can have a positive and productive marriage is by only that and not meet people where they at and find people that are good human beings that do not follow a religious doctrine, is just not fair to people. And this is where the misunderstanding and misstep is happening with majority of men in this world. They keep trying to use these very selective things in the Bible that's often is male-centered, and they don't understand the other person's or their partner's understanding of that book.
That's fair. But you just said you're legally married. So you're married. Did you get married through the church, or you just got married? Like y'all have a legally binding marriage, just not a church marriage.
Yeah, I don't have a church marriage at all.
Okay. That I never knew that back. So I got married both legally. Me and Don got married legally first, and then I had a whole church wedding afterwards, after we had built a little further. So I understand that my message may come off very religious because it is, because the religion that I ended up going back to is the same one that led me to be in the right place to begin with. It's what me and my wife's family and my family all were talking about when we were talking about our marriage. Our marriage is a biblical marriage, despite my own past, because I was able to understand my mistakes. I was able to grow from that. And because of that, I have a strong and healthy marriage now. I'm not saying we're perfect. We bicker periodically, but we know how to talk to each other because I will always put her first, because I trust her guidance, because that's what the Bible teaches me. Yes, I'm supposed to lead, but my leadership is useless without her guidance.
So, and that's fine. The problem is that majority of people are not biblical. It's just what it is. And we know that, by just walking around, and we see how church is not the main place where couples are going.
People meet anymore, right? No, and I agree with that. We talked about that this week.
Right. So reality shows that majority of people are not as religious as they were back in the day. It's just what it is.
Even people in the churches aren't meeting other people in the churches, which is something we found to be weird.
It's
like
not
if
weird.
you're looking for somebody,
it's not weird. The problem is that people are not able to listen to other human beings, and that's the real issue. People do not want, men particularly, are not listening to what women are saying, and this is why they keep representing themselves in a negative light towards women, from the way how they dress, the way how they communicate, the way how they smell, the way how they look, the way how they shape. All these things, men think that they know better. That's why we see so many out of shape husbands. Majority of husbands are out of shape, dying.
The dad bod is a thing for a reason.
Because they put themselves in a delusion, right? And they say, like, yeah, my belly, my wife loves my belly. You think she won't love you had a six-pack? She'd probably
comfort. Comfort creates problems.
You know, like listen to what these men say. Do you think that your woman wouldn't love you had a six-pack? Like
here?
Like let's just be for real about what we're saying and what we're doing. It is what it is. Most of these men just act and move in delusion. Why they act and move in delusion, I have no idea whatsoever. And if you just notice how dating today feels like everybody's living in their own personal conspiracy theory. Like we all turned into detectives with no badge, no training, and way too much Wi-Fi. Men will sit you down like, listen, the government doesn't want us to get married. The government can't even fix goddamn potholes. You think they're plotting on your love life, bro? And then you got you feel what I'm saying? And then you got dudes.
That's some of the realest shit I've heard in a while.
And then you got dudes saying feminism ruined everything. Feminism made women too independent. Too independent? What does that even mean? You mad she can pay her own phone bill? You mad she doesn't need you to fix the Wi-Fi?
Well, I mean,
is that the problem that we are having here? And so when we just really having these conversations, right, we could really have a real life understanding about what is actually happening. And then we'll be good, right? Because that's not feminism. That's adulthood, right? And then the breakup hits, and suddenly the conspiracy theories get advanced, right? Family court designed to destroy men. Divorce is a trap. Marriage is a scam.
I mean, to be fair, I do believe feminism is a problem when it comes to
a lot
marriage.
of these people, they were together for 8 months. Shut your silly ass up. We got people that's in the space. They was married for 3 months. They was only together for a week. The only reason why they together so long is because they didn't have money to get the goddamn divorce papers finalized. They didn't even buy furniture together, goddammit. So relax. But the wildest part, every man think he's a man of character in a global plot. Like he's a secret agency somewhere with a giant ski tracking his daily life. Target acquired. He's texting her again. Deploy feminism. This shit does not happen. Meanwhile, women are over here like, sir, I just didn't like you. That's it. I just don't like you. But men don't want to hear that. They want a bigger explanation. Something.
I think feminism, well, the newer wave of feminism is part of
Let me finish saying what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
They want something cinematic. Something with theme music behind it. Don't you run away, Marvelous. Don't you run away. Marvelous, you better bring your black ass back.
You say he had audio issues.
Right? They want it with that cinematic. They want it with a music, theme music behind them. It wasn't me. It was the system. It was the system is what they want to say. And I'm just saying, no, sometimes it's just your vibes, and your vibes wear off. And then you got the gold digger conspiracy, right? Women only want money, and this man don't even have money. You're accusing the people of digging for gold in the sandbox. And don't get me started with the OnlyFans panic, right? We already went through it, right? Women are all online selling pictures and videos. No, they're not. It's a few are, and honestly, they're making more money than all of us combined up here together. The ones that are making money. But that's not a conspiracy. That's capitalism. And here's the truth nobody wants to admit. Everybody is scared. Men are scared of being used. Women are scared of being lied to. Everybody's scared of wasting time, getting hurt, or ending up alone. So instead of saying I'm scared, we build these giant conspiracy theories to protect our egos. It's the government. It's feminism. It's the economy. It's society. It's astrology, for God's sakes. It's Mercury in retrograde, for goddamn. Sometimes it's just two people who weren't compatible, but conspiracies feel better. Yeah, conspiracies feel better. They make you feel like you're a part of something bigger.
You're crazy.
Like your heartbreak was a political event, like your ex was a government agent sent to ruin your credit score. And so here's a real plot twist, right? Most people want the same thing, Josh. Connection, right? But connection takes vulnerability. And vulnerability is scary. So instead, we blame systems, movements, apps, trends, and each other. And maybe the real conspiracy is this. We're all so busy trying to protect ourselves that we forget how to show up honestly. And until we figure that out, right? Dating would keep feeling like a mystery thriller with bad clues, unreliable narrators. And here's the plot twist nobody asks for. That's the problem. Sometimes I got to get it all out, Josh. I'm about to, hey, since I be having, I gotta start my goddamn stand-up, goddamn it, because man, I be hitting on some, Marvelous. I be hitting on some things, Marvelous. Yeah, I even put a smile on Marvelous' face. I know I be hitting on some things. I don't care what nobody tell me. Good day to you. Welcome to the show, Marvelous Opinion.
Thank you for having me, respectfully. I'm listening to the show, and it's not bad. We're just saying, I don't want to say it's common sense, but it's a common core message that even I share with, for the most part, not necessarily with relationships per se, but with just the individual having to look inward and adjust and work on themselves and stop looking at the world as your problem. I would think, honestly, in my opinion, well, actually, I don't want to shift that. I don't want to keep where it's at, because if I do that, Yeah, I would just say honestly, work on loving yourself. Work on things, and like you said in your comments, your description, eternally. Work on things inside, so it'll be a reflection of things on outside. And I would say try to be less selfish in the sense of your demands and expectations of what it is you believe that things should be. You're going to have a hard time in life thinking that life's going to go your way or that life could be this way. I think a lot of us are also sold on what DJ Hamp identified with on another topic was highlights. With social media, we are conflicted with seeing all these different types of scenarios and romanticizing situations that aren't the norm in your everyday life. That's also something that we are programming ourselves with. But that comes down to being self-aware of what you're able to see out here in the real world versus what you see on social media. That's pretty much all I can contribute to when it comes to the subject, which is speaking on comes to relationships, but more so eternally, which is struggling with. I think it's with the lies and deception and fear that you compromise yourself with, in a sense, not being aware and questioning things for yourself. Rather, you just take the words of someone else because it's easier. And that's really the downfall of all people. Everyone wants to find an easy route, or if they find a shortcut, or if something just is more comfortable with accepting, it's mostly going to be based on how you feel and not the truth of the matter, because the truth does not bend. The truth is not something you can actually move. So you have to just take it and see it. But the truth isn't there for anything else but give you clarity. You know what I'm saying? And then you just take it from there.
So I think Shadow, I like that, and I think Shadow he enjoyed my quick monologue just now. I had him laughing. I appreciate you. What's your thoughts, Shadow?
I mean, and too, Marvelous has got a great point. I think one of our biggest issues in relationships now is selfishness. And it's something you'll hear me say often. A lot of people are very me-centered, me-focused. And, you do have to learn to love yourself. I think in order to love yourself, though, I also feel like there are people who love themselves that also don't love their partner. And that creates its own issue. Or some people who love their partner but don't love themselves. Like, you got to be willing to sacrifice for the person that you love. And sometimes people connotate sacrifice with something negative, and it's not always bad. Sometimes you make good sacrifices, but those sacrifices are necessary because you're bringing that whole nother person into your life, into your story, and into who you are. I think one of my issues with Sean that we talk about a lot, it feels like you do tell men that, hey, men, y'all are the problem. And today I actually understand more now why you do it. You're saying y'all are the problem because you're talking to men. So I'm hearing you as a very literal sense. But in reality, you're like, women have their own problems, but that's not the discussion we need to have. And in truth, like I said, I was always taught that in order, if I'm going to be the man, because I make enough money to take care of my entire house, me, my wife, and both my kids. My wife works because she wants to, and I respect that. And I love the fact that she is who she is. But at the end of the day, I feel like the necessity to be a provider.
Hey Josh, move your jacket. That is it's interfering with your mic. That's what
Oh
we're
shit!
hearing.
All right.
Yeah. So
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. In regards to marriage,
and clear your throat, goddamn it. You sound like Kermit the Frog.
It's not my throat. It's not my throat. It's my lung. I've got a permanent issue. Yeah, it's a permanent issue. But yeah, no, like you got to realize that I think if we are gonna have these discussions, we can't just say you're the problem. You're the problem. We should also say how to fix the problem. You know,
I've been saying how to fix the problem, but men don't want. They want to fight me instead of just saying, you know what, God damn it. Hashtag SNL. Sharon never lies. I need to work on my goddamn self.
Well, you say we need to take lust off the top of the list.
That's
what should you put there? What do you put there first?
Some sound doctrine.
Like?
Some honor, some integrity, some loyalty. some
Okay.
respect.
Honor, integrity, and loyalty. Again, this is us talking to people who aren't used to that message, right? Honor. I was always taught that honor has no place in survival. And the reason I was taught that is that if it comes to the end of the day where it's you versus them, honor goes out the window because your survival should come first. And I think a lot of people in relationships are in survival mode. I think they're in them for the sake of being in them, but they're not in them for the sake of being part of that relationship.
Okay,
They
so
want
now,
to.
so now that's perfect. That's a perfect transition. The problem is that majority of men are acting as if they are not in survival mode with their woman. They believe that they are living in a world like Josh, that he could take care of his family 100%, and he cannot. If his goddamn woman was to lose his job, they lose every goddamn thing. And if he start living in that reality, and then maybe we can actually go to it, and then men could actually be in reality instead of this delusional space where they are the main providers and protectors of their family, where they are just one Walmart disagreement away from losing a supervising spot. Welcome to the show. The real Prism.
Hey, Sharon. Hey,
I'm
Mark.
done with you.
Good day, beautiful.
Hey, Marvelous. I have a question. Hey, Josh.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Okay, this question is for Josh. Oh, or Sharon. Sharon, I have a question for you. Why is there such a need or a press for families and marriage and children and all this stuff? Why is there such a push for this right now?
Oh man, I think the real reason why it's such a push is because men believe that's the only way they can have a legacy.
Okay, that's not true, but go ahead.
Right.
Okay.
And that's another part of the conspiracy theory, Prism. That's what they really believe. They really believe in this idea that for them to have a legacy is to have children. That they, that's it. They cannot see themselves doing anything else. They don't understand that if you just mentor other children as well, that is still part of your legacy. That whatever you build and you can leave behind for society, that is a part of your legacy. Your legacy actually doesn't have anything to do with your direct lineage at all. So,
Okay.
but this is what men tend to believe.
So Josh, you said you were a Christian, right?
Yes.
Okay, you believe things are done decency and order?
Sorry, one more time.
I believe all things should be done in decency and order. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Do you know what the majority of Sharon's chat is?
I figured it was about half and half, male and female.
Okay, but do you know what their belief systems are?
Agnostic.
Are you sure about that?
I would assume so.
Okay,
At least based on what I've seen.
Do you know what trespassing is?
Like the literal trespassing? Yes.
Like spiritual trespassing, like the Bible talks about?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
It's to encroach on someone else's spiritual reality, I guess.
And their belief systems and the way they've been taught and all that stuff. Do you know that every time you guys get up here and start talking about marriage when none of us are married, that is spiritual trespassing? Do you know we're not your wives? You shouldn't be talking about submission or anything around us because we're not your wives. A Bible tells us to women should adapt themselves to their own husbands. We're not your wives. You're not going to be our husband. So why would you be telling women, you and the rest of the guys that were up here earlier, what would make you think that you have the right to tell another woman that they need to talk to how they need to treat their husband when their husband might not require what you have, what you need? Why do you do that?
Okay, so actually that's a fair point. So I'll give you that. I was also raised to believe that guidance is a necessity. So while yes, I'm never gonna be your husband, I don't really carry any relationship light in your life, right? But as a people, we are all part of the same family based on what I believe. Hold on. You just asked me a question, I'm trying to answer it.
Okay, but go ahead.
So because we are all part of the same body of Christ, whether you believe in them or not, it's then my duty to make sure that if I'm going to at least tell the truth, I'll tell the truth. You don't have to take it. You don't even have to receive it. As far as I'm concerned, at least I did my part by trying.
Okay, so there may be, the Bible talks about there's sheep that might be of another fold. So let me ask you a question. So if there's sheep that have of another fold, they might not believe the same way that you believe, and some of the teaching that you might be talking about, you don't bear the responsibility. Where you don't bear any responsibility or accountability for somebody's marriage, you should not be speaking into those. You're not going to be in my life long enough to be talking about or talking to my spouse and me. You hold no accountability to us. We don't hold any type of accountability towards you. So why would you be telling somebody about what their marriage should look like?
If it doesn't apply,
if you go to a church, your pastor, I'm going to give it to you plainly. Your pastor, the one who married you, he's responsible for correcting and counseling you and your wife. Am I correct? That's your community. That's not my community of believers.
Okay, hold on. I feel like there's more. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Not to encroach, but are you Christian?
So I'm not going to say what I am. I'm just going to let you know.
Okay,
I'm not going to tell you what I am.
Okay.
This is not personal to me.
Then here's my point. Because if you were, and as I was speaking based on the doctrine that is our faith, not just our pastor, but in our actual faith. If I'm speaking as if you were, not saying that you are. If you were, then I would still be in my right to do so, because if I was in the wrong, I would need to listen to you, because communication goes both ways, which is why I'm taking in what you're saying. While it's fair that what you're saying is, well, if I don't believe this and you believe that, that's fair. I can still take whatever is part of what you do believe and apply it to my life, especially if it sounds right. But here's the thing, I can't ever take anything from you if I never receive it.
Okay, so Josh, let me say this, because I believe in just plain cut and short and to the point, because it seems like you guys have a lot of time on your hands to be in everybody's business. And the Bible talks about minding your business as well. And it says, work with your hand and mind your business so that other people who are on the outside you can be an example to them. The way that you minister to your marriage to other people is by the way that you treat your wife, and the way the husband treats the wife and the wife treats the husband. That's how you minister to people. And I can't see that online. So what I can see, that if I was in your community, you were in my community of believers, then I would see how the example is of how you treat your wife. See, the reason why I know that Sharon lives up to what he says with his wife is because his wife is always in the chat supporting him. I can see that. The way that you've spoken about your wife, I'm not sure that I would take anything from you. Marvelous does not show his wife, but his behavior is in such a way that I can tell that he has respect for his wife and she has some for him.
Ironically, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, so here's the thing, and here's how you essentially just said it, because this is what I'm receiving from what you said. Because you disagree with how I'm saying what I'm saying, you believe I don't respect my wife, which is just inaccurate. You're making a judgment on my family, on how my relationship is with my wife, because it goes against what you believe.
How do you know that?
Because it's how you just said it.
Well,
you just said,
Sharon. My parents have been married for a very, very, very long time. And if my dad got up on YouTube and said that my mom was a 7, when I know daggone well she's a 10, I would probably have objection to that. Okay. So again, hold on. Because let me say this. This is not a battle. You can get the last word and I'm still going to be right at the end of the day, because we're not in a community of believers. We're not. This is not a church. These are people online having dialogue about what they think about relationships. You guys keep on bringing in marriage, and you guys don't even talk about the initial step, friendship.
So while, you know what, it's ironic that you bring up again the fact that I said my wife was a 7. Again,
that was mean.
No, you just brought it up just now. Like your words. So I'm gonna go ahead and step on that real quick, because here's the thing. Because you don't know my relationship, because you don't know my marriage, because you don't understand that my wife's my best friend, because you don't understand the conversations that we've had, you made a poor assumption just now. The assumption was the reason why me and my wife can be honest with each other, regardless of if it's the internet, regardless if it's at Jack in the Box, regardless if it's at anywhere else, it doesn't matter. The honesty between me and my wife, because she is my best friend, is the reason why I can have this conversation. My wife has sat down and watched this with me to say, hey, you might have overstepped right here. But it's never when I talk about her, because I'm always honest about and to my wife because of what she means to me specifically. Again, because you don't agree with it, because you're quick to say, oh, well, you should have called me a 10. I don't believe in lying to my wife, and she wouldn't let me do it to her. My wife would never let me lie to her like that, ever. My wife's more beautiful to me than most other people are on this planet, but that's because she's also my best friend. But she's not, just because she's a 10, just because she's not a 10 doesn't mean she's not perfect for me. She's just not perfect. 10 indicates perfection. My belief literally says that if there's room to grow, which she would tell you herself, that, hey, there are some things I can improve on. Guess what? By calling her a 10, I'd be lying to her. And my relationship, my marriage, from dating to marriage to kids, I don't lie to my wife or my kids because that's what we chose to do. Okay. So again, you're making an assumption based on your feelings, not on what's real.
Okay, so are you finished with that point? So let me say this. So are you really a believer?
Yes, I don't know why you would ask that.
Okay, because the Bible tells you that you should present your wife as spotless and blemish free, perfect and as spotless, the way that Christ presents the church to himself. So how can you sit there and tell me that you're a believer when the Bible tells you to present your wife as if she is?
The Bible also tells you not to present falsehoods, so I can't do both.
Okay, so it's either you're going to present your wife faultless and blameless, or you're going to present her as an imperfect person before a whole bunch of people on the internet.
Just because
which means in marriage that if you're a man and you're a protector, that means you're a coverer. That means you cover your wife. That means her imperfections, you wouldn't make light of it in front of the whole internet. And I'm sick and tired of you guys trying to gaslight women with this mess. Let me tell you something, Shadow.
You're literally gaslighting right now.
No, I'm going to tell you the truth, because I would never listen to no man who talked about his wife the way that you did. I would not.
So you see as what I said to my insult as a wife. You see what I said to my wife as an insult, right?
PhD and everybody else felt the same way because we had a whole argument with you about it.
All of y'all have the same fucking mentality.
What's the mentality that we have, sir? That you should not be presenting your wife as faultless and blameless?
No, then I should be able to present my wife as a 10 because everybody's okay with lying. Look, y'all can lie to each other. I'm not gonna do it to her.
All right. Well, then you lying to God too because he told you to present her like that.
I love how you're cherry picking what you see, though.
I'm not cherry picking anything. The same way you guys
I can present faultless.
Talking about submission and you cherry picking stuff.
I can present again. I don't talk about submission. When I bring that context up, I bring the entire context.
This is not even about people being a numeric version of what should be a perfect 10 or nothing like this. We're talking about subtracting yourself from worldly thinking. And if you've taken on the image and the reality of a Christ mindset or a Christ consciousness, whatever you want to call it, then you should be presenting your wife as faultless and blameless before the world.
So what was the question that was asked that day? Do you remember?
I don't even care. I don't even care
exactly.
anymore
No. Because here's why. You're sitting there because you're sitting there bumping your gums about something that you're literally putting no context to.
Now, why are you
And the
angry?
reason why I did that, the
Why are you
reason I
angry,
did, huh?
Why are you angry, sir? This is really a conversation. This is not a gender war. This is a conversation.
Because here's the thing: what you did is you're attacking my relationship with literally my best friend.
But
You're
the
telling me
one
that what? No. Again, you found that offensive. The person who I said it about literally was the one who gave me the fucking number. What are you talking about? Like literally, you are trying to make a conversation on something that you have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. You're the one who said the conversation that your wife was a 7. I feel
Again,
sorry for you.
and
but,
I stand
you know,
on that because guess what? My wife said the same.
Yeah.
Next.
Yeah. I just find it hard that you're always the moral majority up here, and you guys are so moral and everything, but every time we turn around, you're out of order talking to people about religion when people are telling you in the chat they're not interested in hearing about it.
To be fair, I also don't pay attention to the chat while I'm out.
I think, again, this is another example of how men miss the point. And I don't know if it's on purpose or what. But you literally in the same conversation said your wife is perfect to you. If that is the case, you should have no problem saying my wife is a 10. Because the only thing that matters is you, not the world. I don't give a fuck what the world might think. Is that the world think that she is 2% body fat over the BMI? She's too short. She's 1 inch too short. Skin, whatever the case is, it don't matter because to you, my wife is. You know what I'm saying? This is mine's. Mine's is perfect,
and
right to me, and that's all that matters because what the world thinks of her, it means me no consequence in reality.
But Sean, in that conversation, I said the same.
I'm still gonna grab up on her. I'm gonna kiss on her face. She's gonna talk to me early in the morning before she brushes her teeth, and I'm not gonna say, "Ugh, get out of my face with you." I'm not gonna do none of that because that's my boo thing, and I love my boo thing with her stink breath and all this whatever you want to try to bring into the world into my relationship. I don't give a fuck about none of that because mine is perfect. So you ask me, what do I think about my wife and my interpretation of what my wife is? I'm gonna say she's 100. I'ma keep it 100 because that's who I chose to be with because I see all the beauty in that person. But what you presented just now, you said that she was perfect for you and then flip-flopped it and said, no, she's only a 7. That's the
those
issue.
two things are not mutually exclusive.
The fact that you are standing where you standing at. This is who I'm riding with. That's my ride or die. Right, wrong, or indifferent. That's my ride or die. That's what.
And here's the thing.
And if you are doing less than that, you are showing other men that they could do less than that as well. And you pushing out the rhetoric that they could call their wives 4s, 5s, 3s, 2s, 1s, 7s, and etc. Instead of saying, nah, my boo thing is perfect for me. And
to be fair, Prism's point is good.
Other women that shows to other women, why would I get married to a man that's going to call me ugly, less than perfect, that I'm less than this and less than that, and then he get the final say so? And also, if I say one time, I say no, I'm too tired to have sex with you. Now his lustfulness is going to go outside of the relationship. You men, right, are not understanding what you're communicating. I'm trying to get y'all to understand it instead of trying to be right. Have an understanding because nothing is going to anything that you are trying to prove to the woman is going to affect the relationship first. It's the man, the relationship, and also the woman, right? So anything you throw at the woman to try to correct her, you are going to affect the relationship before you affect her.
I agree. So and here's the thing: it's not that I disagree.
That understanding, men wouldn't be in the chat saying, "So you saying all women are 10?" He's talking about his wife. He ain't talking about all women.
But
and
that wasn't the question we were asked that day, bro.
That is the answer that you pushed out to the world.
Yes, because again.
So now when you have those two understandings, you should change your rhetoric because it's not communicating the way how you thought it was. So once you realize, like, damn, I'm communicating to the world and to other women that, damn, I do not appreciate my wife because I called her a son because she gained a few pounds because she had a child. What
You're conflating two things.
No, what I'm trying to get you to understand is what is being communicated. You saying your attention matters. What I'm trying to get you to understand and other men to understand, what you say matters how the other person receives it. I don't give a fuck about your intent. It doesn't matter what I say to my child. I tell my child to do X, Y, and Z. If they don't receive it properly, they're not going to get the proper lesson learned.
Right. So we keep talking about integrity on this channel. And here's the thing. What Prism said, I don't even disagree with. I can respect where she's coming from based on the context of what she's saying. And the context that we had this conversation is, I would say, well, how is your wife ranked? And I said, well, we've talked about it. And honestly, I think she's a 7. And then I explained why. Somebody was like, well, why wouldn't you call her a 10? I was like, because my wife would literally not let me. Like that conversation isn't real. Because the thing that we do work on is integrity. If I say something to my wife, she knows I'm going to tell her the truth. Y'all are talking about people on the internet talking about it.
Okay, so pause there. So therefore, your wife knows that she's not perfect for you.
Again, you're conflating a 7 with her not being perfect for me.
Okay.
That is not the same sentence.
Okay, so I'm trying to get you to understand what you're communicating versus what your intent is, right? Those are two different things. And for some reason, men want to be right instead of understanding what they are communicating. I don't.
So let me ask a question.
How righteous you think what you're saying is correct. How just because you want to be truthful in a what we consider a mean way, right? This is what you're doing. You're being truthful in a very mean way. You're being honest. You're using honesty as a weapon. Is how it is communicated to us. You wanted to look past how we represent what you're saying and say, no, only pay attention to how I'm saying it. And there goes the problem. Once you
what I'm saying is y'all are misrepresenting.
You're gonna always have this miscommunication of what you mean or what you intend versus how we interpreting what you were saying.
There's a misrepresentation of what I'm being said. What's being said by y'all is y'all are saying that because I'm not going to call my wife a 10 because of how I respect my wife and who we are.
Correct.
That I don't see her as perfect.
Okay, so now that you understand that.
I understand what y'all are saying.
So, right,
I just disagree with it.
Perfect. I'm glad you understand us now. So now that you understand that, what do you rate your wife?
Out of respect for my wife, I'm gonna just decline to answer that question. Because I'm not going to disrespect my wife to satisfy other people.
That's much better. There you go. You're learning. You're hard-headed, but you're learning, young man. You are absolutely learning. It's about time. Welcome to the show, MJ. Shit.
Hey, what's up, bro? You better read my super chat, okay? I came up to say that. Read my super chat. And the second thing I have to say is, this is the problem when you're double-minded. This is the problem when you serve two gods and you don't even realize it. You serve the God of flesh and you claim to serve the God of the Lord. The reason why you believe, Josh, that you calling your wife a 10 is a falsehood because you put that conversation in the paradigm of the flesh, in which would seek validation from other people about your wife's currency. You are not claiming a falsehood, calling your wife a 10 because you have admitted yourself that your wife is perfect for you. So she is a 10. That's why you have to read the Bible correctly. What Prism said is correct. That's why you are supposed to cover your wife in that way. Because if she's perfect for you with all her flaws and everything, she is that. That's why it was upsetting to women, because you're acting like women, and I do know that there's some delusional women, but you're acting like women don't understand what their flaws are and what their levels are and things of that sort. And a lot of women gets to, get perceived about what their beauty standard is in the world. We get that. We get that all the time, right? But when you're linking up with someone, and this person is your person, when you talk about becoming a unit, y'all are becoming a perfect unit under God, right? this is the person that is for you. So your union is supposed to be perfect because you men and blend well together. So this is when you have to understand that sometimes when you guys talk, it shows that you're still trying to appease to things of the flesh, but then spread Bible gospel. You're trying to live in both worlds, and you're getting yourself caught up, and it's making you look double-minded, and it make it look like you're not serving God. You're serving yourself.
Absolutely. And before I get beat up any further, they did request for you to read because you know my reading is horrible. Natasha Vincent with the $9.99. Joshua, you have a health issue that makes your voice unique. Share a bit more so I stop bullying you in the chat, please. They want to know about your Kermit the Frogness. Conversation with Ender and 10 eyes. Nobody here is a deacon. God damn it. In the Bible, Timothy gives you the qualifications of being a deacon, and 2 of those is not being adulterous or polygamous. Many of men in this space have done one or both. Sheesh. And then we have SD with the disrespect. And you got to spend more than $2 for me to read disrespect.
Now, I don't know if, I know some men intentionally do it. I don't think Joshua intentionally meant to do that, but that's what we as women are trying to explain to it. That's how it came off. I'm sure you love your wife dearly. I'm sure she is your best friend, but you do not have to prove her beauty to any of us. She is beautiful because she is for you and she makes you happy. And for that matter, she is perfect. Just like you are perfect to her. She don't have to explain about why she like your dusty hair and your funky feet, your ashy feet or whatever. Now she don't have to explain that to no one. That's what you are for her. That's the problem. It's too much seeking validation on the outside, and you're letting outside flesh and superficial shit get too much in your marriage that y'all say is ordained by God. If you're living by the Bible, you should not be living of this world. Isn't that the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right then. So you gotta decide.
Hold on.
You can't play both lords.
You can't.
Here's the problem though. I agree with that. I actually do agree with that fully. But just like I posted in the chat, because in the background, the reason why I did that was for 2 reasons. Because one of the things that's super important between me and my wife, because of some of the issues that I've had in the past, is my requirement to be honest. Because again, initially, when me and my wife had this I'll give background so y'all understand why this conversation is what it is.
Josh, there. Listen to me, please. This is what I'm talking to you, sir. You don't have to give us no background about nothing. The fact that you and your wife came together and you are happy, that is more than enough good for us fucking regular ass random fucking strangers on this goddamn internet. Stop doing that. That is violating your covenant.
God damn it.
Stop it.
The covenant to defend my marriage?
So okay,
you're giving too much insight into your marriage to people that should not have insight. However you came to the point with your wife that you are there now is not our concern. Now I understand you want to participate in conversations because you seem like you're a sociable guy. I get that. But because you are a man of God, according to you, there is certain conversations that you're really not supposed to get in. And I'm really keeping it 100 with you. You understand?
Okay. Right. And MJ, so as you said that, and I'll bite that pill. So I actually agree with you there. There's certain conversations that I won't have here for particular reasons. In the conversation that we're having, I was asked something very specific that day. Mm-hmm. And when I was asked that, I answered the very specific question in a very specified way.
Mm-hmm.
Even as I said that day, while my wife is always perfect to me, I can also see the truth in what we are. Just like my wife said with the issues that I have. Hold on.
That's crazy.
And because my wife, the reason why I work out as hard as I do is because my wife tells me when I'm starting to get a little hefty, which is something me and you talked about earlier, Siobhan.
That's crazy. Shadow.
But
I understand you.
Okay.
I was there. I'm sorry.
Here we go. This is how we make it equivalent. If your wife was to come on here and said, "Yeah, my man he's broke as hell, and he don't run shit in my household," do you think? And let's just say it's true. Let's just say that's a true statement. Do you think that would be what would most men say about that woman saying that about her husband?
Yeah, most men would probably get in their feelings about it because they don't like being called bums.
So would they say it's disrespectful?
Yes.
Would you agree that it's disrespectful?
If it's true, no. If Dom got on here and said the same thing, like, yeah, my husband's been a bum. He's been a bum for the last blah, blah, blah. I'd be like, damn. Then me and her would sit down and I'd be like, all right, if I'm being a bum, what do I need to do to fix it? Because clearly I'm effing up. But that's how me and Dom work.
But you know the difference between tone and you know the difference between tone and the reason behind it. Truth can be used as a weapon. We see that all the time in society. Someone can say something truthful and it's meant to hurt them. So in a way, you cannot say that you would not feel offended or feel some form of betrayal if your wife came out here on the social media and spread out all your dirty laundry about things that, you know, she probably don't like about you or being with you or being in marriage with you. You would feel kind of offended about that.
Right.
MJ, again, while I understand what you're saying, you're mistaking what me and my wife are. That's not. We were friends before we were married. Me and my wife have known. Hold on. The reason why
I need you to understand what you're communicating. I think this happens all the time, and this is why I try to take it off of the actual person, right? So when you communicated that your wife is perfect to you, but she's only a 7 because of whatever, and you start labeling her imperfections, what the audience and what women are receiving is like, see, we can't even trust the men that we marry. Because even the men that we marry is going to beat us down and call us ugly and fat. And
right there. Right there. You just said it.
Now, on the flip side, I proved it by you saying that, yes, most men will look at that wife as disrespectful if she was to come out and say, my man is broke and he does not have control in his house the way how he say online, and most men will look at that as disrespectful. So the same way how you could understand that most men would have a conversation about that disrespectful woman, you got to now understand why most women are looking at you as a disrespectful husband.
And again, I understand, especially Prism, MJ, Cherry, Diva, everybody who said what they said. The one thing that kept getting ignored is the fact that I actually understood what y'all were saying. The reason I disagreed with it is because I say that y'all were seeing it from a completely different viewpoint. Y'all are seeing it based on how, if I would have said that to you, if you were in my wife's position. But I would have, again, had we had that conversation, again, this is theoretically speaking. MJ, if me and you had this conversation and you were like, boy, you better never do nothing like that, I'm going to respect that because it is what it is. Because
okay, Josh, so I'm sorry to cut you off because I got to go, Josh. I'm going to work. I'm just going to say I apologize because it seems like I care more about, well, in my opinion, I care more about the how your marriage looks to the social media and the outside world than you do, because you and your wife have this kind of blunt relationship because you were best friends and stuff like that. And if y'all don't care how the outside world, which I agree, you shouldn't care how the outside world view your marriage or your relationship, it's just me, feeling a kind of way about it. And I was trying to pull coverage over that. So I stepped my boundaries. I apologize for that. Yeah, you'll do what you have to do.
I do respect that, MJ. MJ, I do respect that. Thank you.
Woo! Shout out to MJ. And shout out to Marvelous 0071 with the 10 eyes. I figure I could contribute to the show. whether that's financially or just being present on a panel. Thank you. Marvelous opinion. And also being eye candy for the ladies, because they love it when you come up here, goddamn. Yeah, embrace it, my brother. Embrace it. It is
Especially
okay.
after last time he got in trouble. He got in trouble by his wife last time he was up here. So don't say too much this time. No, it's interesting because I don't think that truth is disrespectful.
It can be.
I don't think so. Like, even if like somebody's overweight
Oh
and you
shit, me
tell
neither.
them,
Agree.
like if somebody say, hey, we're struggling financially, right? Or we broke, or whatever toxic way you want to say y'all broke. We ain't got no money. We can't pay our bills. I just, in my mind, I can't see that as a woman being disrespectful. And if I came on here and Sharon told me, hey, E, you fat as hell, I don't see that as disrespectful if I'm fat. So I don't know. I always looked at it that I don't see the truth as disrespectful at all. Now, when you start lying or you start exaggerating the truth, I think that's when the disrespect comes.
Nah, definitely the truth can be used as a weapon and it could be disrespectful. We all understand that. And we see it happen in real time when a woman is telling the truth about men, all of a sudden that's being disrespectful. But
Give
when
me
a
an
man is
example.
telling the truth,
Give me an example.
When women say that she don't want to listen to his ass because he's broke. They like, see, disrespect.
I don't take that as disrespect. Though. See, that's what I said. Like,
But
if a
that's
woman
you.
came
So,
up
hold
here and
on.
said,
No, but I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm talking about in general. In general, these men take that as disrespect. A woman speaking her mind about what's going on in her relationship, like Jada Pinkett Smith, they said she was being disrespectful. The girl, Gabrielle Union, when she said, hey, my husband like a little thumb up his ass, they felt like that was disrespectful. And he was being emasculated. We could keep going down the list of Steph Curry's wife when she was being honest about whatever she was feeling at the time and how she said, damn, I was feeling it a certain way and I wanted attention from other people other than my husband. People looked at that. I was disrespectful. So again, we have plenty of examples of women being honest about what they're going through in their lifetime and men deem that as disrespectful.
but that's the minority. That's the point that I'm telling you. Like, even Aisha Curry, I think me and you covered a whole show about how it wasn't disrespectful, right? So I think that I get what you're saying. Like,
Hold on,
think about how you feel.
slow down. So if me and you, either man, see that as it wasn't disrespectful, that was just her being honest in the moment. What do that got to do with the majority of people looking at it as disrespectful?
That's the point that I'm telling you. I don't think the majority of people now, if you say the red pill or the manosphere or the Rim brothers look at it as disrespectful, I agree about that. But the majority of the people don't look at it as disrespect.
That is not true. From red pill incel to manosphere men to married Bible men to people outside in the street on construction sites, they all were saying that she was being disrespectful to Steph Curry.
The only reason I would have called it disrespectful is because she was talking about her sex life.
No,
regardless of the fact, what I'm saying is that either man, it went beyond.
Okay, I got what you're saying. You saying we just live in a different reality that we don't see it as disrespect, but you think the majority of the population did look at it as disrespect.
Men, yes, majority of men. Yes.
Well, I was gonna say this, Edie, man. Take it this way: if you think what she was saying was flattering in some manner, or do you think it was insulting to bring up such things about your relationship that don't need to be said? Person, you know what I'm saying?
No, I felt like it needed to be said. Like, that's the point. I hear
Why do
y'all.
I need to know about her husband putting
No,
her
no,
the
no.
butt?
Listen,
That's crazy.
I get what you're saying, Mo. But I say if that's the case, right? Men sit up here on this panel and disrespect their wife on a daily basis, oversharing.
This is true.
If
True.
If oversharing is disrespectful, I'm telling you, that means that we see it every day over here. I look at it like telling the truth about what happened in y'all relationship just shouldn't be considered disrespectful.
The truth,
like
in
even
itself,
with Will Smith.
Wait, Edith. So let me ask you.
Wait. 1 second. Before you go like this, So we're not saying the truth in itself is disrespectful. The truth in itself can be resting where it is without being said. Like between you and that person, y'all know. But then you get in there and have to bring other people into your situation unnecessarily at that, because I don't know why I would need to know certain things about your dynamics, because you're just being open, you want to put it out there, and you don't realize you are making yourself look foolish in some people's eyes. And I think is, why would you want to tell me this in the first place unless you want some validation, or if you were unsure about something, or you just, for the most part, you just want validation. That's how I look at it. Because there's no way I'm going to tell someone I'm doing this in my relationship. What are you doing? Like that's crazy, man.
No, so like I just think that what we look at is we want to project our lives on other people. So
You think that's not selfish?
it is selfish. I don't think we arguing selfish or not selfish. But when I'm saying project, when Aisha Curry said that, hey, she wants some attention, she wanted to feel like she still got it, that she's still all these things, I didn't look at that as disrespectful. But people said, I wouldn't want my wife. So they started projecting their wife standards on her and say, well, it'd be disrespectful if my wife do that. Well, she ain't your wife. Only person who can consider it as disrespect is Steph Curry.
Okay,
The
so let's
person
talk about that.
So
It's not the truth. It's not the truth that we're talking about then.
So, but
Because
the
the
issue
truth.
is
Oh,
that
my
we
fault. Go ahead,
cannot.
Sharon.
So the issue is that we cannot act as if we don't see what's happening. I think I probably was the only show that was on that was a man that was on actual Aisha Curry's side. I don't get no props for it, but it is what it is. And so when we hear men like Josh not understand that him calling his wife a 7 and also saying that she's perfect to him and not calling her a 10, that's where the problem lies. So when women are listening to what he's saying and they can understand that as disrespect, he needs to understand that the same way how men look at Aisha Curry as saying something disrespectful. And
why can those two things not be the same? Why can they both not be said at the same time?
Because it doesn't work that way. It doesn't matter why it doesn't. It just doesn't work that way. You saying that, hey, my wife is a 10, but she's only a 7 to the world. It doesn't work that way. And it's no need to understand that you yourself, you being the husband, you're supposed to protect your wife at all times.
Including through integrity, yes?
And yes, you saying that your wife is perfect and then you calling her a 10 is integrity, but you are not showing integrity because at one moment you saying she's a 10 and then the next moment you're calling her a 7. So that's not integrity.
So I'm not being honest because, again, it seems like I'm not being honest because I'm disagreeing with you.
Because you're not being honest because she's not a 10 to you. That's going to be the thought process of it. So you're not being honest.
But that's the problem. The problem is we ask our spouses to lie for our egos.
Right.
How is that okay? Now please explain that. That don't make no sense to me.
Because my wife herself calls herself a 7. She says she knows she's not. Hold on. No, I didn't call her a 7 first. Again, that was the course of conversation. When me and Dom initially talked, I was like, sweetheart, this is what I think. She's like, well, what do you think about me? I initially told her she was an 8 or a 9 because I typically do that because I try to be nice in general. And she was like, boy, quit playing with me. And then listed down a list of things. She's like, you're supposed to be my best friend. You should be able to tell me the truth. And that's actually one of our first major disagreements because I sat there and tried to lie to her for the first time. I haven't lied to my wife about any other things since we've known each other.
Okay. Sharon, can I get in one time? I think I can conclude all of this real quick. So, gentlemen, E-Man and Shadow, you have to take consideration of the word content. All right. When you are speaking about a situation, you have to take in consideration. The main word is consideration. If you want to speak, it's one thing to speak for yourself, but to speak for someone else, do you think they may want that kind of information put out? I'm pretty sure Steph did not want men to know that he wants it in his butt. That is crazy information that I did not want.
Hold on. See, that's
that was Dwayne Wade. Dwayne Wade, like it was Dwayne
that
Wade.
Is
that, like,
crazy.
I don't want to know about that. I'm saying, but the word is consideration.
You misheard that in real time.
I'm just saying that is consideration.
Hold on, no, this is important. You misheard what because this is normally why people think it's disrespect. They don't hear what she actually say. They heard through the grapevine things that was repeated, and what the repeated thing is disrespectful. The original, what she originally say, typically never be disrespectful. I went back and I go look to these videos. Like, she didn't say what these people are saying that she said.
Okay. Wait. All right, we'll use
Just
a real
like you
scenario.
said.
Wait, I'll use a real scenario because you're gonna go derail what I'm not trying to be accurate here. You're using accuracy here. I was just
Okay,
an
that's fine.
example.
Okay, so
I was,
he's
you can
he's
simply,
corrected. Is
yeah, you can
Dwayne
simply say
Wade, not
that.
Steph Curry? Go ahead, finish with your thought. You're right.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
so if we'll just use the real scenario we had here. He said his wife was a 7, right? Now, do you think his wife wants the world to know, like, my husband thinks that I'm a 7? Do you think she cares, really, honestly, in consideration? I don't think she really cares either way because she already got a man. But is that something that she would to put out there herself? No, most women are not going to put out to say that I'm a 7. You know what I'm saying? That's not a thing.
But he said she did though. If we just
Wait.
take it face
Did you hear
value,
what I said? Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said? I said yes. To each other, they said to each other. Do you think she's telling the world that I'm a 7?
yes.
Oh wow. Okay.
I mean, she's not running around saying she's a 10. Like my wife said,
she's not. But
she's
thing
a
is,
very
the
big
truth,
realist.
Can I
but
ask
the
a
truth
question,
matter is that
please?
she's not going out there saying
Crazy.
that. You guys are missing the point.
And so and who is making her think that she's a 7? Is it herself or is it society?
I would
Society.
assume society. I'd assume society.
Perfect.
Can I ask a
Thank
question?
you, 100%. Go ahead, real prison.
Hey, Sean, let me ask you a question. If your wife was struggling with like I don't know, like her beauty or whatever, and she got a dress on or whatever, and she said, well, honey, how do I look? So would you tell her the truth or tell her the lie? If you like the dress, if you didn't like the dress, maybe you don't like the dress because it's not your thing, but maybe she feel like, okay, today, how do I look in the dress? Do I look okay? And she's been struggling with maybe something about her, the way she looks or whatever. Would you consider her needs and say something in a way that would be kind and gentle without breaking her? Because if you're a husband, you should be considerate of your wife's needs and her emotions. Am I correct here? Because
You're very correct.
all the time.
Absolutely.
That is a very correct way of using it.
He said he don't lie, so we ain't gonna ask some questions when he lied because he don't
You've
lie.
been married for a long time. Wouldn't you be considerate of your wife with wherever she is? Wouldn't you not be considerate about that?
No, yeah, but me and my wife, we at a point where I say, baby, that don't work, baby. Let's like, and I'm just saying, it's the same thing with me. I done put on this shirt. I thought I was there, Sharon.
You missing what Prison's saying. You're not going to say, hey, you look fat. You look disgusting.
He'd be
in that
considerate
dress.
on the way he says it to her.
Yeah, I don't talk to my wife like that at all, though.
Fat in that dress. You probably say, you know something, baby, I think I would like to see. Would you say, baby, I would like to see you in that red dress tonight rather than that black one without hurting her feelings? Would you say something like that?
Yeah, I just say that dress ain't it. I was
Okay.
like, that, I just said, hey, that one ain't it. I was like, hey, that one ain't it. And this is, I mean, I had this shirt. I swear it was nice. My wife said, hey, baby, that ain't it. We can't go out looking like that. Like we laughed about it. We didn't take it serious because we feel in our relationship we're not trying to hurt each other.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like she know this coming for a good person, a place.
So now that we know that, and we know that majority of people that say 7, it's okay. I don't know why we're trying to argue that we don't understand the sentiment of what he said and how everybody perceives what he said. It is okay.
It's not that. It's that I don't care how everybody else perceived it, because the person who it was intended for literally received it the way that it was supposed to be received.
No, they did not. You know why? Because because society made her give herself a 7. So she don't look at herself as that. She might even look at herself less or more, whichever way. So when society is the reason,
you're
why
assuming a lot about my wife. You're assuming a lot about her and her personality.
No, hold on. I'm not assuming. You said society made her say that.
I said I'd assume a society. No, I said I assume society.
Okay, so I'm going off of that. That's all I'm going off of. I'm not trying to add anything into it.
But Siobhan, that just means that's how she really feels.
What I'm trying to get you to understand is that regardless of that, it is somebody that said Tyra Banks is not a dime. There's somebody that said Naomi Campbell is not a dime.
Okay, I agree with both of those sentences.
Okay,
and those women are dimes.
Who's a 10?
Tyra Banks. Tyra Banks, boy.
Shadow, who's a 10 to you as a woman?
I mean, Kelly Rollins is up there. Kelly's up there.
So let me say this again. I put in the back chat for you because you said a few things in the back chat.
Oh,
So
sorry.
that is a worldly system of comparison. You shouldn't be that is
No, I saw that.
You should
Sorry.
never be comparing your wife to anything concerning the world, their worldly systems.
Okay.
You really shouldn't. You should really be considerate of your wife. And my only point was, Josh, is that you have to be careful, because the Bible talks about, talking about what you say. Be careful because of your listeners, the people hearing you.
Right.
So you guys love to talk about what marriage is and what submission is and all this other stuff, but y'all miss everything else from Genesis on down to Revelations. But that's really important. The really important stuff is not like y'all want to put stuff as laws, and the stuff in the Bible is right how you treat your neighbor and how you treat your spouse. It's not about hierarchies. It's about relationship and building relationships and building communities from your families and relationships. This is not about laws. It's about relationships.
I don't disagree with you.
Other.
I don't disagree with you. But here's the problem. You're saying that my relationship with my wife is inaccurate because you disagree with it based on how you see it.
Okay.
So do you not see what I'm saying?
Okay, so hold on, Shadow. Why you fight? I don't understand why you fighting. Why you fighting so hard to this unreliable truth that a woman is not a 10? What is the fight for that? What is the fight?
Here's why it's important. Because for some reason, people have gotten so comfortable with lying to each other for no reason.
Okay, so
There's
hold
on. You just asked me a question.
Okay, so you don't have to. You said your answer, and so why is a man saying that the woman that he chose, that he says perfect to him, why is that difficult for him to say that she's a 10?
The same reason why I'm wearing this goofy hat that my son bought me. I may not like the hat, but I'm gonna wear it. You know why? Because I still love my son.
How about not?
No, but you didn't answer my question.
How about not doing
I need you to answer my question, please.
I'm done.
Please answer my question. If this person is a 10 to a husband, he says she is perfect to me. She is my perfect human being that I want to be with. Why is it not truthful that he called her a 10?
Okay, no, that's fair. I'll bite that bullet. So, and I actually misspoke earlier because Prism asked who's a 10 to me, and I realized that answer doesn't actually exist. Lawless is probably a 9 to me, but that's as high as it goes because I don't think perfection exists on this one.
Well, I don't think he lied. That's Sharon. I think he really don't believe that she's a 10. Like
we know that's what. And this is what I'm saying. And this is the man that's on your side. And now he's saying the same thing I'm saying, that you don't believe that your wife is a 10. You don't believe that your wife is perfect.
But do I believe my wife is perfect for me?
Clearly not.
No, hold on, Ida.
And this
is Ida.
I'm just saying this is what you're communicating when you say these things. This is what I'm trying to get you to understand.
So I believe that you believe that was the best she can do.
Right.
Based off your response.
No.
Okay.
So you think you could have did better?
Honestly, probably not. My wife's above me, so.
Okay, so that made you just made my point that you believe that your wife is a 7 and that was the best that you can do.
You can do, correct. And that's what you're communicating to the world.
Nice.
That's fair. I'll take that.
Good job,
guys. I'm glad we finally got
there. Good job.
I'll take that.
I'm done.
No,
I appreciate it. Talk to y'all later. Thanks.
Thank you, Prezzo.
Yes,
Love
sir.
ya. Appreciate you so much. So
y'all be frustrating the women, man.
We got to start paying attention as men what we are actually communicating for the sake of being truthful to other men. Bullshit. This is when the truth is being used as a weapon. And we start understanding that, and then we start realizing how much we are not protecting our wives, or who we not protecting our family. Like, for the fact that you had to give a disclaimer on why you had to wear that hat. I would never have to put a disclaimer why I wear something that my daughter made.
No, I mean, my son got me the hat. I may not like it, but I'm going to wear it because I love him.
Right.
Why can I say that? Because it's honest.
So to protect my family, I would never put a disclaimer on something that my child created out of their mind, made it into fruition, and put it on me and say, I made this for you. If I wore it, I'm wearing that. Why you got that pin on? Because it's fucking awesome.
Yeah,
Look,
you
when
Shadow,
X
you
brought it up, yeah, sorry.
Shadow, you ain't see that sweater Sharon be wearing. He don't like it. He just act like he like it.
But again, while I understand what y'all are saying, y'all have to understand when I pulled this hat out the box and my son's like, I saved up my allowance to buy this for you. I was like, I love you, midget, but the hat's probably not it. He goes, are you gonna wear it? I was like, of course, because you gave it to me. Again, because
but what we try to say is you didn't have to tell your son that. You could
right,
just
but
say thank you. You could like thank you.
this is
Like you're
how
not
our
lying if
family
you said
dynamic
thank you.
is.
I got
No, I did say
like,
thank you.
I'm on your side. I don't believe that y'all disrespecting each other because it sounds like your wife is not receiving this as disrespect. The rest of the world is, and the
Right.
rest of the world gonna receive whatever. Like they call Sharon stuff that he don't even qualify for, right? So I get your perspective on that. But we also saying that your response can be considered disrespectful because you're qualifying by saying disrespectful things, even though I still believe that the truth cannot be disrespectful. It could be in bad taste, but I don't think it'd be disrespectful.
Now I do agree. Now I'll actually agree with that. All the women
Okay, so
when they
now if
said
you
that
do
was
agree with
I had
that,
bad taste.
pause.
No, I agree with that.
Hold on. If you agree with that, then you should know that the things that you are saying is going to push women either further away from marriage or closer to marriage. And if you are saying things that is disrespectful to wives in their mind, you're going to push women closer or further away from marriage.
That depends on where integrity stands on that
No, it doesn't.
list of
No, it
priorities.
does not. Absolutely
It
not.
does.
No, do not act like you don't understand what I'm saying. If you
No,
are
I
saying
understand it.
things that are,
The
hold
thing is,
on,
I
listen
do
to what I'm saying.
understand.
If you are saying things that you clearly understand that can be deemed disrespectful towards wives, is that going to push women closer to marriage or further away from marriage?
Again, so I'm gonna give you your answer and then I'm gonna put a qualifier to it because you're trying to avoid my qualifier. And the answer is, I believe it will push them further away, primarily because integrity isn't the main point now. It's preservation of feelings. Sometimes you have to be honest.
Josh, no, we trying to help you understand. If your son came in and said, "Hey, I bought you this house," he said, "Thank you, baby. I appreciate your effort of buying me something." It's integrity in that statement.
Absolutely.
No, I agree. And
You didn't have to say, "Oh, this ugly hat, boy. You spent your last dollar on this ugly hat. You
hold up,
simple-minded little boy." You gotta be like
I
that. That's what we said.
I did not disrespect him like that. I was like,
You
yeah.
don't think so? Okay.
No. Hold on, because y'all got to understand.
I don't understand how you're not understanding what we're saying. Like, we don't need you.
I do understand.
You not, if you making excuses for it, you don't understand.
Again, you have to understand. After I said what I said, Dom looked at me and was like, bro, did you have to say it that way? And I looked and I actually went into my son's room and talked to him. I was like, hey, let me ask you a question. When I said this, did it hurt your feelings? He was like, I mean, I think you don't like it. I was like, no, I mean, it's not something that I'm gonna like, but boy, I'll wear this every day because again, I love my son.
But
he told me how he felt.
I'm trying to help you understand. If your wife had to bring to your attention that you shouldn't have said it, that means that it was still perceived by inside of your house as disrespectful by her.
Yes, my wife said that sounded harsher than I meant to because I do have a tendency. Hold on. I'm actually going to agree with y'all.
I ain't gonna
if y'all
lie.
stop shooting the shot.
Hold on. I ain't gonna lie. You cannot make this shit up, either, man. I don't know why men want to.
I'm trying to give it to you, and you're still shooting me. You're still trying to shoot me.
I don't know why men want to fight so hard to represent truthful as disrespect and harsh. It is not a good attribute for husbands to represent their relationship as harsh and disrespectful and say that you want to get other people to be in a marriage of harshness and disrespectfulness. That cannot. Oh, sorry, I muted you because of that background.
No, I did notice. I didn't realize that I was being harsh as I was, and because of that, I learned from my own lesson.
That means you prove his point, because his point was that the truth can be disrespectful. And I still stand on what I stand on. I don't think it was disrespectful. I think distasteful and disrespectful is two different things.
I don't even know why they be trying to argue with me either, man.
No, but that's
why they just don't just say, you know what? I gotta pay attention to how I'm communicating because I'm communicating way too harsh to my person that I love. I don't want to be so harsh that my child goes in the room and says, yeah, I don't think you like the gift, even though you're wearing it. That's not what you want to represent.
A question.
But there's a difference between distaste and disrespect. Sorry.
I go. Wait. I'm facing right now. Question. Do you think, Edie Man? It's a question for you, Edie Man.
Yes, sir.
Does the truth care about how you feel?
Yes.
Oh, explain that one to me because I didn't know your feelings can bend the reality of truth itself. The truth does not care about what way you feel, good or bad. If the truth is the truth, it's the truth, right?
Well, the truth is given by a person with feelings. So,
You're
for
missing.
example,
Wait. Hold on to it.
You asked me to explain it.
Yeah,
I'm about to explain it to you. I got you. If Sharon delivers the truth, he's the person behind the truth. That means that the truth cares on how you feel.
Absolutely.
Because
So
the
if you
truth,
took into consideration, that sounds like consideration you're saying. But what if I didn't have no consideration? I just said the truth, just by itself.
exactly. That's the point. What I'm saying is the truth only can be delivered by another individual.
Right.
And as long as you have an individual, the truth cares how you feel. Because if that's the case, we wouldn't need individuals to deliver the truth.
All right, so let's stick on this. So now I'm gonna get you to where you're getting at because I know what you're saying, but you're also saying the same thing. But you're having two things happen one time. You're saying the communicator, and I was saying before, there's some things that don't have to be said. You could just live and rest in truth. Because you don't speak sometimes with consideration, you're not being perfect as you are. The truth is what it is. You can't bend it. You're not taking consideration of how that person's going to receive it. You may or may not know how they see the world or how they
I
may
got you. How
feel.
about let me ask you this: do the truth have feelings?
No, there's no truth in it.
So
There's
how
no
does
feeling
it
in
care? How does it care? That's the
But
point.
that's my
If that's
point.
the case,
Wait. That's
how
my point,
does it
though.
care? I mean,
It doesn't.
Okay, listen. So your question it's not a real question because
It
you asked me,
is.
you asked me, do the truth care? And then you said
Yes.
it can't care.
Yes,
So
exactly.
we can't quantify whether it care or doesn't care.
No, but it doesn't care. I personally, you believe that it does care because you said because people talk. So I'm behind you. I understand the context. When you speak, that's when you actually interfere with your own interpretation of what truth is and you're giving it out. But the truth in itself does not care about
No,
how
that's the
you
point.
feel.
If it does not care, that means you have to have the capacity to care.
No.
You don't understand that?
No.
Okay,
I
hold
understand
on.
what you're saying. I'm saying
Let's slow down. So what's being said? So if the truth, it doesn't matter who says. So you saying that, to your opinion, Marvelous, it doesn't matter who says the truth.
no. I'm saying it does matter, and I'm trying to tell them that like we can all say the same exact thing. All four of us can say the same exact thing, and it's going to be received four different ways, right? And we can all say the truth, but depending on who's going to receive it, right, and how it's projected, that's always going to be different.
But even you care. Let me explain. If somebody says something that's untruthful, the reason that you reword it is for understanding and because you care. Marvelous.
Wait. Say again. I got confused when you said it. One more time. Say it one more time.
So even you care how you deliver the truth, because if you didn't care, you wouldn't reword it or try to re-deliver it if you didn't care, because it'd be just the truth of the truth. So if that's the case,
I do
the
take
truth do
consideration.
care. That's
No.
if every
You're missing what I'm saying, though. I think you're missing what I'm saying. I'm saying I take consideration. I'm the considered person. The truth is the truth, and I'm going to consider in how I use it. That's what I'm saying.
No, you consider who's telling you it.
In both ways, it goes both ways. But yes, that's essentially it. We're the consideration.
So honesty and truth matters how you deliver it.
I never said it didn't. That was the whole point.
So, all right. So now that we all there, so now we understand the truth have to be said in a certain way for the person to receive it.
Yes, that's what I said. Okay. We are the consideration.
So now that we all on the same accord right now, we are all on the same accord. So now that we understand that men need to understand the way how they are delivering things is not out of love. It's out of being harsh.
And there's such thing as objective truth. He needs to know that because he doesn't know that apparently.
Right. And so once men start to understand that, maybe they'll start changing their rhetoric and how they communicate with women and stop speaking in harshness and speak out of love. And that would change how women get with men. But the problem is men want to hold on to being harsh and say, no, women accept my harsh truth. No, she does not. And that's why women are choosing to leave men alone. And even men that are married and claim that they are happy, they are also pushing out that saying, no, you need to be harsh and don't give a fuck because it's just the truth. And it's just, and that statement is just not a truthful statement because the truth matters how you deliver it and who is delivering it to you and when they are delivering it to you.
Is there such thing as objective truth?
Lord have mercy.
Let's not go there. I was going to simply say that first off, when it comes to us being truthful, because these guys have an issue, well, not issue, they have a thing for being truthful, right? Like they wasn't true. I love truth. But when it comes to relationships, the truth, honestly, is not, if you want to be honestly, it's not the truth that keeps you guys together, to tell you the truth. That's the real truth. Alignment is what keeps you guys together. If you guys are aligned, you'll stay together. Because I'm saying what it is, you guys go more together with agreement. You guys are looking for agreement more so than truth. Because if you were looking for the truth, you guys would, because you can't do nothing with it. Like I told you cannot bend it. Your feelings and emotions was going to bend the truth a little bit just to make things seem more acceptable. But to tell you the truth, no, you're not just living off truth by itself. So those who probably absolute in your
let me translate what you just said.
Go ahead.
You just said, I just need you to bend the truth a little bit, just lie just a little bit. You just
no, it ain't no bending the truth. That's what y'all do. That's what we all
which is no longer being honest.
Bit.
No. Everyone is doing that in a relationship. It's normal.
I told you, I knew I translated right.
This is what
you over there bending the truth.
This is what men need to learn how to do. Men need to learn how to tell the truth with love. Once you figure out how to tell the truth with love, then you don't need to bend it because
you guys took it wrong, though.
Your partner knows that you are being truthful and honest with them out of love, and you are not trying to hurt them. Majority of the people that use the truth, they are usually using it to harm somebody. Usually, when we hear people use the truth, it is in violation. People do not call people fat out the blue. It's usually because they're angry. They usually don't call people stupid out the blue. It's usually because they frustrated. People do not call you ugly out the blue. It's usually because you don't like that person at the moment. So when people are telling the truth, 9 out of 10 times, it's out of anger or frustration. And we just got to be honest about that. And then so once men change the way how they use truthfulness, and they start using the truth as a love situation, and then we can move forward and get men and women back together. But men are not using the truth in a loving way.
So you truly believe that, right?
Yes.
You do too.
Oh, I absolutely do. Which is why I now question how come you've been riding my ass when I used truth out of love when it came to my wife in a way that you disagreed with. I'm just saying.
Right, just because like you already said that you understood why everybody took what you said as disrespectful, but you trying to fight the point, which is astounding to me. Instead of conceding and say, you know what, I used the wrong tact in that situation.
But I didn't use it to hurt her. That's the difference.
It doesn't. Okay, so it doesn't matter what your attempt was. The fact of the matter that it did hurt. It didn't just hurt the people in the chat. It also hurt your own wife at home because she said herself that was too harsh. So
you're conflating two different situations. She never mentioned that.
I'm trying to get you to instead of making excuses, understand what the truth is. Like you're not willing to accept the truth that is.
Sure, you just put two different situations together to try to make your point, and that's not okay.
I put those two different situations together so you can understand that the truth can absolutely hurt somebody even without your intent to hurt the person.
But that's right. I understand but that's what goes to my point, though. Hold up, because that's what I'm trying to say. Like I'm trying to tell you right now, honestly, we do. It's not to say we bend the truth. I'm not trying to say we bend the truth, guys. Like, don't take me misunderstanding. I'm basically saying when it comes to relationships, we take consideration. Why? Because there's a whole thing that they're not going to be digest. The whole truth of the matter, no one can really digest because everyone has a certain way of seeing things, and that's why you reveal it to them in the way you do. You reveal it in a manner so they can digest it. You're not going to just tell them bluntly, this is what it is. No. You're going to ease it in, and you're still being honest. To your point, Sharon, I'm just saying while you're doing that and not being so blunt with it. Yes, that is what y'all would call shifting or bending. I'm not saying you're bending anything. I'm just saying you're giving it to them in a way they can understand.
I
And
got
then
you,
they
but
are.
hold on.
And Mo,
I
you're
got
just
that.
talking
But
about
hold on,
chat.
before we move, because I think Sharon didn't know where I stand. Because I don't think he understand why I keep saying the truth is not disrespectful. I believe that the truth cannot be disrespectful, but the delivery can be disrespectful. Those are
Oh,
two
thank
different
you.
things.
That's what we've been talking about.
So hold on. No,
Welcome to the conversation, Eden Man.
But I even
hold
agree
on,
with
no.
that. Hold up.
Hold
Even
on, no,
I agree with that, and
listen.
I'm on the other side.
No. You going to a doctor and the doctor saying that you're fat. Just say if a doctor say you're fat. We wouldn't say that that doctor was being disrespectful. But if you go to your spouse and somebody say you're fat, AS, blah, 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 guess what happened? Now they delivery is disrespectful. That didn't take away the actual fat part. The truth is disrespectful.
Right.
And again, I think y'all are misinterpreting me because I agree with that. Everything Mo said, I agree with fully.
So the issue is that we are not misinterpreting you. You are trying to fight the fact instead of just saying, you know what, I made a tactful decision that was wrong. Right.
But I
made a
didn't.
tactful error,
And that's
it was wrong
where.
for me to use it, and I need to correct the ways how I communicate. So men and women,
And that's where our
understand
difference
how
is.
to, and this is how men and women can learn how to communicate out of love instead of trying to make an excuse like, no, my intent was this. It doesn't matter what your intent was. The fact
I never
of the
used
matter,
intent.
everybody else looked at it as either harsh or disrespectful. Those are the two opinions that we got. So therefore, your attack did not come across like how you thought it was. One
Everybody
person
but Dominique.
and one person
Everybody
said
but the person who I married.
no, you said
Whose
the person
opinion is
that
the only one.
you said the person that you married said it was harsh.
You're talking two different scenarios.
I'm trying to get you to understand. The person that you married said it was harsh. And then the audience also said it was disrespectful. So two people are two different audiences. One being one single person, your wife, and the other one being an audience of 1,000 people. They both said, one said it was harsh and one said it was disrespectful. So therefore,
Sherrod, two different scenarios.
What you communicated did not land. And so you need to have a better way to communicate your love of the truth because it did not come
Two different situations.
Okay,
Two different situations.
I don't know why you keep bringing up that in both situations.
Because you keep trying to conflate them.
Hold on, I'm trying to get you to understand. In both situations, did not come off the way how you expected the communication to be.
Yes, and one was my wife, and one was my 10-year-old son. Make that make sense.
Hold on. I'm not even talking about the right now.
But that's what he's saying. What he keep trying to tell you is that his wife having a problem wasn't that he rated her 7. She had a problem that she said that he told the son that the hat was ugly. He said his wife never had a problem with him saying that he's a 7. That's his statement that he keeps saying. That's why he keep repeating.
No, before we brought up the harshness of the hat situation, he said that she said it was harsh too.
He's saying that he didn't say that. I wasn't here. Remember,
I never said that.
That's what he keep repeating, saying that he did not say that.
Okay, if he say so, we all heard it. But regardless,
hey, I'll go back and screenshot it. I've never said that ever.
It's okay.
It's okay. I just wanted y'all to be able to understand the disconnect. That's all.
And that's fine. And regardless of the matter.
Well, let's not assume. How did your wife feel about you telling everybody on the panel that she was a 7 or she don't know? Shadow.
1 second.
Never mind. Okay, go ahead. Finish your dialogue. Sure.
And so, and for some reason, I don't know why men are fighting to be harsh with the person that they say that they love instead of being loving with them. I don't understand what's that fight about. It's a weird fight to me.
It's not harshness. Okay, so here's the answer to first. Sharon, you mind if I answer Ida and then respond to you?
Sure.
Okay, Ida. So when my wife went and reviewed it, because I told her what I said, I was like, I need to know if I was out of pocket, because sometimes I am. So she sat down and she listened to the whole episode. She's like, yeah, they kind of dug into your shit. I'm like, yeah, I get that. But was I out of pocket? She was like, I said the same fucking thing. I was like, yeah, but they're saying that I should have presented you as a 10. She was like, Josh, I didn't marry you because you're willing to lie to me.
And you know what, Josh? Here's the thing you can look at for communication wise. You know how comedians get up there on stage and they're out there to be funny, and that's the context, they're out there to be funny, right? Do you think they're trying to be disrespectful to the audience? Josh?
Wait, did you say, was I trying to be disrespectful to the audience?
No, I'm saying no. In context of this, right? You have a comedian, right, who's on a stage trying to make people laugh. His whole thing is, I want to make you laugh. Do you think that his intentions are trying to be disrespectful?
I mean, not as a majority, no.
So
Depend
what
on the
happens?
comedian. Blake will disrespect.
Exactly. What happens when someone feels disrespectful? Is it not validated? Do the people themselves, although the comedian is trying to be funny, the crowd may be booing them because they felt disrespected in the way he may have said something. Do they not have any say so in that conversation, although they're being brought this story from the comedian?
I mean, most of the time, no, because at the end of the day, like, you purchased your ticket and you understood what you were getting into.
Wow.
Yeah, if you get offended by it, you have the ability to leave, but I mean, that's just entertainment.
But the thing is, you just said it right there. If you feel disrespected, right? Like, that's the whole thing, consideration of the crowd. Like, that's why comedians get out there to get a feel of the crowd. They don't just go out there and just say anything. You gotta kind of get what gauge where the audience is at. And that's kind of where we're talking. That's where I'm kind of talking to you right now. Like, look at the audience you're talking to, and it's like the reason why they're taking it this way, you're not taking consideration how they would receive it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I said. Some things can be stayed between you and your wife because you understand each other, but the world don't owe you understanding. So you have to be mindful and considerate about what you say. That's all I'm saying.
True.
So Emma, so I'm gonna agree with you there. I'm gonna agree with you there 100%. Because I actually, when it comes to how the crowd has felt about it, I understand how they feel. My problem is when they start saying how I felt about my wife because of what I said. Then it's no longer about how they feel. It's about how I felt in a situation that they disagreed with.
But when you said it, though, hold up. Let me tell him one thing, E, real quick. But when you said it that day, it was based on society and society's norms. It wasn't based on you, because when you said it that day, I was in the chat that day. So I was doing some stuff, so I ain't hit the panel that day, right? But you said it was based on society. So that's why I was in the chat like, bro, if she's your wife, she should be a 10 or whatever, 100 to you. Don't matter what a number is.
No, I remember
she look good to you. Do she take care of you? She make sure you feel good. You you all right, you get some sexual love healing and all that, so then she should be a 10 to you. So that was my contention when I was in the chat that day. You know what I'm saying, Josh? That's the only thing I'm saying.
Well, I didn't have a problem with him saying his wife was a 7. I had a problem.
Based on society, I had a problem with that.
No.
Me too.
No, let me tell you why I had a problem, because I don't think the 7 is actually a bad thing, right? I think the problem that day, because I remember that day, he said his wife was a 7 and then start talking about other 9s and 8s. That was the disrespect. Like, we were talking about the
But y'all asked me what an 8 or a 9
I know. Hold on. I'm just listening. Like, if you would have like my wife is 7, I think all women 7. Right? I was like, I'm good. That's just his. That's what he see. He don't see nothing bigger than 7. I believe the disrespect, if we're being honest. She said, my wife is 7. Now, let me tell you, all these women that look better than my wife. I don't know if you think it came off that way, but that's exactly how it came off.
Well, that's not how it was intended to come. Hold on. So this is the delivery thing we've been talking about for the last 30 minutes. So I understand why.
You better not make another goddamn excuse. We need men to understand how to concede. Say, God damn it, I was wrong. I need to change the way how I communicate, especially when it comes to me and mine and how I want to communicate about marriage. If I want marriage to actually work, and I want women to understand that men have their women best interests at heart, I need to change my communication, because the way how I'm communicating, it doesn't even seem like men that love their wives actually have their wives back. They're willing to disrespect their wives in public. They're willing to say, hey, she's a 7, but let me tell you about a long list of 8, 9s, and 10s that I consider is way better. Let me give you the
20 on a 10.
Let me give you the reason why those 8, 9s, and 10s are better than mine. And then now we're gonna have a whole nother conversation about you said why she was a 7. Now imagine somebody else is a 7 in that same thing, but she is in shape. Does that make her higher than your 7? Is it a hierarchy in 7? Now we got 7.5s and 7.8.
Nope, it's her 7.
So again, when you men don't understand what you're communicating to the audience, you men that are in committed relationships are the main ones that keeping people apart, because you don't make marriage look like it is something beautiful and powerful. You make it look like it's harsh. You make it look disgusting. You make it look difficult. You make it look like it's hard to communicate. You make it look like it's hard to get out of poverty. You make everything about it disgusting.
I'm pretty sure I praised my wife more than any other person on this panel. Hold
Absolutely
up.
not.
So,
Don't say that. No.
Like, well, yeah, that's fair. No, that's fair. But I praise my
You
wife.
talk a lot about it, though. I think you talk a lot about it. I think you speak a lot about your wife, though. You do. I give you that.
Like, I love my baby. Like, she's my ace at the end of the day.
Look, most of these better come up here. Oh, they're like, no, you gotta still do the. Can you stand the rain? Cause it's gonna come for sure. It's gonna come for you. No pressure, no pressure.
But sometimes we got to be able to concede. Sometimes we got to be able to concede, especially as men. We could concede if we wrong. If I'm wrong in something, I'm wrong. Then fuck it. It is what it is, bro. It don't take no sweat of nobody back. You wrong. And sometimes we got to just get to that, because when we don't get to us being wrong, then we could start getting some narcissisms and some other things where people are starting to make things about themselves. Because a lot of these conversations redundantly go on like this, Josh. Every day, it becomes a long, dragged out thing with you talking all day. But when Darwin McPherson was here, you didn't give him no pushback. So when somebody's telling you, you accept what another person's saying, but you won't give the people pushback was pushing back. You see what I'm saying? So you got to open your perspective a little more. If you don't understand, then just concede or just move on with the point, because there's 4 other people there and I want to hear their points too as well. And we don't need to take that long for you to understand a point, which you're a smart man, you're raising a family and you have a wife. Exactly. But you're seeing so much question that so people could question your leadership, because why would you be so much question every day if you got a wife and you got to be a leader there? So it wouldn't be as much questions there. You know what I'm saying? You would be more factual and you would know more things there. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I have all the answers either, because I'm learning from y'all as married people too. But I'm just saying how it comes across. We're about learning and let's move forward.
Yeah, we got to learn how to move forward and say, you know what? I understand my ways and it didn't come off properly and I need to correct it. And just correct it moving forward. Don't keep trying to make excuses of why you did it, because it don't matter at this point why you did it and how you was misunderstood. It don't matter. It was misunderstood. Fix the communication problem and we'll be able to move forward. And everybody in the chat will be able to move forward. But when you keep making an excuse of why you said it, it brings that is men fighting to hold on to. Who want me to start singing again? I thought I was doing a good job of Can't Stand in the Rain, Uda. I don't care what nobody say.
Also, God's so good at muting Uda mic, man. Cause that note was her.
It wasn't me. How you knew, E? How you knew? God did it, E? Oh, man, how you knew? E, I looked down and seen I was muted. I said, damn, ain't this...
Let me welcome into the show, Mr. Alignment. I know Mr. Alignment is doing nothing but tell the truth and nothing but it in a loving way.
Yeah, that's what I do. I tell the truth. I stand on business. It is what it is. I don't get this. What I don't get, right? How a man give his honest opinion on his life, which is subjective, and y'all beat them to the ground. I don't get it. Y'all tell the man he wrong. If the man say that his wife is 7, then that's how he view it. My old lady ain't no dime. Like, I'm not about to sit here and fraud. Like, I'm not about to do that because y'all say that I should say that. Yo, you should tell that your wife is a 10. I mean, it's subjective. We talking about beauty, bro. If she is 7, she is 6. Okay, that's cool. That's all right. I'm like a 4. I'm a 4 or 3. Like, I'm not understanding this whole conversation. Like, because I get my lady.
Okay, so let me help you. I'm gonna help you understand. I'm gonna help you understand.
You can't help me understand it,
I'm gonna help you understand by asking question. That old lady you're talking about, are you still with her?
Huh?
Are you still with that old lady? All right, then. That's the problem.
That don't have nothing to do with
And that is the problem
Y'all
right
know
there.
I'm
Like,
outside.
it doesn't.
I'm outside.
Hold on, because your
I'm
microphone.
outside. You heard?
Yeah, your mic is chipping, bro.
Your mic, I tried to fix it, but it couldn't. So what I'm saying, Mr. Alignment, is that y'all don't understand what y'all are communicating. So you yourself are going to say that your wife ain't nowhere near your old lady. I apologize. Your old lady ain't nowhere near 10. Not only that, she ain't nowhere near 10. You also left this old lady that ain't a 10. And then also you gave yourself
For the streets. You gotta say for the streets. That's
for
important.
the streets, right? You left her for the streets. Not only that, and then you go and say, but give yourself a 4. So you say, hey, listen, I'm only a 4. So therefore, my girl only could be a certain level too, because you are bringing her down to your level. And this is what men do not understand what you are communicating. And this is why
Conflation.
This is right. It doesn't matter if it's conflation. Now, I'm trying to get men to understand that y'all are not communicating what you think you are communicating. Y'all make relationships with men sound horrible. You make it very nervous for women to say, yes, I want to get with a man that says I'm a 7. I want to get with a man that says it got 8s, 9s, and 10s that look better than me, even though he's the reason why I gained some weight. He's the reason why my hair ain't done. He's the reason why I can't go outside as much. Also, I gotta lay down with
Whoa. My wife keeps her hair done. Nah, come on, bro.
I gotta lay down with him whenever he wants to. I don't have no full body autonomy of myself because, hey, if the man chooseth, that's what we gotta do with. If that man says jump, I gotta say how high. If he decides that he gets the last say of where we live, where we move, what school, y'all do not make it sound like it is anything good for a woman. And this is why women are not choosing to be with men, because the way how y'all men communicate, it sounds disgusting.
All right, so get this alignment, man. I'll tell you what is alignment. I'll tell you the truth.
All right, hold on. He got a microphone fixed. Let him get a.
Gotcha. Go get your alignment.
Y'all
can hear me?
Yeah, we get you good, man.
I don't align with none of this shit y'all talking about, bro. You know why? Because I'm not sequacious, bro. I don't allow another man in my life, bro. If I say what I say, then that's what I mean, bro. Like, y'all all men of results. Y'all businessmen. Y'all got successful business and all that. So y'all strive off results. So if life doesn't give a woman, if I say, oh, you a dime, if life doesn't give her that, then why the hell am I telling her that? If she's average at best, she's average at fucking best, bro. I'm a fucking basic nigga. I'm an average nigga. Okay, maybe some other woman like, oh, that's a fine chocolate nigga. Okay, cool. But then there's be some other woman like, yo, he ugly. He's short. I take it and move with the punches. Like, you heard? I don't care what people say. It is what it is. But I know I ain't the worst looking nigga. I ain't the best looking nigga either. So I mean, if life doesn't, if I get on this panel, I'm like, yo, I'm a 10. Then I should be getting modeling contracts. I should be getting movie roles. If life doesn't give you the results, stop fucking lying to yourself and the people that's around you. You heard? Because just because I say she a 6 or a 7, okay, cool.
Okay, so this is where we disagree. So
you
for some
niggas
reason,
not real, bro, and I don't be liking
so
that shit.
this is where we disagree. For some reason, you think because you look good, you're gonna be a supermodel. It doesn't work that way. Majority of supermodels don't look good. They walk down the street in Manhattan all the time, and they ain't really that good looking in the face, but they are really great at taking pictures. That's what they are good at. So do not confuse being good looking and modeling. That's number one. And number two, don't confuse what the world look at you as and saying that, hey, I gotta respect what the world say, that I'm 5'7", so therefore I'm not the most chosen man in the world. This bullshit. So again, if I look at myself as
Sound like y'all settled. That's what it sounds like.
If I look at myself as being top notch because of all the things that I created in my life too, and my accomplishments,
that don't make you a 10 though.
Yes, it does. Absolutely 100%. And the woman I chose, it also makes her a 10 as well. Because guess what? I ain't choosing nothing less than the best woman I could absolutely have in my life. I do not settle for less, God damn it. Because my life is showing that I'm willing to fight tooth and nail to get up out of circumstances. So maybe it is a confidence problem. And so maybe majority of men don't have that confidence in themselves. So therefore they try to portray that and push that onto their wives as well. But me personally, my outcome says
Your
that
results show that in real.
I'm way better than average. God damn it, that's what my
Bro, we talking about looks. Y'all talking about accolades and I got this degree, I got these business. That's not what we talking about, bro. We're talking about solely attraction. That's what I mean. Y'all deviate from the origin of everything just to push y'all narrative, bro. That shit
So
weak
and
as
again,
shit.
so
Let's
let
talk
me
about that.
substantiate more. Let me substantiate
This
more
shit
what I'm
become a
saying.
fucking
So let
cabal,
me
bro. If we don't
substantiate
agree,
more what
y'all
I'm
shun
saying.
niggas,
So
bro.
hold on, slow down, misalignment. If a woman is very beautiful, face-wise, she have a face card, but her attitude is shitty, that is going to bring down whatever you consider her to be a dime as. So this whole idea that it's only based on one thing is stupid, and that's just a worldly view because you are afraid that somebody else is going to tell you that your woman ain't what you think it is. Ain't nobody could tell me what my woman ain't.
And Sharon,
that's
it's so
some self
crazy.
shit though.
Hold on, but Sharon, that's what I'm saying. The crazy part about it, my wife was a 10, but when she got pregnant, she became 11. She got beautiful. Like I'm trying to figure out,
I don't listen. This is why I don't be listening to YouTube niggas, bro. Like,
nigga, you a YouTube nigga.
Wait. I wanted to add to this
I ain't
real
on
quick
YouTube
before.
panels and argue. I don't get on here and argue and bury the fight, bro. That's what y'all do.
What
bro.
do you call
I
yourself
just get
doing
on here,
right
I
now,
voice
sir?
my opinion, and I go about my life, bro. That's why I said I'm a part of the niggas that stand on business. Not Uda,
You are
not
not.
Marvelous,
You are
not
not.
Sharon.
Hold on. I'm
Nobody
not
on
going to
this
allow
panel
it. I'm not going. Hold on. Slow
can
down.
deter me
What
from how
makes
I
you think?
feel and
Hold
how I
on. What
stand
makes you?
on. You
What
niggas
makes you
allow
think that?
other men to
Brody,
stand
Hold
I've
up
on.
and
never
Hold on.
shut me
deterred you
up.
from a thing,
Other
Brody.
niggas
I've
Slow
never
down.
deterred you from a
Mr.
thing.
Lyman, slow down. Just
I
one
never
second.
told you what to feel, brother. I never even spoke to your life, blood.
Slow down. I need. This is a problem. A lot of men cannot substantiate
Sound like we
anything.
from the same place too. So what the fuck you talking about?
You know what I'm saying? Like a majority of men cannot substantiate what they're saying. That's the issue, right? And so because he can't substantiate and he just going down, he's the only person telling the truth.
Brother.
This is that conspiracy theory that a lot of men are living in. They literally live in a conspiracy theory. Everybody else is delusional except for them. Even though all of us could substantiate why, right?
We
Even
talking
man literally substantiating
this shit is
why his wife it
subjective
went
and
from
arguing.
hold on. He
Jesus
substantiating why his wife went from a 10 to 11. After she had the children, she went up in value. And a lot of these men, they look at their wives as going down in value because they look at it from a worldly view.
I get it. I get it all. Now, I mean, Mr. Lyman,
I look at her
Mr.
as she
Lyman, I
stayed the
wasn't
same
even
when she
getting
had
at
the
him.
kids.
I'm
You're
just saying.
still my woman. I never changed. You still look beautiful, but you're not a 10. You still what before the kids and after the kids, I still looked at her the same damn way. You still beautiful. I'm still attracted to you. I'm gonna still be all over your body. Nothing changed, but your value didn't go up because you had kids. What are y'all niggas? Y'all niggas be on here
No,
just
no,
say
look what I was saying.
anything
Look what I was saying.
to
Mr.
make the
Lyman, peep this,
crowd
right?
feel
Peep game.
good, bro. Y'all be
Peep game, bro. Like,
pandering,
peep this.
dog.
Peep what
That
I'm saying,
shit
though.
weak. You niggas better stand up. Stand
Mr.
up.
Lyman, look. Peep what I'm saying to you. Like, peep what I was saying to. Peep what I was saying to Josh.
Hold on, Uda.
I was just trying to tell him what I was saying.
Uda, just ask him. There's one question. That woman that you was going to be all over her body, what did she get for having your children? Ask him.
Damn, that's a real question. Answer it if you want to answer it, Mr. Lyman. You can answer that.
You said, what did she get for having my children?
Yeah, I think he said something like to that effect. Something
I'm
like
not
that.
understanding the. I'm not understanding
Ask the question. Right.
the complexity of the question. I'm not understanding. What did she get?
Yep, that's the
Nigga,
question.
nigga, I ain't got no playing kids. Nigga, motherfuckers was cursed from the start. You heard? But motherfuckers, y'all I don't understand these dumb questions y'all asking, bro.
Wow.
That was crazy, Mr. Lyman. That was crazy. But look, though,
But
peep
he's
it,
the
though,
one
right?
telling the truth, Uda. He's the one telling the truth, Uda. Go ahead, Uda.
Not gay. He said what you said. Don't matter. Say it. Don't matter. Say it.
Yo, Uda, you let these niggas talk long
Just
enough?
say it. What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this, right? All right, cool. Everybody is like a planet on their own self. You, your own world. I'm my own world. We our own worlds and our own selves. You know what I'm saying? So that means that based upon what we feel in our own self, we deem what we feel is the top of our own world. Besides what society feel, they could say, yo, this is that and that. I say, no, that's in my world. This is the top of my world. This is my world. So in his perception, when he explained it, he kind of explained it. If he sees what he said, because he also said him and his wife, Josh, I'm talking about, he said him and his wife speak, and he could tell his wife this or whatever he said. So I took that as well when Josh said that. But I'm just saying, when he went to speaking about kind of what society kind of is like deeming a 10. You know what I'm saying? That's where my point of contention was, because it's not about anybody else or what anyone thinks about what you have or who you with. It should be
Y'all
about
niggas
what
get
you
on
think
y'all
is what
bull.
I'm saying. You feel me? It's about what you think, though,
You
bro.
niggas
Is what I'm saying.
bullshit. I don't like
So
bullshit niggas, bro.
Wait,
I
wait,
don't
wait,
like
wait.
bullshit niggas.
What do you think, bro? So you meet a bad bitch that's dirty and all that. She's bad? She dirty, she this, she that,
Bro,
but
I
she's a
mean,
baddie. What is she? Her badness
you
just went
said
down.
she dirt. How you
I'm
gonna
gonna
be
give you a
dirty?
scenario. A
How you
bad
gonna be
chick, but
dirty
she
and a
has
baddie?
bad hygiene. You go to the crib. You never been by a chick that's bad. You went by a crib and shit all over the crib look like
I mean,
Hurricane
the bitch
Katrina.
still bad. She just dirty. You heard? What the fuck is y'all niggas talking about? You heard? Like, we talking about face, body. What are we talking about, bro?
Yeah, I'm about to say,
You
you guys are
niggas
kind
say
of confusing the
anything just to
conversation.
create your
We are not
narrative,
confusing it.
bro.
No, no, wait.
That's why
I'm able to know where you're coming
need
from.
niggas like
Hold
me.
on. Slow
Y'all
I know
need
down.
where
niggas
Lobby
like
coming
me. You
from.
heard?
Hold on.
Niggas
No,
is
he
weak.
repeating himself. Hold on. No, we're not confusing it.
All right, I'll tell you right now.
Once
I'll tell you right now.
you get
What,
past
I'm
the,
gonna tell you what's
This
going
nigga
on.
got
Let
the
me,
worst narratives in the
when you
world.
get
Y'all want
past
to talk
when you
about me?
get
Go
past
ahead,
the
man.
misalignment, once you get past the initial, she looks good in the face, and then you start talking to her, you start smelling her, you start seeing what her character is. All that shit makes the person lose points, but you saying it doesn't.
Bro, because y'all adding things to what attraction. That's why they say, yo, she attractive, but she not my type. That's where you coming from. Attraction versus being your type. You're coming from that. I'm talking solely
No, hold on.
on
Don't
looks,
tell me.
bro.
Hold on.
I'm
Pause.
not
Pause.
adding, I'm not
Hold on.
taking
Slow
away from
down.
nothing, you heard?
Slow
What you
down.
talking
Slow
about?
down. I'm not coming. Hold on. This is the
Nigga said
problem.
his
Y'all,
wife had
hold
babies
on.
and now she
Hold
11.
on. Hold on. Men do not learn how to fucking listen. Y'all think whatever y'all think is what somebody's talking about. And this is why these conspiracies really live in y'all own minds. Y'all are literally living conspiracy theories. I'm telling you what I'm
This is
talking
your
about,
panel, so
and
you
you
gonna
are
create a
telling me it's
narrative, bro.
something different, literally in real time.
I'm talking about my perspective. That's why I'm talking about my perspective. This shit
And
is
your
subjective.
perspective is
Nigga,
delusional
you
to the
not right
conversation
now. It's
because we are talking
subjective.
about a certain thing and you are talking
It's
about something.
ambiguous.
Hold on. Your perspective
That
is
means it's
different
open to
from.
many
Hold on. What I'm
interpretations.
trying to. Hold
I
on.
hate you niggas,
Hold
bro. I'm out,
on.
bro.
Hold on. Your perspective is a different conversation altogether. That's what you're missing.
but that's where I was getting at too, Sharon. I was trying to tell you, like, you guys are.
Right. And we need you to get on topic and stay there and have a conversation on topic.
I think he was on topic.
No, the reason
That's
he's
the
off
problem with
topic.
that's the problem with a lot of you men. Y'all don't understand when somebody's off topic.
Yeah,
How was he off
He was
topic?
definitely on
We were
well,
talking
topic.
hold
about
on.
beauty,
Because
right?
when you rate your wife, you're not rating her based off when you first saw her. I hope not. You're rating her off the whole over experience of your wife. I don't think you're like, well, yeah, this is how I felt when I first saw her. No, based on my wife, this is what I rate her by. That's what makes sense to me.
Nope. Y'all asked me about my wife's physical attractiveness. Because we're
Now we're
talking about
arguing
physical
time.
attraction.
Now we're arguing time. Because I
So
agree your wife might get more
because
attractive in time, but that's in time. We talking about just basic attraction. That's what I think the dude was talking about before he dropped.
Right. And for some reason, y'all wanted to try to make it about what y'all have in y'all minds instead of what the actual conversation is. It's
Well,
a
I
weird
think
thing that keeps happening. Like, I'm telling you what the conversation is about. And you said, no, I don't believe it's that. I believe it's this thing over here that I have in my mind. And I'm going to keep talking about my conspiracy instead of saying, oh, that's what the topic is about. Let me talk to the topic.
so. Let me talk to the topic then, and the topic is about beauty and your spouse, right? Your wife, right? Right. So if we're talking about vanity, beauty, it is a worldly concept. And on the worldly concept of vanity, your wife may not be the prettiest person worldly, but to you, you may see her in a different light.
So pause there. If a man says, I see my wife as perfect to me, what should that man rate his wife? 1 to 10.
It would be a 10 if he
Thank
sees his
you.
wife as perfect. Yeah.
Why is it so difficult?
Because y'all are conflating two different goddamn things.
No, that's it. It's over. Pastor's honest. At least he gets on my damn nerves. But at least he honest. That's what that man is supposed to say. Once he say she is perfect to me, that is it. There's no need to say, well, the world is going to say her BMI, her height, her hair, how her nose is, and she got some thin ass, whatever. It don't matter what the world sees her as at that moment. Once you say she is perfect to me.
But these guys are saying their wives are not perfect to them. Do they accept and love their wives?
No, you're
Yes.
wrong.
Hold
That's
on,
where you're wrong.
It's not them, it's me. Hold up, it's me.
Hold on. So this is what
Interesting.
I'm saying, Pastor. So that is the problem. And this is when I'm saying the conspiracy theories live in their goddamn head and they can't stay on topic. So that's why we having the conversation. Thank you, Pastor.
Topic.
For that. Woo! Pastor, I appreciate you. Pastor.
See, I'm tired of getting shot at me, and then y'all misinterpreting what I'm saying. That's just making me mad.
I was just trying to get an open
Well, hold on,
statement
clear
in
it
real
up. You
quick.
got time. Let him clear it up. Clear it up, because I want to see how you gonna clear this up. What did Sharon say that was wrong based on
Here's
that
what he
last
said. Because my wife's not a perfect 10, I'm not attracted to her. I don't find her to be beautiful.
He did
All that
not say
shit's
that.
ignorant.
Oh my God. He
All
did
right,
not
That's
say
just
that.
goofy.
Hold on,
He
pause.
did not say that.
No
Hold
one
on.
can say that. No one can say
Hold
that.
on. This is what I'm saying. We got to get men out of living in conspiracy theories. That is not what anybody said on this panel at all. Pastor, do you believe that's what I said just now?
No one can say that.
Well, after we kind of cleared it up, but we're talking about more than just looks. We're talking about the whole
All right,
person.
before we get back to the whole person, did I say that he wasn't attracted to his wife?
No, you never said that. No,
Did I insinuate that?
you didn't insinuate it, but you did it. Well, you insinuated that he doesn't think. Well, you didn't insinuate that either. You just thought he could. He should have. He should
Thank
have
you,
judged her
Pastor.
higher.
I was about to see how you tried to make it to something it wasn't. He's right. He did not.
I did not. And so this is what I'm saying. Men got to get out of having this conspiracy theory about themselves. Listen, we, the government, the family court, divorce lawyers, it ain't no conspiracy against men, bro. Y'all not
That's not true.
So,
That's not true either. That's not true
sure
either.
you said this.
Hold on, we could get
Hold
into
up.
that, Pastor. I understand what, because Pastor loved this conversation as well, and he actually have experience in it and all facts of it, so we can have the conversation. So what I'm saying is that most of the time, these men will put things in the conversation that just not there. It's a conspiracy. It's just not truthful. What you think that I said, I did not say.
Okay, so you didn't say if my wife's perfect to me, she can't be a 7. You have not said that all fucking day. Because I can pull 7 different timestamps where you said it. That's why I'm fucking mad about it.
Okay,
Because y'all keep saying, no, y'all keep saying I don't see my wife as a 10 because I'm fucking honest. No, that's bullshit, bro.
Slow down. So again, you saying that she's a 7, I never said that your wife is not attractive to you. You are the one that are
Did you not say that your wife can't be perfect to you, i.e. not attractive, because we're talking about physical fucking attraction. You're saying she can't be attractive to me because I see her as a 7 because I'm honest. You didn't say that. You didn't say that at all today in the last 4 hours.
Not in the context of you trying to push it out to me. No. You're trying to push it as a different context because ain't nobody. Because now, when we just be honest, right? Let's go to the worldview. A 7 is a very attractive. Hold on, a 7 is a very attractive woman. Are we all
obviously?
Okay, all right. So therefore, what you're saying, what you're trying to insinuate, what I'm saying, it just will not hold true. So again, I'm going by the words that you are saying, right? When we
are you not saying that I don't see my wife as perfect?
Right? Maybe you misunderstood me, and that's fine. But we just came to a consensus that a 7 is still a very attractive woman. So, okay, so therefore I cannot say that you're not attracted to your wife. So if we are in agreement with that, and then we can move on that maybe you misunderstood what I was saying when I said whatever that was at the time. Can we agree to that? That it could be a misunderstanding? Shadow.
Yeah, fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so now we can move forward. And so what we are saying is that once a man say that my wife is perfect to me, his only answer, if he wanted to answer to rate his wife, he has to say a 10 at that point.
So now we're gonna pretend you didn't just counteract what you just said, right? So my wife is still perfect to me. Does that mean that she is physically a 10 regarding physical attractiveness?
Yes.
Those two things do not have to be the same.
Yeah, she's a 10.
They're not the same, though. because you're adding up you're adding up points to make her a 10. But if you solely go on looks, she could be a 7, which is still a pretty woman. But then you add she's the mother of my child, she cooks for
Thank
me,
you.
she's nice to
Exactly.
me. When you start adding those things up, those things can make her a 10. But when you compartmentalize it to just vanity and looks, she can be a 7. And that's okay.
My
But
wife's
that's
on
like,
camera. My wife's right there. Yes, my wife. She's not the most beautiful person in the world, but to me, she's my everything. That's why this dumbass conversation keeps making me mad.
Shadow. This is the point, man. Like you, there's things you don't have to tell the world. You know what you have. The world don't. Oh, you don't understand it. You don't have to get validation. You know this already. So when you tell us your opinion about your wife, why would we care about that? Seriously, unless you're trying to get validation in some
No,
way.
we were having a conversation about physical attractiveness and how come it was the whole physical attractiveness.
Then why put your wife in there? Hold on, wait, stop. This is where I don't do it. Why even bring your wife to that conversation?
Because at the time we had that conversation, the day we had that
But you don't
conversation,
have to though. But you don't have to
again,
though. That's what I'm saying.
but again, you're working off a different dichotomy of how me and my wife were. When we talk fairly open, and I treat
I
this
get
the
that.
same.
Yes,
I'm just open about how I talk. It just is what it is.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is, it's just as simple as this, bro. Like, I would never bring my wife into the conversation and compare her to the world. I separate her from the world. I already know, babe. See, she already like it already. I don't talk about my wife for that exact reason, because there's no comparison. Just that simple.
That's simple.
I have a question. So we're on a panel, and y'all literally
Josh.
asked me a question that day.
All right, hold on 1 second, Josh. Go ahead. Welcome to the show. Sway producing. Good day, sir. How are you?
Baby?
Like I said, I'm always going to baseline if I understand everybody's perspective, and I can run it down my understanding of both sides to this story. My only clarification, Josh, is that I think they're kind of confused on is when you make a statement that she's physically a 7, and then say she's perfect for you. And I get those are two different kind of conversations when you're talking about attractiveness. However, if we go back to the physical, when you rated her a 7, and that you understand that there are more other women that are more physically attracted than her to you, then at that point, meaning that if she was an 8 plus all the things she is, that she's technically not perfect because she could be better. So you can't say she's a 10 for you if you already baseline her looks as a 7. You have to baseline her looks as perfect for you. You can't baseline it as a 7, because if you baseline it as a 7, that means it can be improved on. And so she can't be perfect for you if you've already baselined her less than or in a position where she can improve.
I disagree.
Okay,
Her looks are good enough for him, and her behavior and everything that comes up makes her perfect. That makes her perfect. There's no room for growth after that.
You've already missed the
I
point,
did
Willie.
not miss the point.
If I
You're
have
putting
to,
you're putting too much on looks.
He conflated the two. That's all.
Stop over talking me. Like I said, if you missed the point already, because this is based on Josh's opinion, if he's made an objective statement that she is a 7, meaning that she has room for improvement, i.e. his example for that was weight. He said she can lose 15 or 20 pounds, and I'll give her an extra point or 2, and she can go up to an 8 or a 9. Meaning, even
That was that
to him,
conversation.
hold on, I'm explaining this to Will. I'm explaining it to Will because I think you might understand me. I don't have to repeat myself. Meaning, even to him, that she's not perfect to him because she could have room for improvement. That's the only argument I'm having. I'm not judging him for it. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but technically speaking, even for him, she's not a 10 based on what he said, because he said she has room for improvement based on the looks factor alone. So I'll leave that alone and I'm out. Appreciate y'all.
Appreciate it.
I get his argument. I get his argument saying that your wife
His argument's good.
saying she could look better. But my disagreement with that argument that she could look better is you took her at that look before. Now did she gain some weight and she looked? So that 15 pounds you're talking about is weight that she gained post you, right?
To both of our kids, yeah. To both of our
Exactly.
kids.
So that weight gain cannot be technically counted for if it is post you. When you first met her, her looks were probably a 7, but they were perfect enough for you they were perfect enough for you to go ahead and put kids in her.
But that wasn't the conversation we were having. We were talking about physical attractiveness.
But it shouldn't change. So I get where Pastor's coming from. I get where Pastor's coming from.
If Josh, if you just stop making excuses for it, you will understand it. The problem is that you do not want to concede.
We were literally talking about physical attractiveness.
But everybody came and made good points. Pastor made a good point. Sway came and made a good point too. But Pastor just made a good point. But I think you're overlooking it. I think he made a good point.
I agree with him fully. I agree.
Hold on. Let me read a couple of super chats, Josh.
Okay. Shit.
So we got Detroit Cardinals with the $5. Love gonna get. Hold on. Let me do this properly. Love's gonna get you killed. But the pride is gonna be the death of you and me and you and me. Kendrick Lamar. It's pride that won't allow men to admit faults. It's one of my songs right there. I appreciate that song right there. Hopefully I did it justice because my singing is so beautiful because very Red Sensational said my singing is beautiful. That's what she told me. And that's the story that I'm going by. I don't care how delusional y'all say I am. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. Red Sensational with $2. Everybody is a 10 to somebody. Absolutely. That's what the conversation is really about. And I don't know why my brothers want to fight so hard to say that they woman is ugly. It's crazy. I don't know why they fighting for it, Uda.
Well, not Kuda, but I pulled up to say I disagree with you about the young brothers that were marching in New York for family court and about how things are not conspired or different for men. So I'll wait on that conversation rather than talking about his wife.
We can get into that too, nigga.
I rather because honestly, talking about his wife. Talking about his wife.
Supreme Court buildings over there, and my friends and all that was up in there.
Yeah, talking about his wife. Talking about his wife's vanities. I don't really want to do that personally, but I can wait. I can wait.
No, that's fine.
Let's move on because you just called my wife ugly again. That shit pissed me off.
It's all right. It's all right, Josh. Let's concede and move forward. Your wife is a 10 to you, man. It's all good.
That's it. It's all good. And we all agree with you that she's a 10, and you need to say it out loud too. Say it. Say my wife.
Just say it and let's move forward, bro.
Damn. Josh, what do you rate your wife?
Man, just move forward. Leave me alone.
Nah, Josh. You gotta say it, bro.
You gotta say it now.
Nah, bro. You gotta say it, Josh. You ain't gonna
finna
this wife and you don't
hold
say
up.
it.
Ain't no man finna have me disrespect my wife.
Yes, we are. Josh,
Shit.
it's okay.
Josh, we put some spec on your wife right now. Don't do that. We put some spec on her name right now. Don't do that.
Josh, no, y'all are asking me to be dishonest. My wife's gonna watch this when she gets off.
She gonna say we jumped your ass in here.
That's it. Twice.
That's it. We packed
And
you
she
out.
knows she knows I'm gonna stand on it.
All right. So stand on your wife being perfect to you. Is your wife perfect to you? And perfect means
yes.
10. So is
nope.
your wife
didn't say the same thing.
So
conflation.
Is your wife a 10 to you?
Let's talk about this New York court.
Is your wife a 10 to you?
You ain't gonna concede, bro.
Is your wife a 10 to you?
I can't hear you. I'm at work.
Motherfucker. So, Uda, we had these young men, all on Jamaica, Queens, with a $2 cardboard and a $5 cutouts. And they cut out things and said, we want equal rights for dads. Dads need to see their sons. The court is against us. It's a conspiracy. It was all on TikTok and Instagram and all these shit. And you said you might even know some of them personally.
Real talk, bro. Yeah, bro. What are you talking about? I got custody of my son. I went through a custody thing with my son. I got custody of him. I got full custody of my son. But I even was in them courts, and I just seen while I was in that court, I went to go get custody of my son. But while being in that court, son, I swear, many people came in there, parents, fathers, but the custody was awarded to I think one father. Only like one, I swear. And he got a round of applause in there at the time when I had saw it. You know what I mean? Like all of the women would get the custodial rights and all of those things. You know what I mean? We was hearing a bunch of stories, you know what I mean? Who knows what side is what, you know what I mean? Could be hearing two sides from the woman and the man. But, you know, maybe based on the judge you get and different things like that, you know what I mean? Because people are people too, you know what I mean? So, but the
So
system
now,
is crazy. And I think it leans in favor more towards the women. But if you're a father and you're going to try to push forward, I think that's going to be respected if you really, really trying to push forward, trying to get the custody, trying to do those things. I think those things are start to make sense because now it starts to weigh against what Shorty doing and all of the things that she doing. If you stepping up and doing that, that's what's going to take, because even that father that was awarded, it was a lot of stuff that was happening, but his continuity of his character, the things that he was doing for the child, it actually just stood up more, you know what I'm saying? And regardless, even if that judge wanted to give him or take his kid or whatever, like she had to give it to him, you know what I'm saying? But it wasn't a lot. It wasn't a lot of fathers that got custody, you know what I'm saying? My child's mother, my son's mother at the time, she was going to court and all of that, so I was going through the process. But at one point, you know what I mean, I just spoke to her one time, you know what I mean? And she just, after going through it for like a year and change, you know what I'm saying? She actually was like, you know what, go ahead, you know what I mean? So she lives in another state. My son lives in New York with me, you know what I'm saying? Things like that. But so I got a chance to see other fathers and other parents go through it. But I think the system leans more towards the mother, you know what I mean?
and now, so you saying that it
Mhm.
leaned towards the mother when you was in these places and you was hearing the conversation that the woman was building up. Is it also because of the woman was able to build a more difficult time for the judge to side with the man?
No, I just think as a mother got to be straight like crazy for them to really take a kid from a mom. You know what I'm saying? She got to
Exactly.
like do the most.
You have to prove her
That right there.
Really
unfit.
got to be
You
doing the
have to prove
most.
her
And if she
unfit.
makes a lot of accusations, I think a lot of times, sometimes her thing will be believed, her side will be believed more quicker or faster. Because I had my friend, you know what I'm saying? He went and started the process first and all that, left Shorty and all that. You know what I'm saying? It was done and all that. But when it came down to it, you know what I mean? She was awarded the custody, even though she was wilding. And I think the child, as far as he say, because I wasn't in the situation, but as far as he say, his child was in danger, which led him to go to the court. You know what I'm saying? And
Okay,
then it led to the whole thing.
so when that happened, when they broke up, who was the child living with first?
Probably the child was living with both of them. The child was living with both of them because they had the baby, and the child was living with the both of them. Yeah.
And then they broke up, and then who the child was living with? Because I'm pretty sure he
But
didn't
when
stay
they
in the house
broke
while they
up,
was going.
in this situation, in this situation, I'm telling you, in this situation, when they broke up, he left though. He left when they broke up. He's the one that left. So she still had the kid, even though he was going to the court trying to fight for the custody, whatever. But she had the kid when he left.
Thank
that's
you.
what continuity. That's what
I
continuity.
appreciate that honesty. And the reason why, before I get past in there as well, because he's somebody else that went through it as well, is that so that's the real honesty of how it's more difficult that the father has an uphill battle, because from the jump, the women already have the custody when they go to court.
That's true.
I think it's maternal. I think it's
No,
maternal.
no,
You
no,
know
no,
what I
no,
mean?
no. That part is very true. So then you get into you use the term. You use the term, and I don't think you understand the importance of the term you use. You use the term called continuity. You remember using that term?
Yeah, the continuity of his character and how he
Well,
was.
but there's
Yeah, the
another
continuity.
but sticking to that term
Yeah.
continuity, then you can add something to it. It's called continuity of family.
Okay.
And a continuity of family with the mother having the primary or custodial custody because like y'all broke up, right? And a lot of times when y'all break up, you just don't snatch your baby up and he go and your baby go with you. A lot of times the baby does stay with the mother, like Sharon was saying. The baby does stay with the mother initially when y'all break up, but you do. And let's get this. I'm gonna say another thing too. 50-50 custody is not a failure. I'll look because I'm fixing things with the mother of my child so that we have 50-50 custody, right? So what it is, I don't look at that as a failure. Because I don't agree with her. She said, you know what, we broke up, you a horrible nigga, and I'm gonna attack you. I get 75, you get 25. Nah, sweetheart, it ain't like that. You know I'm not horrible, and I'm not even gonna go back and forth with you and say you horrible. We both contributed to this kid. We both contributed to this breakup. Let's do this thing 50-50. 50-50 is a win. I think soul custody is a loss, whether it's for men or whether it's for women. Soul custody is a loss because the child's gonna lose with soul custody.
for the child.
Perfect. All right,
Okay,
that's a great explanation to what's really happening. I appreciate this. This is really good. I like how we're building this.
Damn, that was
Go ahead.
beautiful.
Yeah, that was awesome. It was welcome to the show, LA. Good day, beautiful. How you doing today? What's your thoughts?
What's up, y'all? Happy holidays to the panel. I love the bill. This is an awesome topic. Like, seriously, I like the creativity with it because it's so much stuff that people hear, secondhand. They might experience firsthand, you know what I mean? But does it mean overall there's this, the world is out to get you? Like, nah, sometimes we got to take some responsibility, what we did and did not do. Pastor, I love what you just said. There is no loss in 50-50, man. Like when the end goal is the child and both parties can compartmentalize and put their bullshit to the side. Yeah, you might have been a horrible partner, but you could still be a great parent. You know what I'm saying? And it's just an extension. That kid has more people that they can depend on, that they can reach out to, that they can relate to. You know what I'm saying? So I totally agree. There's some people who do make that happen. I know a couple in particular, they coordinated to where they live within the same, like you said, 5-10 miles from each other. It's 3 days on, 3 days off. And young man he ain't suffering for nothing. You feel me? Like, it's just more love. So, it's just more about what are we feeding into? You know what I'm saying? Are we feeding into the scare tactics? And like I said, the people who didn't try, who didn't fight, who didn't even initiate any type of nothing. You know what I'm saying? Are we just, gonna believe that? Or are we gonna try to actually say what we did or did not do as adults to contribute to this situation?
Exactly. And one thing you said that was very important, you said 5 to 10 mile radius. And so we can break this down to factuality rather than just talking points.
Yeah.
Men, don't run, man. Now, you might not be able to stay in the same exact city as her because she, y'all going back and forth. You know what I'm saying? She trying to catch you doing crazy stuff, blah, blah, blah. So you might not be able to stay in the same city, but you got to stay in the same county. As long as you stay in the same county, you will not disrupt the continuity of family. What they mean by that is the continuity of the child's life. You will be able to still be able to take that child. That child won't be late to school because you stay 2 counties away. That child won't be late. You won't be late to drop the child off in a timely manner. At more than likely a police station. So even if y'all getting along right now or y'all start beefing, y'all in a well-lit, well-patrolled area for continuity of safety for your child. So y'all won't be out there fighting at a McDonald's trying to
But we need to
exchange
be
custody.
past that place. We need to be past that place, especially as parents, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm coming from the hood, so I get it. You know what I'm saying? I see it all. You know what I mean? But we need to get past that place right there. You know what I mean?
But we got to start. We got to start
Especially
somewhere.
after we done with each other, that's done. You know what I mean? It's all right. Now it becomes a toggle between us now. And only thing that's suffering is the child's going to suffer in this. You know what I'm saying? We both grown. We could both move on with our lives, do what the hell we doing, go south side, whatever we want to do. Only thing is going to lose now is the child. So we got to start to put that away and put that to the side, because a lot of guys from the hood and shit like that, maybe you was away for a while. Now you feel like you can't go back because you was away from your child. Maybe it's the reason because of the shorty. I got a lot of, I'm from a place where, you know what I'm saying, people give you every reason and not to be there for their kid. I'm from them places where it's like that, son. You know what I'm saying? Every single reason. Even, you dealing with him? This was the craziest one I ever heard from when I was young. I was like, I don't never want to be that guy. I swear to Jesus Christ right now in sandals. I said, he was like, one guy, his son was my homeboy, bro. Straight. Damn. His shorty, we grew up together, his son, but he's older than us. His shorty was dealing with my friend's mom was dealing with somebody else. He said, well, let that nigga take care of the child. I looked at my mans. I was like, what? I couldn't believe it, bro. And we was young, son. I said, that was one of the craziest things I ever heard in life. But I heard that so many times. So many times from other people too as well. You know what I'm saying? She with another guy, he take care of your kid. How does that even sound? Like,
I had a question.
Logical, you know what I mean? It's just crazy.
For y'all on the panel, like when y'all hear such like a reaction like that, you know what I'm saying, where they're just like, opting out in a certain way, right? And this could be from a man's perspective or a woman's perspective. Do you think that they're more of focusing on the failure of that relationship versus like we were talking about the bigger picture, which is the child? Do you think they just salty because they don't have that person around, whether they be man or woman?
Yeah, I think it could be that. I think it could be that. It could be a lot of things. Just like how when you growing up or something, you probably in your family of boys and stuff. But let's say you got a. Let's say you look like the most like your father, but your mom can't stand your father. So it's kind of way she probably been ill treating you in a way. You know what I'm saying? So it could go both
So
ways.
my experience on that before Pastor go is that majority of these men that is out there complaining, they are living in a fake conspiracy theory as well. They think that somebody's against them, and it's just not true. Just like Pastor said earlier, 50-50 is what majority of people usually get if they go to court. The problem is that these men are not really equipped to take care of their child. And this is why they have the issue that they are having. Majority of the men are going through what Uda just exposed, right? That the men were like, hey, you got you new this, that, and the third, or you got this, that, and the third. Let that take care of that kid. And that's what happens. And we act as if the few men that do go through this small situation, this small group of women that are successful at child alienation, we try to act like that small sector of women that are successful at manipulating the court and the child, that is the majority of happening in the world. And this is when the conspiracy theories start to rotate and it starts to be a big talking point. It's just not reality. That
Well, it comes from somewhere, because at one point women were able to break up with a man and take off across the country and alienate him from his child, but the courts have now outlawed that practice of behavior. You know what I'm saying? So I get it, but we're not technically dealing with that aspect of it right
Right.
now because they changed that.
Right. That's what I would have to ask why. You know what I'm saying? Like that's always the question, whether it be divorce or whatever. They never ask the question of why did this person, what I'm saying, want to take such drastic measures. Back in the day, which I think Pastor is alluding to, what I'm saying, taking your child across country and stuff like that. Well, if that other person was violent, you know what I'm saying? What if they were conceived under, circumstances that weren't of their own consent? You know what I'm saying? Like what if this is a big one, shamed because they're not married. And so the mother might have to move and start over in a whole nother fucking town, because small towns travel, that word of mouth talks, people talk, you know what I'm saying? And everything was put on a woman, you know what I'm saying? Whether it be the concept, if she kept it, it's her fault. She got rid of it, it's her fault. You know what I mean? If she got finesse, it's her fault. It was never the guy that
if she survived the whole labor and the whole thing, it's her fault. Right?
Especially back in those days. So
And I think that's the reason why
why is never asked. And it's like, I think that's another part of the conspiracy theory, because it's just, again, what did you do? You know what I'm saying? To make this person have such contempt for you. At one point, they had love for you, where they let you into their body, be so vulnerable to you, and all these things potentially create life. What did you do? What are you not saying? Right. That part is never.
Well, I do think
it can't always be the woman is so horrible.
I do think
we didn't know
violence.
that before.
I do think violence is an underlying thing.
Before you go to the violent part, I also want to say that I think a lot of men do not understand that if you being any form of abusive towards the woman, you're also being a form of abusive towards your child. They think that they could be harmful and disrespectful towards the mother and think that that's not going to have any kind of effect on the child. And that's another problem that these men be having. And this is why they go to the court and say the court is doing something to them. And it's this whole big conspiracy. I never was mean to my son. I only called you a stupid fat hoe ass bitch.
And yes, and just real quick, Sway. Yeah, what if he wasn't? But again, a part of this conspiracy theory is how can all these women be so bad? Those are a lot of what ifs. You know what I'm saying? Because they're very specific situations depending on each individual dynamic. You know what I'm saying? That's being spoken about. So it can go both ways.
It
the
does.
what ifs.
And that's why
And let's not forget that those women that they try to say is the majority of situations, it is a small sector of women that is successful at alienating the dad for no good reason. But that's a very small percentage of women that are doing that.
They can spread
We got to
lies.
stay successful because like how we said, 50-50 is what most people get, and most people don't get alienated from their child by the court.
Well, no. That's how they're changing. The laws are changing towards 50-50. That's not what most people get. Most people get what we call standard. And that's like every other Thursday in a weekend. That's what standard is what most people get. 50-50 is what is becoming the new norm. Now, there's this thing about family court, and that's the reason why I like what those young brothers did. Sharon, I respect what they did. They went out there and talked about fathers' rights rather than attacking women, rather than sit here and say all these horrible women, all these mothers know they could do better. They was like, hold on, man, this law could be better. And and at this point in my life, that's where I'm at. I don't even really. I'm over telling niggas to pick the
All right,
perfect
let's slow
women.
down, Pastor. So before we pass it around, what law did they say that need to be changed?
Well, in certain states like Florida and Tennessee, they have made 50-50 the standard rather than the every other Thursday in the weekend, the 75-25 or the 70-30, the standard.
That's fine, but what I'm
Mhm.
asking you is those men that you say you applauding, what
Mm-hmm.
rights for fatherhood they were saying that they need change, or if they had any.
Their protest would have been even better if they had a specific law they were going after. But I think they were talking about the overall issue. I think this bringing they didn't pick a specific issue. They just said that it's all an issue. So you're right. They could have picked a specific issue and attacked it from there, and they didn't, which made their protest probably fall on deaf ears. But yeah.
Okay, so all right, so we in the same spot. All right, so I like the honesty today. That's a beautiful thing. That's my issue that I had with the whole conspiracy theory that fathers don't have rights. Fathers have plenty of rights, and if a father is willing to go and do what Uda did and fight for his child, and he have proof of who he is as a character, and he looks at that, and the woman is conceded to like, you know what, we not together, but you know it probably is better off that he stay in New York with you, right? His woman decided to do that and say, you know what, it's the best thing because he didn't have it as a argumentative custody battle. It was just
but it was about that though. It was like that though. Don't get it twisted, because she was on after she was. I could go into the story, but it's crazy because she was being negligent. But I ain't trying to put her down in no way. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, she came back with like a fire after she was being negligent. So I'm like, whatever. So we went through the whole process and we going through this court thing. But at the end of the day, regardless of what, I think conversation is what really is going to stop anything. Forget what them courts is saying, because we was in that court. You hear me? God came to me and said, Joe, man, go say something. I would dislike this. She took me. I was in the court the whole thing. She took her sister to court. Her sister had custody of her other kid. And she took her sister to court after her sister was helping her with the other kid. I said, nah, this is crazy. So I was mad as hell. But at the end of the day, we got to be able to find a middle ground somewhere, because the best people that get
so
to co-parent.
You was in there, eyes red, and you said,
I was in there for like, bro. I was in court for mad long, bro.
You said, you know what, you right. I need to have a conversation.
Mad long, bro, and I was stubborn as hell. So I'm stubborn. I was like, "What? This my son too." I'm like, "Get out of here, bro. You met what?
Thank you.
You ain't want him, nigga. You gave him up. Like, yeah, it's my son." So I was on that type vibe with it. You know what I'm saying? But look, I was like, you know what? And I spoke to him. When I spoke to her for real, I was like, "Listen, what are we here for? Because you acting like you want to be. What is we here for? Like, what is the best thing for him? Like, what do you want me to do? I'm not keeping you from him. But look, all through my son right now. My son is 18 right now. I'm gonna tell you that too. But look. All through that though, right now, even since my son was a baby though, I've never told him nothing bad about his mom though. I've never said, whether she probably, I don't know what she ever did when he went out there at times, but I've never, even the other day, he went to a point because he was trying to act up with my mom's. And I made a point to him the other day to say, yo, I've never. If you want to go disrespect somebody, go find your mother. Go disrespect, because guess what? I've never disrespected your mother to you, so I'm not going to allow you to disrespect mine. So that's how I'm so glad I did not ever, because the other day my son was acting up. The other day, my son's in college right now, and my mother was trying to speak to him. You know what I'm saying? And she called me like, yo, I called him and he was acting crazy with me. I'm like, what? All right, cool. So I went to go check him. You know what I'm saying? I went up on Hots to go check him too. But when I went and spoke to him, and I don't hit my son too, I never did. You know what I'm saying? Even though I got broomsticks and all that. You know what I mean? I just don't think it's going to help him. You know what I'm saying? I just don't think I got to find a way to say something. Maybe he need a stiff kick at a time. I believe he do. But you know what I mean? I just try. And also that I try to talk to him and say, yo, look, you know that I don't be on that with you. You feel me? So I want you to kind of use your mind. You know what I'm saying? And things like that though. But yeah,
perfect, because I want to say that same court that all those men that was in front of, I was once in front of that court as well. And before we went up there and get our case heard, I said, hey, young lady. I was like, first of all, I was like, damn, you looking good today. She's like, shut up, I don't want to hear that shit. I was like, fine.
Facts.
Our child phone.
Facts. Bark. We in a public place too. Bark loud. I'm like, damn.
I was like, fine. I was like, hey, look, our child's phone is in who name? Her insurance is in who name? Her school is registered under whose address? The pickup, she gets picked up and brought home and gets food and dinner at whose house? Who takes her to school? Who picks her up from school? Who takes her to this place? Who take her to a violin class? Who take her to the dentist? Who take her to get her first bra? Once you answer all those things, I need to understand, do you really want to go in there and potentially that everything's going to be on you? Because whatever the court says, I'm going to abide by 100%.
And that's why more brothers need to practice pro se. Like you just brought up pro. What you were really talking about is being pro se, pretty much legally representing yourself. You talked about having a parental standard, which is a parental game plan or parental plan. Brothers, if you go into family court and you ain't got a parental plan, you're going to lose because kids need structure.
Right. And not only that, I had proof of all those things.
So that's
I'm not just talking out my ass. The phone bill, the school, the emergency contacts, everything.
But a lot of guys I know, this is where they feel too. Even when they were saying that they wanted to get it, they wasn't taking pictures, receipts, all that money they were spending, all of that. This is where they was slacking. Some of the guys I know from the hood, and some of the guys that was even in that court, they was slacking on some of those things. They're like, bro, I paid all this. What are you talking about? I just bought my kid that. I just bought my kid that. But they ain't keeping no receipts. They ain't keeping track of nothing. Yo, bro.
Well,
all
even
of these
if they
things, I'm
keep
telling them like, yo,
receipts-
bro. Photograph that, take the video calls, like, yo, bro, record that conversation, bro. Like, it's real. If you really about yours, you're gonna do what you got to do for yours.
But even if you do it, you got to document it right. Because
document everything. That's what I tell a nigga. Document everything.
But you
bro.
got to document it right though. Because if you just give it,
like all the things that I had that I was doing as a parent, I didn't have to throw that against her. It's just what it is. This is just the truth that the child school is registered under my house. You know what I'm saying?
But hold on, but
me too, Toronto.
But he was talking about he was talking about giving things to your kid. If you just give things to your kid, it's considered a gift. If you don't document it and write on the if you don't write on the receipt for child support, if the courts will consider it a gift, and a gift does not go towards child support. So you must document it correctly.
And before I pass it to LA, I would also want to say that like I wasn't just on my words, I was a father. On paper, I was also a father, right? So that's a very clear distinction. And I think if most men will verify that they are doing all the fatherly duties,
my son in school. My son was in school here. So I had all those things going on too, even though he was trying to hate. Whatever.
Do you need me to bring up the teacher who?
I'm like, listen, I bring Miss Guadamantaramera. I bring Miss Guadamantaramera to the court right now.
I'm glad somebody in the chat said that those are considered gifts. Because all of those things you said, no, it is a gift, but you don't mean it as a gift. You mean it as child support. So if you don't, so hold on, brother. Let's really hone this in.
And Pastor, so and make sure it's very clear that majority of the men are not understanding, right, what child support is versus child gifts are. They do not understand.
They don't know. They don't know.
I want to get LA. So try to be short in there, Pastor, if you can, because LA's been patiently trying to jump in there. Go ahead.
I'll be extremely short. If
Thank
you are giving your child something, just give it as a gift. It can't. If don't give nothing you can't afford to give. Just give it. But if you are giving something to your child as child support, please document it and photograph it and put it in record as child support, not a gift. Y'all got it.
Thank you. Go ahead, LA.
That's another good point. That's another good point. But I just wanted to just say, going back to the conspiracy, right? Because that's a topic. So, I mean, yeah, like courts, I would like to believe, thank God I've never had to go to family court, but I would like to believe that they go with what makes sense, what can be substantiated. But that is a great point, Pastor, that if there is specifics about what you're doing and what you wanted to count for, why don't gentlemen just go ahead, hire that lawyer for an hour, ask him all the questions, the key questions that you want to know, pay that $150. So you can save a whole lot more down the line. You can ask those key questions like, okay, in terms of giving gifts, how do I need to document? Pay that lawyer for an hour. That's a way to take be a little bit more proactive in the situation instead of just saying, hey, well, this is just how the courts do and blah, blah, blah. I mean, legalese is what it is. That's why the average person doesn't know it. Okay. People get paid a bag to know this shit.
I paid the $3,000 to know it, and I'm willing to tell y'all for free. Hold on. I'm glad you said
I'm
that.
just saying, like,
I paid the $3,000. I'm glad to tell y'all for free.
GPT. You'll get a chance to jump in there as well, so you could tell how much you had to pay to get the information. But also, I want to ask LA, because I think LA's situation is a little bit more. She says she has not been in the court system. Why did you choose not to go into the court system? So I think your position is probably more the norm than most people understand.
At that time, I mean, I just wanted to be away from that person. You know, I didn't want to keep the kids away from that person. I just wanted to be separated from that person. You know what I mean? So, yeah, there's different things that I've taken into because I've kind of had to, you know, in terms of like child support, you know, and things like that. But in terms of like trying to, I just wanted our relationship to end because it wasn't healthy. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't really worried about anything else. You know, everything else came secondary because another thing that people don't take into consideration is that soul or that primary custodial parent and their well-being, their state of mind. When they're stressed out, they are stressed out on the kids. It manifests. I didn't want to be that person. You know what I'm saying? And I was just like, okay, it would be better if we just separate. And that's all I wanted. You know, we'll figure out the rest later. But I knew that I would be a better parent for my kids, and it would be a better environment.
I think that's important because way too often we just hear the crazy baby mothers, and we act like if the successful crazy baby mothers are the general baby mothers. And it's just not a true statement. Uda she was once crazy for a period that she finally came to her senses. Like, you know what? After that conversation, that makes more sense. So she came back down to earth, right? LA is like, you know what? This situation is hostile. I gotta get myself out of it. Hey, just take care of your kid the best way you can. But me and you, and the problem is a lot of men, that the ones that is protesting in front of these courts, a lot of times they are the men that use the child as a way to harass the relationship with the woman. That's what's really going on, because if they really was concerned about their child, they would be doing everything to put it on paper how much they are actually doing for their child. I go to parent teachers night. My name is on the emergency card. My name, I'm on this. I know the doctor. We go to the doctor we do this and when we got all these things, the baby insurance and all these things that is concerned about being a parent. You will be on some kind of paperwork, and what we would see is that we'll just use the thing that you did as a father for your child, majority of men are not holding up to the standard what the court would say, hey, you are being a good parent. That's the real issue.
I see what she did is legally what she did is called mediation, right? And they try to get parents to do that. Actually, there is a process before you get fully legal. And the
Yeah.
process before
Mhm.
getting
Yeah, they
fully
would.
legal is called mediation.
Yeah,
You
they
go to
would prefer you
court and
do
all of
that
that.
first.
Yeah.
If you can work it out as parents, they would rather y'all do that than
Yeah.
take it to court. You
They
know.
actually do. They actually want you to do that, though.
Yeah.
But
That's
niggas be on
that's what
some
I'm
other
saying.
but
Like,
see, niggas be
So
on some other
Pastor,
shit though.
now Pastor, but
Yeah, they
what?
actually do. You get a visitation. You could like go see your kid, and
yeah.
but they there. The parent drop off. You don't see each other. Y'all in the same building. They come
Right.
at a certain time. They give you a time to arrive. You go. Y'all don't even see each other. They come get the kid drop. You know what I mean? So y'all wouldn't even see each other.
So and that's why we saying that the conspiracy theory shit is crazy. That people is a bunch of men that actually believe that all these things are against them, when in reality is not. They are attempting to get you to stay out of the court system, and even the women are attempting to put you out the court system because majority of women are not filing in the court. Majority of men are abandoning their child.
Mediation is a toxic environment for people that have just broken up. Sharon, I know I get what you're saying, man, but you talking about a perfect cool. You talking about a perfect, clean, cool world. Niggas be on the people be on some other stuff.
But you're saying that in an absolute way, though,
I was at
Pastor,
the court,
and
bro.
that's
Niggas was
the
waiting outside,
conspiracy
bro.
part of it. It can be toxic, okay? It can be, but I mean, if you're saying in general that's what it is, then what are you going to replace it with? What would you suggest? Because again, it just falls into the conspiracy thing of, oh, we don't have any hope. Everybody's just out to get us. We're not, the books and everything is stacked against it. No. So what
Right.
else are you going to suggest if you're saying that overall it's toxic? I say it can be a toxic situation, but anything can be anything technically.
Then I think you have to move mediation out to 6 months.
So what happens? Okay, so is the person who? Okay, so if we're saying that the mother, the majority of the time, is going to get the kid, is the dad going to be okay with having no contact or whatever dictated contact for 6 months?
No,
By
what we can
mom?
do. No, what we can do is
That's what you're proposing.
No. I'm proposing, I'm proposing the mediation is where you consider your actual. I think that's just why the standard 50-50 should exist. So there should be standard 50-50 until they go to mediation, and hopefully it can be a continuation of this 50-50 of the kid.
But you're saying that in a perfect world for 50-50.
So Pastor, and this is the problem with your situation. So if the father is not around for 6 months, now the judge is going to say, yeah, we're going to give you some custody of that child after you've been gone for 6 months. No,
that's why the standard should be 50-50. So
mediation
is
Hold on, Pastor. What we're saying is that let's not get past the mediation part. The mediation is supposed to be about the child. Somehow the mediation turns into, well, you ain't a good mother because you just want the money to get your hair did or whatever. It's just a whole bunch of insinuations on both sides. You a cheating ass motherfucker. That's why I don't want my, whatever bullshit that they throwing at each other. They don't have actually anything. The mediation, it turns into, it started off about the kid, and then now it's talking about the failure of the relationship.
Exactly.
So now the problem is that is nothing that you can replace the mediation with. If two folks cannot be mature enough to just break up, you cannot say, hey, we need to wait 6 months down the line, because now you are alienating the father, because majority of the time the men are going to leave the house.
But look how the mediation is going to work. Look how the mediation is going to work in New York.
That's just why I went with the standard 50-50. If you
she's going to have custody.
She's
going to have custody. She has
no.
Just like the mediation process is going to work.
That's why you go with a standard 50-50. Mediation is about technicalities. That's what it's really. You're right.
Well, look how it's working in New York City, right? In New York City, boom. This is how they're gonna run the mediation thing. Is what I'm saying. Boom. She's gonna have custody most likely because she's the mother. Boom. So now you're gonna be going to court, like the Supreme Court, downtown Brooklyn or whatever, Manhattan, whatever court you in your borough or whatever. You're gonna be going to that court. You're going to be going to that building. They're going to have a mediation thing where you're going to go to a place, you get checked in, They give you a time to go. She's going to have a time to go. Most likely her time to go is going to be before your time to arrive, because she's going to come with the kid, because y'all not even meant to probably even see each other if it's a mediation process. If we have to step in for mediation, then I mean, at the moment right now, y'all don't need to be in contact with each other. So this is where mediation is coming in, because y'all don't need to be in contact.
And I just want to also reiterate, when I had my child been there since birth, because I had the situation set where I could do what I need to do to take my children to school and set them up in the school that's near my house, not near their house, blah, blah, blah. And if men are definitely serious about creating that family and being a father, then it should also show with the record of all those things as well. So it'd have been more difficult for them to take the child out of my house versus me trying to take the child out of their house. So even though I understand that it's a conspiracy theory that is just given to the mother, but the reality is the person that the child lives with is where the judge is going to lean towards more.
Yeah.
And
And
so
that's
I also,
wrong. That's why you should go with a standard 50-50. This is like, and
that's
people
fine.
laugh about the police station, but it should be 50-50. Y'all dropping that, y'all custody exchanging at the local police station until y'all go to mediation where y'all can figure out technicalities. Or because sometimes sometimes when you go to mediation, sometimes the father might do the 70-30. Sometimes the father might give sole custody. Sometimes the mother may give sole custody. Sometimes the mother may do 70-30. That's what you do mediation
But
for.
guess what
But
is
the
not
standard.
But
That's
what's
to be
not
50-50.
happening.
okay, so I just want to know
Mother
we're
got
going
to
to be
be
honest. So hold on. Are
overly
we saying
anything
that? Are we
for that
saying
to
that
happen.
majority of the
Overly.
men, they want to have 100% custody of their children?
No.
Pastor,
You said what? We said what?
do most men want to have 100% custody of their children?
No, they don't. They want 50-50.
Okay,
at
thank
best.
you.
At best.
Exactly.
No.
Okay, all right.
So,
No.
All right.
but you know,
I
but you know
love
what's
my son, but having him 100% of the time, hell no, nigga. I got to work. I got to hustle. I got to
we
get
all
out here,
got
man.
to work.
That's
I got
why
to get it
mothers is
going.
mothers, though.
But you know,
That's why mothers is mothers.
right. But you know what
That's why
isn't
mothers is mothers,
happening?
though, bro.
And I
I
wanted
get
to
it.
point
I
something
get it.
out really quick because I mean, one thing that's not happening in mediation, the child isn't present to hear all this shit happening. You talking about meeting up at the police station and stuff. What do you think that's gonna do to the child?
No.
Just to drop them off and have them pick that's crazy to me.
They
That's
little,
one
they
thing that's
don't
not
know.
happening.
People is doing them type
Children
of
are not
stuff,
in
though.
mediation. Adults
In
should
New
be
York,
able
people
to
is doing
be
that type of
adults
stuff.
and figure this shit out. So the kid can just be like, hey, this is what's happening. You're gonna go over there for a little while, then you'll be back.
Yeah.
It's
I know
about
one guy that's
comfort
doing that.
and it's about
And-
their comfortability, their psyche.
Hold on, E. So what LA is saying that it doesn't sound like you're considering a child when you say, "Well, just drop." This is what people are saying, right? It doesn't sound like you have the child in real consideration. You only have yourself in consideration, and you put all these things in front of the argument. Well, just drop the child off at the goddamn precinct and let them. No, that's not a thing for. It doesn't sound like it's healthy for children. Yeah, I gotta
That's
wait.
not
Police are,
traumatizing.
and they're not
They don't.
right.
They don't
That's
even
not-
come in contact with the police.
Pastor.
But meet at the station, though.
So the problem is that it's not traumatizing to you as a man, but it's traumatizing to the child.
No, it's not. They don't know what that building is. It's traumatizing if their mama say, "We going to the police station to drop you off." Nigga,
When
that
they
shit ain't
see 5 or
traumatizing.
6
Okay,
cops
fine. Hey, look,
come out the building, there's cop
LA,
cars parked in the
LA,
front.
what we're gonna have to understand is that men do not have this understanding of doing things through love, right? The same way how we having an earlier conversation about how you can have that discernment of what your wife is through love, and now we're not understanding that through love you cannot co-parent as well. They have to co-parent with a goddamn hammer fist. Oh well, I don't like you, bitch. Take my child to the goddamn precinct. And my child know what the precinct is or not. It doesn't matter. I don't really care. This is the only way we're gonna meet it because I don't want da 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 da. That is crazy to me personally.
That's faulty behavior.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you though. One time I was in it. I swear to God, some people's doing that because they said that they was telling the mother, most likely, or them, whatever, because they was in a wild, toxic situation. But they were saying wherever the exchange should happen, somewhere where both people feel comfortable. So wherever this place is, where both parties should feel comfortable, especially the mother, if she got custody, whoever got custody, wherever you feel comfortable for this exchange to happen, I think that's why family members, other people,
Right.
you have those kind of people. So maybe grandmothers and stuff like that. Because one of my friends, he don't talk to his daughter's mom, or his son's mom, whatever. But the grandmother and the grandfather is present. So one day I followed him and stuff. He drove all the way to LI. And the grandfather came and and got his son and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, that's cool that at least you have that, because some people don't have that little out. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to understand.
Hold on, Eater Man. I want to bring in somebody brand new, Eater Man. Thank you for your patience, Eater Man, because Eater Man got a lot to say on this as well. I want to welcome for the first time Alpha, the first one. Good day, sir. How you doing? Welcome to the show. And what is your thoughts?
Hey, what's up? What's up? Can you hear me?
We can hear you well.
Yes.
Yeah, I live in Southern California. I live about 6,000 feet up in the mountains, so we don't have great internet. We got good big bears, but not the best internet. So if you can't hear me,
you like the
let me
Verizon
know.
commercial.
You sound great. Go ahead.
Great.
All right, so I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana, born and raised, but I moved to LA about 10 years ago. I'm participated in the quote unquote Hollywood lifestyle, if you want to say that. So essentially, what I learned by living around them, whether y'all know this or not.
I was waiting for you, E. Thank you. You know, I was waiting for you, E. You know, I'm from New York. Thank you, E.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you good, Alpha.
Yes,
They
yes,
want to know how much baby oil did you use in a year?
Yeah.
How much baby oil? What?
Nigga, how this
Oh, let him talk. Why his internet is still good?
Just keep going. See, that's why them young niggas was marching.
Just go, Apple.
Go ahead, Alpha. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not in the porn industry, if you're asking that. I was asked to be in the porn industry. I'm 6'6", 240 size 18 shoe, and yes, I have a rather large member, but I decided not to be in the porn industry because there is a cost for that. But it is an industry, and I have neighbors and friends who are
I would have
technically
guessed
porn
music,
stars.
but
So
okay.
I don't judge it. So that I'm in LA, man. It is what it is. So I don't judge people in the porn industry. If that's they want to make their living, that's their choice. I don't give a shit.
No doubt. Go ahead.
One of the things I learned when I moved out here is that whether y'all know this or not, most of your people in Hollywood and most of the people that live in Pacific Palisades, the community that just burned down, the richest community in the world, most of them are not getting married. They're doing something called co-parenting. So whenever I was making this statement in the chat that people should just skip the marriage part and just be co-parents and be done with it. I really mean that. I've said this and I'm going to keep saying it. Baby daddy never married is better than being a baby daddy divorced.
Wow.
That sounds so crazy.
I
know he learned this in Hollywood. Yeah.
To a certain extent, I agree with. No, I kind of agree with him.
Hold on. I get it, but that is stupid.
I kind of agree with him on that.
Hold on. Let me tell you why. Because you're not a baby daddy if you got married. He just made up a term.
I was married, but
you're not a baby daddy then.
I can speak from both positions. I was married. Now I'm a baby daddy. Now, could I have knocked my baby mama down? Now that she's a baby mama, we divorced. Could I have knocked her down, got her pregnant?
Hold on, Pastor. Hold on. So I think the part that we're missing, do you have a child that is out of wedlock as well?
No, I don't.
Okay, so therefore,
are you talking to me?
No, not you, not yet, Alpha. So Pastor, I don't think majority of the world will look at you as a baby daddy. They look at you as a divorced father. They don't call that a baby daddy. You understand that?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm a divorced father.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Alpha, are you saying that fathers are not important in the household?
That's not.
No, because that's why I push for 50-50. That's why I push for 50-50.
Hold on, Pastor.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I'm just trying to see where you're coming from 100%.
I'm coming from this. I'm coming from this standpoint that I acknowledge that everyone takes breakup different than other people. Some people can break up with someone, break their heart, and they can move on. And some people have a hard time struggling with that. Men and women both have difficulty with breakups. So I'm not going to say it's all men, all women. No, both sides has heartbreak and they take it differently. The point I'm saying is that the heartbreak becomes difficult and it becomes more compounding when you got to go through all that legal jargon and legal situation. Marriage is a contract. It is what it is. And there's rules, regulation, and laws that the courts decide on how to end the marriage. And I think it's awful because now we have the situation of women. We have women now, quote unquote, not getting good deals in divorce. We got women paying alimony. We have women losing half of their assets. So I'm not the one up here saying, now women got to go through it. No, I'm saying just skip all that. If y'all two want to have a child together, I'm not going to judge you because we already live in a baby mama,
I asked
baby daddy
what
nation.
that dynamic looks like in order for the child. Yeah, I just
I
want
can't finish. I'll tell you, it looks like this. It looks like co-parenting. Co-parenting. It looks like two people who had a child, two people who laid down and made the child, two people who get up and raise the child. It's just that simple.
Okay,
Are
hold
they
on.
in the same household?
Alpha, so you saying that
No, you have.
So hold on, Alpha. So can you co-parent while you in a marriage?
Can you say that? Can you co-parent while you in the marriage? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Well, my interpretation of marriage is both people supposed to be working together to raise the child. So I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, so when they are separate, are both parties are doing their best to raise the child?
They're supposed to.
Okay, so now co-parenting, you could do that in a marriage, correct?
Well, I mean,
that's
that's
why you
kind
never
of.
really divorce. You never really
Hold
divorce when you
on.
co-parent.
Let the person, it's okay. So Alpha,
I'm not saying your name is Sharon or Sharon. How do you say your name?
Sharon.
Okay, Sharon. All right, Sharon. I'm not sure. I know you're not doing this, but the question seems kind of like a semantic question, if you understand what I'm thinking.
No problem. So my question is that it's showing that co-parenting, it doesn't matter if y'all are separate or together, regardless, you have to co-parent. So why are you referencing that once y'all break up, y'all still have to co-parent? Because regardless of the situation, you have to co-parent.
Yeah, I agree with I agree with you. I'm saying the reason why the co-parenting becomes difficult, right? In my opinion, and what I've seen, is because of the divorce, meaning the breakup and the whole process of the divorce. And I'm saying skip that and just if y'all have a child together, just be co-parents up front. And then if y'all decide to get married after that, so be it. But you don't need to get married to have children. That's the point I'm trying to make. You don't need to get married to have a family. You don't need to get married to prove that you love someone. That's
Now I
what
see
I'm
where
saying.
you're coming from.
Okay,
Okay.
so
No, because he's talking about Hollywood.
Hold on.
He's talking about Hollywood. So you know what I'm saying.
It's
The
okay. Hold
reason
on.
for those
I'll be real quick, but I like to back that up to a certain extent.
Hold on, please. Hold
ain't
on,
no
please.
normal
Hold on.
situation.
So now, what is the best situation for the child?
In my opinion,
Yes.
I think the best situation going forward and in our current society, where we have 41% of children being born out of wedlock, is co-parent, never married. I keep my house, she has her house, and now the child has two parents with two homes, and they can work out a parental plan to raise that child in the best situation without all the negativity and emotional damage that comes from a divorce. That's what I see going forward.
That's
Wow.
Hollywood for you.
So
that is real. That's reality for you.
No, it's not.
I think the issue is that for some reason men equate marriage to divorce, and those are two separate things.
That's not true.
For some reason, men cannot understand that if you decide to be married and you run your relationship with love, most likely y'all will stay together because nobody is trying to prove themselves right over the other one. And y'all are working together constantly to keep the relationship moving forward. But the fact that whenever y'all think about marriage, you think about divorce, you're already setting up a mind state of breaking up a household and breaking up a family. And we all know that the parents working together in the same house with the same last names is the best situation for any family moving forward, and it's just proven the case.
With the future, no. We're suffering from a fatherless society, not necessarily. We're suffering from a fatherless society, not necessarily a nuclear family society. I
Pause,
kind of
pause
agree
there,
with him.
pause there, pause there. And again, I'm not advocating for a nuclear family.
Yes, you are.
I am not.
When you say that the
I
mother and
believe
father must stay
so the
together,
reason,
that's a nuclear family.
no, it's not.
Yes, it
So
is.
So, like for example, like my grandkids come over to my house. They spend weeks with me because guess what? My children needed some time away from the goddamn kids, which we all know parents need. So that's where they could get back to loving each other, especially since they are young. The children could get in the way of parents understand that they loved each other before the goddamn children. And so, no, if we talking about nuclear family, there ain't no goddamn grandparents in it. There's nobody to call to say I need
That's
advice.
called an extended family.
Regardless of what I'm saying, is that the nuclear family is God, man, woman, child, and that's it. That's the nuclear.
And I think the problem we have in the society is what Alpha's talking about. He said, forget the relationships. Let's just sit around and have some babies. Because the relation, you could be hurt from the relationship because it's really trying to stop yourself from being hurt, protect yourself from being hurt. And what he's advocating for is we not gonna have a relationship. We just gonna be fucking. And that's the problem that's going on in society today. People are just having sex without relationship. Because I believe if you had the relationships, if you had the relationship before the friendship before y'all had kids, it's actually easier to co-parent with a person you were friends with versus somebody you just slept with a one-night stand.
No,
That's the
he never
only way
said
you
that. He
gonna
said that
co-parent.
he
Okay,
said
one at a
he
time.
never spoke
All right,
against relationships. He spoke against marriage.
hold on. We don't have to.
You're
We don't
right.
have to assume what he said. He's right there.
You're right. But you know what I'm saying? You got to have that friendship. That's that of co-parenting. Because I'm telling you, man, because I saw people that had that kind of relationship, like around me in my environments, like that. Whether it was a family member, whether it was a one person or two in my environment, and what they had was that. Because that's the same thing that we lose in relationships. You know what I'm saying? We have that friendship, but at the end, we start to lose that little fire. But then we get back to that little friendship kind of, and then we can regain that, right? But I think that is something that's needed. That friendship is like the basis of that. But I think it just takes two people that really love their child. Because, you know what I mean? See how it went with my sons mom and stuff like that, whatever the case, but I still was open to different things. Maybe I made mistakes too. You know what I mean? We got to be open to different things and just not blame. We got to claim as well and leave people to claim what they own. You know what I'm saying?
And before you jump in past, I want LA and Jay to jump in this conversation. We're gonna get back to Alpha so he could address some of the things that is said. Hopefully he remembers everything. Go ahead, LA. Then we got Jay, and then Alpha. You can respond to everything that you heard.
Oh Lord. Everybody was kind of all over the place. Jay, you can go first because she just got here. Let me try to regain my thoughts real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
My bad, girl. Hot potato.
All right, Alpha, back to you. No, just playing.
No, I mean, well, I think that, like I said, there's a lot of good points that are being made. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, with effort, but people are they're not being honest. You know what I'm saying? They're not being honest about how things are going down. You know what I'm saying? They're not saying how rigid they are, or, you know, whatever the case might be, how they might have chose wrong. Like they just want to put the blame on the other person all the time. And now, oops, Junior is here. How did Junior get here? If you know this person, if you've been with this person, been laying with this person, all those other things, right? How do we not know? Because trust me, I mean, it's not just women. My name is the LA Project for a reason. You got to work on yourself before you try to like look externally and be trying to point fingers and shit. You got to, fix yourself and try to see what you can do differently, because you can't control what anybody else does, but you can control your reaction to it. And again, if we talking about children, little people, right? That should be the main focus. If you want to be a part of their lives, then be a part of their lives. You know what I'm saying? Figure it out. Or you should, again, take the responsibility that you were being lustful. You were being a part of the world. You were looking at how fine this person was and you didn't give a damn about the consequences. You thought you could change this person, XYZ. You're wrong. You're not that special. It's okay.
But
Work
LA,
on yourself.
it's a reason they call it family court. Like if you just go out there and have sex with people, you're not part of the family. They're gonna have the best interest of the woman in the child. Because that's the family. So I'm telling you, at least when you're married, you're part of the family. They look at you like, hey, you have some level of entitlement to this family. But if you out there just sleeping with people, having some agreement that y'all gonna sign later, bro, they about to run you for that child support. And that's why
That's the
people do
problem.
thing.
No, Sharon, please. You told me I could jump in. You told me I could jump in right there.
No,
And
it was
that's the
supposed to be. It
problem.
was supposed to
You
be Jay
just
first.
That
redefine
It was
was
supposed to.
family.
Jay.
Hold
It
on,
was
Pastor.
You
It was
Jay.
supposed to. Hold
redefine
on,
family to
Pastor.
woman and
Hold
child.
on.
You
No, he
just
no he
did
did.
it.
Okay. Go ahead, Jay. Pastor got he want to talk about the changing of family. So we're gonna get Pastor right after that. Go ahead, Jay, and Pastor he be able to substantiate his argument. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, I think if y'all have tried to make it work and y'all just can't, meaning you guys were married or whatever and it just doesn't work out, I think co-parenting should be a last fail-safe option. I don't think it should be the first. Um, I feel like it, first of all, you're not protected. Legally, you're not protected if you two aren't married. It's much more harder to even do anything for the child if another parent contests and you two aren't even married. We could start there. So anything you try to do legally is going to be much more harder. Second thing is whether you agree with a nuclear family or not, I don't really care. But if you plan on having a family, you bring in innocent lives into the picture, you two really need to have a structured dynamic. To me, co-parenting, the way it's done realistically, it's not that structured. I don't think those two parents are usually on the same page. I think that's a very niche subset of people that finally get on the same page and it's peaceful and y'all have a routine with the kids. But ultimately, co-parenting, those kids will be living in two homes for the rest of their lives. Two separate families, two separate homes, two separate lives, two separate routine. Like it's just two different worlds for them. How is that fair to them? Yeah, it's easy for you because you two didn't want to get married and do on quote unquote the right thing, but it's harder for them because they have to keep up with both of y'all's different ass lives. Like fuck what's easy for you. You decided to have children with this person. Your life is over, in my opinion. Your life is over. They're the priority. You're the secondary. Whether it's easy for you or not to deal with this person is frankly not their problem. It's not the child's problem that you chose this person. It's your problem. So I don't think co-parenting should be the first option because it leads to so many other bullshit scenarios down the road. I think if y'all can buckle down and be with each other and get married and just do it that way, I feel like it's a much more easier and peaceful dynamic for everybody, not just the parents. For the children too. Their parents are in one home, they have one life to focus on, you're all on the same routine. It's more harmonious.
And that
It's just easier that way.
I get it. And you talk to what you call a divorced dad, right? Or
I'm
divorced
not
father,
talking, I'm
right?
just saying
Hold
in
on, hold on, hold on.
I'm not
I know you're not. I know you're not, but I'm just
okay.
piggyback. I'm piggybacking. I'm not blaming. I'm piggybacking. Okay. Can I do that for a second?
Yeah, I was just making sure it wasn't about to
Yeah,
be like
yeah.
I'm not
Nah,
coming for
nah,
anybody. I'm
nah.
not
I
coming for
ain't coming
anybody's
for you.
opinion. Okay.
I ain't coming
All
for
right.
you either. I ain't coming for you either. But they call me a divorced father. That's what Sharon coined me, right? Or gave me the token as, right? And I get it. I take that token. I did that. But when these marriages fail, like they can, you end up in something that where I fundamentally have a problem with either man now with. Either man now defined
a breakup of a relationship or a breakup of a one night stand or a breakup of a marriage. He defined the breakup of man and woman and child, the true tetrad: God, man, woman, and child. And when that breaks apart, he says the family is now woman and child. And either man, you did say that. And that's why those young men were out there in New York, Sharon, because you don't get to go through family court and eat a man and say that the family is now redefined as
To
woman and child.
to be
You
clear,
don't
to
get to
be
do it.
clear, to be clear, it's God, husband, wife, child. That's the only dynamic that God recognizes. That's that was his vision, not man and woman. You got to be married. So whatever you do outside of that is not what he intended.
But also
So
to E's point, I think that E was speaking more in the sense of the court system, which you speaking to as well.
No, don't
Speaking in the
let
sense
E
of the
get
court
off.
system, right? E gonna
Don't
get
let
up.
E
No,
get
I don't
off
know
on
where he
that.
at though, but I think that's where I don't know where he's at, but I think that's where E was probably leaning towards the court system wise. But then look, let's ask ourselves this question: whether I'm wrong or right. Let's see if I'm wrong or right. Right? When a baby's born, first time, they say a baby to a baby, a mother is like the baby's first god to a baby, right? The mother is the first thing, and then the father's next, right? How do you feel about that? When a baby is a baby and a baby's born,
Did you know?
it's
Did you know that? So I agree. Baby to chest, right? Call it baby to chest, right? To put the baby to the mother's chest, not just for nourishment, for also for warmth. The first time in this world. But did you know that a father, after he cuts the umbilical cord and hears that baby child, holds it to his chest first?
I
Then
did that.
then they hand it over to the mother. So
Yeah.
we trying to disregard baby to father's
No,
chest.
that's real.
The,
I
the
did that,
Lion
bro. My
King,
bad. I
the
ain't know that.
Lion King, the
I don't
heart
think
of the
it. I don't
child.
think
It was
there's
a
a
wild shit. I did
I
that,
don't
bro.
think there's a disregard, but when it comes to the court system, because the American way is whatever traditional gender roles or whatever the fuck. The mother is usually the primary parent automatically, unless you
And the
could prove
caregiver.
that there's
She's the
something
caregiver.
wrong with her. She
You have to
is
prove
the
that.
most ideal caregiver. It is what it is. Blame
She breastfeeding.
society.
Baby, think about it. It's a baby. You know what I'm saying? It's a baby.
Like this is
With
what
mom.
I just want to be clear. This is what men define as women's roles in life, being a mom. So now when it comes to the court system and they define it that way, all of a sudden there's an uproar. I don't get it when y'all say we're supposed to be mothers anyway. So I mean, yes, it's a broken dynamic, but hey, she's the mom.
Yeah.
She's a mom. Of course the kid's gonna go with her.
But
And you
coming
know why
from
it doesn't even make sense for the argument because right. So now what we saying? The doctor,
Moms aren't important.
no, the doctor. He the first one to pull the baby out. Like it don't like it's a non.
the doctor, the pops.
Yeah, like it doesn't make sense. The argument just doesn't make sense.
But nah,
And
you know
so
what's
now,
strong
They
now
though?
do
we
make sense. Y'all be hating on
You know
father
what though?
rights.
Nah,
But
you
you
know
I'm
know,
what?
not
you know
hating
what?
on
No,
father's
no, no,
rights.
no.
I
I'm not
think
talking about.
if
I'm
you
not talking
want,
about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about baby or Bracy. He out here.
oh,
He know those brothers. He know those brothers were
were
right.
lying.
No, they were right for
Lying.
standing out there.
No, they
Yes,
were
they
lying.
were.
I'm
we're
Rather
right
happy
than
that they was
standing out
complaining,
there for
peaceful.
what? Like
I'm
for
happy that they was
women's
rather
peaceful out
rights?
there and
yeah,
doing
for
something
fathers'
constructive.
rights. Rather
Whatever
than
it was.
complaining
But
I'm happy
about
they was
Pastor,
black
peaceful.
women,
fathers have rights. What are you talking about? They
fathers,
have
Yeah, because
no,
they
rights.
no,
bringing
fathers
attention.
have to prove their rights. Fathers
No,
have
they
to
don't.
prove their
Well,
rights.
yeah, if you don't sign the birth certificate, yeah, you got to prove you ain't on the birth certificate. If you on the birth
Oh,
certificate,
that's
no, you
period.
don't have to
That's
protest
And
period
the
your
point
reason
blank.
why
rights.
fathers have to prove their rights is because of parental
You
because of
have to prove your rights by getting a paternity
parental
test.
fraud. And
No, if you sign the
another
papers,
thing that
bro.
fathers need
If
to
you
fight
sign
for,
the
because
birth certificate, that's it.
I know my child is mine, but another thing that fathers need to fight for is mandatory DNA tests
You could just
upon
request one as soon as the baby gets out the womb. You could
it
do
should be
that. Like
mandatory.
Hold on.
Should
So
be
what you're saying?
mandatory.
Hold on, Pastor. You
You
saying the
can get
problem
it.
is so? Hold on. The problem is that
Don't matter.
the problem is that what men cannot pay for their own DNA test. Because you can
it.
just
They
do that.
shouldn't
You
have
can
to,
just do
Yeah,
it.
I
yo,
You
think
can
they're
just
like
because
do it. You can
they
$100.
hold
shouldn't
on.
have to.
Hold
They
on.
shouldn't have to because at the end of
Medicaid
the
probably
day,
covering that
and,
shit.
Hold
and,
on
and,
now.
I'm
Hold
gonna tell you,
on. Hold on.
I'm
Slow
gonna tell you why they
down.
shouldn't
Slow
have to.
down.
I'm
Slow
gonna tell you.
down.
Mhm.
Hold on. Slow down. Because the man, if he really was concerned, he could just swab his baby. Mother don't even have to know. She don't even
They
have
got
to
the
know.
kits. They got the kit, bruh.
So
We in
now,
No.
2025.
hold on.
Bro,
And
about to
so
be in
now,
26.
okay, so that's number one, right? So you don't
Mhm.
need somebody else to tell you that you need to go and do something for the child that you think that's possibly not yours. That is another situation where it shows that men are not holding down any kind of standard of parenting, right? They are afraid that they need the government to step in to go ahead and do what they have a fear of, which is that the child is not theirs because they don't trust the woman that they laid down with, because they are listening to what Alpha, the first one, is saying, what up, GOAT, is that they should just go ahead and have sex. It don't matter who they, it don't matter. Just go ahead and have babies and figure out co-parenting later. No, that's absolutely not the case. So again, so now that we understand that men can go to CVS and get their own DNA test, number one. Number two, who is it going to affect more if women and men have to do a DNA test at birth? Is it going to affect women more, or is it going to affect men more?
It's gonna affect women more because of these false pregnancies put on men will be called out. And I'm gonna tell you the reason
Hold on,
why the
pause.
government.
Hold on. Slow down. Slow
Let me
down.
finish
Slow
it
down.
because
Slow
you
down.
brought up
Slow
multiple
down. I
points.
need you to slow down so we can have a
Teron,
clear
if I could,
conversation. I don't want to conflate too many things. So
Okay.
now, first of all, so you saying that majority of women are putting false paternity fraud on men because not
Yes, and
pregnancy. They talk about
you
paternity
wouldn't
fraud.
know. Yes, and you wouldn't know. That's just why they give in the state of Texas, they give you 2 years to figure out whether you're the father or not to get yourself on child support or
Okay,
you're paying
this
for
is
a child that's not
hold on. I need you
yours.
to answer very clear questions. Are you
Yes.
saying majority of women are doing paternity fraud on men?
Yes, and they just not have not got they have
I,
yes.
okay, so first of
You
all,
wouldn't know, but you would know.
really
Sorry.
quick, really quick, Pastor, childbirth is not free. Childbirth is not covered. Them hospital bills that come in the mail, yeah, you got to pay for that. If you think the government gonna pay or insurance is gonna pay for you to get a mandatory paternity test, you're insane. They don't even pay for C-sections, epidurals. They don't pay for none of that. They don't even pay for the bed that you in to give birth to the fucking child.
Some insurances do.
But
So, but you
but
want
the
them? No, no, no,
government
no. Hold up.
mhm.
But you want them to pay for your paternity test. That is,
Yes. Yes.
first of all, that makes no sense when the childbirth isn't even covered. Second of all, that is an elective thing because
Mhm.
honestly, you shouldn't be laying down with so many people anyways to need a paternity test. You should be able to trust the person that you having a child with in the first place. What the fuck?
Now
No,
shoulda,
the
coulda,
government's not
woulda.
going to justify that.
But
No, the
if the
government's
girl,
not going to
but hold
justify
on. The
paying for
reason why I
that.
say
Okay.
this, and I'll be real
Okay,
quick.
hold on. All right,
If the
hold on,
government gives that
hold on,
child
hold
one
on. I want
second
to get
of
back. I want
government
to get back to.
insurance with
Hold on, hold
Medicare,
on. Slow down, slow down. Do
That's
not want to have
why are
an
you
insurance
talking about wicked
conversation. I do
Medicaid?
not. Hold on. I don't want to have a conversation about insurance. I want to have a real honest conversation about this fake ass paternity fraud, because we know that paternity fraud is not a real thing that is affecting men. It is
Oh,
not.
it's not. No,
Not,
it's
it
not.
not,
didn't
not
So
in
I
affect
don't know
matters.
why
me.
we
It didn't
even
affect me.
so hold on. So if we were to start having this mandatory paternity test, more men are going to be on child support than anything else.
We do
I
have it.
mean,
That's
yeah, it's
hold
paid.
on, hold on. We have a mandatory for a
Can I
woman to
challenge
put you
something
on
real quick?
child. Hold on, listen.
No, she does
For a
not.
woman, if a woman wants
She
to
does
put you
not.
on child,
She doesn't.
hold- if a woman wants to put you on child support, it is mandatory that if you protest it, that they have to get a DNA test.
Yeah, if you contest it.
But that's the point. So that means that it is mandatory for child
No,
support.
No, it's not.
regardless of the fact, regardless, that's fine. That is one way you could get a mandatory paternity test to just say no, it ain't my child, and then now she got to prove that it's your child. And then we also have stories of men sending other people to go ahead and take cotton swabs, and so they could prove that they are not the child, right? So we are not going to
You
use
literally
that.
have to sign for it.
We are not going to use that as an example to say, oh, men are committing paternity fraud, are we?
Now
So now,
niggas sending other niggas. Come on,
You pick
Sarah.
some.
Come
Come on,
on,
bro.
Sarah.
Like
You
so
got
that's
other
a
okay,
Come
conspiracy
so
on,
okay,
theory in
man.
so we're
itself.
not gonna okay, so we're not gonna accept that. Then we cannot accept that majority of women are purposely frauding men into saying that this is his child.
Those two things aren't even the same.
It is. Because y'all
How?
keep using the extreme. Y'all watch fucking Maury, and then y'all acting as if that is the majority of what's going on.
Dog,
Majority of
we
those
saw what
men,
happened on Maury though.
It
majority
happens
of
enough
those,
that
That
majority of
fake ass show.
A lot of those are paid
majority, slow
actors
down,
and actresses.
hold on, y'all. So majority,
Nah, my man went on the show, man. That
hold
shit was
on,
real deal.
hold on. Majority
I'm
of
just saying.
men that are
Didn't say them all.
asking for paternity tests is because they ain't never trust that woman in the first place.
Literally.
Maury paid him some more money to lie though, but he went up there.
It's not the government's fault you don't trust the bitch you laid with.
Right.
Okay, so
It's the
first and
government
foremost,
fault if they give that child
No,
insurance
it's
and then I
not,
found out to be the
unfortunately.
father and I put on child support, I have to pay it back.
No,
If the
that's not
government, if the
pastor.
government
these
assists,
Pastor,
fathers.
slow down.
hold on, men. I'm talking to the men right now. If the government assists a child and that child is found to be yours, you will pay all of that shit back.
Okay
absolutely.
then. As you
Mhm.
should. What are
And
you
so
talking
if the
But I'm trying to
government,
figure out.
is willing to give that child something and charge me with it, the government is charged with proving I'm the father.
No,
No,
they're
but they
not.
do. That's the point. The government proved if you're saying that you're not the government, I mean that's not your child. The government's going to prove it's your child.
By getting the DNA.
DNA, right?
Yeah.
There you
And
go.
again,
But that only goes to people that don't sign birth certificates, though.
right?
Because if you
Are
sign a
these
birth
people
certificate,
signing
even if you
the
get a
fuck?
DNA test, you never seen that. If you sign
That's
the birth certificate and get a DNA
done?
test 17 years later, that's still your child, bro.
No, but what you're
You know that,
saying is
right?
if you admit that this is your child and you take ownership of the child, then the government says that by you saying that this is your child, we're gonna hold you accountable for your actions. Period.
Absolutely. Bingo.
Bingo. What
Before
are we talking
y'all
about?
leave the fucking hospital, you could get a fucking test before you sign the birth certificate. They not gonna make you sign it as soon as the baby pop out.
You're
Before
in the
you leave the
hospital, bro.
hospital, just get
They
a
got
test
everything
And they
here, bro. They
also
done.
got
will
all the
ask
things
you
here, bro. You're in the
who's the
hospital.
father,
Man,
and
that's
can
a
you
lie.
get
They
him to
give you
sign
that
your
birth certificate real
certificate
Yeah.
quick.
before you
And I
leave the
think that
hospital?
brothers should, I think the government, Trump make these women take DNA tests.
Bro, the test is like a hundred
Why
some
you ain't got?
dollars,
Tell
but
Trump,
it
make these
ain't
women
that
I'm
take
trying to
deep.
DNA
figure out
tests,
why
Trump.
It's
y'all
not that
why
deep.
y'all don't have enough balls to
Okay.
ask the women for DNA tests.
Because
Why
they
the
full of
government
shit.
got to get involved and
Because
you
they
won't
full
just
of
say,
shit.
Nah,
Either men-
Trump, hey, yo, Trump, make these women take DNA
hold on.
tests.
No,
We
hold
had that
on.
Bank
No.
conversation
accounts
The
one
and
day.
real,
credit
That's a
no,
scores.
big
the real
conversation.
problem is that these men are cowards. That's the real issue. These
That's a
men
I
are
big
guess
conversation.
so.
cowards, and they
Prove
are
that you're a
afraid. They're
leader.
afraid to all. That's why they are so quick to call a woman fat, ugly, and all these other things. But they ain't got the balls enough to say, "I don't think that child might be mine." And so, the issue is that so majority of the time when it is contested, only about 25% equals out into the man not being the father, and that's already usually those tests are from people that have doubt already. But when you go into a higher number, until we get onto the general population, it's about 1 to 4%. So this whole idea that women are committing paternity fraud is just a fallacy, is a conspiracy theory that men want to try to hold
Josh,
us to
mute up.
because they fucking cowards.
Can I challenge that? I've been listening for like 2
Hold on.
hours.
Put down the
Y'all are
kitchen sink,
tripping.
though. Josh, put down the kitchen sink first, man. Hold up. And you just hold on. Let's hear you.
Can I respond?
Hold up,
Can I
Josh in there.
respond?
Josh in there, Josh. Yeah, Josh.
Okay, so first and foremost, in the back chat, I put the actual Texas statute, the one that literally says that if a woman has a child outside of marriage, that she gets automatic full custody, even if the father is known. That is in actual Texas law.
Okay.
Second of
Makes
all,
sense.
so she gets absolute custodial guardianship if she had the child without marriage.
And
That's
that's
why
how it should
marriage.
be.
Makes
That's how
sense.
it should be.
She's the
That's what's
mother.
going on,
Makes
bro. That's
sense.
what we're talking about.
It
I'm
should
trying to
be
figure out.
50-50. It
Are
should be
y'all
So
trying to say the
fifty-fifty.
You
The
can't
mother?
say
mandatory
50-50
Okay,
50
if
I'm
it's
I'm
no
thing.
I'm really
ties.
I'm trying to figure out now. Are y'all trying to prove that a mother's role is less important than yours? I'm trying to figure
no,
out why y'all are bringing these
No,
they
statistics
carry the
on the
same
It's
weight.
table.
just as important.
no.
Okay, if it's just as important, it does not make sense to have a child living in two separate homes. It just doesn't, especially if they're a young kid. So
So
what
you
it
take the
seems like
position
Which
right
is
it's
why
more
now,
children
important.
should be done
what it
in marriage.
seems like what it
That's how
seems
you
like
see
right
it.
now, y'all are removing what's in the best interest for the child and making it what's the best interest for you. And
Mm-hmm.
that's not
Mm,
important. I hate to tell you, it's not important.
you see why the
Interest
law
of the
says
kid is more
continuity of
important.
family goes to women because of exactly what she just said.
Well,
Because
because
she's
of just how the
breastfeeding,
babies
she got
are.
the baby as a child. This is continuity of family. This is
This
that eat a man shit.
Okay, slow down,
This
slow
is
No,
what
it,
he
down.
just
oh
Hold
talked
on,
God.
about.
hold on,
proving
hold
how
on,
dependent
hold
that
on.
child is on the mother.
You want us to milk you?
Right.
You want to be milked?
No, I done sucked on some breast milk titties, nigga. Y'all, you ain't got them, baby oil Bracy. I ain't asking for you. I'm asking for equal rights for fathers.
All right,
How
so
how are you going to get equal rights if you don't carry a child to full term, you don't push a child out your coochie, you don't even have a coochie. What
Yeah,
equal
so
rights are
that's
you
not.
supposed to get?
Yeah, that's already unequal right there.
3 years
I thought
versus
y'all
You
15
said that
see, you
was
years.
see this
first
bullshit?
of all, Pastor, I
That's
Is
why
thought
we
y'all
gonna
said
lose.
and
This
you got
why
the
this
I
why
you
the
thought
got the
y'all were
conspiracy.
saying
club
all right,
up.
This
slow
is a
down. Let's get
conspiracy,
hold. Let's get back
Sharon.
to the
The
point.
You
woman
hear
has
the
to go
not
all the
conspiracy?
Okay,
ramifications
hold
that
on, y'all.
come afterwards.
Let's hold on. Let's get it back to a conversation. I want
You
to.
like it's
Alpha
equal.
been
It's
quiet
not.
for a while. I know he got some things to say. This is first time here, y'all. So give him some grace till he get accustomed to jumping in where he fit in. Go ahead, Alpha. Let me give you a chance to communicate. Go ahead.
he knows double dutch.
Uh, thank you, Sharon, and I apologize for butchering your name. I'm from New Orleans. I'm country man. I'm an old country dude, so I
What you
apologize for
call him,
butchering your
Sharon?
name.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
How
but
old?
essentially,
Since you said you're old country man, how old are you? Or
I'm
range?
40. I'm a millennial.
That's not old, brother. I'm older than you. All right, go ahead.
Uh, well, let me say this. Let me go ahead and define the term that I use. That way we can clear up some confusion. Co-parenting, by definition,
Mm.
is the two biological parents having equal responsibility and providing equal, as you would say, effort in raising the child that they created. So that's off the top. I support that 100%. All
But
right.
do you
So
agree
when
that
I
that's
say,
made up though? Do you think that
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
realistic?
if they were, of the same gender, that would make sense.
I,
I
I'm,
think.
I don't know if I can finish. Can I
Well,
talk?
well, we just want to understand. Do you think that's possible to do everything equally?
Well, by law, both parents are supposed to equally raise that child by law. Whether they do it or not, that's debate. But by law, you're supposed to take care of your child as much as the mother's supposed to take care of the child. We do have cases, not a lot, but we do have cases of deadbeat mothers. So I don't support deadbeat dads or deadbeat mothers. I
Well,
support both parents taking care of the child that they made.
well,
That's
that's
off
why
the top.
Okay, slow down. So what Edenman is trying to get you to answer is that so if 9 out of 10 times, according to this panel, that the woman's going to get the custodian rights because she got to breastfeed and pastor don't want to get milked. So how is the man is going to get 50-50 parenting if he cannot be milked?
Okay, well, number one, uh, off the top, the custodial problem is based on the state where you live in. So, in terms of where I live at, I live in California, and before you can get one payment of child support, paternity has to be established. I heard the brother talking about paternity fraud. Both of you guys were correct because I heard Sharon you say something that is not that prevalent. But the statistics from three major statistic outlets say that it's about 11% of paternity fraud is occurring in America, and it's about as 30% in the UK. The reason why they can't get accurate accounts on that is because most men are ashamed of even asking for a test. And I heard someone say they're too weak or cowards to ask for a test. And I would argue that might be in play too. But we do know that whatever's reported, 11% of people are in what's called a paternity fraud. And essentially, paternity fraud is when the mother knowingly, willfully had sex with someone else in the time frame of where she got pregnant. Now, she may not know if the person she had sex with is the father or not because, she just doesn't know. But essentially, she does know. It's guaranteed that she does know that she did have sex with someone else. And that's the fraud. That's the fraud right there.
That's not considered
Because
fraud.
she,
That's not considered fraud. By the way, if she's mistaken, that's not considered fraud. By the way, fraud means
well,
that you have to. Hold on. According to when you look it up, fraud, you have to have an intent to actually lie to the person. You know,
right,
the person is
right.
not the false. So
I
that's
agree.
what fraud actually means. And also,
I agree. I agree with you. I agree. I agree. So maybe I'm not explaining it correctly.
No,
I
that's
agree
fine.
with you in terms of.
That's why we cleared up just now. Hold on one second, Alpha. Also, I want to clear up one more thing is that majority of women are not afraid to take their paternity test. Most women would say, "Your ass is stupid as hell. I'll take it. I don't care."
I never said that. I never said. I never made that claim.
Not to you.
Yeah.
Not to you. I'm clearing it up so this way people.
Yeah.
So I'm not just talking to. It's just not me and you, right? So is a panel and also as people in the chat. So this way, when I'm talking in general. I'm not talking necessarily directly.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay. And so majority of women are not afraid to take for you to give no goddamn paternity test to your child, secretly or in the public. Either way,
Hey, Grayson, check the chat.
Either way, you could literally go do it. Majority of women are gonna say, "Yeah, I don't care if you go take a paternity test," because they know they usually have a good understanding of what it is. It is what it is. That's why I don't understand why men are keep acting as if paternity fraud is such a big thing. It's just a conspiracy theory. It's not a real thing. It's not a real threat. But
well, I mean, I disagree. Let me respond. Let me respond. In terms of when I advocate for co-parenting, right? Essentially, I'll just give you the scenario that way you can understand. You got Billy and you got Katie. We'll just use these words. Billy meets Katie. Katie meets Billy. Billy and Katie like each other. Billy and Katie fall in love. All right. Billy and Katie do something called have sex outside the institution of marriage. We all know that happens. I'm not judging them. Now Katie is pregnant. At that point, Billy and Katie can make a decision. All right. They can say, well, how about we get married? That's their choice if they want to do that. If they want to get married, that's their choice. But Billy and Katie can also say, you know what? We love each other. We don't want to get married. I will just co-parent with you and we'll go from there. Maybe one day we'll grow to where we want to get married. But until that time, I'm legally and responsibility going to be a co-parent, both parents. So
that's the stupidest thing a woman can do.
That's the thing that I'm advocating for, is that I don't want people rushing into marriage just because someone becomes pregnant. I'm saying the society we live in now, there is no more shame for being a baby daddy. There's no more shame for being a baby mama. There's no more shame for being co-parent. It's pretty much a individual choice now. And legally, the law supports you having co-parent rights, meaning 50-50. Fathers do have rights, mothers do have rights. So I'm an advocate of co-parenting before I tell people to get married, because I don't want two people who generally love each other and they may not make it, but now their relationship between themselves have been damaged by a very nasty legal divorce. That's what I learned when I moved out here.
You're lying to people.
Hold on, y'all.
He's
Hold on
literally lying to people.
Hold on. I know everybody want to jump in right here, but I want to curse the chat at. Hey, God damn it! It's either ads or super chats. You choose. God damn it. You choose. I gotta get it somehow. I gotta get it some way.
Yeah, but that's the lie. The lie is if you don't marry women, you got equal rights to that child. It's not true. The court system is not designed for baby daddies. It's actually
Where do you live at? Where do you live at?
I live in the state of Washington, and it's not designed in California for baby daddies.
Well, in the state of California, in order for you to establish paternity rights, they have to establish paternity. And for you to for you to have that legal, you have to go through that process. So, sir, I'm not sure. I can't speak on where you live at, but I'm
I'm
speaking
talking
on in
about in the state of
California.
California.
Do you live in
The court
No,
California?
system.
Alpha,
California.
Hold
Alpha, do
on,
you
no,
live in
California.
yes,
California?
he live in
Yeah.
California, and the state of
Oh.
California did not
Yes,
design a system for
I
baby
live in Southern
daddies.
California. I live in Southern California, about 6,000 feet up in the mountains. Yes, I do.
Oh, okay.
But
Well,
You
again,
heard?
LA relationships, Hollywood relationships are not like Nebraska relationships. They're not like your average small town relationships. Again, the fear tactics. I know there's a lot of relationships by convenience and things like that. Why do you think these same celebrities keep on swapping partners? Oh, this person was with just this person just 2 years ago.
bro,
Now
they
they're with this
family
person. Like
trees
Let
is
me
all the
speak
connected like
on
a
that.
time. Like
motherfucker.
you
Can I
cannot
respond
base
to
your
that?
whole in just a
No,
second. I just advise you not to
I would
like
like to speak on that. I would like to
oh,
speak on that.
you let me finish
I'm
just
not
a second. Oh my
entering.
god.
Hold on. So this is what we're gonna do.
I'm not.
Let LA hold on, Alpha. Let LA finish her thought, and then you get the chance to respond, Alpha. So let her finish her thought, and you get a chance to respond.
I'll be really like fast. Like, I just advise you not to think of the world, the same way that your circle or what you observe in that little area is because trust me, I used to live down there. I had to move expeditiously, like couldn't do it. It was too crazy for me.
mhm.
The energy was too deep, like it was too heavy. Like if you know, you know, but like don't base your whole view on the world based off of Hollyweird. That's not the world. The
Yep.
average or person does not construct their relationships or make their decisions off of those same type of things. That's all I'm saying.
Or can afford a lawyer. Go ahead, Alpha.
Can I? Can
Yeah, I'm
Can I
done.
respond?
I
I said,
guess.
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
All right. Number one, I was not born and raised in Southern California. I don't know if you from California or you were born and raised in California.
No, I wasn't. But when you first came on, you made sure to make that a point to us.
Yes.
You know what I'm
Yes. So
saying?
when
So, and a person who
let me
lived there
respond. Let me
for a
respond.
year.
I got my answer. Let me
Oh my
respond. So
God.
essentially, I got my answer from you. Let me respond. All right. So essentially, from what your statements, you just said that you moved away from Hollywood. You called it Holly Weird, and you said it was a little bit too much for you. And I understand that.
It's a bit much in
I
general.
moved.
It's a
I
dysfunctional
understand in
environment
general. I
in general.
understand that.
As
Listen to what I'm saying. I moved to Hollywood
Mhm.
because it's just what I am.
Ooh, the
I'm all
Weird,
for it.
He all for the weirdness today.
weird.
Oh.
Outstanding. I'm all
Okay,
for it.
so if I
I'm a
call it that, then
Leo.
why is that like
He said
like
he a
something that's
Leo.
wrong or
You know,
I'm a
inaccurate?
Leo.
every
I'm
Leo like
all
that baby.
for
They
it.
like that baby oil.
Now we're
The
talking about zodiac
Outstanding.
sign.
Leos.
What the fuck? Okay, can we?
All right,
We
number two.
understand why you
Number
up there in the
two.
mountains now.
Number two. Let me address this. Number two. When you say that Hollywood relationships are different from small town Nebraska, that is true. But guess what? The law don't care if you're from Hollywood or if you're from small town Nebraska.
Yes,
There's
it
the
does.
law, and
Well,
then
you
that's
guys
what
just
your
got done saying how
interpretation.
different
Can
the
I
That's another
finish,
laws
ma'am?
lie.
are
Can I
based off
finish?
of
Can
state.
I
So I
finish?
think it
If
does
you
You
make
want
a
to
lied
talk, I'll
again.
let you talk. Go ahead and talk.
Okay,
no, I'm
you
just
lied
saying you guys
again. They
just got
do
done
care if you're rich or you poor. What is he
Hold
talking
on,
about?
and you guys
hold
just got
on,
done like one person
hold on.
got done
Hold
pointing
on.
out Texas
Y'all can
law
address it.
versus California law. So we know that each state is different. I'm sorry, Sharon.
It's
I
okay.
did literally just point out Texas
Let
law.
the man finish and let's debunk it properly so everybody can hear the debunk because he's not the only one that has the same thought. If we have a debunk for something, allow him to say the full statement because he have people that's going to agree with him as well. And if we could prove that is false, then allow the other person to disagree properly. Go ahead, Alpha. Finish up what you were saying.
All right, number two. So in terms of what's your interpretation of relationships, the law don't care about Hollywood versus Nebraska. In the state of California, the law applies to everyone, regardless of your income level, your political level, your skin color, race, creed, or gender or sexual orientation. So the law is the law. That's what I
That's
go
another
by.
lie.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
don't.
Okay. Get LA. You want to address it?
Yeah,
I
tell him.
wasn't finished, sir.
Oh,
I
okay.
was not
Yeah,
finished.
Okay,
He
hold
just
on.
did that dramatic Hollywood pause. Go ahead, bro.
Go ahead.
Pause.
Well, I can't speak when you interject on me, sir. That's called dialogue.
Well, you very long winded. I don't know if you know how long winded you is, but go
No, you
ahead.
have a short attention span, sir. You have a short attention span. That's a mental deficiency. Let me speak.
Okay.
Letting people play with your booty holes and mental deficiency.
Oh my lord.
Hey, hold on. Let
Usually,
me
homosexual men
hold on.
go
I do not
straight
want to
to
turn this into
thinking about homosexual thoughts.
hold on. I do not want to turn this into a back and forth about just having jokes on each other and we don't know each other. It's no point of it at all. Hey, I see people complaining about ads. Hey, listen, I could turn the ads down, but then y'all need to turn the super chats up. Y'all figure it out. Go ahead, Alpha.
All right. So, number two, it's a fact, a legal fact, that the law is blind in the eyes of justice. That's a fact. Regardless if you don't agree with that, that is a legal fact. So,
Dang,
in
now you got
terms
me
of
agree with
co-parenting,
Detroit.
here we
I know
go. See,
Detroit
the
don't believe
mentally
that.
deficient, undercover, down low homosexual man will not even let me speak.
Whoa.
Detroit, I know you disagree with this. We about to be on the
Holland,
same
you
page for
hold
the
the
first time in
pack
life
and you
that
know
you
you
think
lost.
that.
Okay,
Go
hold
ahead,
on,
It's
y'all.
okay.
Detroit.
I got
Go ahead,
self
Detroit.
control. I'm gonna let them bury yourself. Go ahead, LA or whatever you from.
No, I'm not from those. LA is my
Oh, I'm
initial.
sorry, Alpha. Alpha. I apologize. I'm talking to Alpha. He's from LA. I'm sorry. Go
Go
ahead. Finish your
ahead.
statement, Alpha.
He was done. Go ahead. Your turn, Detroit.
Oh, was he?
Okay, hold on,
Well,
y'all.
allow me to retort.
Hold on, y'all. Alpha, were you finished saying what you're saying? Can y'all please stop
No,
interrupting?
I was not, Sharon. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Essentially, I can understand that there's a lot of going up here. There's a lot of subjective positions going on, and that's fine. But the fact is the fact. The law is colorblind. Men do have rights. Fathers do have rights. And I'm simply advocating that you understand those rights before you make a mistake or get into a situation where it destroys your relationship with the mother of your child. I advocate for co-parenting over marriage above all else because at this point, the statistical data, the outcomes that we're having in our society, we are already in a baby daddy, baby mama nation. So I'm telling men and women, you don't need to rush into something such as marriage, which is a serious situation, very serious, just because a person got pregnant. Be a man, be a woman, step up to the plate, take care of your child, be co-parents, and if y'all make it, y'all make it. If you don't, you don't. And that's all I advocate for. Now y'all can respond.
That's
So, do you got any kids that you co-parenting with?
I had a child, sir. My child is not here anymore. I want some more.
All right, go ahead, Detroit. We gotta let Detroit in there.
No, it
Detroit
was
ain't saying
LA.
that.
Hold on.
Oh,
Stop.
go ahead, LA. You're
Thank
right.
you.
Okay. Go
Thank
ahead, LA.
you. Go ahead.
No, I was just my condolences. I'm sorry for your loss on that one. I couldn't imagine
Oh,
for
it's all good. It's all good.
um but I mean, like you said, and you said in the eyes of the law. So you're more concerned with California law, correct?
As a United States citizen, I have to be concerned with the law. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse.
But are you saying that there's not in family court and paternity and things like that, there aren't differences within the states?
No, I just acknowledge that, yes, every state has different laws when it comes to paternity law, family court law, marriage law. Absolutely. I acknowledge that. Yes.
Okay, that was just one of the points I was just trying to get across earlier, because it's like every situation is going to be different, and maybe that is the reason for your way of thinking. But spreading that when people live in God knows where, I don't think is really like effective, or accurate. Yeah, you should be I guess recognizing your state law, but like that doesn't mean that the rules that apply to you apply to all, because they don't.
I agree. I agree. And what I'm more advocate of, and I'll just say it in so many words, nigger terms, excuse my language using the N word, but I'll just say it like this. If you decide to marry that man or woman and y'all get a divorce, I don't want to hear no complaints from neither side. That's where I'm at in my life. I'm sick of it. It is what it is. The law is what the law says. If you got to pay half, you got to pay alimony, you got to do this, you got to do that, and you decide to get married, so be it. I don't care. You made that choice. That's your choice. You want to get married. The laws are the laws. Wherever you live at, deal with it. It's not about all men. It's not about all women. It's your individual choice. I'm simply saying stop thinking, and I would like people to stop thinking and stop presuming and stop going by this non-written rule that you have to get married if you want to have a child. You have to get married once the woman get pregnant. There are no more rules like that. You can do whatever you want. Just legally take care of your child. That's all I'm advocating for. I'm a co-parent advocate over getting married, period.
The
Fuck
funny
what
part
the
about
fuck
that,
what
he
fuck
talk
what the
about
children need, I
alimony.
guess.
We
Fuck
talk
what the
about
children
alimony.
need. Fuck what's the best interest for the children. It's
Right.
whatever works for you two as adults that fucked up.
Hey,
Whatever
Yeah, I
works.
don't think that it's more rules. It's just like, don't you think that it's beneficial? You say you advocate for people co-parenting, which is like it skips a whole like step. You feel what I'm saying? Like it just
What
it takes
do
away
you
the
understand? What
significance of everything that we
If
supposed to be
men
here
are
for,
being
whether we
forced
be
to
man, woman, or
co-parenting,
child on
I
this
got
do
earth.
this.
you
It's
Hold
not
on, hold
about
understand
on,
what the
Pastor.
let me ask you
definition
a
of
question. If men,
co-parenting
Hold
is?
on, Pastor.
I've been quiet
Okay,
for a
I'm gonna get
minute.
you in there, Pastor. I
If
got you.
men,
I don't
y'all
know. I
been
don't know why
quiet.
y'all think that means something. I've been quiet for a minute. That doesn't mean anything. I'm tired of people saying that to use it as an excuse to talk. It's not a reason for you to talk just because you're just quiet. It means that we just having respect for the conversation. I haven't spoken a while too. That doesn't mean anything. Uda haven't spoken a while and he's co-streaming. It doesn't mean anything. We're just allowing the conversation to move the way how it's naturally moving. Sometimes it gets caught up into two people having a conversation. If it's a fruitful conversation, just remember your thought and we can get back to it. But just because you haven't spoken doesn't mean that all of a sudden that means that it's your time to speak. It's not what it means. So I need people to stop using that. It's again, the goddamn conspiracy theories is ridiculous.
Hey man, Sharon, I just got up here, so I'm gonna go ahead and speak. That's not a good excuse. I just got up here.
So I want Jay to get her chance to jump in there. Joshua he wanted to say something about it. Detroit wanted to say something about it, and then yes, Pastor, you could go in right after. He gets Sway to jump in, and hopefully that satisfies everybody.
Nigga, I mean, friend. Why you just say me last? You go purposely, not even. I said I'm gonna go last, but he gonna say then we gonna just do this and that. You see how he do me? Go ahead, man. Act like I'm not faithful. I'm faithful to this channel over here, and he treat me like these other dudes. You see how they do? I ain't Otis.
Good, Jay.
Oh, so now it's quiet and nobody wants to speak. Y'all better go ahead and talk.
Oh, I can ask my
So,
question.
look, if we're gonna do this,
I'm willing to talk. I'm willing to speak.
Sharon, I got a
We
little
know you
popcorn
willing to
question. I'm gonna
long
dip
win and
out.
talk about nothing.
Hold on. Jay just stepped away for a second. So it was Joshua, Detroit, Pastor, Sway. Go ahead. Yep.
my problem with co-parenting is it destroys the unit of the family because the family is, in fact, a mother, a father, and a child. I understand you can go through divorces, I understand separations, but living in two different houses is detrimental to a child's psychology because they're going through two different sets of rules. They're going through probably two different full new families. They're having to deal with all these things that children shouldn't have to deal with. I understand if it doesn't work out between the parents. I mean, sometimes y'all got to suck it up and do what's right for the child, which honestly is together, because children need not one, need both of their parents,
Yeah.
regardless.
But
Alf is so wrong that he brought Joshua outside. You see that?
But Josh. So Josh, can I ask you a question, Josh? Look, to that point, right? So look, your kids, right? Because you got a situation. God forbid, I'm not saying you separating from your shorty and nothing like that, right? But how do you feel about the kids going to the mother rightfully? Because a lot of states is saying like the kids should go to the mother. How do you feel like if your kids went to the mother over you? How do you feel about that?
I mean, if me and Dom got divorced and our kids, I would fight for my kids regardless.
Okay.
Like I fight for my children no matter what.
Automatically, I'm just saying, if they said automatically they go to her, how would you feel about that? Is what I'm asking you. How would you feel?
I'm fighting it. I'm going to court. No, I'm not okay with that.
Okay.
Because again, kids need both. I'm okay with shared custody because we've had that conversation too. If shared custody ever happened, then that's how that would be. For custodial
If you
guardianship?
felt,
Nah, miss me.
And let me just shout out to Christina Love. Shout out to Christina Love for
Shout out,
being
Christina.
a new person here. Shout out to you. You are more than welcome to hit the link, hit the chat, hit a super chat, hit a like and a share. Thank you so much, Christina. Talk freely. We on 2 different channels. Well, 3 different channels. Go ahead, Uda.
Yeah. I just was asking just that. I know everybody's speaking. I was just asking just that.
All right,
Okay.
get past in there. Let's go around these people so I get my turn.
It was Detroit Coalition's turn. Go ahead, Detroit.
Cook them,
You
Detroit.
know what? Hold on. Can I pass the pastor? Can I pass the pastor and go after him then?
I don't know
All right.
about that now. You better take your turn while you get it. Now I'm just
Nah,
letting you know.
I'm not long winded. I'm
You
not
might end
long
up
winded.
home, bro. You might drive home and all that by the time
I'm
that
not
conversation.
long winded
I
at
got
all.
I
Well,
got
Detroit,
2.5 more
you be in
people.
New
I don't
York
care
by
what the
then.
order is. I got
You
two and
be
a
in
half
New
more
York with
people in
me.
front of me. Go ahead, Pastor.
Go ahead, Pastor.
Yeah,
So
man.
if men are going to be forced into co-parenting no matter what, you get married or you a baby daddy, one night stand. If you're gonna be forced into co-parenting no matter what, then we should be having father equal rights for that. And
I
I
knew
don't
we
think
weren't
that
gonna talk about the subject.
I think continuity of family is 50. Continuity of family is 50-50 custody, mother and father. Continuity of family is not just woman and child.
So why you didn't respond to what nobody said for the last hour? You said that like
Because
3
I just
times
want
earlier.
I've been he said hold on to
It's
your
okay.
point.
It's okay. I
He
don't know
said
why y'all
hold on
so
to your
offended.
point.
It's
He said hold
okay.
on to your
I
point.
did say I did. That's right. He held on to his point. Go
This is
ahead, Sway.
Sharon
Go ahead.
fault.
Go ahead, Sway producer.
I did just come up here for a quick question, but y'all sparked a thought or sparked a response out of me when you were talking about you know, getting the woman getting the sole custody or the primary custody automatically. I've always been a proponent only dealing with women, or at least getting women pregnant, that you would be okay with having them as a baby mama in a sense,
Bars.
right? But I would never pick a woman with the idea that I'm going to make her a baby mama or whatever. That's not the intention. But just ultimately, I would have to be okay with pretty much being tied to this woman for a lifetime. So that's why I've never frivolously put my dick in any random woman, let alone nut in a random woman. I don't do that. That's why I don't have kids right now. But to the scheme of it, to answer you, yeah, right, with my decision making and thought, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But I understand why the general consensus of men fighting for this. I get or fighting for it when the situations you're dealing with ain't shit women and they're still somehow getting primary custody, or they can manipulate the system based on this. And if you're making an argument that's the majority of women in these situations, cool. I'm not. Like I said, I don't really care, because personally speaking, I would be fine with it. I don't think the woman I chose or is going to choose to have my kids, whatever, try to hold my kids over me. In a sense, if she had primary custody, she would allow me to be in their life as much as I can be or want to be. And she wouldn't try to hold anything or, use them as some type of leverage against me. So I wouldn't care. But Sharon, quick question before I leave. Do you think the amount of books a person has read in their life is an entailment to how slow they sound when they speak? Not necessarily what they say, but how slow they sound when they're saying that information. Do you think the amount of books is an entailment of that?
No.
They read? No? Okay. I don't know. I just be thinking some niggas sound slow. And I be thinking like, yo, they can't read every day, bro. There's no way. They don't read books.
It's
But that's
probably
just
not
me.
that. I think sometimes people talk from talking points, and a lot of time people can't break down the talking points. You know what I'm saying? They got the structure of it. Oh, this and that. Oh, that. You listening to YouTube or something or whatever. Oh, you remembering so much, but you can't remember everything. So you could talk like around it, but you really can't explain it in detail. You know what I'm saying? Because if you really reading, you'll be able to understand what the paragraph said. Like when we was in first grade or some shit, you would know what the paragraph just told you. You know that's what sentences and all that shit about. But I just think it's from talking points. Sometimes we hear shit or somebody tell you something and you just run with it. And sometimes that's what it be, bro. That's all it is.
All right,
Yeah.
Detroit. It's
And
on
I
you, Detroit.
and
Oh damn.
Uda, I'm 26, about to be 27. So when I be listening to y'all dang near 40, if not older than that, I be like, God damn.
Y'all
Take
is
your time,
40
man. Take your
something.
time, bro. Take your time, bro.
Like y'all sound like this at 40 something. I'm like,
Take your time,
sheesh.
bro.
And
Take your
there's no, I'm
time,
not
man.
putting no names on it because y'all already know who you are. But it's
Damn.
just like, damn.
But
You
you know,
be
that's what it's for.
38,
We all here to
40,
get it together, though.
45.
Hopefully, we can
I'm like,
build, and
y'all
hopefully,
already
everybody
figured it
learns
out.
something from the conversations that we have, and we get to take something from it. You know what I'm saying? Any
And, you know,
other conversations, we should be all able to take something from any of the conversations. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, and you know, it's not wrong class fault that he sounds slow. You know, it's just he read the wrong books. That's all it is.
Nah, I dealt with that damn, but my life is good now though. But I have dealt with that damn though, so I ain't gonna overstep that.
But the thing is that it is no law that, especially if we go by the law, that is giving women or mothers more rights over fathers. The real issue is that fathers do not establish rights from the jump, like simply as just signing a birth certificate. You know, that's the very first thing you could do to establish rights as a father. My name is on every one of my
You
children's
just
birth
said that.
certificates.
How many men you know not signing their birth certificates?
So when a woman is literally giving birth,
You gotta
right?
sign the
You
That is
paper.
her.
lying, nigga.
And
That is
how were so
her.
many?
But
That
if you
is the
sign the paper, you
woman.
get rights.
If you are a woman and you gave birth to a child, that's already her having birth rights already right off the rip.
She
It
gave birth,
came
bro.
out of right.
You ain't gotta prove
It
that.
came out of her body. That is hers.
We
So
ain't gotta
you're
prove
gonna
that.
have to establish yours by number one, signing the
Mhm.
certificate, or
Yeah.
number two, sorry, Alpha, establishing a marriage before she give birth. That is another way how a father can establish his rights as a father.
This is how competitive fraud happens.
That's why I
What
don't
you
know
just said.
how many are being fooled if they're signing, like, or are they not signing? Like, if they're not signing, you just take the test and that'll solve that. But if you sign in and you
There you
don't
go.
know, that's on you. Like,
And
That's
why
just
you
all that,
sign?
bro. It comes down to that.
another way how mothers establish uh their rights as a mother is by providing a stable home for the child, a safe home, emotional bonds, and all
The
these things.
government doing that.
That's not the government. So all these things can be proven by who the child lives with, who is taking the child to the doctor, who is the child's insurance under, who is like, it's so many things that goes on with proving that you are the functional parent out of the two. And it is
All that
okay
shit's under the government.
for us to be honest about it. And majority of men do not want that responsibility, and we know it. Because if it was that case, it would be more men stepping up to the plate and saying, "Hey, I'm taking care of my kid 100%," like Uda did. But a lot of men are not doing
But
what
in the
Uda
hood, I come from the hood. So in the hood, we don't, you know what I'm saying? It's not a lot of representations, even though there are representations there. But a lot of times you got more representation to not be a good father or to not be that or to not be that. I'm going to tell you the truth, bro. Like one guy I know from my neighborhood, he got like mad kids, right? But then one thing, they got kids by the same kind of people, all types of good people do. You know what I'm saying? But it showed that, like I said, some people wanted to be there. And those fathers, you know what I'm saying? I speak to some of those fathers as well. And a lot didn't, you know what I mean? Some people was like, yo, he was there in his life. Yo, you got a new man? Let him take care of the kid. When I heard that, that was one of the craziest things I've ever heard. And I heard it over and over being in the hood. You know what I'm saying? So me, I don't go by statistics so much. Being from like a place like the hood, you could see the statistics like sometimes right in front of you, man.
Right in
You
front
could
of you.
sometimes weigh the odds right here. You know the stats. If you go around that corner, what the hell gonna happen? You could kind of judge your stats right now. You don't need a book. You don't need no papers. You could kind of judge it for what it is, face value of what things are. You know what I'm saying?
Not only that, Uda, we could also judge it by the men that was in front of that court system. We hear them communicate and talk that they didn't have no specific thing that they wanted to argue and complain about. They didn't say, hey, we need this law today. They just saying law, right? They don't have no specific thing because it is no law for them to specifically attack, because we know that they are attempting to use it as a scapegoat. Ain't nobody stop you from seeing your kid, bro. We know that's a fact. But they want to try to make it seem like it's some conspiracy that's holding them back from their goddamn children. You didn't want to see your kid until your kid grow up. Stop trying to say, oh, it's because you had an argument with the child's mother. You having an argument with her, not getting along with her, is just proof of how dangerous you are to the child. And these men do not understand that. If you always screaming and
That's
cursing out your,
not true.
if
They
you are always
separate that.
screaming and cursing out the goddamn child's mother, that is also shows your ability and your character towards your own child.
That's
And
not true.
if you don't understand that, then you don't understand how relationships works. You don't
No, that's
understand
not how
how to
that
build
works.
character. There's a reason why somebody says, I ain't never did a crime. They say that when they first go to court for the very first time. I ain't never did no crime. I'm a law-abiding citizen. But now if you got a reputation for terrorizing the neighborhood, screaming and yelling at people, robbing, knocking over people in the head and stealing from them, right? And you have a bunch of people saying that this is what that person, it goes towards your character. So if your character is I'm screaming at the person that gave birth to my child, I'm sorry, that is building a character flaw in you. And you could try to act as if it don't exist all you want to, but that's being a bad father. Just like being a bad father is going around saying that, hey, people should just have children, whoever they children with. And if they decide to get married, they decide to get married. If they decide to not be with, that is showing bad fatherhood right from the jump, that you don't actually care about your child whatsoever. It's that simple.
Well, I have to roll, but my argument is real simple. So I have to roll. I got to go, but my argument is real simple. It's very simple. Essentially, I want people to take care of the children that they make. I am not an advocate of single mothers or single fathers. I don't support that at all. My argument is real simple. It's time to be adults. You don't need to get married to have a child. You don't need to get married to have a family. I'm not judging you for it. I say take care of your child. You lay it down and make it. You got to get up and raise it. So I'm a co-parent advocate, co-parent, two family, two parent household, two parent. If you want that, that's your choice. But if you got your own place and she got her own place and y'all take care of y'all child together, I support that 100%. That's what I advocate for. I have no problem with child support. That's not an issue for me. I'm not against child support. I have not heard one logical argument against child support. I have not.
Okay,
That's
yeah.
my
So I
opinion on
just said
child support.
so long as you said, "Hey, men, go
I
out
can
there and
give
get
you a
these
logical
women."
argument
Hold on,
against child
I
support.
got you, Alpha. So if I heard you correctly, go out here, get these women pregnant. Whatever the court say you need to pay in child support, go co-parent and pay her that money.
Exactly. That's it.
Okay.
So
And as you leave,
co-parenting and
Alpha,
50-50 should be without child support. There is a bad case for child support because you can't make the one thing about child support, there's no other court or debtors court that you can go to jail for, right? You can go to jail for that debtors court. You can have your license revoked for that debtors court. And a lot of bad things can happen to you for that debtors court. And another issue.
No.
Okay, wait a second.
Don't get married. Go get on child
This is a
support.
human
Hold on, no, this
life, bro.
this is
Human
great.
life.
Don't get
compare
married.
stuff to human
Go
life,
get
bro.
on child support.
Hold on,
Don't compare stuff to human life, bro. It's human life, the most precious thing on earth, man. Human life.
This is another conspiracy. Now we saying that because you're on child support, you're gonna lose your license and go to jail. That is not true.
I agree. That's not true. I agree.
They will garnish your
Before Alpha
wages. They will
leaves, let
garnish your
me.
tax returns. They will do all that shit. Don't let these niggas
No,
lie to
that's
you.
not true. Stop it.
So
No,
Don't let these niggas lie to you.
No,
Do
it's
not
not
let
true.
these
Hold
niggas
Don't you
on
find no
YouTube
wife,
lie to
Detroit.
you.
You just go get on child
y'all.
support.
Hold on. It's just not true. You need to pay your way. The problem is that most people just not realizing that the parents that are staying with the mother of their child, they pay 100%. They ain't paying no percentage. They pay 100%. So you
When
crying
the
that you're
child
paying.
with you 50% of
Hold
the time, he
on.
pay 100%.
Any man,
100%,
hold on.
bro.
Any man crying about he's paying 17% compared to a man that is at home with his children. Uda is at home with his child. And he has to
100%.
pay 100%.
100%,
Sounds
bro.
fucking ridiculous, my brother.
100%, bro.
Bro, that's so cap. Come on, man.
100%, man.
Hold on, Joshua. You saying that you only pay 17% for your child?
No, but what you're conflating is people who raise their
No,
kids versus
what
people who
you're
just financially support it.
Oh,
so
I
who's
won't speak
Yo,
to
you
all that.
can't you
so
can't make these
Joshua,
half-ass
so Joshua, let me
arguments.
ask you a
Oh,
very
I don't
simple
know.
question before I bring in Miss Polly. So
Josh
are you
mad.
saying the father that is on child support pays as much money as you in supporting their children?
Cap.
Yes.
No, they're not.
Yes.
Yeah,
Cap.
in
No,
fact,
they
you know
do
what?
not.
Yeah, sure,
No, they do not.
sure.
No, they do not. No, they do not.
Hold on,
Y'all,
Pastor.
look, y'all are conflating bullshit. Like y'all are
Hold
making
on.
these bogus
Hey,
ass
Miss
arguments.
Polly,
That's
how you
crazy.
doing, Miss Polly?
Hold on 1 second. So Joshua, the man that is on child support, let me make sure I'm clear about your argument, pays the exact amount of money or just as much as you in child support.
No, not. I mean, no, not at all.
So you agree with him?
But I'm raising.
No.
His argument's
Uh,
retarded because it's actually something completely
I
different.
do not understand why y'all try to argue the truth so badly just because I say it. It doesn't have
It's
anything to do with,
no. It's
hold
got
on,
nothing to do with
hold
you.
on, Josh. I'm trying to say that it doesn't have anything to do with me. It's just the truth. When you are taking care of your kid every single day, you pay more than the person that is not taking a kid every single day. It is no way you could compare it.
Even as
I
a
agree.
parent of two kids,
You pay
100% of
more.
the
You
income
pay
does not
more.
go
You
to
pay
all my
more.
kids. Quit playing.
All
So
right, hold on. Let's play this, Josh.
No,
We're
what I'm
doing
saying in my
100%.
situation,
Hold
but let
on.
me just tell Josh something real quick. But I'm saying in my situation, right? I got custody of my son, right? My son's in New York City with me, right? His mom lived all the way upstate. She ain't doing nothing for him. What she send him? She ain't sending him nothing. I'm not knocking her. I don't put her down for that. Maybe she took that time, take that time, get your thing right. That's how I'm on it. Get your mind right. Do what you could do so you could be the best mother that you could be. Ain't about us and what we got going on because we ain't got nothing going on. So
Hold
you got
on.
to do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? But that's just in my situation. It's like I ain't getting no help from her. You know what I'm saying? If I get help from anybody else, it ain't from her.
Hold on.
You
I
know what I'm
got
saying?
you, Josh. How much of
And
your
that's just
income is
right.
going
And
towards
her
your family?
driver's
Hold on.
license ain't at risk.
Hold on.
Her
Wait.
tax return ain't at
Josh.
risk.
Hold on, Pastor. Hold on.
Josh, how much of your income is going towards your family?
Going towards my family, a majority, probably 70 to 80%.
That was the
Thank you.
point. That was the point.
Again, but now y'all are trying to break it down into children. Okay, fine. If we're gonna play the dumbass game, let's play it right. Realistically speaking, probably about 30% of my overall income goes to actually affecting my child's, both of them, their upbringing. Whether that's
Okay.
school, whether that's field trips,
Let's just
whether that's
accept that,
lunch,
Sharon.
whether that's
Let,
dinner.
let's 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 accept that. So if we accept that 30% is still higher than 17%. Even if we accept what you're saying, you still
But
contribute
I'm
more to your
also not at
kids.
risk of going to prison if I chose not to raise my goddamn kids.
You
Because you're
are.
also
That's the
negating the
lie.
time. You're negating
If
the
you don't
time
raise
that you
your kids,
spend
you
with your
can't go
kid.
to prison. It's called the law. If you don't raise your kids, you can go to prison.
There's child neglect laws, but those have very specific
That's why I advocate for
elements.
co-parenting.
Co-parenting doesn't even make sense
That's
because
why
you
I
don't even have
advocate
the
for
rights that you're going to
co-parenting.
jail for. You still you still have to pay the child support if you're on
That's why I
co-parenting.
support
And then and
co-parenting.
pastor and pastor lied to y'all. Hold on, pastor lied to you because if you don't pay your taxes, you going to jail too. So like I don't know
Yeah, you
why we
going to jail,
keep
bro. You going to jail either way.
yeah, like this idea that you can not pay stuff outside of child support and not have the ability to go to jail is a lie.
But
So
I
take
didn't say you
care.
didn't
So
pay
if you
your
don't take
taxes,
care
you
of your
had to go to
kids,
jail. You misrepresented my argument.
What's
I
that?
No,
said
what
the
I'm
that's
oldest
what the
saying,
oldest
keep
baby
doing.
mama
slow
is
down,
not
y'all. Slow
risk.
down. Okay,
She's
hold on,
not at
y'all.
risk of having
Hold
her
on,
tax
slow down.
return
Hold on. Hold on.
taken,
Hold on. Hold on.
garnished.
Hold on. Slow down. Just because you are wrong and you are afraid to concede for whatever reason, I don't know why people are afraid to concede with the truth. The truth of the matter, the parent that has the child 100% of the time is going to pay more than any man that has to pay child support. That is just a fact.
I
That's
agree.
not true.
I agree.
Right. I understand you saying the words that is not true.
You
However,
I
you
still
cannot.
agree
paying
with
child
Sharon. I
support.
agree with Sharon.
So
It's
what
no
about
way.
what my wife does?
There's no way for you to
What's up?
Now fuck it. So
substantiate.
what about what my
Hold
wife does for the
on.
kids?
Please hold on 1 second. Because
Okay.
there's no way for any man in this world to substantiate that 17% of his check he is paying more than an actual 100% father at all times. There is no way to fulfill
He's
it.
paying more. He doing the same or more.
Well, I got a role, but I advocate for co-parenting. I don't care about child support. Pay it if you got to pay, but I advocate for co-parenting over marriage. That's my argument. It's real simple. Y'all have a good one,
All
man.
right,
Shout
now,
out to you,
Alpha.
Sharon. Good panel, man. Good day.
Alpha, as
Thank
you
you,
leave out of
Alpha.
here, Alpha, remember this, man. Don't let the trauma or fear that you living with in your life dictate your responses of how we're supposed to be taking care of women and children and things like that. Because most of these men that are talking about,
Why did you say
like,
that?
because I believe that there's something that previously happened, whether it's something that has caused anxiety in your life, something that has caused you to be more fearful of things that are happening in your life, or some kind of trauma that you just haven't dealt with. And I think that's most men when they start passing the blame or trying to come up with these different out of the box solutions that really aren't going to get anything closer to the parenting part. It's good for the what you were talking about is good for the but there's no way that that's good for the parenting part.
Well, the parenting part
That's
is
what I've
what
been
I'm
waiting.
concerned
That's what
with,
I've been
and
waiting
that's
patiently all this time to
that's
kind of drop.
the parenting part is why I advocate for co-parenting. That's literally the definition of what I'm advocating for. I advocate for two adults to raise responsibly, both put in investment on the child that they made. I advocate for that first over marriage. Now, if you want to get married, that's your choice. I mean, that's your choice. But my problem is that people who want to get married, they don't work out. Then they get
Fear.
bitter and
But
resentful
majority
about
do
Fear.
work out.
marriage, right? And then
Majority
Fear.
they're
do work
forced to
out.
be co-parents.
Hold on.
Majority of
So
Hold
I
marriages
on.
do
Hold
support
work
on.
out.
co-parenting.
Stop, bro. Go ahead.
So I
Go ahead,
support
Alpha. Me and you.
co-parenting over everything because it's two adults that made it. Legally, two adults have to raise it. That's what I advocate for. I don't advocate for you getting
Right.
married just because y'all have a baby. I don't advocate for that.
I don't advocate for people just getting married because they had a baby either. But I also, know that how you're placing these words are in a particular fashion. You're placing them where you're putting the idea of marriage below anything else. And what I'm
That's
saying
true.
is
That is true.
okay. So that being said, if a marriage works correctly, then that's the best co-parenting situation for everybody anyway. The fear that it might not would have somebody say that they advocate for co-parenting over marriage. So once again, don't let the fear or anxiety or trauma that has happened to us in the past make your decisions for how you're going forward, because it doesn't benefit the parenting part. Once again,
Let me
that was it.
respond to
That's
you.
what I have for your thoughts.
Number one, your interpretation of me being in fear is misplaced and false, and that's fine if you perceive it as that. You're entitled to have that. But my judgment is not based on any fear, any bitterness, or resentfulness of any situation. I've never been married. I will never get married, and that's just my personal opinion. If you disagree with that, that's fine. I'm simply pointing out the reality that we are in our current society where 41% of children are born out of wedlock. Divorce rate is at 51% all-time high. I'm seeing people who are being forced to be co-parents after a nasty bad divorce. Now you're right. You're right. I'm not gonna disagree with you. All the textbooks and theories say it's best that children are raised in under a marriage in a two-parent home. I'm not gonna disagree with that. I'm saying in our current modern society, that's simply not becoming the case. Can some people find a good marriage? Can some people find their soulmate, if you want to say that? Yes, and I'm not against that. I'm simply saying that you should look at co-parenting as an option over marriage just because you have a child with someone. I don't support single motherhood. I don't support single fatherhood. I support men and women both equally taking care of their child, and that's just how I am. And that's it. I don't have a problem with child support. I will pay whatever the court needs to say, and I probably do more than that because I give a shit about my children. But I support co-parenting over marriage. That's my personal opinion. If you don't do that, that's your choice. But I think co-parenting is the best way forward because everybody understands their roles and responsibilities. and they have to equally contribute. That's just my position. That's my argument, sir.
And
I
I just
LA,
understand.
exactly what does
You
co-parenting
got
look
to
like?
go. I know.
and I
Well,
just
that's
want to
Alpha,
say
not LA.
I just want to say this.
My bad.
It's a 50% rate of this divorce situation. So y'all are wrong about that. So half in the divorce, the other half in successful. So y'all gotta stop acting as if divorce gotta end in divorce.
And
I agree. I agree. It doesn't. I agree with you. I'm just simply saying for me, and I guess it's an individual choice. For me, co-parenting is the best way forward. I have no problem explaining to my son or daughter why I never married their mother. That's just how I am.
However, life has proven you wrong. The best outcome is not what you are saying.
Yeah, the kids that have the best results and actually accomplish the most comes from people that are married.
And
I didn't deny that. I never denied that.
Okay,
so we should be
Well,
telling
if that's
what's
the
best for
case, then
people.
starting from a co-parenting point of view
is
and
wrong.
trying to conflate that to be the better way. It's your personal choice, right? That's what you're saying. And we're saying, or at least I'm saying, I can't speak for everybody else. I'm saying that if that's your personal choice, it's probably stemming from one of those three things. And you just talked about the fear of divorce, you know what I'm saying, of things not working out and stuff like that. And those things can sway how we make decisions. It can sway how we, how we rationalize things as well too.
It's a disadvantage to the kids. I think that's the
kid, right?
Yeah, so like we keep asking like what's best for the parents. No, what's best for the kids is for them to be raised in this. If we want our kids to have the best chance of being successful, it actually comes through marriage, and that's why we should advocate for it.
I would make one request. I would make one request of everybody who are advocates of marriage. If you're an advocate of marriage, that's your position. Only thing I would ask y'all to start doing is to start telling men and women to stop complaining about the divorce. That's what I'm sick of. I'm tired of that. Tell them, look, it is what it is. You got married unless you was forced to get married. But if you volunteered to marry somebody, wherever state you did it at in America, it is what it is. That's what I'm asking y'all to do. I'm not an advocate of marriage. So when people come my way, I'm not going to advocate for marriage. So you tell them stop complaining about it. That's all I ask. That's all I'm asking.
No, so first of all, you heard me say that marriage and divorce are two different things. So you already heard me say that divorce don't have nothing to do with marriage whatsoever. So I don't talk
You can
about
only get a divorce if you get married.
Right, but that have nothing to do with each other.
That's impossible, sir. How can you remove divorce from marriage? They're both linked together.
Because the reason why people got married is not the same reason why they got divorced.
Let me answer it.
Sorry, Sharon.
It's okay. The reason why is because divorce has nothing to do with marriage.
It's a part of marriage. You can't get a divorce unless you get married.
That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Marriage has nothing to do with divorce at all. Divorce has something to do.
It's a part. I'm not trying to make fun.
Cancer has nothing to do with life.
Hold on.
I don't. Sharon, I'm not making fun. I'm really serious when I say this.
It's very important that we understand that what needs to be spoke about. You cannot get divorced without marriage. We understand that. However, you can be married without divorce. So we need to understand that is a very clear distinction, that we cannot keep adding divorce into marriage. No, divorce, you need to be married to get divorced, but you need to be married and you can stay that way. Like 50% of the world is doing now, is staying married. You do not have to get divorced because you got married, but you got to get married to get divorced. Those are two different arguments, and we cannot keep.
Yeah. Okay, I agree with you. I agree. I apologize, and I'm simply saying, if for people who advocate for marriage, I would request that y'all explain to people also the process of divorce. That doesn't mean you're gonna get one. It doesn't mean you're guaranteed.
No, absolutely.
And then, the part that I don't understand is like if they are a complainer, they're gonna complain about co-parenting.
Hold on. The reason why is because you
agree.
We cannot tell people to get into a relationship with fear of breaking up.
Not fear of breaking up, just educating them on what could happen.
Right. So again, if men are afraid of divorce, simple as plain as a goddamn Prenuptial agreement is all they need to do. That's it. Get a prenup.
Prenuptial is not guaranteed.
It is actually. So again, you could
No, it's
No, it's
not.
not.
hold
It's
on.
not.
Hold on, y'all. Please, I need
All
to
right, so
calm.
just don't get
Hold on.
married.
This is the
They want the
problem with
money.
the scarcity and being fair. Right? This whole conspiracy theory shit. Majority, 98% of prenuptial agreements hold up in court. It doesn't make sense to have a conversation about the 2% that do not hold up in court. It doesn't.
I don't want to be the 2% that get a bad deal.
Why you always alarmed with failures?
Okay. So
Right.
again, let me try to explain it again. 98% of prenuptial agreements are held up in
Because
court.
all great things
It
fail.
doesn't make no sense to talk about the 2% that does not.
I can 100% guarantee I would never get a divorce if I 100% never get married. I beat your 2%.
I mean,
Hold on. No. That's just not true. It's not true, right? Because you have
100% of the time, I would never get a divorce if I never get married. That's a fact. I would never get a divorce if I never get married 100% of the time. That's a statistical fact. I beat your 2%, 100 to 98.
No, it doesn't beat it with the fact that you still want to have a child. Right. So
You cannot guarantee me that I will not get a divorce. I can guarantee you that you will never get a divorce if you never get married. That's a logical, statistical fact, sir.
No, that's just a that's just a literal. No, hold on. That's a literal fact, and that's
Like,
fine.
literally,
That you want to use.
You can't die if you ain't live. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
You gotta live. You know what I'm saying?
You don't make none of the shots you don't take. Like, what are you talking about?
That is a literal fact, right? You could if I never take a 3-pointer, you cannot say I'm bad at shooting threes. We get it. We understand. But that also means that you're not in the game.
I'm in the game when I have children. Biological
Nigga, you shoot a mid-range and leg up.
Hold
Shaq
on.
didn't shoot, or Shaq did shoot a couple threes.
I say all three, Detroit.
Okay, hold on, y'all. It just shows that you're not in the game, and you are like what Detroit is saying. You're looking at everything from a negative point of view, and you're trying to have a guarantee in life where nothing on God's green earth is guaranteed for you to have 100%. Nothing. Not one thing on God's green earth. You could walk outside tomorrow and get hit by a car. That does not stop you from going outside.
Right.
So the nonsense that I try to use is just bullshit. And we need men to stop being cowards and just be honest. It's either men are cowards or men are just gay and they just want to have children because they believe that's their only way of a legacy. So they just want to have a child, but they really want to do other things. And this is what we've seen is a serious problem. And it is okay for men to say, hey, I'm gay. I don't want to be with no woman, but I do want a child. It's okay. In this day and age,
how the fuck could you make those two things the same thing?
Nobody's going to bat an eyelash because you want to have a child and gay. There's plenty of couples out there that can have a child and they are gay. Whether they gay,
so Sharon, let me ask you a question.
That shit out loud.
Sharon, can I ask
Anyway,
you a question?
why would you shoot a 3 when you can get a layup or
Sharon, let me ask you a
mid-range?
question. So it's simply, if I'm advocating to take care of my child, if I'm advocating to pay child support, if I'm advocating to be equally responsible for the child that I make with my baby mother, why are you drawing the conclusion that a person, me, myself, why are you drawing the conclusion that I would be homosexual, afraid, and too afraid and coward based on what I just told you? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
He just said you. He was talking to the whole.
That's crazy.
Oh my God, I didn't know about that.
That's fine. That's crazy. So the reason why is that you are afraid is because you're not willing to do what you need to do to make sure that your children grow up in the best possible household. You are only looking at it for yourself. So that's the coward part, right? You only look at to what's best for me. I go create a child and I'm going to spend how much money I can to just take care of the child financially. But you're not understanding all the intricate things that happen within the household in the middle of the night when your ass is sleeping in your separate house and your kid wake up because they heard some thunder, they had a bad dream. Daddy ain't going to never be there to give them a pat and say, it's okay. You can lay in the bed with us tonight. go to sleep, you are safe or fine. You would never be able to experience that because you are never there. You are not going to be the person that they wake up to, run into bed and have a conversation and talk about their dream. You are not going to be the person that they sit down as a family and have family discussions over breakfast. You are not the person that they see first thing in the morning and tell them to brush their teeth and show them through your own actions how to be a man. You are not the first person to teach your daughter how a man is supposed to move and react in the world. So it's
That's
a
why we
lot of
need
things
50.
that
That's why
you
we
are
need
missing.
50-50.
It's a lot of things that you are missing by taking yourself from the jump out of the equation and go straight into co-parenting and say, I'm just going to have children. I don't give a damn as long as I can financially afford them. That means I'm taking care of them. That is a fallacy. That is a conspiracy theory that we need to just wrap our head around and understand the best possibility if you're trying to have a children. It is a best situation and we should be striving for that. If it doesn't come to it and you got to do like me and Uda and we got to go our separate ways and we got to co-parent, fine, that's the best second option, but it shouldn't be your first option.
No, I don't agree.
So you're saying right now that you are a co-parent. Am I right, Sharon? Are you a co-parent right now?
Once in my life I was.
You was. Okay, well, that's good. I'm glad you was. Now, so would you say that when you was a co-parent, you were not working on being the best father you could for your child in that situation?
When I was the co-parent, my child lived with me 100%.
Okay, that's fine. That's so your baby's mother, she is doing working with, I presume, I don't know your situation. I presume that y'all two were working together to raise the child that y'all procreated and had together, correct?
I was doing my best, yes.
Outstanding. So what I'm simply saying is that if you want to say that I'm not being honest, and if you want to say that I'm afraid, I think the first step of courage is knowing thyself. And I know that for me, the best situation going forward would be to be a co-parent instead of focusing on marriage. You see the concept?
So the best thing for you is to not have children because you're not willing to do whatever it takes to actually give your child the best situation in life.
I think we have a disagreement in the understanding of co-parenting. I think that's where we are. I think that's where our problem is.
Can I tell you something, Alpha?
It's because you're trying to change the definition
You don't
of it.
control that though, Sharon. Even though you disagree with that, you don't control that.
The reason why is because you are trying to give your child the second best option off the jump. You are not attempting to give your child the best option. And so from that moving forward, you are already putting yourself in a defeated mindset. You already giving
that's fine. And that's your interpretation. I simply think we have a disagreement on the interpretation of what co-parenting is. And that's okay, but I think that's where me and you have a difference.
But that's not possible.
Can I ask you something?
Hold on. But it's not possible because you agree that it is one situation that's better than the other. You agreed with it. And so we are all
I did. Statistically, it's true. That's true. I agree with you on that.
Okay, so we do not disagree. I'm just saying I'm fighting for the best option to give to children, not the second best option. And that's where we defer. I'm willing to do whatever.
I'm fighting for a practical option.
I'm willing to do whatever I can to be the best for my child. You are willing to do whatever is best for your options.
That's not true. Now I disagree with you on that. I disagree with you on because I'm doing the best situation for my child so that I can have the best relationship with my child's mother.
Okay. But can I ask you something though, Alpha? Look, but like what I'm saying, right? Even if you're advocating for the co-parenting, right? I think that your outlook on the co-parenting, one thing that you said that co-parenting was a forced thing. And I don't think that co-parenting is a forced thing though.
I said people who are divorced get forced to do it.
Nah, I just
people
don't think
that
they're doing whatever they're doing. I just don't think that co-parenting is a forced thing. I think it's two people that want to do what's the best interest for their kid. You know what I'm saying? That's what co-parenting in a ballpark. That's what it is. Because I have two kids. I have multiple kids, right? But in the same way, I had a child and I had my son. But I was able to co-parent with another child. You know what I'm saying? So I understand that. But it came in a place where it was all unsaid, but innate. Like you wanted to do what you had to do for the baby.
We gotta address that. You can choose not to parent after divorce. It's not forced. The court doesn't force you to co-parent. It's a lot of people who give up their rights to their kids after divorce.
That's
Yeah,
true.
that's right.
That's true.
No, that,
So
that,
it's
that,
Giving
not
up
that's
a
a
your
real
court.
rights
fact.
and giving up your
So
responsibilities
That's
two
a whole
different
different world.
things.
That's real, E. That's a
hold on,
whole
hold on.
different
No,
world.
Get
the
on.
point.
Giving
That's what
up
I'm
your
That's
saying.
rights
real.
and
So
giving it.
True.
hold on. So
I'm
we
about to
just
drop now because y'all about to lie like a motherfucker right now, boy.
that's
God
not
damn, y'all about
We
to
lying.
speaking
lie.
from a marriage standpoint. That makes
Why
sense.
can't you hear something on the converse side?
Because it's a
Like,
lie. He about to tell me
it's
one of the
not.
biggest lies
It's
ever.
somebody's reality, so it's not a lie to somebody.
But
Giving
Everything
up
that you
Pastor, you
your
say
said that
right,
they
cannot be
could.
the truth.
Hold on,
giving up
Pastor.
your
You trying to say
rights
that they
and
trying
giving up
to
your
force you?
Hold
responsibility
on. You
is
know why?
two
Yes.
different
Hold on.
things.
Slow
F
down.
them
Hold on.
kids.
Hold
You
on.
ain't never heard
Hold
So
that
on.
are you
before.
afraid to hear what
I
Hold
he's
told
on.
gonna
you
say,
men
or
when they
anxious about
18.
hearing what
Hold
he's
on,
gonna
y'all.
say?
Come on, bruh.
Hold on,
You
y'all. Hold
tripping.
on. Slow down. So the problem is that like when it's on their side, they could talk about the 2%.
All of a sudden,
Right. The 2%.
they could talk about that. Like,
But
it's the weird
no,
thing.
like
Hold up,
you don't
hold up.
have
But
to
the fear of hearing
internalize
something
everything as
truthful.
like it. You don't have to identify with everything that's being said. You know what I'm saying? But if you do,
I really got to go, but I'm gonna say this for me. All right, anyone who comes to me and they say, "Hey, Alpha, I want to have a child. I want to have a family." What do you think is the best way to do it based on your experience and your knowledge? I'm gonna tell them to go with co-parenting. If you don't agree with that, that's okay. But I simply advocate for co-parenting over marriage because a lot of people are being forced after they get a divorce. And the brother was right. You don't have to co-parent. There's a lot of there's a lot of men who do give up their rights, and that's their choice if they want to do that. I'm not advocating for single mothers. I'm not advocating for single fathers. I'm not advocating for anyone to go through anything that they don't want to experience or go through negatively. I support co-parenting because it's the best way that I want to raise my child with whomever I want to. If you disagree with that because of your ethics and morals, that's your choice. I can't change your ethics and morals. But from a legal standpoint, co-parenting is the future and it is the status quo right now. And I advocate for that 100%. Any other questions before I go? There are 7 huskies that are hungry. Any other questions?
You got
Well,
seven
no,
huskies.
we,
You just
we
brought
got
up the
no
legal.
question.
Hold
Let me
on.
finally
You
make
just
my
brought up
statement.
legal.
Hold,
Hello, no,
He
let
just
me
brought
make
up
my
legal.
statement because I've
hold on.
been
So you
patient.
said
I'm gonna pull what
you
the
got
other
several.
dudes say.
Hold on. Hold on.
break
You
up
got
at
several what
divorce
that's hungry?
regardless. Like, sorry.
What you said you had
I couldn't
several
hear the
what?
question. Any question before I go? I got 7 huskies. They're hungry. Go ahead.
7 huskies.
Right, not
Dogs.
He
7
just brought up
children, but
illegal.
7 huskies. You got
Yeah.
Right.
fur
So
babies.
I
He,
got to
Okay.
he just brought up
Modern
illegal.
man.
we got to just be mindful. You can lead Alpha. We just got to be mindful of guys advocating for stuff they're not living.
Right.
Like I'm telling you right now, because
7
everybody,
huskies.
it's a theory.
Right.
What Alpha talked about is a theory that he thinks going to work right. And I'm telling you,
But
as
he just
men,
talked about legal.
hold
Yo,
on,
he
He
looks
just
listen.
so
said
mean.
legal.
They take more care than a child. Like what? Oh my God! I bet you
Yeah,
got more
huskies are
experience
intense.
too. But I'll
Oh,
pay
he looks
attention to
so
these
mean.
7 huskies, my fur babies.
I just really want women listen to these men when they
Definitely.
talk. Like listen, I advocate for women. Listen to what they saying because I'm telling you that just listening to these things and he talking about he think. I know that how important it is when I sit down and pray with my daughters at night and read books at night, and my daughters can sit down and talk to me in conversations in details, and she ain't got no time frame because she got to go back to her mama house. Like
Right.
people don't understand how important that is as a father. I'm telling you, he's advocating for something he have no idea about. He's talking about
Yeah.
theory. I'm telling you about facts.
Yeah. And
Well, I got
Co-parenting
any
is single
questions? I
parenting.
got to roll. Any questions?
I just want to say this, Alpha. And we understand that it has other options, and that if you have to do the co-parenting thing, that is understandable. That's what you have to do. However, that should not be your first option. You should be with somebody that has good character, good ideas, good faith, have absolutely love for you, and that's one to have the same ideology as you. And if y'all both ideology is that we're just gonna have babies, hey man, I
I'll
don't
just
think
say,
that.
I won't say
My
one
last
woman,
co-parent.
but I intend to co-parent with multiple women. But I'll let you think about that one.
There you
But
go.
here's the
There you
deal.
go. That's the real.
Co-parenting.
There you go.
Right. That's the real trick
That's
right
the
there.
real.
Be the
And
man,
That's
be
the
the
real
woman
thing
on that
right
be
there. Yeah,
fruitful and multiply bullshit.
Absolutely.
Boy. It's time to act,
that's
to
the real. I
Absolutely.
knew
share
that.
and have a
I knew that's
real
where
That's
you were
it.
coming from.
relationship and
Yep.
raise a
Absolutely. I
family
support
and have
being a
And,
sex.
baby
and,
daddy
Don't
and
want
having
it.
and
multiple
Sharon,
baby
Hold
mamas.
on, slow down, y'all.
and,
Hold on, slow
and
down.
listen, at 40,
Hold on,
not one woman
hold
took him up on the offer.
on. I want LA and Miss Polly to get a chance to jump in there since those are the two women that's here. However, we understand that that is another problem, that you are not actually trying to be a father to those children, if that is your idea, because it's very difficult to maintain multiple children in your own home. Forget about it if a bunch of children are in separate houses, especially if they are around the same age. It is a very difficult thing, and somebody is going to get the short end of the stick, and it's usually the children that's going to get the short end of the stick, because you're not going to be able to be there for those multiple children or those multiple women. And it is what it
He
is.
want
Go
to be a
ahead.
husky.
Go ahead, LA.
No, it's unfortunate that more care and attention is being probably put towards, and importance is put towards those huskies than actual human beings. And that's what I find is kind of like, that's just sad to me, you know what I'm saying? Because I bet the huskies, they can have babies and they can make you some money and stuff, but some people see children as, a liability instead of an asset, even though they represent their precious seed and their legacy and all this other bullshit, right? So it's just, no, it's just I said what I needed to say. It's just very interesting. I just meet people where they at. I don't try to convert anybody. I understand he sees the things the way that he does, and that's why I brought up Hollywood, period, because those are not relationships out of real love. Those are out of marketing, convenience, etc., etc. So there's going to be a lot of stuff that goes wrong, and to see the world through that lens is just very unfortunate. But
In
good luck to
LA,
them.
we know that they gay.
Transactional.
No, we
Yes,
know they gay.
but
Listen, we
women are
know a lot of
kings.
those
It's like,
dudes in Hollywood is gay, and they don't want to be in a
hey, they
relationship
said it, not
because
me.
they want to get their booty hole played with. So that's why
They said it, not me.
they don't
Yeah,
want no woman to be around to see them getting their booty hole played with.
they
That's
said
what's
it, not
going on
me.
in Hollywood. We know that for.
Look, co-parenting is still single parenting
Yeah, once
by
upon a
law.
time I wanted to sing. I
That
said
that
no,
as
thank
well.
you.
Yeah, that as well. That's very true as well. And it is okay for you know for us to just call a thing. And for some reason, when we call a thing, men want to buck up the most about the truth. This is weird that in the same conversation where we're talking about truthfulness and honesty and being harsh, when it's time to be truthful and honest and harsh to men, they are the main ones that cannot maintain the integrity that it is okay to speak that way. I'm sorry, but a man that just want to have children and don't want to be with women is usually because he is not a straight man. That's just what it is.
Mm,
And I don't know why we're trying to act like I don't know why we're trying to act like that is
yeah,
not a
damn.
truthful, harsh statement. But
Because it doesn't make sense. Like just realistically speaking, if you are homosexual, how are you going to then have sex with women?
right,
You so
so
lost,
the reason
Josh.
Bro,
Right,
Josh.
so the
right.
easy way
We
so
from
the easy
That's
Atlanta.
way
what's
We
happening.
already know. Like
okay,
this
so the
stuff
easy
is
way for
LA,
me
real.
you know, right? LA.
so look,
Being from
Right.
Atlanta, you
Yo,
know, right?
hey, listen, them
Absolutely.
Detroit dudes be on that tip sometime here too, man. Don't get
hold
them
on,
twisted too, man.
and this is the beauty of it, right? Because like openly gay men, like man, it's listen, these closeted men that are doing these things,
That part.
listen, we understand what's going on, right? It's a whole thing in another country that they say women are for procreation and boys are for play. We understand why that is said, and it
Mm.
is a thing that is for real. And I don't know why men are trying to act like they don't understand it. It is a reason why majority of the men do not like their wives. It's a reason why they think that women are stupid. It is a reason why men think that women are not funny. They think that they are children. They think about all these negative things about a woman, and the only good thing that they could ever say about a woman is her vagina. My brother, that man is most likely a down low brother. I'm sorry to tell you. Miss Polly, I don't know if you're ready to talk, because I know you out there, you grinding at the same time. But what's your thoughts on the whole topic so far from what you
Polly
heard?
said she getting in shape for the new year. Go ahead, Miss Polly.
You know it. I'm trying.
Hey, Miss
I saw
Polly.
you. I saw you. You be trying to. Um, First off, I want to just reach out about him saying he wanted multiple women. That absolutely not, sir. Don't put us in that. Don't put us poly people in that. Please don't. Because men who were in the poly, they don't want their children in separate houses. That is number one, no. So I don't know where he thought that was okay. That's not how that works. So
they're making up. They're making it up as they go along, Miss
please
Polly.
don't.
So
Yeah,
it's not real.
It's not. You know what I'm saying? Even in my, like, if I'm in separate homes, like we never move like that. I'll say, like, so, like, even when I have children by someone else, I would be like, hey, if my child was somebody else, I would be like, hey, our children are together. Like, my children are all together. Like, we would go to a place, let's say, like SeaWorld, which we've done before, and all my children go and their dads go. It's not like, oh, well, just because you don't know. It's so that community is there regardless. So you're right. It's not like the idea of being in separate homes and you just throwing some money at it and saying hi. There's a lot deeper connection with your children than that. So yeah, maybe that's what he thinks it is. Maybe he thinks that's what he thinks parenting is.
And Miss
They're not
Polly,
pumping.
Miss Polly, most men want to be in the household. The women just don't want them in that household. I ain't never heard men that just don't want to be in the household.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying. I'm saying that the way he's making it sounds that he just want to hop in, say hi, throw some dollars, make it rain, and then run his ass out. And that. No one thinks that's a parent. You might as well say you work for the government at that point, because if you just splashing some dollars once a month, I mean, at that point, what are you?
Right. And we just gonna have to concede to it. DB said it correctly. Like, these men do not like women, and we cannot and they need to stop trying to convince other people that they like women. Y'all don't. Y'all like the fact that women can have children and you can leave something behind on this earth that represents you. But otherwise than that, you don't enjoy women. It's not possible for you to enjoy women because you see nothing but negativity towards a woman. I ain't never heard nobody say, God damn it, I hate the fact that I gotta take a dog out to take a piss and shit every day. I gotta feed this dog. It don't pay no rent. It barks ridiculously. It wakes me up in the middle of the night. I gotta pay these goddamn pet fees, and every time I can't even go on vacation because I got a goddamn certain kind of dog. I can't take it. My dog costs as much as a goddamn human to take it on a plane. And I never heard somebody that said all those things about a dog and actually have a dog. Can you imagine? I'm allergic to dog. They say all those negative things. And by the way, I'm allergic to my dog. Every time I get around my dog, I start sneezing. I gotta take pills and Benadryl and all these things and have a dog. So when I'm trying to get men and other men to understand, if a man comes up here and tells you 100 things that he dislikes about a woman, the only thing he likes about a woman is her goddamn vagina and her ability to have a child, that man is not straight. Sorry. He ain't.
Conflation.
It ain't a conflation. It's the truth.
Josh, listen, man.
That's what it's called, Josh. It's truthflation.
Josh, that's one of my first statements when I started coming on this show, was that the men who are in this manosphere and that's complaining the most about women are closeted. I ain't talking about just all gay people. I'm talking about the closeted ones who can't find something positive to say about a woman, but then are trying to tell men about how to get a woman. These are. If you don't want to believe that, that's one thing. No, if I was out kind of in the sticks, I might have a different opinion too. I just know, like, I don't know. I don't know how to quantify it. Let me say that. So it might seem conflated. Okay. But I don't know, man. Honestly, talking to gay men, I got some gay men friends, and some of my gay men friends, when I start bringing up some of these things and like, am I crazy for thinking this? It's not that they're gonna say that I'm totally right, but they have a hard time like saying that I'm wrong about what I'm saying. You know what I mean? It's hard to, like I said, it's hard to quantify. So it's easy maybe somebody to say I'm conflating it.
I think a lot of gay dudes actually like women, not like them sexually, but like them inherently, like as people. I think a lot of people who dislike women because they've been hurt, they're dealing in trauma, and they're responding that way. I believe that they're going through the set of BS emotions without actually dealing with the problem of why they are who they are. I don't believe they're gay. I believe they're hurt. I believe those are two different things. I think in order to help people heal, you need to help people heal.
Joshua, and the main reason why they are hurt is because a woman could be 100% herself and kiss another woman, and that man can be 100% himself and kiss another man and come back from that. It's okay.
Whoa! What I just come back?
Oh well, even a little bit beyond. Even well, let me
This is what
twist
I'm
it a
saying,
little bit
LA,
differently here.
Look, LA, it is what it is. If a woman was to go and she was to do a little scissoring, or she got her liquor license, ain't no man gonna be like, damn, you licked some cat before, I cannot date you. Most men are not gonna say that. But on the other hand, and that man said I sucked a thing before, the woman gonna like, so what you doing talking to me, sir?
Okay.
LA, please go. I got something to say after that, but LA, please go. Please.
No, I mean it does seem more acceptable, you know what I'm saying, amongst the guys. Y'all don't see. Yeah, I even heard it. I have heard this that women can't. I mean, women can be bi, but men can't. I've heard that. You know, like
because you cannot suck that dick.
Hey, hold on, just follow me. This is what I've heard. If a
Hold on,
man
Josh got his
crosses that
confession.
Oh, this is
LA,
like weird as hell to
let's
be
stop.
shit.
Let's
Nah,
stop.
this is weird combo.
LA, Josh want to make a confession. Go ahead, Josh.
Hey, don't play with me, Ida.
He got a little festive hat on.
I'm trying to figure out why you going through all these emotions over there. Come on.
But I mean,
because it's crazy one.
Either man knows, like I'm from Atlanta, you know what I'm saying? Like it's way more acceptable for, like, let's say a girl to be suggested as a third party than a man to be suggested. Like that's just what it is. And just even in that community, women is not seen as something questionable if they compliment a woman or, you know, something like that. But yeah, I've heard, just like I said, from our community, that if a man does cross that line and he's with a man, he's yag. I'll just say that.
Look, just to be that guy. Look, there's a difference between women experimenting, because as a man, if you ever put your lips on another man, regardless of how you do it, if you ever let a man touch you inappropriately, regardless of the case, the phrase "you can't unsuck that dick" is not a fake statement. You will always be gay if you're a man who ever ate a penis.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. But
yeah, here's the thing:
not be bi.
I want to hear Josh truth. Let him answer. What are you trying to say, Josh? What are you trying to say?
So we're gonna have beef right now, because we'll go to the box, bro.
I really just want to understand what you're saying. Go ahead and finish your point. I just don't want to cut you off.
Right now,
my point is simple.
That was the wrong time to ask that question. By the way, Josh. Pause.
Wait, I didn't ask a question.
Yeah, you say, "Are we gonna have beef right now?" That was horrible timing, by the way.
Was it? Well, sure.
Go ahead, Josh.
I'm happy now. Like, so
tell us, Josh.
So look, at the end of the day, I think the reason why it's more socially acceptable for a woman to be with a woman is because, you know, it's just experimentation. There's no real invasiveness involved in it. But men, look.
What?
Look, and
What'd you say?
the invasiveness.
What?
Look, maybe I'm misinterpreting,
what you talking about?
No, keep going, Josh. Let him talk. I don't know why y'all want to cut Josh off.
I'm not cutting him off. I'm just making sure we heard him right.
All right. So
a man having sex with a man and a woman having sex with a woman is not the same process, I'm assuming. Because I'm not a woman, I can't be like, oh yeah, this is what it's like for women to have sex with women. But like any man on this panel can be like, yeah, I can't let another man fuck me ever.
Okay, I'm gonna help you, Josh. Josh, I'm gonna help you just 1 second. Just for 1 second.
Oh, you want some of this too, Detroit? Okay. Go ahead.
No, because we got steered a little bit off, and I just want to kind of So for what you're saying, Josh, I believe anybody can be attracted to a woman. I believe that women are that beautiful that I understand why women are attracted to women. That's my personal thing.
Yes.
I can't understand why every being on this planet would be attracted to a guy. I just, that's me personally. If I'm sure ladies maybe think differently,
Because
but
you're
I don't.
heterosexual. Thank the Lord. But I'm just
I
saying.
mean, but if
That's why.
somebody is attracted to somebody else, that's on them, right? Okay, going back to kind of where I think we got off is I like, so when we have these people that come online, you're right. I believe there are men that are those things I was talking about earlier: trauma, anxiety, fear, whatever other emotions you want to put in there. There are men that are seeking something. There are women that are seeking something online. They're trying to get some kind of medicine for themselves, let's just say, right? But then out of these same environments, you're going to have people that are playing around with their own feelings and emotions. So old boy that was in here, he'll go online playing his own feelings and emotions and try and convince people that, like, the problem is y'all ain't thought about it my way. Why y'all ain't tried this? This is what I'm gonna be doing and everything. Like, I don't have to worry about all these things y'all talking about without actually really wanting the responsibility of the things that people are seeking online. So the guys that you're talking about online, they're trying to find how they actually can be a responsible parent, a caring parent, a nurturing parent. And as men, I'm talking for us, to be able to do all these things, how to handle when things go haywire and things go awry that you didn't plan on. You know what I mean? He's not like riding on that, bro. So, pause. He's not like, that's not where his point is. His point was, I want to be able to kind of do what I want to do. Now, if you go to Sharon's point, people in our society, they kind of flow in and out, of different situations and stuff. Sometimes those are like, people who are
We
bi
don't
or people
know.
who consider themselves gay. Sorry, I
Okay,
keep on saying
Trey wants some of this too. Go ahead, Trey.
Listen, no, hold on.
I'm
Time
sorry,
out.
my
Time
bad.
out. I came up here, right? I ain't even gonna lie, Detroit. I apologize because I ain't pay attention to nothing you said. I was stuck on what Josh said.
I tried, Josh. Hey, I tried, Josh.
Listen, hold on.
You were like, wait a minute.
Hold on. Did this man say he don't know what it's like to have sex with a woman? I swore I heard
No,
that.
that's not. No, I said I don't know what it's like to have sex as a
Yes.
woman to a woman.
Okay.
Yeah, he
All
has
right.
children. So
I have two. I have two kids.
Oh my God. Oh my
hey, I
God.
call it like I
When
see it.
I
That's
heard
okay.
that,
I'm
boy,
here.
I had some questions real fast. Like,
So hold on,
hold
but
on, wait a minute.
I'm
Wait,
trying to
what
understand,
was
Josh.
said?
Do you think a gay man would move in the way that he was moving?
I missed that. I
What the
missed
guy was
all
talking
how
about?
I missed
Yeah.
how he was moving and all that. Look, I came in and Sharon was talking about how niggas don't like females, and that's, you feel what I'm saying. I came in on some. He was already cooking. I ain't even get a chance. My brain ain't get a chance to even process anything before my man said.
Hey, Josh, just remember, 7 Huskies in the hills.
Right. And
Wait,
he
what?
put them on camera proudly. You understand me? Like, hold on, let me show you my bitch blue eyes.
7 Huskies
And
in
I
the
don't know if it
hills.
was a female dog or not,
He
but
was
I'm just assuming.
he
I
was
just want to
leaning into
understand,
like he wanted to
Josh.
spread his seed around everywhere.
So
Like, you
Josh,
know what I mean? Like,
Like he
I'm trying to
had actual
understand.
huskies.
Like we don't know the guy, so we're not trying to say that he's gay, right? We don't know him.
No.
But
Right.
I'm not
what
putting
we
that.
ask,
no.
hold on. What we're asking is, would a gay man move in this way where he just wanted to have some kids, he got 7 dogs, and he kind of want to stay alone? Do you
You
think that?
know, Edaman, for me, sometimes like in general, when I hear this type of like really separation, disassociation type stuff, you know what I'm saying? That's what gives me the red flag, or just like seeing certain dynamics or certain, like, quote unquote God-given orders and placements, if that's what you believe in, as only utility. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna get, I advocate co-parenting. Like, I don't advocate marriage. Like, so, okay, so you see women as somebody just to procreate with, but not to build with, not to share with, not to see as a friend or a companion or a confidant or none of that shit. No family. That's very isolating. That's the only thing that really gives me
LA,
pause
I
when
just
I
think
hear
it's.
that type of stuff. I don't
I
want
just
to
think. Hold on, let me say this. Let me finish this before you could. You about to redirect it.
Hold on, I want to put it in simple terms, Eden man. I had women that are 100% gay. They don't want no parts of a man, but they wanted children and they couldn't necessarily afford to go through the whole situation of, because it's very expensive, because it fails the first time. Like, they have enough money to do it once, but they ain't gonna have enough to do it twice and 3 times, because we all know, again, prego is not as easy as people, people make it seem.
Right.
It's really not that simple for real.
Right.
But we do some people, they just, it just happens it seems like it's just that easy, and we understand that. However, I know plenty of women that is 100% don't like men. They say, hey, listen, what you want to do? What are you at a boss it off before real G and give me some of that good old? Can you give me some of that? Because I see what your children look like. I see that they play instruments, they could read, they could write, they have clear, coherent sentences. Would you mind, Sharon?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, I think,
and all I'm saying is I'm comparing that same mentality to that. They just want the child. They willing to do whatever they got to do to have that child. They're like, hey, listen, I think men are disgusting, but you are just the least amount of disgusting that I could deal with, and I will allow you to do that.
I just don't understand.
Ella, you feel what I'm saying? Let me finish.
Yeah.
Sharon, I just don't understand why men.
I'll
you
you
finish.
probably the least disgusting out of them all. So I'm willing to allow you to give me some of that disgusting super sperm that I need, because I see you have some super children. Please, can you give me some of that good?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
The super children go crazy.
Hold on, I just
don't go crazy.
But this is what I don't understand. Why would a man want to wake up in the morning and rub his penis over some booty cheeks and rub on his white dress? Like, no, this is truth, man. Why would he want to like wake up to a woman in the same bed as him? That's weird to me.
I know that smells good and
that's fair.
soft.
Yeah, so like when the dude say, "Nah, let's skip that part."
You're not gonna say she smell good. Hey, her breath stink just like mine's in the AM, but we don't care.
I bet her hair smells amazing, and that skin does too. Why you spooning? I said, I bet you her hair smells amazing in her skin. Why you spooning her from the back, right? The breath
for
is
sure better than a fucking dude. Hell yeah! What the
you already
fuck?
smell everything else. Stop playing, dog.
That's what we said, Josh. It's weird
all
for a
up in
man to
there.
not want to be in the bed with a woman. Wake
No,
up
I agree with that. I don't agree with co-parenting at all. It doesn't even make sense to me. But me and you have already had this discussion.
I ain't gonna lie, LA. I want to defend myself as a man. I smell good when I lay in the goddamn bed. My pillow, when I leave the bed, my wife grab my pillow because my pillow smell good. Goddamn it, she's like, "Ooh,
Negro, you ain't never gonna smell as good as a woman, man. Ain't never gonna happen.
You heard
bro.
that? That song. It's a Destiny's Child T-shirt.
All right,
A sweet T-shirt.
all right, LA. So that's because I smell
Wake up the
good.
smell
You
of
feel
your
what I'm saying,
cologne.
LA?
Yeah, we love that shit. Give me your hoodies and all that.
Uh huh.
I'm rocking basketball shorts.
LA, I can't keep a goddamn hoodie to myself. Goddamn.
Man, I already know.
All my hoodies
Make sure you put it back, baby. Make sure you
I'm
put it back.
single and I can't keep a goddamn hoodie.
Hey, low key, that's the sexiest thing a woman could put on too. Is my clothes too,
Yes,
man.
I already know.
Throw my hoodie on.
I already know.
Throw one of my jerseys on or some shit.
LA, I smell so good. They don't even want to wash my hoodie. They're like, no, I want it fresh. I want it fresh out the basket. Give me that goddamn hoodie, fresh out of
Same like
basket.
and
they
they
like,
basketball shorts be so comfortable. I'm like, they gotta be clean. I'm not saying it, you know what I'm saying, straight off the body, but I'm just saying, y'all gotta chill out.
I'm talking about my dirty hoodie. They want to smell
what I straight off the rack.
Straight off
The first time I came home and my wife had my pants on, she got pregnant. So
Hey, I just got a question. Hey, you think? I'm just think about it. Y'all don't think it's weird that he wanted to be laid up with a husky?
What?
Right? Like no,
Yeah,
just
them
I mean,
basketball
how?
courts with a wife beater, DB, you better stop playing. Get in the bed. Quit
But you know
playing.
what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is that I kind of have a little bit of proof of what I'm saying, that like if it's gonna be the same for that woman that said I'm the least icky person, and she's willing to go ahead and do the lay down. We both go get checked out to make sure we both good, and we are both able to have, we both swimming. She got good eggs, I got good swimmers, and she willing to do the nasty with somebody that she think is icky as a whole, as in gender wise. That shows that it is men out there as well that will possibly have that same type of mindset, that's willing to lay down with a woman because they want to have a child, but they actually do not want to actually be with a woman. Is all I am
I'll
saying.
concede to that.
Right,
Fine.
right.
I can concede to that.
Okay.
There's a definite difference,
But
Josh.
here's the question: is that good for the child?
What to see that her is what good for the child? I'm sorry.
Having a child unnatural. Well, never mind. Because I thought about that. I'm adopted, so that doesn't work. So never mind. I concede fully.
I'm glad you realized before you even went there. I'm glad you realized that yes, somebody.
Yeah, I thought about it.
But they are in a healthy household where they are two married gay individuals. They can absolutely raise a goddamn child properly.
Well, I'm not
Well, in
gonna
that
lie to you,
context,
right? According to Sharon, as long as you got a super child, you be all right.
I think it's, if you're in a healthy relationship, it is very beneficial to see children, for children to see their parents loving up on each other. You know what I mean? As long as it's not vulgar, you know what I mean? Like, but when you get home, like, yeah, even that little stuff that your kids giggle about, they know what it is. You know what I'm saying? It was mommy and daddy that even made me. All this activity is what made it happen. I think it's very healthy to see loving, functional, what I'm saying, this interaction, with mother and father in front, even if it's in front of the kids, as long, like I said, as long as it's not vulgar, keep it with
Ew.
But they need to know that they was made from love. You know what I'm saying? And this can happen for them. And this is what dynamics should be like. Y'all, the first teachers.
Yeah, you need a lot of that. You need a lot of that. I ain't gonna lie. If you ain't getting no ills in your life, you ain't doing something right.
Yeah, that's factual. I don't contest that at all.
Yeah. So,
So like Easy said, a female can't be a father and a man can't be a mother. I got a question.
Right. We can try our best.
I got a question, LA.
Sure.
If male
something beeping.
If male start with M, and
this is a riddle.
And female start with F, why is it called mother and why is the other one called father? Did they switch?
I think that, you talking about male and female versus mother and father. I think that the mother and father just have different implications, you know what I mean? In terms of what they provide naturally and their roles in, like I said, getting the children there. So I'm not sure where you go with that. I feel like, the male and the female part is like, that makes us human. You know what I mean? It makes us like similar, different, but similar.
Why is Coach Ferg saying some nonsense in the chat just to try to prove a point? Boys seeing he said, boys seeing two men fathers rub Johnson is sick and human. What makes you think that parents is doing that in front of their children?
That's what I'm saying.
Any parent, whether they straight or not, popping it off in front of their children while their children is alive and awake and know what's going on is
and to your point, there's a lot of, kids who come from heterosexual two-parent households that can't even imagine their parents having sex. Who created them in the first place? You know what I'm saying? If they was to walk in on their parents doing it, they'd be freaked out too. What are you talking about?
To this day, LA, if I kiss my wife, all the kids, no matter if they old or not, they're like,
yeah, ew.
The F is Coach Ferg talking about?
Yeah, it's just it's just one of those moments that they're trying to figure it out,
Like, what makes you think that just because they are two same-sex couples that all of a sudden they having sex in front of their children?
Yeah,
society.
Who does?
Boy, that is crazy work.
Societally, we have
sir, Siobhan, you like saying
or
that
are you
men are
talking more about
degenerates.
the music and things like that versus the actual act itself? Because I don't think any parent is doing the act itself. I understand that some parents can be a little loose with the music, the movies, and things like that. But are you talking about the actual action, or are you talking about the exposure? What are you talking about?
So, Sean, don't you always say that men are degenerate and think with lust at the top of their mind and everything? So, if you can say that, then say two men at the same time, wouldn't double that. Is it outside of the realm of possibilities that it could be a thing since men think only about lust and not their kids, according to what you said?
If you want to say that is a possibility, then yeah, you could say it's a possibility. If that's the argument.
Is it more of a possibility than two women?
But to simply say that because it's a same-sex situation that they are hypersexual is nonsense. And that they are willing to do sexuality in front of children just because they are into the same sex, whether it's a male or female, is just nonsense.
Yeah, that's fair. But do you think that two men and two women have different sexuality or different types of sexual explosivity, I guess? Like their way. Do you think a household with two men versus a household with two women, the two men are more likely to be more physically active in front of their children?
No, that's just stupid.
Yeah, that's because regardless, it wouldn't. So I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah, that's
because sometimes you kind of throw men under the bus. I was like, you got to understand, parents are still parents at the end of the day.
No, but
most parents care about their kids.
The problem is the men that I'm throwing under the bus, I have proof of them, and y'all still argue it.
Degeneracy.
I will show you a man that literally will put his life, his career, and his family in danger. You're like, but Sharon, you know.
But wouldn't he be in extreme circumstance?
No, not where we could keep going down the line and proving it time and time again. I give you example after example after example after example.
Especially when there's so many people, especially in this space, who be like, oh, I know niggas like him. Like, there's definitely more. There's definitely more.
Right. And it's just okay for us to be honest about what we're seeing. The two men can start being honest about what's happening. We are never going to get it to where the majority of men say they want to have men and women together. If that is the truth, then men need to be truthful. And the problem is men are not truthful.
I don't think anybody, well, I'm not going to say anybody. I don't think a lot of people in the single realm right now, especially in the current dating market, know how to be with another person. I think that's what the issue is.
No, men need to be truthful. That's what the issue is. We can't skate past that.
No. But it's not just limited to men. This is where me and you always seem to go back and forth. I think there are men and women who do not know how to be together. They're trying to be two unique individuals getting married.
If men were more honest, they would be able to find a woman that would be honest with them. But they are not honest with themselves. So they get into relationships lying. So they wind up dating the wrong type of woman because they are putting up a facade of somebody that they are not, which they're going to attract somebody that is not suitable for them. And then therefore now we have a problem with getting good people with good people because people are trying to be something that they are not. So therefore men were being truthful from the jump. Take off that goddamn mask, replace their goddamn lust and a degeneracy from the top of their value system, and replace that with some sound doctrine, add in some goddamn honor, some integrity, some loyalty. Then things could be moving in the right direction because now all of that they are presenting to the world, they would get that back with another human being. They will also find a woman that is representing of that instead of the lie that they are portraying to the world.
I can see it. But here's my follow-up question then. If
Boy,
that is true,
I
no,
be
no,
cooking
I
up
can see it.
everything. I want to know why in the past 2 hours I ain't getting out at least 99 cents. That's crazy. But go
I
ahead.
said $10,
I ain't
and you
talking
haven't even
about
put it
you.
up
I
yet.
ain't talking about nobody that supports. I'm not talking about the people that support. I'm talking about the people that just sit there, watch, and say, "Damn, Sharon be cooking up some goddamn good old gumbo," and I'll just be sitting my black ass there complaining about the goddamn ad. That's who I'm talking about. I'm talking about the person that's complaining about the ads and ain't never sent $1. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm sorry. And the ads always come at the worst time. It'd be like you ask a pivotal question, and the person be like, "Well, what I thinking today on it?" We be like, "Fuck! Like, hurry up and get to the skip button so I can get back to the damn show." I swear, it comes at the worst times. It's like they be listening, dog. That shit crazy.
They definitely be listening. They definitely, but I can hit a certain button that slows it down, but I need them to speed up the super chats. I don't know, something.
No, I feel what you're saying. So just curiosity. You ain't got to give me all the juice, you know what I'm saying? But just curious, if you got more super chats, would they give less ads, or would they still give the same amount of ads? You know?
No, so I could actually ramp the ads down in the app. Yeah, you could turn it down. You could say, hey, you could turn it off if you want. I could turn it off and say I don't want no ads on my show.
See, y'all playing with Sharon. You better support the show. He can turn off them ads. He has the control. Shit. I swear I'll be doing that sometimes. I'll be like, no, I'm trying to cut to the chase. Let me go to the verdict.
Damn scamming ass DB.
No, I don't like the you know, I've been supporting since day one. You know what I'm saying? As long as I've been on here, I've been supporting. But I'll just be like, damn, I hate it when the conversation gets chopped up like that. I can't stand it. Because then I gotta go back 10 seconds. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm behind 30 seconds. Like, it's just crazy. So
oh, man.
So I have
There's never nothing good either. The ads is never nothing good either. Too.
I'm gonna start keeping track though, so you know exactly like what type of ads are being shown on your show, because you probably have no. I don't know if you can tell it.
That is true. Like, then I can really start having
I
conversations.
don't know.
Like,
Sometimes it be some big names like Manscape, Intel. You know what I'm saying? It be some big names sometimes. You just never know. But this is an honest question.
Because I actually don't know, and so that would be good information for me to be truthful.
Okay, gotcha. But now this is an honest question. So what are because when I
hold on before you go, LA, I think you getting these ads because that is a part of your algorithm, sir.
Yeah, I can't say that I'm seeing that one. But if it fits the, you know what I'm saying, the because never mind.
I mean, I'm saying why not survival? Maybe something's fucked up.
That's what I'm saying. I keep saying, yeah.
I'm gonna keep trying. I'm gonna start
Detroit.
Oh, I keep seeing for Survivor, this new Survivor show that's supposed to be coming on and shit.
No, I keep saying why not survival the game.
TV. That's what's up. Yeah, next time that y'all get interrupted by a commercial, let him know who interrupted the show in the chat. You feel me? So he can know exactly what it is.
And clearly, Davey is getting interrupted by the blue pill.
God damn. All right, but no, I had an honest question for the guys, because like when I think about conspiracy theories, it stemmed from some type of fear, right? It's more fear based than anything. Detroit, I saw what you put up on the screen. Well, it was fear, trauma, and anxiety. I think those three are, that's like pretty much like the cornerstone, or like the foundation of where a lot of people who are speaking so negatively or pessimistically, that's where they come from. So I was just wondering, like, from just like modern everyday man, what do you think men are really afraid of? And like, especially when it comes to the opposite sex, because I mean, we're weaker, we're smaller, we're all these insignificant things, as y'all like to reiterate. So what are modern men afraid of? Because it has to be something. Loss.
You want to go first, Josh?
Yeah, because
I had
I'm
put in
sorry.
the chat, men want a sure thing, and there's nothing sure in life. So I don't understand the delusion. If women, are seen as, we've been wrapped up in the Disney princess type of, fairy tale type of stuff. I think men, when it comes to y'all want that sure thing. And that's not guaranteed. Like Sharon said, you can walk outside tomorrow, get hit by a bus. You can, pay for your dream trip, and the plane goes down in flames. Like, it's not going to stop you from taking that flight. You know what I'm saying? So what is it stopping men from extending themselves in just a very this is a light way. Like, this is a way that a lot of men should be able to recover from, whether it be finances or whatever. We should be able to rebuild. So what are men really afraid of?
Is Josh going first, or I'll go, or Sharon, or me?
Now you got it, Detroit.
Loss.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh,
He said
okay,
loss.
shit, Detroit, go for it. But yeah, I would go deeper into loss, honestly.
Go ahead, Josh. You good? I think we got time, right?
All right, so honestly, I think most men are, because a lot of men equate time with money, right? So it's like, I worked this long, this much is going to be taken away from me. I decided to get married and I'm losing my family. It's all based on that fear of loss. Hey, I'm afraid of losing this. I'm afraid of losing that. I'm afraid of losing my kids. I'm afraid of losing 17% of my income, which, if you break it down by hours, that's like 15 hours, 15 to 20 hours, right? I'm afraid of losing my home. I'm afraid of losing this and that. Most men just don't want to take that L. So it's easier not to take the risk than it is to take the L. But I think if you truly believe in what marriage and love is, it's worth it. You have to take that risk in order to get what you want.
Okay. I think the main thing, especially with modern men, is that the I guess go back to the fear. It's the fear of the pain. They don't know how to deal with it, and that's why it's women are able to deal with emotions way better. I think more naturally, I would say, than men. And it's got to be lessons that men learn about how to deal with their emotions, because the whole thing, like we said, is that pain that we could feel. I've gone through it. That pain that you feel from whatever you plan on going with this relationship, you invested not only time, money, but emotional collateral, in the person or whatever, and it doesn't work. The fear of that. And if I think modern men have seen it in other men who have gone through it, never got to deal with it correctly, and now they pass it on, BS to somebody else. So now, where does it stop? It's got to stop somewhere, right? It's got to stop where, you deal with your emotions. I mean, like, shit happens, and like, ain't that the truth about life? It's like, you can't control what happens. You could, you can't control what happened. You could control how you, follow up after that. Even in relationships, men don't. This is one thing I like focus on in my separation from my ex was what part, because there was tons of stuff that she was doing, that was ill in the relationship. Let's just say that I had to focus on what I wasn't bringing or what I could have done better in the relationship. I can't focus on what like she was doing or whatever. If she was doing ill things, then why am I worried about that ill energy in the first place? So dealing with things, how to deal with your emotions about things or whatever. Maybe having your emotions tug there a little bit, where that way you actually understand that this is how low emotions can go. Just because we are the more physically dominant, vocally dominant of the species or whatever, doesn't mean that we handle everything that this species comes with properly. That's it.
I agree with you, bro. I agree with you, man. You know what I mean? Because for me, it all came down or comes down to what I'm gonna take from a situation. Period. Even in the argument, it takes two to do that too, bro. You know what I'm saying? So it all came down to what because you know what I'm saying. when I talk about even myself, I try to talk from a very transparent place. You know what I'm saying? Like even with me being a cheater at times and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I was blaming the next person, all of that. You know what I mean? I was insecure in ways, all of that, even though I was the person that was being that person. But regardless, we don't control what the next person does. That's between them, they God, or whatever they got to do. All I could take from the situation is what I did and take my own accountabilities out of any situation. That's all you can really do, man. That's it.
But why? I mean, but what do you think most modern men are afraid of when it comes to relationships, Uda?
Being vulnerable. I think probably being vulnerable. But at the time, but we men are naturally vulnerable with women. We're naked in front of women and all of those things. So you know what I mean? So we have that vulnerability, which is natural, but I'm talking about the next layer of vulnerability. And I think that, you know what I mean, talking your true feelings, you know what I mean? You might not say that's like a big vulnerability, you know what I'm saying? But to some people, that's like a big thing, just to say how you actually really feel. Because a lot of times I wasn't saying what I was feeling, you know what I'm saying? I was lying at the time. But even at the time, even that certain ex or whatever, that voice is still ringing in my head after the fact. It rang in my head to say, you know what? In a different perspective, I was like, you know what? She was actually probably right in that little situation. You know what I'm saying? So you get to see things clear when you separate your emotion from things and you take away all of those things and you just see things for what they actually are. You know what I mean? Because it takes two to do things. You know what I'm saying? Cause, reaction, and all types of stuff. So I just think it's vulnerability. I think it's vulnerability is a big thing. But a lot of things is trauma. A lot of things is like that. People need therapy. People, you know what I mean? Because when you leave a relationship alone, let's say you're in a relationship for 5-10 years. When you leave that relationship, you never even get back everything that you give to that. People give themselves to relationships. You know what I'm saying? You would think that after that, a person will take a pause, maybe to take time for yourself. But a lot of times we want somebody and lonely and all of these things like that. But a lot of time we're not really unpacking our baggage. You know what I'm saying? We're not unpacking our baggage and stuff like that for real, really taking the time to deal with the things that really are hurting us for real, because that's why hurt people are really hurting people. Person got a problem with their family, or your moms as when you was younger, or your pops, or whatever it is. Maybe it's loss, maybe it's abandonment issues, because I'm here, don't want to let go of the situation, even though I know I'm cheating, even though I know I'm doing the wrong shit and all of that. I'm still trying to have my cake and still hold on to the shit, even though I know I'm not being real to it. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just selfishness, one as well. I think it's selfishness, and I think it's vulnerability, man. Some people are just scared to say the real shit that's real. You know what I mean? Just say what you feel. You know what I mean? And do the same thing. Do what you feel.
I like it. Shout
I
out to
concur with that.
my guy, David. Shout out to my guy Trey. I really appreciate that. Thank y'all so much. And shout out to the Korean noodles. And so
They know you vegan up in this book. I swear I seen 2 or 3 restaurants like or food services, but they're not like meat based. I'm just like, what is going on?
and David, he just sent me something that I think I might have to try to break this down tomorrow. I'm not going to bring it up now. I think I'm going to attempt to break it down tomorrow. I got to sit back and think about this one. It is a very interesting topic, I think, something that we could all deep dive into, and I think we could enjoy that as well. So, Davey, thank you for that topic. I believe I'm going to think about it tonight. I think I'm going to be able to address that tomorrow in the AM for sure, and I think y'all going to like it. I believe so, at least. But then again, people like to go against my thoughts, so yeah, who knows? But I like it.
Salute to that. But what I would say is that if we take anything, we could take something from the 60s. I'm not going nowhere near the 60s, but I'm saying we always talk about it and we always use it as that, like our Jesus. You know what I'm saying? We talk about the 60s like Jesus. But if we could take anything, is that at the end of the day, we got to go and do this shit right now, man. So all of this other shit that we doing, you can see how people was really pushing for families. You seen that we was together when we saw each other, we seen each other. But what it really comes down to, which I seen even in the hood, because maybe when I was younger, maybe it was a little bit, I don't know, but maybe when older time, like the 60s, it was more that men was able to speak to men. Like if I was, slipping up or whatever, like my man came to me one day, was like, yo, bro, you slacking. Come on, bro. My man, bro. And he was cheating with me. He had a girl. And he came to me. Like,
hey, yo,
bro.
that was very pausation, by the way.
No.
Crazy. You said he was cheating with me. That sounds crazy.
And told me like, bro, you wilding with your shorty. And he was in situations the same type of shit, telling me something. But I took the message. But you know what I'm saying? We don't have that being from the hood or any type of thing. I don't think that men could talk to men like that no more. I don't think we have that. And I think
they can't talk without that. They can't talk without that bravado, right? Like they gotta
like,
be.
if you tell somebody about the shorty, they might clap you, like pause. But you know what I'm saying? They might, you know what I'm saying? So it's like I just think that we can't speak to each other. It just comes to a bravado. It comes to that. And I think that when we're able to really just speak to each other, regardless, have the real conversations, whatever it is, I think that that's how it is, because steel sharpens steel. You know what I'm saying? Some people know more than others. Some men know more about relationships.
That's pause. That's pause too, by the way.
It is pausation. But I'm gonna say some men may know more about relationships. They may know more about marriage. They may know more about this. You know what I'm saying? Because we all gonna help each other to be leaders, regardless of the fact. You know what I mean? So I just think that until we could get to that level where men can actually speak to men, we're gonna have the conversation where men are just arguing with women all goddamn day about some dumb shit.
Josh, what you gonna say, Josh? Oh, he clocking out. All right. So
yeah, no, it's clocking out.
All right.
Smitty didn't answer the question.
Ooh, okay. Go ahead, Smithilda.
Right, Smitolia.
It doesn't say Smithilda.
No, Olia. I think.
Wow.
Damn.
Well, Happy New Year.
Did I read it right?
LA, you read it right. No. Sharon know what he doing. Since you want to do that. Bro, you couldn't even say hello first or nothing. You couldn't just be like formal before you start your bullshit. Anyway, what's the question, LA?
I was wondering what modern men, like, what they're afraid, what they really are afraid of when it comes to like relationships and stuff like that.
If you kind of the last part, well, what they're afraid of as far as what?
Relationships.
I would say, if I was to just answer in a brief nutshell,
hey yo,
and are probably afraid of their inadequacies or what they feel might be. The fact is that most people are fearful of going into anything that they feel like they might fail at. You know, so whatever it might be in that particular category, maybe financial, maybe some emotional support, sexual, whatever it may be, 9 times out of 10, that man is probably saying, I'm not adequate on this particular level. I know women want this and I'm not able to provide it. So they could be fearful of going into it. That's just my particular view. I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out.
Dang. So okay. So that's a little different because most of the time they were saying, afraid of being vulnerable, but Smitty's saying because they know they're inadequate.
Damn.
In one way or another. And it's just like, damn, I can't finesse her as much as I need to anymore because I'm like waist deep in this quicksand. You know what I'm saying? Of a like I'm caught, like I'm attached to this girl. That's crazy. Okay. So I like to just ask those questions because I know the quote unquote goal is to find some common ground, right? So I figure if we can just really just get men together, see what their grievances are, see what their real fears are, like, with women that they feel like they can trust, then we can share the same type of ideas and we can try to see how we can help each other. You know what I'm saying? Because awareness is everything, even when it comes to the men who are protesting and things like that, they think like, and going back to the conspiracy of court, that's one thing that I wish that men would do, instead of complaining about women all day and the different advantages or options or choices that they have. Tell us your grievances. Tell us the inequalities that's actually going on. You know what I'm saying? And then be able and be willing to stand for that shit, whether it be on the pavement with your signs or whatever. Get legislation changed. Do something. You can't blame the feminist movement when we actually was putting our bodies on the ground. You know what I'm saying? Like on the field and putting ourselves on the line to make things happen, not just for us, because we was in line, especially in the 1960s, with men. Men were right along with the second wave of feminism because that was the Vietnam War, and both young men and women they didn't understand or they didn't agree with the societal pressures that were put on both men and women of what it means to be a man, means to be a woman. We were together at one point. So, let us know what it is. But you got to put that fear down. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know about y'all as women, a lot of us, I'm a single mom. You know how many times it gets brought up? I got to eat that. So that means I have to be okay with that. Y'all need to be or learn
Say
to
that
be
part again.
okay. I'm okay with that.
Which part?
With being labeled as a single mother?
As in a way of not being dateable?
It's just a fact. It just is what it is.
LA,
Some people will try to use it.
So how
I guess.
Some people will
Oh,
try
I
to know
think I
what
know
I'm
what she's
saying.
saying.
Hold on,
I've come to terms with the good, the
Now,
bad,
how you relate
whatever.
that to? How do you relate that to the dating market? You being a single mother, now relate that to the dating market.
These are it kind of equates to people who you know, whether they let's say, I mean, they might not see this in a certain way, but I think especially as a young man, you're kind of at a detriment if you didn't grow up with a man in your life or in the household. That's not your fault. You know what I'm saying? That's just your circumstances. You might be from a certain neighborhood. You might have to reprogram yourself, you know what I'm saying, from the place that you come from or how you've been treated, you know, to how you are presenting yourself in the world. You know what I'm
So let me
saying?
ask a different question. Do you think that you being a single mother, it makes you undateable for majority of men?
No. No, not at all. But like I said, just whatever. I mean, if I was a person who was incarcerated at one point in time, I'm just saying whatever it is that you went through or that you're currently dealing with, learn to accept it. Because if you accept it, then vulnerability is nothing, because it becomes facts at that point, right? It's not anything that's detrimental that you're humbling yourself, or you know what, I have to put my guard down to let you know about this intimate portion of my life. Just be okay with it. This is what happened. This is the past. We moving on. We dealing with it, and that's it. So I think that if men are mostly afraid of being vulnerable, I think there's a lot of things that men need to come to terms with in their life that they need to learn to accept, whether they be good, bad, indifferent, but either to yourself or society. It shouldn't matter. That's the only reason why I brought the single mom, because a lot of people would see that as a bad thing. But like I said, I love my kids. Like I said, they tatted on my left and right side. They're my angels. They keep me balanced. They help me make my decisions and have, more purpose for every day. I'm not just living for myself.
Perfect. So you're saying that somebody that's trying to state the obvious and say that you're a single mother, you don't look at it as them trying to be disrespectful anymore, because it's just a truthful statement. Like, hey, yep, I am. So what?
Yeah.
So
You can't hold it against me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You can't hold that against me because I'm it's part of my story, like whatever it is, right?
And so now
you can't hold me against myself, right?
Now to relate that to the relationship that men are afraid of. So if men are afraid of being vulnerable, if they were just to be open about it, then now they won't be able to use that as a tactic.
Exactly.
So now if somebody come to me and say, Sharon, you vulnerable. I'm like, okay.
Exactly. That's just my hope. Yeah, it was just using myself as just, kind of giving a parallel. I think if more men would actually think about the things that they went through, maybe take some therapy or whatever. I mean, they have online, betterhelp.com. You know what I'm saying? You can do it over the phone. You know what I'm saying? While you drive, instead of doing panels a half an hour, just take a half an hour, and just do your therapy and talk it out. You know what I'm saying? I think if more people came to terms with the makings of them, then they wouldn't be afraid of being vulnerable anymore. It would just be a fact.
And that's what we see that happens very often, is that as soon as we start to pull out the mask and we start to see who they are, that's what oh no, I didn't say that. Do you got any proof that I actually, and what about actually? Did you see me actually and and literally? And bro, we know that's because we see you. You realize that your mask fell off. And we see you, and then now you want to be defensive because you are afraid to be vulnerable and truthful. For me, I ain't afraid of it. I don't give a damn what they tease me about. They tease me all the time, LA. Sharon don't want his wife laughing at other people's jokes. Yup. So what? That is my vulnerability. That's my insecurity. Whatever we want to call it, I own it. That's right.
Yeah,
if we
you
go
okay
to a
with it.
goddamn Dave Chappelle show, and we wind up being backstage somehow, and he says something fun, you better go.
Damn.
LA.
You better not be all right.
You better not be dying laughing and tears and shit.
LA, you gotta think about it.
What's so funny?
You feel what I'm saying? Hey, grabbing on his shoulder like, man, you so funny. Absolutely not.
So here's the issue we're running into. A lot of boys are taught vulnerability can become dangerous because depending on where you grew up, if you were vulnerable, you got bullied, or if you didn't get bullied, you became one because that weakness became an issue. If you're vulnerable during sports, you become a weakness to the team. If you're vulnerable in the army, you become a weakness to the country. If you're vulnerable in your family and somebody finds your weakness, they can attack your family. Vulnerability is analogous with weakness to a lot of men. That's what has to get fixed. But the problem is it's hard to fix that when it's based on reality to some extent.
No,
because
what's the reality?
What you're saying is not true. You don't know how we know it's not true.
I knew Shamal was going to contest me. Get this. There are men who have opened themselves up to women in the past, tried to put all of them out there, and then the woman that they were trying to put it all out there to dogged them. And then instead of them learning from that lesson, they're like, vulnerability caused me the worst pain I've ever been through.
I mean, don't you think that women can say the same thing?
Okay,
no, absolutely. I'm not
everybody just
so now what should be hold on. So now what should be the lesson learned from that for a man?
So when that happened to me, I realized that, hey, maybe I messed up because I didn't start withholding things. Instead, I was more honest up front, easier. Because I'm like, look, this is all of me. If you can't accept me, please let me know now. If you can, move around.
Hold on. What, for most men, when they go through that experience of what you just described, are most of them going to go your route and be even more open and vulnerable?
Most go the other.
Okay, so now what should they learn from being vulnerable to the wrong person and they got shitted on by the wrong because they gave that information to the wrong person? What should be the lesson learned is what I'm asking.
They should learn to discern who they're even letting in their life. Discernment becomes an important issue. But again, the mask.
Okay, so pause there. Pause there. So this is the problem. Most men are not telling young men this. So when a young man says, "Hey, I can't be vulnerable because last time
you ain't shit,"
and I told
we had an argument. You told me you love me.
And then all I told her is that I want her to put her finger in my mouth, and now she talking about I want to hug her neck, and I cried.
That's what I'm saying, Josh. Hey, Josh, that's what I'm saying. So look, there's layers to it now. We're talking about vulnerability, right? Because that's one thing. We could look at it vulnerability in the sense of what somebody else is going to do to me. But we could look at it from internal vulnerability now. Like, let's say I'm lying in all of these things, okay? I'm going to have to get over whatever it is to say, you know what? This is the real thing. I'm cheating, whatever it is now. This is a whole nother level of it. You got to say, yo, look, getting the grips with reality and really saying, yo, damn, son, I've been wrong, or I've been this, or I've been that. And it takes a vulnerability to be able to admit that, to be able to be real about something or concede to something. Even that takes a vulnerability. That's why some people can't concede to points that they see as wrong already when they made them. Because they can't even be vulnerable in that. And it's just a point. It's not even our whole lives. See what I'm saying? So when you're able to concede in certain things, when you're able to speak, I'm talking about from a clear perspective, that could be a blockage where some people don't want to speak about the real shit. That's a vulnerability.
And I just think more men need to have conversations about being vulnerable and being vulnerable to the wrong person, how that made them feel and how they got past it. Most men do not get past being vulnerable to the wrong woman, because she used it, and usually when they say they got exposed and this woman used it, they usually use it in private between them two. I told you that in confidence that I had a mommy issue. They said it in an argument when it wasn't a bunch of people around. It was just them two in a heated argument, and she used that secret formula or whatever that vulnerability was in private still. She still used it in private. She didn't use it in front of the whole family Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, it seems like sometimes, and I'm learning this, just the messenger Sharon, sometimes is what the real problem is. It could be the absolute truth. It can, I mean, because guys, y'all are vicious to each other. Y'all are so fucking mean. Like, I swear to God, I've spent so many years as a bartender, and it might be a guy that needs some comfort, and he getting sloshed at the bar because he done, got his heart broken or whatever. He be like, oh, stop acting like a pussy, and hit him, punch him on the arm. Like, y'all are horrible to each other. So I get it.
Huh? LA, he'd be like, LA, I just wish I met a woman like you a lot sooner.
But I'd be like, let me get you some garlic bread or some chicken wings to soak up that liquor, baby. Like, where's your friends at? But when the friends come, they're worse. Like I said, so it's like, I think it's like a, I don't know, the sisterhood gets made fun of because we can empathize. We can put ourselves in certain women's place, depending on what the situation is, because we understand the struggle, right? But
nurture. Y'all can nurture.
Yeah, but for y'all guys, though, like, it's just like, that's just not the thing.
Hey, LA,
listen,
when you got those men crying at your bar, crying of alcohol, do they say, my father told me to be vulnerable and it backfired on me? Is that what they say? Or they tell you about how they suppress all of these goddamn feelings that they daddy told them to suppress? And now that they are grown and they realize that shit doesn't work, that all this goddamn stoicism and emotional stoicism that these men, especially these old ass men, be trying to portray like it's all good, right? And it's really detrimental to a goddamn relationship, because no woman really want to be with a man that shows emotional stoicism. She want to know that she doesn't have a robot, and these men are teaching young men how to be robots, which is not good for any man at all.
And next thing you know, you Denzel Washington's on fences, you know what I'm saying, going to fuck off in the backyard, talking about, I ain't got to fight, god damn it. Like, what? Like, that's just, I don't know. That really, I mean, I can, and some from a guy's point of view, and maybe we should review that scene one day, because like that message from a father to his son was kind of crazy, but I'm not a guy, so I don't know.
Maybe if Coach Ferg wasn't afraid to hit the panel, he could actually explain what he means by a father's point of view. I don't know why he's such afraid to have a conversation. He has some thoughts. It's okay. Hit the link so you can clarify it a little bit more. From
talking about you, or like
from a father's point of view, I think a father should not tell his son to be emotionally stoic towards his wife and his family. I think that is very bad advice. And that is from a father's point of view.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
And so I do not believe that majority of women are going around and telling their sons, you need to go ahead and be vulnerable. I don't believe that is a case that is happening in majority sense at all.
Right. Yeah, especially a lot of mothers who have sons love their sons fiercely. You understand? They don't matter what their sons do sometimes. They're going to stick up for them even if they're wrong. So no, like teaching them to be vulnerable to just any woman that they just date or whatever is not what's being taught. It's not.
Like it's just nonsense when you hear these men say these things. It's just not logical. Most of the time, the mother's just saying like, "Hey, baby, you need to come to me." You don't tell no woman no shit like that. That's what mamas usually say.
Yeah, going from the hood though, man. You talk to
right.
Especially maybe that's just where we from, Uda. Maybe that's what it is, right? Because I know my mom is saying, hey, you don't tell that hoe no shit like that.
I don't think, bro. Especially growing up in the hood, bro. You talk the fuck, not the really love, bro. It's great.
And it is okay for us to be honest about that as well, right? Is that mothers are not teaching they sons to be vulnerable to women. Like, come on, let's be for real.
And honestly, it really with the parents, it still depends on how those parents grew up. Because I can see the phenomenon where male or female, if you didn't have the opposite sex in your house for whatever reason, whatever was told about that opposite sex could influence how you raise the opposite sex when you have them. You know what I mean? So however your whatever went on with your, if you were raised by your dad as a boy, whatever went on with your mom and your dad, hearing it from your dad's point of view, maybe it might steer you a certain way where you raise women a certain way. So now that you have a daughter, maybe you don't even know how to speak to that daughter the way that you actually should because you just didn't learn it, and vice versa for, it could, you could play the chess pieces however many ways it can go, but the main thing is, how do you deal with it? How do you like admit that it's going on this way, and that you don't want that to be the next generation? That, I guess, that's how do we get past the trauma and get to a solution of, like, how do we actually get to where we need to be?
Damn, I want to say my condolences
Yeah.
go out to Black Beauty.
I'm sorry, Black
I'm
Beauty.
sorry to hear that, and I'm sorry to hear that the father wasn't around to understand what communicate to his sons a little bit more. And it's the thing that it needs to be spoken about a little bit more, and a lot of young men get forgetting about, because a lot of men that's older, they believe in this idea that they grew up so much tougher. Like, the reason why these young men can't do such and such because shut up. Back in your days, guess what? Y'all was the biggest goddamn pussyfooting men ever to exist.
Sharon, I wanted to just
they lost a woman at a high rate. Like, let's be for real. This whole idea of romanticizing what they did versus what these kids is doing is insane to me, and it's just not a true statement. Go ahead, Ellie. I apologize.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to recommend something to you because I was you never listen to something and you're like, your mouth is open and you know what I mean? Like, you're reacting to it just like, whoa. Like, if you ever, Tasha K did a interview with Kiki Wyatt's most recent, I guess, ex-husband. She got a few of them. But man, he was telling his story about the way that his father used to discipline him. It broke my heart. It broke my heart. Like, I don't know why, like, our community, and I'm not sure if this is just men across the board and other, races or, ethnicities or whatever, but it just seems like in our group, we just think that all of us are just so inherently bad. You know what I'm saying? That we just need to have such extreme measures put on us, and the compassion, the love, the empathy, all that stuff, that doesn't matter. We need discipline. We need belt to ass. Like, that shit be, I don't know. It just be, it makes me upset because we know that these kids are intelligent. We can talk to them, especially if we've been doing this since they've been young. They will figure out what we're saying. We can use the same vocabulary that we use with each other, and these kids will pick it up. And they watch how we move. We don't put our hands on our kids, but I suggest you look at that. That was a very heartbreaking situation. Like, for him, I couldn't even imagine being a kid and having to deal with the type of discipline that his father was giving out. It was crazy.
And again, I want to say my condolences to Black Beauty Gaming. And I don't think this is the proper time for anybody to try to use this as an example to push out any kind of political rhetoric. This is not the time for that at all. It's actually very disrespectful to bring up something like that at this very moment. And this is that's a part of that emotional intelligence that we were talking about earlier. Reading the room, understanding when to say something, when not to. And when people could weaponize the truth, like, all those things is what we was talking about today. And somebody just attempted to use a truthful thing, a tragedy, as a way as trying to prove a point. It's not the right time. Have some goddamn discernment. Know what you are saying, what you're doing. This is what needs to be taught to young men, because young men are not understanding discernment. They're not understanding how to read a room. They're just saying things blatantly without any rhyme or reason, or believing that there's consequences to what they're saying. Even though they know what they're doing is wrong, They wouldn't even say sorry. You know what? I did choose the wrong moment. Just be a man and say, damn, my bad and my condolences. It's that simple.
Oh, sorry about that.
You know what I mean? That's an unfortunate situation.
Yeah. I don't know. I have great nephews, brothers, and lots of men in my life, and I'm always here for them. You know what I mean? Like, I try to let them know that as much as possible, because you can't hold all that. You can't hold all that inside of you. You know what I mean? It's going to be
And I'm
detrimental,
scared.
even if you try
I'm
to be
scared that
stoic.
these
Oh, even if you try to be
Sherrod,
stoic, or even try to tell my mom, you know what I'm saying? Because she comes from that same type of generation, and she's a woman, but she's been through a lot too, and kind of, she doesn't react in the same ways that I think that she would, but I've told her, like that whole energy thing, like it doesn't die, it just transfers, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, if you have things that are inside of you, you need to find somebody or even a place. And a lot of guys will probably find this very, very corny or whatever. If you like nature, go find a nice quiet and just yell that shit out. Go hit your punching bag. Go to one of those destruct rooms where you can bust TVs and washing machines with bats. Get that energy out. Okay, if you don't have anybody to talk to, but you need to you need to do something with that. But I hope that you can find somebody that you can talk to, man, because it's really, really needed. And if somebody trusts you with
Sorry, my son
information,
called.
hold it. Don't give it away. Okay.
But Sharon, I'm so scared that a woman gonna divorce me that I don't got, that I never seen. This imaginary woman gonna leave me before she got with me, even though I never met the woman before. But based on statistics, she gotta leave me, Sharon. Sharon, based on the numbers, even though I ain't never been with a woman before, she gonna leave me, because that what happened to all the red pill, manosphere, rim bros get left. So that means that I'm gonna get left, Sharon. You don't understand me, Sharon.
Thank you,
You ain't
thank you
shit.
for, and thank you for bringing it back around. I appreciate that, Eve, because we was having a trouble. Me and LA was having a difficult time bringing it back around. Thank you for that, Eve Man Williams. Appreciate that.
But she gonna leave me, Sharon, because based on the statistical data of the statistical, it means that I'm gonna get left. There's no way I can be a winner. I can't align with the 50% of men that win, Sharon. That's unlikely, Sharon.
How do you fix that?
Stop
All right,
being
so
losers. That's what I've never
okay,
said
hold on, Eda Man, read this and tell me, does this make sense? Over the
over the
past, okay, you got it, E. I want to know.
over the past 25 years, I have seen very few black men 45 and under in school to teach young men about being better. Chicago had plenty of opportunities. The lie detector detected, that's a lie. That's what I said. We gotta stop. When the thing is, I bet you he ain't been
Thank
to
you.
no school in 25 years. Like when I'm hearing these men talk, I'm
He
like,
works in the school, by the way. I don't know what state, but he works in school. I think
but
he's a female basketball coach.
and that's what I'm saying. When I go to my daughter's schools, my older
Oh,
daughter's school, guess what? When I go, their science teacher is a man. The PE teacher is a man. Like this idea that men are not teaching in the school. Now, we understand that it's dominated by women, but it's also they got a male principal.
Right.
No, but
Vice
what I'm
principal.
saying, either man, I believe he coaches a girls' team. And he's in the school every day. Why the hell he's not coaching the men's team so he could go ahead and find more men to come down to speak to his young men? He's on the YouTube daily, and he could find men that could come down to his school and even possibly get paid to come down to his school and speak to young men. He has all the opportunity to bring and say, hey, man, if I could present something to the school to get you paid to talk to a bunch of young men, he could make that happen, literally.
Is he a high
He
school
can make
coach?
that happen. It doesn't matter
I'm
what
not sure.
what
Is he?
grade it is.
No,
All
I'm
I'm
just
saying is
asking.
that,
I'm just asking.
All I'm saying is that, like,
I'm not
I
sure.
should not be able to be the one that give you a goddamn easy solution. I didn't even put my name in it. However, if you are a coach, then you need to be coaching young men, and then you need to be finding other suitable young men that could possibly relate to young men, and that's going to be able to convey that message. This is simple mathematics. It's very
I was gonna
simple.
say if he's a coach, then he has the time a lot of times in the school, and he has the cachet with the kids usually to be the leader that he's complaining is not available.
Right,
Yeah,
because
that's what I would think. That's why I was.
What the crazy part is that he will argue with me tooth and nail, saying that I'm saying something false, and then turn back around and say most men are not in the schools in urban communities. But when I say it is a goddamn problem, it is a weird situation. I don't understand it in the life of me.
The funny part about it, he's the man in the school. If them kids ain't get what they need, that means he ain't doing his job.
He ain't doing his.
Damn.
Boy.
Hey, I'm a child of an educator. If he want to come on, we can talk.
I would love for Coach to really explain, because maybe I'm just not getting the full statements of what he's saying, because sometimes in text you miss a lot of things. However, if you are not,
yeah, it don't sound right.
You're not able to convey your message properly, do not blame the other person. Call them weak because you cannot convey your message properly.
Hey, Sharon, I got a question for you. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Good day, sir.
The dog man.
I just wanted to get clarity on something. What is your political affiliation? Are you a conservative, liberal, progressive? What are you?
I'm none of those things. I vote for whatever candidate has my best interests at the moment.
Okay, so you would say you're an independent.
That would be the best word to describe it. Yes.
Excellent. Okay, because I'm an independent as well. The reason why I asked that is because I didn't know, based on the responses that I was getting from your panel, I didn't know if I was talking to conservative / MAGA, because I presented the co-parent argument to them as well, and I got kind of the same similar pushback. So that's why I wanted to clear that up, because I didn't understand.
That means that it don't matter what affiliate. Hold on. I got you. Listen, it don't matter what politician or affiliation, you was wrong in all platforms.
Absolutely.
I'll be honest with y'all. I've gotten pushback from conservatives. I've gotten pushback from MAGA. I've gotten pushback from the manosphere. I got ran out the red pill. They ran me out of there. So I've gotten pushback from everybody. So now I'm getting pushback from independents. So I just find that very interesting. That's all I wanted to know. That's all I wanted to ask.
You just
wait. So you got pushback from the. Wait, you got
of course you got pushback from conservatives.
Look,
nobody, from the manosphere.
Joshua, he's saying that nobody heard his rhetoric and said, you know what, that's a good idea.
That's true. That's true. That's what it sounds like.
It sounds crazy.
I can't get anyone. But we're not always,
especially conservatives.
That's okay.
I think that's the most interesting thing is that I'm not mad at y'all for having your position. I just find it it's very interesting that I found the one thing that all these people agree on. They all don't like the idea of co-parenting. I think that's fascinating. That's pretty cool.
No, I don't have a problem.
But the question is why? Wait, the question is
so what did you learn today?
Hold on. That is not the argument. You
not true.
The argument. So the argument is that we don't believe that people should go out there and purposely create single parent households and have to co-parents. That's what we are all in agreement of.
Right.
Well, I don't advocate for single mothers, so I'm not sure we have the same agreement on what co-parenting is defined. So that might be the problem.
Okay, so now what's your
definition of co-parenting? How does that not create single mothers?
I told you he ain't have no job, Sharon. He didn't really have to go nowhere.
Slow down, y'all. What is your idea? What is the definition of a single mother?
A single mother, by definition, according to my interpretation and my education, is a woman who had a child with a man and she gets no parental investment from the biological father. She gets none. She gets no money. She gets no help with raising the child. The child father is completely absent from the child's life in all matters. That's a single mother to me.
No, that is an absentee.
What do they
That is
file
not
on
a
their
single
taxes?
mother.
Hold on, that's an absentee.
That means
father.
we don't have a single mama
Hold
problem in
on.
America.
Hold on.
What do they
Hold
file on
on.
their taxes? I thought that was a single or not.
Hold on. He's serious, y'all. Hold on. So no, that is called the absentee father, is what you just described. That have nothing
What
to
is your
do.
definition of a single mother?
A woman that's having a child out of
Hold her
wedlock.
taxes.
She has the main custody of her child.
And is the father around helping her take care of the child?
He can be, yes.
And so if the father is helping, okay, I see what you're saying. So you're saying a single mother is a woman who is not married and she has a child just by that alone. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see what you're saying. I get it. So you're going by that legal definition of a single mother, and that is true. You are correct with that. I'm also looking at the parental investment aspect of being a single mother. So I will say that. So you are correct, but I look at a single mother as a woman who gets no parental investment from the child. The father is nowhere near in the child's life, whether she's married or not. That's my position on it.
Well,
And
we need
I
to be
want
clear.
to say
Let me
this
say this,
about that.
Sharon, just a second.
He's not the only person that actually have that understanding of a single mother. So and then that is fine. And that's why we do have to have these discussions sometimes and have it in a serious sense. Go ahead, Edie Man.
Yeah, she is still a single mama if you send in $22 a month.
Right.
Let's be clear. Like we got just because you contribute something financial, that doesn't make her not a single mother anymore.
Right.
Well, that validates Sharon's argument, because if you send $22 a month or $10 million a month, she would still be a single mother based on Sharon's definition. So you're technically
By
correct.
literal definition. Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
So with that said, what about the child now?
I guess you could say, based on what Sharon's definition and my interpretation, I don't advocate for women having no parental investment from the biological father. I do not support that. So whether that's called single mother or I don't know what would you call that. I don't know what would you call it, but I don't support that. I support co-parenting. If you laid down and made the child, you need to get up and take care of it. That's what I support.
Right. And so the issue that you have is that there's no other word for it.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I don't have a word for it. That's good, Sharon. Shout out to you. That's a good point. I don't have a word for it. So I just say I support co-parenting, but I don't support single mothers in the sense of not getting parental investment. I see what you, that's a good point, man. Shout out to you.
No doubt. Go ahead, Joshua. You wanted to ask a question?
I just want to know what Alpha's definition of co-parenting is then. Because clearly what he's saying is still single motherhood at the end of the day. So I'm a little confused.
We just I don't know if you can hear it. But we just did that, brother. Sharon, can you explain what we just defined?
Yeah, I got you. So he just got through it. He's saying by definition, there's no other word, and that's why he's attempting to use co-parenting, and that's why it's missing the mark. So he got to come up with a whole different terminology to make it make sense to people. But as long as he used those terminologies of co-parenting and single mother, he's going to always have this disconnect because people associate those words with something already. Because you could still be a co-parent while within a goddamn marriage.
I got the term for him. I got it.
But
I got the term.
The difference. It is a difference. So co-parenting, you have to have some form of custody, not just financial.
All right, not just financial.
I got the term. He wants to be a poly parent. So
Sharon,
do you want to be a poly parent?
And ask this question because you're the first person I've talked to out of the manosphere. I've talked to the manosphere. I've talked to the black manosphere. I've talked to the Redfield. I've talked to the Catholic space. There's this some called Orthodox Catholic space on YouTube. I've talked to them, conservatives, and you're the first person, believe it or not, to actually kind of identify one of the problems that I need to work out because I don't have a label for that, And I do see how people can say that the woman is still a single mother. So I'll give you that one. Shout out to you, brother. That's pretty good. But I advocate for men taking care of their children, regardless if they're married to the woman or not. So that's why I say co-parenting. That's what I advocate for.
Yeah. And shout out to that. And so I think the main problem is that most people do not have life experience, and so that's why they cannot argue besides a talking point. So I'm glad that we finally got to a understanding why you was getting so much pushback, and hopefully you'll change.
Oh, it's not. I didn't take nothing to it, Sharon. I didn't let the ad hominems of your homosexual closet or your no good Pookie. I've heard it all. Thug. I've been called everything. I've been called Chad, Tyrone, all kinds of stuff. So that don't bother me. I'm actually looking for answers to this problem, because the reality is it's a major problem in this country, and we got to have these conversations. So my add to the problem is starting with a question: is co-parenting a viable option based on what I perceive it as? And I think it is. Now, whether you disagree with that, that's fine. If you want to go down the roads of ad hominems and attacking me with personal, I don't care about that, man. I'm too old for that shit. I'm too intellectual for that shit. That doesn't bother me. But shout out to you, Sharon. I think we finally kind of got somewhere here. I think we got a breakthrough that what I'm advocating for doesn't have a name other than saying co-parenting. That's all I have.
It does have a name.
It definitely does.
Alpha. It has a name. What you're talking about, the way you conveyed it to us, is called a polyfamily or polyparenting. That's what it is. Where
I've never heard that. I have never heard that title. Can you explain it?
Because he just made it up. He just made it up.
I didn't make this up. Here, I got you here.
He talking about them spiritual marriages. That's what he really talking about, the spiritual marriages. You know, dudes like, we gonna get married, but we ain't gonna be with the court. That's what he talking about.
Because you want to. Well, no, he talked about you want to. Are you polyamorous right now?
No, I don't participate in polyamory.
Hold on, let me finish. I'm just asking these questions. So, because what you were talking about was, earlier when you left out, you said you kind of want to have your seeds all over the place a little bit. If I'm mistaken, correct me there too.
Yes, that is true. I do want a family with multiple women. Yes, I do.
But you want to co-parent with these women in the definition of what you thought co-parenting was, correct?
Yes, I want to take care of all the children I have with multiple women. Yes, I do.
Yeah, that's a polyfamily. That's a polyamorous family.
I think I see what's going on. I see what's going on.
No,
you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I think we're having a confusion of semantics. Basically, what I would prefer is to have multiple women that I have a relationship with. They would be monogamous with me, but I would not be monogamous with them. Now, if that's poly to you,
that's
your interpretation of it.
It's delusional.
Then so be it.
That's called poly with rules.
I just deal in definitions. I don't deal in miracles or whatever you wishing is happening.
He literally just described poly by definition.
Hold on. Right,
okay, then fair enough.
Alpha, you literally just described it. Polyparent. Only difference is that you don't want the woman to be able to go ahead and explore other men.
Yes, that's it.
And that's a fine rule, whatever. If you can find a woman that's willing to do that. But that's what you're talking about. You are not talking about co-parenting. You are talking about having a poly relationship with multiple women, and you're the only man. You are the king of this so-called poly castle. That's what you're talking
about. Outstanding.
So you need to go ahead and find women that.
So now you know the room to go to.
Right. You need to go.
Don't go to conservatives and liberals, man. Go to the poly rooms, man. They got you.
Well, I presented the argument to multiple people to get constructive feedback. And if you notice, I gave Sharon credit today. He added something that I didn't even think about. So that's why I presented to the manosphere, who ran me off, by the way. Red Pill ran me off. The Catholic Spirit ran me off. The conservatives ran me off. So I appreciate y'all taking the time to hear my side of how I want to engage in relationships and procreation. So I appreciate that. But I call it co-parenting.
Alpha,
but y'all have another name for it, and that's okay.
Alpha, and the crazy thing about it, you missed it, but it was a woman up here that lives a poly lifestyle. She was up here having a conversation with us. She was up here while you was up here as well. So it is a place for it. You're just gonna have to find some poly women that's willing to just be with one man. And good luck with that.
You say she's living a poly lifestyle. Does she have multiple baby fathers, or is she exclusive to one man?
She has
he wants those digits.
She has.
I'm sorry, I'll just play. I believe now.
She has.
I'm trying to get clarity, please. Can y'all? I'm trying to get clarity. He says she's poly? Does she have multiple baby daddies, or is she exclusive to one man? That's what I'm asking.
She has multiple men.
Okay, so she's polyandrous.
Right. She has multiple men.
All right. Well, I would consider what I'm doing polygamous, sort of polygamous, but not without the marriage.
Correct. Right.
Yeah, that's what
I'm saying is
that's it.
That she runs around in a circle of all those different type of poly situations, because it's a bunch of different poly situations. It ain't just one version of poly. And all I'm saying is that she is somebody that's in that family, that community of different multiple styles of family, not just one type.
If that's her choice, I wouldn't do it. I mean, some men want to do that with one. If 4 men want to have babies with one woman, basically, or something like that, that's their choice. I wouldn't support it for myself. I want to have multiple baby mothers, and I be the one father, and they're all exclusive to me. Whatever you call that, you can call it, but that's what I want. So it is what it is.
Why you couldn't find somebody to help you pursue this poly lifestyle?
I couldn't hear the first part. You were cutting out. Say it again.
I said, within the 40 years of living, why has it been so difficult for you to find somebody that wants to live this poly lifestyle with you?
Well, I spent 21 years in the U.S. Army and Air Force. So that's one reason why I have not been, quote unquote, pursuing this so-called lifestyle, as y'all title it.
Mm-hmm. And so again, so would you live in an unpopulated area?
No, when I was in the military, I found out the hard way that Uncle Sam does not agree with marriages. You have to be in there to understand. I didn't want to put my family through that. So that's why I chose not to get married. And that was probably one of the best decisions I ever made while I was serving in the military.
That's fine. But now that you are, how long have you been out of the military?
About 4 years.
Okay, within the past 4 years, why you haven't found these multiple women that's willing to create this lifestyle with you? What's stopping you?
I'm still pursuing them. I got 2 lined up. I need about 1 more.
I thought that the military members got incentives for being married.
No, he's talking about the like. He's talking about the marriage. He's talking about the marriage that he want though. He's talking about with multiple women and having.
Yes, he didn't even start with one yet. You got to start with at least one, bruh. Like
the polygamy is illegal in America. It's illegal.
Right, we understand. So that's what he was. That's what he's trying to say.
And so is bigamy.
So bigamy. Yeah, it's called bigamy. Yeah. So, but being a baby daddy to multiple women is not illegal.
Right. So, and that's why he's promoting what he could promote, because you could just have children with anybody. And the reason why
and take care of them and take care of my children. By the way, I can do that too.
He a baby daddy right now already. The multiple kids, babies right now. You got 7 huskies.
I don't consider my dogs human, but if you want to say that, that's your choice. But they're dogs. They're 7 Siberian Huskies.
Hey, shout out to you. You've been, shout out to your service. We appreciate your service. 21 years. That's a long time.
For sure.
Do you want to tell us, are you a 6-figure individual or you make less than 6 figures a year?
Well, I'm beyond 6 figures. So I don't have to work for the rest of my life. So while I no offense to nobody on this panel, but I didn't get a chance to do all the things that y'all might have done. I joined the military when I was 16. Mm-hmm. And I come from a military family. My father was in the military. My 4 brothers was in the military. My sister was even in the military. So I didn't get a chance to do most of the stuff that most of y'all experienced. I didn't get a chance to go MTV Wild and all that stuff. I was jumping out of airplanes when I was 19 years old, running 55 miles a week. I've been shot 2 times.
So
I've had 3 operations on my head. my skull was cracked, such things like that. So basically, I paid my dues. I did my time, and Uncle Sam and the U.S. government has rewarded me for that very well. So I don't have to work for the rest of my life. So
Right,
it
but
is
right.
what it is.
So, but I'm saying just because you have full benefits and you don't have to work for the rest of your life doesn't mean that you bring home six
That I
figures.
earned. But go ahead. That I earned. But go ahead.
Right. Well, I'm saying that doesn't mean that you are earning 6 figures a year.
I'm beyond 6 figures a year, sir.
Okay, I'm just
You're 7 figures.
fine. No, you're just saying that
I will not. I will not divulge my income online, sir.
He said he good, Josh. Okay.
That's what he's
Right.
saying, right? So that's
I'll
fine.
just say this, and no offense to anybody. I'm 40 years old, and I wake up when I want. Everybody around me have to go to work.
That's awesome. Can you
Yeah,
send me
it's
a
like
99? Can you send me a 99-cent super chat? I haven't got a super chat all day. Can you spread the wealth, sir?
As soon as I get out this, I will send you $5. How about that? Is that cool?
I appreciate you, Alpha. No doubt. But so hey, you got a huge hill to climb to find the proper community that is for you. Good luck with that.
Not really. Out here in Southern California, it's very possible. That's why I moved out here. Because in New Orleans, I was in Atlanta. That's where I retired out of, Atlanta, Georgia. Shout out to ATL. ATL is wild. I don't know where y'all from. ATL is getting wild out there. But out here, it's no big deal. I know people who are in. I know all kinds of people in all kinds of relationships. I mean, my next door neighbor is transgender, and I don't bother them. They don't bother me. So I'm not in the rainbow community, but that's what they do, and that's basically what it is. My point is that I don't think we have a one size fit all for everybody in our current society. I just don't see it. I think at the end of the day, you need to do what you want to do that best suits and fit your outcomes and what you want. My only problem is that it just seems like I'm not saying it is, but it seems like everybody wants to talk about the institution of marriage, but they don't want to educate people about what can happen if the marriage goes bad, quote unquote divorce. I don't want anyone to get a divorce. I don't like that. I don't want anyone ever to experience a divorce. I want to make that clear. And I don't believe every man should not pursue marriage if that's what he wants. But if you're gonna talk about marriage and you're gonna talk about dating and mating, you have to talk about divorce. It's impossible not to talk about that. Not to wish it, not to skew it, hope it, wish it happened, but you need to educate people. And I'm just tired of people angered about that.
So what should we talk about divorce? What context should we talk about divorce? I'm confused.
I think what people should do is lay it all out for people. Lay out what it means to be married.
So what is it? No, you're not talking about marriage. You're talking about divorce. You're talking about the breakup of a marriage. So now, what about divorce is bad and that you are having some nervousness about divorce? What is this that you want to talk about divorce?
Well, that's a good question. One of the realities of divorce is that there's something called no-fault divorce. Have you ever heard that?
Right. That's in it. That's in your state. Mm-hmm.
Yes, in California, and that's a good point. Shout out to you. I don't know. You need to find out in your state if you have something called no-fault divorce. In Louisiana, they have something called a covenant marriage. It is in law, covenant. I just found that out. So you need to find out what kind of marriage that they're doing in your state, because each state has different forms of marriage and different forms of divorce.
You still haven't pointed out what is the negative about divorce.
I'm getting into that. So no fault divorce.
Off that money. That's what the divorce.
I'm gonna no fault divorce. Whenever you're in a no fault divorce situation, a person cannot be held accountable, right? It has no bearing on division of assets, what they did to resolve the marriage. Meaning, if one person cheats on another person, which is awful, and then they want to get a divorce, that incident of cheating is not a bearing factor on how to resolve the marriage. That's a no-fault divorce. It has no bearing on division of assets or anything like that. And we already know it has no bearing on child custody. So we don't need to talk about that.
So, all right. So I'm trying to understand what is the bad in divorce? I need to have an understanding. What are you trying to protect people? What is the bad in divorce? Because cheating, we all know that is a term. We know cheating is a term for is something that most people can understand getting divorced, even in the Bible sense. So again, what is the issue with divorce? Please.
My issue with divorce, and specifically no fault divorce, my issue with that is that in my interpretation, it gives the person who did not honor the divorce, whether it's man or woman, it basically gives them an incentive and literally a payout regardless of what they did. I don't think that's justice. I don't find that to be justice, in my opinion. You should not.
I get married to LA. I cheat on LA. And LA is the breadwinner. I could cheat on LA and I could divorce LA and I could still get money even though it was my fault the marriage is broken up is your issue.
Yeah, I don't find that to be. That actually happened to Mary J. Blige, and I think it happened to Halle Berry. I don't think that's
hold on. I just want to be clear. That is
Mary
your
J. Blige
issue
in Dallas?
Hold on. That is your issue with divorce, correct?
My issue with no fault divorce specifically.
Okay, so,
yes.
All right. So now so pretty much you're saying don't get married in LA. That's fine. So again, the rest of the people in the world that have places where you literally could get sued for cheating. Atlanta, the place that you came from, if you get caught cheating in Atlanta, you could literally sue the goddamn the person that joined into your relationship, literally. So again, I need you to give me, not by state, but by in a general sense, what is your issue with divorce so we can actually attack a specific problem.
Okay, fair enough. Generally speaking, and I'm not a religious person. I don't have a religion, but I believe in God. But I don't believe in the whole process. I don't believe in divorce. I don't. I don't think it doesn't make any sense to me in my opinion, it does not. I understand why people want to do it, but based on what I've read from multiple religions, I don't believe in divorce. I think it's irrelevant.
You said it 3 times. Okay, pause. Josh, do you see why we gotta let people substantiate their own argument?
Yes.
Okay, so now I don't need people questioning me and saying that I'm trying to do something to somebody. I need to understand their full thoughts so this way we can have the proper conversation, because this man is not having a conversation about how bad divorce is at all. You're not.
Alpha, have you been married before?
Finances.
Alpha, have you been married before?
No, I've never been married. I never will get married, but go ahead.
And so, but Josh, that's what you put into the conversation instead of using what he's actually bringing to the conversation. He just has a fear of divorce, but he don't have no actual substantiation besides his state on why divorce is something he should be scared of.
Right.
I disagree with the word fear. I disagree with the word fear. I'm looking at reality, and I don't think it's justice if one person, man or woman, has been done wrong in that marriage, and then they should still be able to, that not be a bearing on the divorce in terms of divisions and assets and things like that. I just don't think that's justice.
That's fair for living with.
How is that not financial?
But that's fair. That's fair for living in the state that you live in. And then I would just suggest you don't get that's just a dangerous state to get married in. So we all will be in agreement about
it's fear.
Well, my question is this: from what I know, I don't know this exactly. Maybe you can Google this, Sharon. All right. From what I know, most states now follow the no fault divorce rule. Am I right or wrong on that?
Nope. Nope. 23 states.
Do you know what the no fault divorce really means, though?
Please, thank you. Yes.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so all right, so go ahead.
Tell me first.
LA Project, what do no fault divorce mean? Does he have it wrong? Number one, does he have it wrong?
I want to hear his
He just said it. He said meaning that somebody could cheat. So if me and you are married, LA, I could cheat on you and still divorce you and get half of your money. That's what his idea of no default is.
No.
Okay,
no.
So is he wrong about that?
I would say yes.
What is it?
I mean, there's things that sometimes people don't want to even say, verbalize, put on the record. You know what I'm saying? In terms of the discrepancies or the reasons why. So they call them what, irreconcilable differences. If you can, you cannot get along, you can't figure it out, you can't. But sometimes the person doesn't want to. They don't want to report what happened. They don't want to. They don't want it to be put on the record. You know what I'm saying? They just want, like I said, for it to be over, separated, go on with their life, whatever. It's not going to work out. It could be extreme things, and we can talk about the DV. We could talk about cheating and infidelity, stuff like that. But we could also talk about really toxic behavior that people do not want to put on the record. Like, how long did it take? And I know, sorry, Uda, how long did it take Cassie to say what happened to her? You know what I'm saying? Some people are really afraid of retaliation and being basically threatened with starting completely over, even if they've had children, even if they've sacrificed their earning potentials for the sake of the family. There's lots of different reasons for no fault divorce. If you cannot mediate, like we were talking about earlier, you can't work it out.
And also, still at the end of the day, you can still get a prenuptial agreement if that's what you're scared of.
Exactly.
In California.
Sharon, can you
Especially if
Google
you
the
came in with
definition of no
assets.
fault divorce? Can you do that and read it off to us?
I can,
I'll
but
do
I
it
don't
right
have
now and
no
I'll
fault.
put it in the chat.
It's okay.
I'm pretty sure it's an umbrella term.
No
but
fault. No fault divorce means that the other person do not have to prove the reason why they are getting divorced from you. They don't need no reason.
Excellent. Exactly. That's
Okay,
it. So
that's
essentially, all the
what it
things
does
she
is
stated
a spoken
is
reason.
true.
So what
all
what
the
it
things
what
she
it does
stated
is
is true,
what it right,
but it
but what
has
it
no
does is
bearing
gives
on
you
the
less.
divorce.
But what they realize that it gives you less conflict. Instead of saying, "Hey, I'm divorcing you because of this," and this is the reason why, is they could just simply say, "Hey, this shit ain't working out no more. I love you, but I love you enough to leave you alone, and I want a divorce," and you just go your ways.
Yes.
That's why they.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the real reason why it was designed that way. Because before you need to blame somebody to get divorced. Now you don't have to blame somebody.
Yes.
We grew
That's
apart,
it. No fault
right?
divorce.
How many times
Yes.
have we heard that one?
Okay, so that's what it really means. But you try to make it as a premise that somebody is cheating and all these other things.
No.
But that was
If
the
it came
premise.
off like that, I apologize. I'm simply saying that
You don't have to
with
apologize.
no fault divorce,
I'm just going by
it
what
doesn't
argument.
matter.
Hold on. I'm just going by the argument that you presented. That is it. So majority of people that is having no fault divorce are not rich millionaires. So this whole idea that so many men are comparing their lives to these wealthy men that are losing half of their wealth because they got married is just a fallacy and is another conspiracy theory about relationships. Majority of people, they just go their separate ways. They came in with nothing and they leave with nothing. And the people that do have to split something is because they created that thing together. So if you create a goddamn business together, if me and Uda build something together, and he says, I don't want to do this anymore. Me and Uda are going to have to split whatever we created. That is just life, my brother.
Let me just say this, and let me say this. All right, because you made a very interesting point. Let me say this. I don't believe that anybody divorced is worse or better than anyone else. Pain and hurt and emotional trauma is subjective to the person. I would never say that their divorce is worser because they losing more money than a man who has less
I didn't
money.
hear that word. I didn't hear that word. What you said? I didn't hear you. It said some divorces are which than others.
I am saying that divorce, in my opinion, is equal pain, regardless of how much money a man or a woman has. I would never put a pain level of what's being worse or better based on what's going on in terms of money. So that's my point. I support justice, and I don't think it's justice if a man has to pay $10 or $10 million, or a woman has to pay $10 or $10 million to someone who cheated on them. I don't think that's justice. So I want to make that very clear.
Okay, pause. I'm glad that you said that. So if me and LA, we built a life together. And me and her, I created this business. And when we started off, I had $0. And now me and her, we acquired $10 million together as a couple. What should she get out of that?
In a divorce?
Yes.
And something meaning y'all just, well, the question I would ask is, why are y'all getting the divorce? Was it infidelity? Was it irreconcilable differences?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can put whatever example you want, but regardless, we're getting divorced, right? We acquired $10 million together as a married couple. After we got married, we acquired $10 million. How much should she get out of that?
In my opinion, I think you should get the percentage that you put into it. But let me say this. But it's kind of hard to determine that because you two are married together. So you see what I'm saying?
No, I don't see what you're saying. Again, me and her got together. We had $0. We've been married, and since we've been married, it doesn't matter how long. Was 1 year, 10 years, 30 years. We've been married. Since we got together, we accumulated $10 million. How much should my divorced wife get?
If your divorced wife did not perform infidelity on that specific topic, I would say that it's subjective and it should balance out. If there was no infidelity and y'all just fell out of love with one another, y'all just fell out of love equally, then I would say y'all should have an even split.
So if you cheated, I should get more.
Yeah, you should get more if he cheated on you, in my opinion.
Get it all.
Yeah, you should get it all, in my opinion. That's just my opinion.
Okay, so what is your So what is your problem with divorce?
Because what we just said is that's what no fault divorce mean. They don't factor in anything.
You're not understanding the question. You agree that if a couple built something together, they should split it down the middle if they just fell out of love. But if one person cheated, that person should get the least out of the financial situation. You just said that out of your mouth.
Yes, I agree with that. Yes.
So what is your problem with divorce is what I'm trying to get to.
The problem I have with divorce is
the reason why I'm asking, because
the problem I have with divorce is threefold. Number one, I don't believe in divorce because there is a quote unquote religious element. I'll say that off the top.
Okay, so pause there. So you saying that, hold on, pause. So you're saying there's no reason for anybody to get a divorce? From
a religious standpoint, that's why I say that for that point. Yes.
Okay, so pause. But in the Bible, it gives you.
Sir, don't add the Bible. We got the religious point. That's off the top.
Hold on. So
what? All right, we got that.
You just said religious.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. So what religion?
Yes, it could be any religion, sir. We have the Quran. We have the Torah.
Hold on 1 second. Do you know that the Quran used the Bible as well? Yes or no?
Sir, I don't want to turn this into a religious debate. I'm just giving you general topics.
Alpha, I just need you to answer certain questions so we can have an understanding of what is your understanding. Do you understand that the Quran is the Bible?
I'm gonna stop right there. I don't want to go down religion. I don't.
Okay, do you understand what books are used in the Quran? How about that?
Sir, I'm not going to answer no religious question. I want to get into debate on that. I'm not going to talk about that.
Okay. Are you religious?
I am not religious.
Okay, so why bring in religion into the conversation? So religion has nothing to do with you. And again,
I'm speaking theoretically. You asked me for a general, and I'm giving you a general response.
The problem is that you're trying to speak that, and you do not understand that the Quran is the Bible. You don't even.
Sir, that's a different interpretation. I'm not going to make this a religious argument. Your interpretation, you're entitled to that.
Okay. So don't bring in religion if you don't want to have a conversation about religion.
All right, so take that out. All right, religion off the table. Fair enough. Number two, I don't believe that someone should be able to commit such as infidelity, whether it's male or female, and still be entitled to have all the assets. I don't think that's justice. That's my big problem with that.
Okay, so
All
you
right.
believe somebody could get married to somebody and say, "Hey, I'm with you and only you," and still break that covenant without no kind of recourse or repercussions?
Now, I don't think they should do that. If the person who breaks it, I don't believe they're entitled to have, in my personal opinion. I don't think that's justice.
Okay, you're not understanding the question. So if somebody cheats, should they be able to get a divorce? You're married. Let's just go like this. You are married. Your wife cheats on you. Should you be able to divorce that woman?
My personal opinion?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you do believe in divorce.
Yes, I do. But I don't believe in it in the sense of when you place it. But we're not even gonna go to the first. I won't even bring religion in. No religion. I'm not gonna bring it in.
Hold on. This shit is crazy, Joshua. Joshua, this is why I be trying to told your ass.
Boy, don't you if you don't get your
Don't hold up. Don't blame me for that crazy ass shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna blame
don't
your
put
ass,
Joshua in
Joshua.
this.
I'm gonna blame your ass, Joshua, because
I
this is
don't
what I
believe
be
in
trying to told
divorce.
you. This is what I be trying to
don't
told you
believe in
when I be having
divorce.
when I be having my conversations, and I be trying to told you that these things exist, that these men are out here and they out there preaching this gospel. They go around panel to panel speaking about this. They go around the world speaking this. They go all around as much as they can to whoever's willing to listen to say this remedial rhetoric. Y'all keep telling me, Sharon, it doesn't exist. I tried to told you.
I never said that.
We do exist. Sharon, let me say this about Sharon. If y'all didn't know,
Hold up.
Sharon is telling y'all the truth. There are men like me who are very educated, who are highly educated, that can separate their religion from legality and personality. I have a degree in philosophy. All right. I have a master's degree in science, and I'm finishing my PhD right now. And I absolutely can separate all three things if need be it. So Sharon is absolutely correct. There are men like me out there in the world, and we are growing.
And I want to
While
say,
in the same breath, you said you want to
say this,
procreate
Joshua.
without
Hey,
any
Joshua.
ties.
Hey, hold on, Joshua. I need people to start giving me my props. God damn it! It don't matter. They got 10 degrees, PhD. I be fucking stomping on them like a big dog.
I gave you credit. Did I not?
You damn sure did. And you want it, and I appreciate that for just being honest. I really do appreciate that.
Let me say this, Sharon. Let me say this. And y'all need to hear this. Everybody on this panel needs to hear this. All right. If you think what I'm saying is weird, outside the box, doesn't make sense, not logical, all that initial thought that you have of me would be appropriate. I would highly recommend you go back and listen to the arguments I'm presenting, because Sharon is absolutely right. And I'm not in the manosphere. They can't stand me. We are moving in that society now where people like me, though you think now I am the weird one, are starting to move like that at all class levels. It's starting to happen. So Sharon is absolutely right. He's telling y'all the truth.
Please, can I? Please.
It's okay. And so, hey,
please.
Look, hold on.
I will super chat right now. Let me have this. Please. I will super chat right now. Bro, let me have this.
I'm quiet.
LA.
I want this one.
I can see it in his eyes, Sharon. Let him go ahead.
Oh God. Go ahead, Josh.
Bro, what the? Hold up. So no, let's go ahead and hit this the right way. The first things first. One of the things you're advocating for, which is sleeping with and creating families with multiple people, is a goddamn tenet of the red pill. What are you talking about? That doesn't even make sense. You're literally saying I want to fuck without responsibility. Oh, I just want to be able to pay off and do what I gotta do. Bro, you're still creating single parents. Even if you say you don't believe in divorce, you just named 3 goddamn reasons. You named 3. And get this, separation still happens in fucking cohabitation. That makes no sense. You're literally arguing stupidity right now. Because you're saying right now that, hey, I just want to sow my seed and I'm gonna pay my bills and take care of my kids. But boy, they're still their goddamn kids. You have no legal standing in it. Why the fuck do you think marriage is so important when it regards to a family? And whether legally or religiously, if that woman gets pregnant and y'all aren't married, that's her fucking child. The fuck are you talking about? Everything you just said, you were talking in circles, saying the same goddamn thing. Hey, I still want to fuck around while having no responsibility by actual definition. Those still aren't your goddamn kids. They're hers. Fuck. And I'm landing right here.
Good. Okay.
Good job.
Anybody before Alpha responds? Anybody want to jump in before Alpha responds? Uda's good. It is good.
It just for me, you know, and it's like that's that's why I like to formulate the questions that I do. Trust me, I be knowing the answer. You know what I'm saying? But it just it's crazy how men take away their own significance in the whole grand scheme of things. Like, you know, you want to be so needed and so crucial in society, but every time we turn around, it's like, oh, I don't need to be there. Oh, I don't need to do this. The fuck you need to do then? What we need you for? Y'all, we keep on trying to tell you like fathers are important, and y'all keep on telling us in so many ways that y'all not. What is going on here? Alpha?
Well, let me say this. Shout out to that brother. I will never, ever, ever criticize a man for stating his position, no matter how if I disagree with it. So shout out to you and shout out to you, sister. Number two, I'm not the good guy. I'm not the nice guy. I'm not the provider guy. That's not me. I'm not going to lie to y'all on that. I am a son of a bitch. I am no good. I am a narcissist. I'm not going to hide it. All right. I'm always going to put my self-interest first, period, whether you like that or not. I say that up front. I'm not going to lie to y'all on that. And number three, and I'm sure Sharon has read this because I know he sounds like he's a learned man, a Reddit man. And I'll just quote this. As man look down on animal, the overman will look down on man. Any questions?
What the fuck does that have to do with the price of tea in China?
It's just, you know, I mean, if nobody told you that you was him, I guess, you know, if you didn't tell yourself that you was him, then I guess we wouldn't hear it. But like, what gave you that appointing in life? You know what I'm saying? To be what you say the overman. What gave you that authority? Who gave you that authority? Or did you give that to yourself?
The individual gives himself authority until the state goes against that.
Okay.
So if we were all just a panel of overmen, then we would have a huge problem then, right?
Yes.
I'm just asking. Like I know why I be asking questions. Okay.
I don't want to hijack this panel. I think I've got a good understanding. Sharon, I want to say thank you, brother. You've been the first one to kind of clear up some things with my argument, and I'll leave it at that. You have your position. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody on this panel. And I'm just telling y'all, Sharon is right. He's telling y'all the truth. There are men who think like me, and we are growing. So it is what it is.
You ducked every challenge to your worldview. You can't even
What am I
explain it to
ducking?
other people.
I just explained everything, sir.
I asked you too.
He said he got.
What was the question? What is your question, sir? What is your question?
More research. And it's okay. But what we do need is more men to just be honest about being a narc and all these other things, right? Because at least one thing I can say, and everybody in the chat said, at least he's being honest, right? And we need more men to be honest about what they do.
But no people who are narcissists know that they're narcissists. That's the fucking criteria.
No,
it's
that's
literally
not true.
a criteria of narcissism. Look at the DSM-5. What are you talking about?
No, that's not true. A lot of people know that they are narcs.
Bro, I will post it right now. You cannot know you're a narcissist if you are a narcissist, if you have narcissistic personality disorder. You will not recognize the fact that you're a narcissist.
So you get diagnosed. So you're saying everybody that got diagnosed, they all disagree with the diagnosis.
Inherently not believe it. It's literally part of that social disorder.
I am a narcissist.
Post the DSM-5 right now.
I never denied I am a narcissist. I am selfish. I am selfish.
Selfishness
I'm not
and
the good
narcissism
guy.
are not the same thing.
I'm the bad boy. You're talking to the bad guy. That's me.
Then what? Okay, if that's the fact, then why the fuck are you trying to have kids?
I couldn't hear that last part. You cut out. What you said?
So hold on. Let me just let Joshua know that no, you're wrong. Many narcissists are aware of their traits and reputation.
Absolutely.
So Joshua, you
Being
are
aware of the traits of narcissism and being a narcissist. People with borderline personality disorder can also have narcissistic qualities. I'm telling you, if you are an actual narcissist suffering narcissistic personality disorder, you literally cannot recognize the fact that you yourself are a narcissist. You'll recognize narcissism.
So what I'm trying to get you to understand, so according to the doctors that diagnose people, they usually often are very aware and usually very proud of being a narcissist. Just
Bingo.
like just how Alpha just displayed that he was very proud that he is one.
And I told you I'm a Leo.
And
I told you that when I first came on the panel.
And
remember I said I'm a Leo.
Also,
no, don't be dragging Leos down because of that shit.
Don't drag. Don's a Leo too, so I don't. Leos don't.
Hold on. Also, narcissists they actually have a lack of concern. They don't care that you know that they are.
Outstanding.
That's a level of
That's why he
sociopath.
just back with us for the whole first time, and now he's like, you know what? You're right. Fuck it.
And not only that, most narcissists are they don't look at their qualities as problematic. So that's why he doesn't see, even though he showed us a lot of problematic things and even agreed to the problematic, but because it's him, he don't see it as problematic for himself because he already have the plan to fix whatever problem that comes the way. So again, he's showing a very narcissistic behavior. It's easy to really have these understanding of things, and also his defense mechanism is another one. They deny, you know what I'm saying? They have a lot of denial. So he denied what single motherhood was, and he denied that he's against divorce, and we understand what actually happened, but he actually agrees with divorce. He doesn't mind blaming other people, right? That's why he doesn't like the whole cheating situation. It's a lot of things that he showed, but he understands who he is, which is okay because at least he's being upfront and honest about the whole situation. That is the
know thyself.
Right. So and that's why it's good to have these conversations and start to pinpoint the different traits and be self-aware, and also be have enough emotional intelligence to recognize it when it comes your way.
Hey, I can see. I just looked it up. You're right. So
that's what I'm trying to get you. That's what I'm trying to understand. Hashtag SNL. Sharon never lied.
Yeah.
I don't know how many
SNL.
times. I don't know how many times y'all need to understand this about me. I do not enjoy being incorrect. So I really do not want to talk about things that I do not know for a fact. So
absolutely.
It's a very rare chance that I bring up something that I'm going to be 100% wrong. I could have a misunderstanding on something and I could be corrected because I enjoy being corrected because it makes me better equipped to not be wrong. So I don't mind being wrong and corrected with the correct information. So I'm going to tell y'all that. However, when I am communicating, I try to shut the hell up if I don't know if I'm telling the truth or not, because I do not like having egg on my face. So I'm just letting y'all know.
Sharon, I find it interesting that I'm not a part of your consistent community. I just popped up this morning and just clicked on it. I seen your meme. Nice meme, by the way. It got my attention. And yet I'm saying that you're right. And it seems to me you've expressed sentiment that your audience seems to question your methods and your ideas as if they're wrong. So I find that very, very interesting that I'm being an outsider and I can say Sharon is right. Ain't that something?
That is
nice
that
try.
Is a very interesting.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Nobody else sees it.
Yeah.
I like
If you sat up here being wrong all day long.
Hey, look, LA, I like the mental chess match. This fine.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? I
Ooh, that-
don't mind playing
Our
chess.
parents
I
taught
do
us
not.
well.
I
Yeah,
know.
that gaslight strong with this one.
I am a Leo.
You're alpha, man. How old are you, man? You 50, 40, you 44, 45?
He said he was 40.
That's what he told me,
Big
but I'm
fold,
just
man.
asking.
Big fold.
All right, big fall, big
Let
fall.
me see if I can fix. Let me see if I can fix Royce mic. Royce mic sounds crazy. Let me see how that sounds.
I couldn't hear you.
Hold on, let me see.
No, it's
Okay, Royce, no, your microphone still sounds crazy, Royce.
Yeah, I can't hear him. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
bugging.
okay.
It was
This is what
bugging.
we're gonna do. We all gonna mute up. Get ahead, Royce, and speak your mind. But when you are not speaking, go on mute. Go ahead, Royce.
I had a question, but my question was, I can ask the question. Okay. You say you're against the what they call it, the nuclear family union, right? So
No, I never said that. I never said that.
not you. I'm talking about Sharon.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah. And I wanted to understand, do you advocate for you advocate for fathers to be in the household, but you don't advocate for the nuclear family. How do you have those two beliefs? That's all I wanted to ask.
Okay, so I just put you on mute because you have an echo when you're not talking. So my answer to that is this: I think it takes a village to raise children, and that's what we need to get back to. We need to get back to our core foundation of raising children, which is a village. When we had grandmothers and grandparents, and we had aunties that we could go to, we could take our children over to auntie house, and it's all of us cousins. We would just hang out and play, and that was some of the best times of young cousins' lives, is just being around their other little cousins, sneaking up at night, playing the video game, turning it all the way down so you don't get caught. Or you playing some music while auntie is playing loud music and smoking her reefers, and now you're not allowed to leave the room, and so y'all having a good time wilding out in the room. So that is the village mentality we need to get back to. This whole nuclear version of the situation is more of isolation. It's kind of detrimental to our community because we're not adjusted to having it just God, man, woman, and child without no help. And that's what the nuclear family is. The nuclear family represents no help. It's just y'all, your family against the world without actually any village. And I think that is detrimental to how we create community.
Okay, I can respect that.
Sharon, I'm gonna step off. There's no more questions because I just wanted to clear that up because I didn't know if you was a conservative or if you was a progressive. I didn't know. I just wanted to clear that up. But I think you've done a good job. But I know you're not a conservative because, boy, if you said what you just said in those circles, they would run you out of there. So I'll let you deal with that. But any other question before I go? Anybody?
Now you good. We appreciate you. You can come back and have your discussions. We all good. And don't forget my 99 cents, my brother. I appreciate you.
Right, you too, man. Have a good one, brother B.
Mr. I'm out. I gotta go deliver Cinnabons. So I appreciate y'all. Thanks for the combo today. Yeah, my son and daughter wanted.
Nice, that's awesome.
Well, we used to have to go to the mall to get those, man.
No, I did. I just came from the Galleria.
Oh, okay. They got okay. Got you.
Man, that mall traffic is garbage today. But if my kids want something, I'm getting it for them.
That's sweet.
Peace and love. Y'all have a great day.
Yes, you too.
Hey, Bubba. Oh, I forgot your hat. Hold up. I got your hat. Bye.
Let me read a couple of the super chats while we do that as well. Hey, shout out to Trey with the 199. Shout out to Sharon. Got me dying. Show y'all support, god damn it. Shout out to Davey. Ooh, nothing but, man, I can't believe my eyes. Davey Dix with the 299 super sticker. Shout out to Davey. Appreciate you so much, Davey. Shout out to Corinne Mackett, member for 8 months. She said, Yeah, thank you so much, beautiful. She also said the 199 super sticker. Thank you so much, Corinne Maggie, for all that you do. Always showing me love. Thank you so much. Detroit Colors with the fires. I keep thinking these asses popping up as someone dropping alpha. Tap Stitch and Mercy Movie. Know Thyself by Dr. Nam Akbar. Just a hint, alpha. Shout out to the Alpha, the first one with the $5. Thanks. Good conversation. I appreciate you for holding your word. Thank you so much.
Oh, he did send that 5. Okay.
Shout out to Alpha. Appreciate you. Man, LA.
It's a good conversation though, seriously.
Hey, sometimes when you just, you gotta let people get their full thought out, and the truth will come out.
Sometimes, yep, you gotta bring the shovel and the rope.
Yeah, you gotta. Let me see what you're really saying. What you really trying to communicate to me? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, it
And
might
A
not be
dream.
more.
He over there dreaming in California, bro.
But still, people need to learn how to pull that dream out of people so this way they can understand what they're dealing with. Because most people are willing to be honest if you just give them the right conversation and feel comfortable enough to be honest with you. I think most people set up situations where people are kind of afraid to be honest with them. And that's why it's so difficult for them to find truthful and honest people themselves. Because they don't set up conversation where it feels safe or vulnerable to be honest with a stranger. And this is why they come to LA later on at night drinking and being vulnerable, because they crave it. They want to be honest and truthful. And that's why they're willing to tell it to a perfect stranger as long as she makes a perfect old fashioned. One of these days, I'm going to come up there and I'm going to get me a nice one. Can you make a good old fashioned?
Of course. Would you like it smoky or not?
So I'm going to come up there. I'm going to get one of those. I'm going to tell you all my points. I'm going to cry on your shoulder.
Well, there's going to be the distance of the bar in between us, but you know what I'm saying? I'll lend you a hand. How about that? Because I want you to stay married. You know what I'm saying? Like, shoot, it's just a temporary moment. It's going to be okay.
All right.
No, but seriously, this is a really good conversation. Like, and I've said this before on my channel. Like, there's nothing like actually living. You know what I'm saying? To know what is and what's not. You don't make any of the shots that you don't take. So we can sit here and talk about, what could go wrong. But come on, I mean, your spouse could pass away. Anything could happen. Or is it going to stop you from getting married? Is it going to stop you from what you say you want? And if you don't want it, then just be honest and just be like, it's not that big of a deal to me. But great build, you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and let you go because I know that you've been on here. You've been cooking for a while. So I'll go ahead and let y'all go. I'll see you around. Thanks for having me up, Sharon.
Appreciate you. It's always lovely having you here. You can stop by anytime. I always appreciate you.
Great. All right. Nice to meet you, Detroit.
You too, LA.
Man, Detroit, we got down to some things today.
Bro.
Sheesh.
Just know when I be going off sometimes, or like people I like point out and I'm talking to, just know that's that narcissistic bone. I can sense it, man. And I try not to, I try to use it for good, not for evil. You know what I mean? But now that I have it, like I just can't not say something about something. The funniest thing about this whole thing, I'm not gonna say funny, but no, this was funny. Our conversation was not meant to be funny. I figure when I come in here, we're trying to get to some kind of resolution, or at least some kind of step, so we can know, that we're in the right direction, right? But the funniest thing is that this man bounced around the whole internet, and everybody rejected him, because I think that no matter who you are, no matter your political affiliation, anything like that, you can smell some bullshit. And so that was the funny part to me, is that, everything started falling apart. As soon as you start talking long and you've been making up these things in your head about, man, if it was only this way, you only talking to yourself, talking to the dogs looking at you like they agree all the time when you coming up with these scenarios. And then you come and you are actually involved with people, and you have to factor in people's experiences, people's feelings, what they've gone through. like I was saying earlier, their anxiety, trauma, and grief, and you know, and things that they, you know, whatever it is, like just the right side of history. I don't care what we're talking about. Being on the right side of history in every aspect of our lives. I felt like my biggest job as a parent of boys was to try, and my daughters too, but in particular the boys, was trying to teach them how to limit regrets in their life. And I think through these conversations, you can see how people have dealt with regrets in their life. You know, it either makes them a better person where they can grow from it, or it's going to make them more bitter, reserved, and narcissistic. Yep. So I appreciate you having me up here, my brother, man, every time.
No doubt. Shout out to my girl. Shout out to Miss J Boricua Preciosa, member for 16 months. Thank you so much for all that you do. She said, hashtag SNL. Bracy. Thank you so much, beautiful. I appreciate that. And so yeah, hopefully we get down to some things and people understand that this relationship conspiracy theories is not for real. People gotta get over themselves. They are not the center of the conspiracy. The government don't have it out for you. Divorce court does not have it out for you. Family court does not have it out for you. OnlyFans and Instagram models and so on and so, they do not have it out for you. And if we could just get to that understanding, we'd be fine. And then we could just move forward and understand that, hey, you could go through some things. That doesn't mean that is the majority of women. You got to have some discernment and decide on who you are and decide off a character instead of just looks. You got to get past that first part. And once you do that, you'll be a little bit more, healthier with relationships. And that's going with all types of relationships, not just romantic. People don't understand that you need to build relationships other than just romantic as well.
True. Yeah.
All the judge too. The judge too narratives. He is not trying to conspire against you as well. Oh man, you good there, Detroit? We should be good there, right? It's a good spot.
I think that's a good place.
All right,
I think so.
Later. See you tomorrow. I don't know what the hell. Oh no, I do know what you're talking about.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me